What if Naruto was the only Kunoichi existing in the world? 9-year-old Uzumaki Naruto sighed as he swung by his lonesome in the park. All his friends had started training at the Kunoichi Academy, so he was bored most days with no one to play with. He thought about visiting one of the clan compounds, but didn't want to bother anyone, though most of them wouldn't have minded having the blonde cutie over. What to do? The 9-year-old asked no one for the umpteenth time, wishing that he could join his friends in the academy. He knew that was impossible though, since boys couldn't produce or mold the chakra necessary to be a Kunoichi. Women had been in charge as long as anyone could remember, and it wasn't going to change anytime soon. Of course, he didn't really care about any of that. He was just ticked off because all his friends were girls and he was so miserably bored. Naruto, in his short 9 years, had often asked himself why all of the men in the village seemed to detest him, and why the boys never liked hanging out with him. Then after a while he decided he didn't care how they felt because he had people who did like him. Though, this led him to ask why the women of the village were in the opposite camp, but again he decided to stop asking and enjoy the fortune Lady Luck gave him. What he didn't know was that all the Kunoichi clans were making plans to snatch the boy up when he was older. Someone would have adopted him already, if the clans had been able to stop bickering over who was the best choice. I wonder if Inu-chan can play? Maybe she'd take me to Ichiraku? Naruto wasn't completely aware of the effect he had women, with his big blues and cute face, not to mention the innocent routine that endeared him even further. No, she's probably busy with some super secret Kunoichi mission. Kabuto-chan might be at the hospital today. With that in mind, the boy set off to the hospital. Naruto had always wanted to protect everyone that mattered to him, but he could never fight beside them, so a year ago Naruto found his own way to help. A year ago Naruto announced his intentions to become a doctor at the hospital, and asked them to teach him. That plan went out the window when the nurses informed him that he still needed some schooling before he could begin studying medicine. Of course, the nurses couldn't stand to see the poor boy so dejected, so they sent him to the chief of medicine. She ordered her daughter, Kabuto, to teach Naruto about medicinal herbs and first aid. He had learned a lot in the past year, and he could remember the first time he put his skills to use. He was walking through the park, happily full from his lunch with the Aburame clan head, Shibi, and her 6-year-old daughter, Shina. Shina was fun to play with, as she would often drag Naruto around and show him all the bugs hanging around the compound. Naruto, like most boys his age, thought all the creepy crawlies were a barrel of fun. It made her happy every time Naruto told her how awesome she was, and it made Shibi, who was watching over them, even happier. After leaving their home, he was looking for something else to do when he spotted a cut and bruised girl resting on a bench. "Nei-chan!" Izumi had been taking a small break after an exhausting training session when she heard someone cry out. Looking up, she saw a young blonde boy rush to her side. Recognizing him as the Naruto boy some of her fellow ANBU talked about, she was going to ask what he wanted, but stopped when he pulled out a first aid kit. "Nei-chan, you shouldn't walk around all messed up like this," Naruto chastised as he cleaned her cuts. "So who are you?" Izumi asked as she observed the young boy bandage her up. She had to admit that the diligent way he went about it was quite cute. Naruto Uzumaki," Naruto replied as he put the last bandage on her cheek and kissed it. "There." Izumi smiled and quirked a brow. "Why did you do that?" "Kabuto-chan said I should kiss the last bandage I put on a girl," Naruto replied earnestly. "Did I do it wrong?" Izumi laughed and shook her head. No, it's fine." "So Naruto-kun, what are you doing here today?" "I was looking for something to do," he answered, packing away his kit. "I'm super bored." "Really? Well, maybe I dash." "Grumble." The small blush that spread on her cheeks made Naruto giggle. "You must be pretty hungry, huh, Nei-chan?" Naruto dug through his pack and pulled out a bento. "Here, Shibika-san packed this for me, but I think you need it more." Not one to turn down a free meal, Izumi accepted the boxed lunch, with a small thank you, and dug in. Naruto sat down next to her, and looked around the park while he waited for her to finish. Being his usual hyperactive self, this got boring really quickly, so he took a moment to observe his new friend. He was sure that under all the bruises and cuts she was quite pretty. Her sharp facial features contrasted nicely with her feminine curves. Cold black eyes looked out through long lashes, the tear troughs running down her face adding a bit of uniqueness, and her long black, which looked well cared for, pulled back in its low ponytail. Looking down, Naruto noticed the odd mask clipped onto her hip, and without realizing it, he was already reaching out for it. "You shouldn't take things that aren't yours, you know," Izumi said, smirking at him. Sorry." Naruto apologized. "I just wanted to see your mask." "All you had to do was ask, Naruto-kun." Izumi chuckled as she handed Naruto her weasel mask, and returned to her meal. "Cool! It's just like the one Inu-chan wears." Naruto said he looked the mask over. "Hey, Nei-chan, Are you just like Inu-chan? Izumi finished her meal and turned to the boy. Yes, I am, but enough about that. Since you fed me, I'm in your debt. So Naruto-kun, what do you want? Let's play Kunoichi. Izumi laughed and agreed. His enthusiasm about glorified tag was refreshing. All right. You're it. The rest of the afternoon was filled with gentle laughter and peals of excitement. Izumi was surprised to find herself relaxing, and for the first time in a long time she didn't feel the pressures of her life. When Naruto had tired himself out, they sat on the bench, watching the sun begin to set. Naruto-kun, what do you want to do with your life? Izumi asked, keeping her eyes on the sunset. Naruto looked at her, unsure of where this question came from, but it didn't take long to come up with his answer. I wanted to be a kunoichi, to protect everyone I love, but it's impossible for me. A sad, dejected look filled his eyes, but it was swept away by a roaring fire, so I decided to be a doctor, the best in the world. I might not be able to keep everyone from getting hurt, but this way I can still save them. Izumi smiled as she heard his declaration, and decided to make a promise of her own. Naruto-kun, Izumi said, holding out her pinky, let's make a promise. A promise? Yes, a promise to never stop protecting those we love. Naruto's smile outshined the sun, as he hooked his pinky around hers. It's the promise of a lifetime. The promise of a lifetime, Izumi replied, with a smile of her own. Then stood and dusted herself off. Well, Naruto-kun, I'm sure you're hungry. How about I treat you to dinner? Your choice. Oh, well actually dash. Naruto-kun. Naruto's head whipped around to see Hana Inuzuka jogging up to them. I was hoping I'd find you here. Hanane-chan, I was right. Hana Inuzuka, this is Naruto scratched his head, realizing something quite important. Sorry, Ne-chan, I forgot to ask for your name. Izumi Uchiha. I've heard of you, Hana said, holding out her hand. Only good things, I hope. It's nice to meet you, Inuzuka-san, Izumi said, shaking Hana's hand. So Naruto-kun, where do you want to go? I'm sorry, Uchiha-san, Naruto-kun already has dinner planned with my family, Hana said, taking Naruto's hand. Oh, well, I'd hate to intrude, Izumi replied, and then she shot Hana a sly look. She was enjoying her time with Naruto and didn't want it interrupted. Of course, it is Naruto-kun's choice. Of course it is, Hana replied, surprised by how quickly this girl ticked her off, which is why he is coming with me. Is he now? Naruto began to sweat as he felt something bad brewing between the girls. I'm sorry, Ne-chan, but I'm going with Hana-ne-chan. The tiny sad glint in Izumi's eyes made Naruto quickly explain. I made a promise and Tsuchi-san says a man never breaks a promise. Hana giggled and Izumi smiled at his antics. I understand, Naruto-kun, I wouldn't want you to break a promise. Naruto smiled at the memory. He really did have a good life. Excuse me, young man, a rather plain-looking woman called out, and Naruto had to point at himself to be sure. When she nodded, he decided to find out what she could want. What is it, Wani-chan? I was hoping you could help me move this heavy box into my store. Of course, Naruto answered, always happy to help those in need. If only he had noticed the vicious smirk on the woman's face. Hey Wani-chan, I don't see a Naruto dropped to the floor like a sack of potatoes. The woman quickly bound, gagged, and threw Naruto into a sack. Then she transformed her cover, a man who came to the village for supplies, and carried him off. 5 miles outside of Konoha was a waterfall that connected to a river that ran out of fire country. It was here the Kunoichi dropped the sack before a tall, well-dressed man. Here he is. Now, where's my pay? Here, the man carelessly threw a bag full of coins at her feet. All his focus was on the sack, and when he saw the boy inside, a wicked smile danced on his lips. Finally, the Kunoichi, now revealing a scratched headband from Suna, headed off into the forest. She spared one last glance at the boy. Sorry, kid. The man shook Naruto awake, sick joy swelling in his heart at the terrified light in the boy's eyes. Do you know who I am, monster? My family, my wife and daughter. You killed them that night. You crushed them like they were ants, like they were nothing. Naruto tried to scurry away, but the man seized Naruto by the neck and threw him to the cliff's edge. But they meant the world to me. The man pulled a dagger from his belt, tears in his eyes. Sachiko, you were so beautiful, so kind. Naruto had never been so scared. Tears and snot ran down his face as he tried to scurry away. Where are you going, monster? The man spat, bringing his foot down on Naruto's leg. RGH. Naruto screamed through his gag, and small pathetic whimpers followed. Tomiko, can you see Daddy now? Daddy is going to make everything right. The man turned Naruto over and straddled him. This is for the village, and drove that dagger down. Naruto had never felt so much pain in his life. It surged through his whole body, crippling and agonizing. This is for Sachiko. RGH. And Tomiko. And this is for me. It hurt so much he couldn't muster any more cries. As more and more blood pooled under Naruto, he slipped in and out of consciousness. I don't want to go. Please someone, save me. Finally satisfied with his work, the man rose to his feet, making sure to leave his dagger in the demon. Enjoy these last few moments on Earth, monster. With that he kicked Naruto over the edge. Down walked away. The small body crashed into the water and flew down the raging river. The last thing Naruto felt was the river's chill seeping into his bones as it carried him to the end of his life. The man walked through the village back to the small settlement that would serve as his alibi. That idiotic Kunoichi council wouldn't suspect a thing. Thump! The man's heart jumped into his throat as a familiar woman was dropped in front of him by an enraged Hokage and 3 equally furious ANBU squads. Is this him? Hiroko asked. Why yes. The woman coughed out. Good. Hiroko snapped her fingers. Nico. Hi. Nico approached the woman drawing her sword. Wait, I kept my dash. Nico pulled the blade out of the Kunoichi's throat, leaving her to drown in her own blood. Where's he? A deadly quiet came over the forest, and he had to resist the urge to piss himself when all the ANBU took a step forward. He's dead. Seeing the devastated look in Hiroko's eyes, he couldn't help rubbing salt deep into the wound. That's right, I killed your little pet monster. You should have seen the look in his eyes, and the pathetic little screams he let out. Like music, he laughed, damn near able to taste their pain, and wanting more. I'm sure he was crying out for you, for all of you to save him. I'm sure you can still find his blood. After all, there was so much gushing out of him as I stabbed him over, and over, and over. Weasel pinned the man against a tree. Kunai pointed at his eye. Where is he? Back that way is the waterfall, the man answered. But I'd hurry. I tossed that piece of shit over the edge. The man finished, laughing hysterically. Weasel silenced the man permanently and raced to the waterfall, everyone right on her tail. Weasel felt sick to her stomach as she arrived at the gruesome sight. The man hadn't been lying. Naruto's blood soaked the ground. It's too much. He couldn't dash. She shook her head, banishing those thoughts from her mind. Everyone follow the river. Keep an eye out. He could have washed onto the bank. The ANBU took off, desperately praying to find their blonde-haired angel. Their prayers would go unanswered. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun. The Hokage would go home that day and mourn with her village. Naruto's body floated down the river like flotsam, blood dyeing the river red as his life drifted away. Just as Naruto took his final breaths, crimson energy erupted from his body. The water steamed and sizzled as the vile chakra closed his wounds. Then the chakra exploded, hurling the boy clear of the river and onto the bank. On dry land, even more of the revolting chakra oozed out Naruto. His eyes snapped open, but instead of the usual happy blue, these eyes were red, angry, and filled with a deep, endless hate. Finally, Naruto grinned wickedly and sat up, but then something unexpected happened. The crimson chakra died out, vanished as if it was never there, but in its place came an explosion of even stronger energy. This chakra was a deep black. It seemed to want to draw everything into its embrace. It's so warm. Naruto yawned and laid back down. I think I'll take nap. Hondamoto was a man of some 60-odd years who had led a life more exciting than most. He had become a wandering healer, plying his trade from one end of the elemental nations to the other. He had a few adventures here and there, saw amazing things, saved lives, fell in love, had his heart broken, and sowed his seed. Yes, Hondamoto could say that his life was more than he had ever expected it to be, and he was damn happy for it. Once age had caught up with him, Moto settled down in a large village in river country. The savings he had earned throughout his life afforded him a good home in the poor district. Hiring out his skills from time to time kept him comfortable. Now he was resting on the riverbank, fishing rod in hand, enjoying the late summer afternoon. The comforting silence was shattered by splashing water and the loud thump a small distance from him. Curiosity got the better of him and he was going to inspect, until his world exploded into red. The force knocked him on his ass and fear made him scurry back as he gawked at the fire in front of him. Just as he was going to run away, the flame turned green and then gently died away. His whole body told him to leave, to find someone, report it, and stay as far as physically possible from whatever was over there. But he knew that thump. He heard it enough in travels to know it was the sound of a body hitting the ground. The doctor in him wouldn't allow him to ignore it, so he gathered his nerve and investigated. Tired eyes opened to the view of a starry night. Exhaustion turned to curiosity when those eyes fell onto an old man tending to a crackling fire. He tried to speak, but his throat was so dry all he could muster was a coughing fit. Easy, kid, Honda said, moving to Naruto's side and bringing a flask to his lips, slowly, not too much. Don't need you choking. Once Honda was sure the boy was fine, he pulled the flask away. How do you feel, kid? Be better, Naruto said, sitting up. Who are you? Hondamoto, And if you wouldn't mind settling an old man's curiosity, who are you? I'm Naruto. He winced as his hands brushed up against the lump on his head. That's it? Honda asked. No last name, mother, father, where you're from, a pet dog. And no, Naruto answered, trying to recall any little detail about himself. Just Naruto. I was afraid of that, Honda replied, shaking his head. Seems like the blows you took to the head gave you a case of amnesia. What? Naruto was on the verge of tears. What am I going to do? Hey, calm down, kid. Honda comforted the poor boy while trying to think up a solution. The smart thing to do would have been to take the boy to the orphanage. But the boy was in a bad spot and he could never turn away someone in need. Listen, kid, how about you come stay with me? Oh, really? Naruto wiped his eyes and gazed hopefully at Honda. You mean it? Yeah, besides someone's bound to come looking for you. This river runs the length of the country. Now that he thought about, Honda wondered how Naruto made it down the river without being dragged out by anyone. The area he was fishing from was too small and shallow for anything bigger than a canoe, so he understood that, but the river that fed it was used for transporting goods. Guess I'll just chalk it up to a fluke. Naruto hugged the old man happily, until he felt the chilly air on his skin. Looking down, he noticed his state of dress, or rather the lack of it. Where are my clothes? Oh, they were wet, so I had to take them off. They're drying over there. Honda didn't tell the boy the state he found his clothes in. He had been through enough. Naruto's shirt had been soaked in blood. The tears in the clothing told Honda that the boy had been stabbed, repeatedly. The fact that Naruto had been in the river also indicated that someone had been trying to get rid of the body. Honda still felt disgusted by what he'd seen, and wondered what kind of monster committed the deed. Aji-san, what if no one comes looking for me? Then you'll stay with me until we figure out what to do. I'll even do what I can to help you get your memories back, Honda said as he plucked a fish away from the fire and offered it to the 9-year-old. Here, kid, I'm sure you're starving. Naruto tore through the fish like a rabid fox. Can I have another? When Honda handed him another, the old man had to make sure he ate slowly, warning him about bones. Aji-san, thank you. Even as Honda smiled, his gut told him that this kid was going to be trouble. Hello? A middle-aged woman called out as she stepped into the shop. One side of the shop was lined with shelves filled with various vials, bottles, and jars. The other side had a large window that allowed sunlight to shine down on an assortment of plants growing in a large flower bed. A small sprinkler system was set up to ease the hassle of watering. I'll be right out. She heard some shuffling in the back of the shop before a young man stepped out to the counter. Naruto smiled at one of his regulars. In the 7 years he had lived in this village with Honda, he had gotten to know everyone quite well. At 16 years old, the boy was charismatic, and Honda was never too ashamed to have run the shop alone. After all, his face brought in a lot of business. Nagi was never a woman who would consider herself a cradle robber, but despite her age she couldn't help eyeing the handsome boy up and down. Standing at 5 feet 7 inches, his lean, athletic build was shown quite nicely by his simple blue tunic and black pants. Blonde hair and blue eyes were complemented quite nicely by his boyish good looks, and the exotic whisker marks added a certain allure. Ah, Nagi-san. Here to pick up the medicine for your Iko-chan? Naruto asked. Yes, Naruto-kun. I'll get that right for you, Naruto replied, reaching under the counter. You know, Naruto-kun, I hear that your birthday is coming up soon. Yeah, turning 16 next week, Naruto answered from behind the counter, trying to find the right bag. My, 16 and still no girlfriend? Thump! Ow! Naruto came up with the bag in one hand, massaging his head with the other. Oh dear, are you alright? Yeah, Nagi-san, your question just caught me off guard. Well, I can make it up to, Nagi said, taking the bag. Your Iko-chan is about your age. How about dash? Jingle jingle. Hey Whiskers. Nagi and Naruto turned to the beauty strutting towards the counter. Tan skin and wavy shoulder-length hair immediately caught the eye. What kept people staring was her unique style of dress. A pair of Geta sandals with black slacks and an open black trench coat showed off her bandage-wrapped C-cup chest and toned midriff. At 5 feet 9 inches, with menacing black eyes and a katana strapped to her back, the blonde bombshell, Tsurugi Nori, made an intimidating package. Hurry up and finish your shift so I can take you out to lunch. It's rude to interrupt a conversation, Saro-chan, Naruto said. Oh? Pretty sure I wasn't interrupting anything, right lady? Tsurugi asked, flashing Nagi a menacing grin. And no, of course not, Nori-sama. Nagi replied before snatching the bag, leaving the money, and taking off like a mouse. See? Tsurugi said, leaning over the counter, not rude at all. Now lock up so I can take you out to lunch. Naruto ignored her and went into the back room to start the tedious process of taking inventory. Fortunately, he could count on Tsurugi's insulted pride to force her to follow and stay in his sight until he acknowledged her presence. Of course he wouldn't, and with such great pride came a lack of patience. She'd say a few dirty things, fiddle with things that shouldn't be fiddled with, and when her boredom finally reached critical levels, she would explode. Naruto realized it was a bit mean to toy with her, but he'd never stroke her ego. Her head was big enough already. He pretended to cough as he chuckled. Her fits were always a good show. He remembered when he had first met the rowdy girl. Their unconventional meeting had occurred about a year after Honda had taken him in, and he'd been exploring the area near his new home. Then, out of nowhere, a ball nailed him dead center in the forehead and knocked him right on his butt. The ball belonged to Tsurugi Nori, and instead of apologizing or helping him up, she laughed at him, even asked if he was going to cry. Living with Honda had given Naruto more spine as the man tended to be very gruff, so he asked her to apologize. Her eloquent reply was to shove him back onto the ground and call him a sissy. Being children, they forgot to use their words and instead got into good old-fashioned scuffle. The two had gone at it like a pair of alley cats over a fishbone, until Tsurugi pinned him down and came out the victor. She cackled at her victory. "You're fun, Whiskers. Let's be friends." Huh? So ever since they were 10, Tsurugi would come around and drag him off to the adventures she fancied at the time. Puberty, however, had kicked down the door to lust and unleashed his uncomfortable molestation onto Naruto. It's not that Naruto didn't enjoy her attention, but too much of a good thing makes a person sick. Aside from the moments when he had to rein her in, one large issue did hang over their friendship. "Hey, Whiskers, wanna hear something cool?" Naruto didn't bother answering. When she asked a question that cheekily was rhetorical, "Mama finally gave me my own district to run. Pretty nice, huh?" Tsurugi Nori was the daughter heiress to the Nori Yakuza clan, one of the two major gangs in the village. That, surprisingly, wasn't the issue with their friendship, although having the attentions of a Yakuza heiress was probably the equivalent of being a piece of steak in front of a tiger. "Jingle! Jingle!" Naruto-kun, a stoic voice called out. "Back here, Kiri-chan." "Ah, what's the statue doing here?" Tsurugi as she pulled on a pair of brass knuckles. Suffice to say Tsurugi and Kirino didn't along. Now I gotta waste time pounding her. "Try it, monkey. I have time to put you in your proper place," Kirino replied as she walked into the back, brandishing a pair of sai. The black-haired Kirino matched Toka in height but beat her in bust size, accentuated by her beautifully tailored kimono, colored a rich red with white butterflies, and modified with slits from the hem to mid-thigh. Stoic green eyes stood out against alabaster skin, a sharp nose, hair done up in a messy bun, and a single lock falling between her eyes rounded of her dignified air. Truly, Kirino Takahashi, heiress of the Takahashi Yakuza clan, was a flower in bloom. "Then I can take Naruto-kun out to lunch." Tsurugi got right in Kirino's face with a big, toothy smile. "What's with that cocky attitude of yours?" she asked, taking hold of Kirino's kimono and pulling her closer. "It's really pissing me off." "All I hear is boo-aw, monkey." Kirino's voice, the epitome of indifference, only added to Tsurugi's aggravation. "Knock it off, you two," Naruto said, stepping in between the both of them and praying that the shop didn't become the starting point for Yakuza war. "Whatever," Tsurugi muttered, looking away, tucking her brass away. "Fine," Kirino answered flatly, putting away her sai. "Kid, are those two back?" a gruff voice shouted from the second floor. "Yes, Aji-san." "Get them the hell out of here," Honda yelled, coming down the stairs in a hurry. "We can't afford them breaking anything else." An exasperated Honda stepped into the back. "Take them out to lunch, or something. I don't care, just far, far away from here." The girls were on him like white on rice. Taking an arm each, they dragged Naruto to the door. "He'll be fine in my care, Moto-san." Honda couldn't tell if Kirino was sincere or not. "Yeah, he's in good hands, Pops." Toka called back, pulling Naruto out the door. "Hey, get your damn hands off him, Takahashi." Honda often wondered if all trouble Naruto brought was worth the headache, and as he took a seat and looked back on it, the answer was the same as always, a definite yes. It hadn't occurred to him the night he offered to take the boy and how damn hard it was to actually raise a child. The biggest problem for Honda, aside from dealing with a child and then teenager, was the cost of clothing and feeding him. Every time he bought the boy new clothes, it felt like only days before he had buy more, as if every morsel of food was laced with growth hormone. Speaking of food, Honda wondered how the boy was built like a model when he ate more like a bear before hibernation. The money he managed to save from his journey and the occasional house calls had kept him comfortable. Keyword, him, not him, and a growing boy, who managed to drain in a year or two what he had saved over a lifetime. After treading water for a few months, Cammy had decided to throw him a life preserver. Although, given where the money came from, it was more likely a demon that came to his rescue. Naruto somehow, and Honda didn't really know when, managed to gain the attention of the Yakuza. First, Tomoko Takahashi had come into his store and laid upon him the most polite threat he had ever received. The details of which were as follows. Her precious daughter, Kirino, was to marry Naruto when the both came of age, and if that did not happen, she would personally come down to his store and remove a finger for every day that they weren't. Then, she apologized for the intrusion and invited him to dinner. I'd be a very bad mother if I did not meet the boy my daughter is going to marry, Tomoko explained. I also want to see if I find him to my liking. Tomoko Takahashi found him adorable. The following day he received a similar, albeit less polite, treatment from Tsurugi's mother, Tsujiri Nori. She held a knife over his crotch and promised to make him literally fuck himself, and then, while he was enjoying the experience of finally becoming a woman, she would burn his store to ground with him in it. All of which could be avoided if her little girl got what she wanted, a statement she punctuated by breaking his nose. See, don't that hurt? Having your cock chopped off would feel a lot worse, Tsujiri explained. Why don't you bring the brat over tonight? Just so I can make sure he's good enough. Tsujiri Nori found him more than good enough. And it became even worse when both clans learned of the other's intentions. Hondamoto hadn't survived to the old age of 66, mostly intact, by being a fool, and the moment he was cornered like a rat, the wheels in his head began turning. Before they acted on their threats, he managed to convince both leaders separately that it was still some time until any of the children were of marrying age. Promising to make a decision when Naruto turned 16 ended the ordeal before it reached its boiling point. A week after things had calmed down, he paid a visit to each woman in secret and offered a marriage contract with some stipulations. 1. Protection for him and Naruto. 2. Payment in exchange for Naruto to be given immediately. 3. The marriage wouldn't be announced until the day of his 16th birthday. And lastly, no one would be told about the marriage until its announcement. The last one, as Honda explained, was for fear of what the rival Yakuza clan would do to him. Both women had accepted hook, line, and sinker, and the deal kept them off the street. The one hole with his plan, and it was a big hole, was what the hell he was going to do at Naruto's birthday a week from now. This evening is quite nice, don't you suppose? Kirino asked, laying her head on his shoulder and basking in his warmth. Even better now that the monkey is no longer in our presence. After all these years, how can you still dislike Saro-chan so much? I do not dislike her, Kirino answered and continued. For her, very heatedly I loathe her. I despise her. I hate her. You hide it well, Naruto chuckled nervously. The only reason I have not killed her is because I know it would upset you. You really care about me that much? I love you. Naruto was touched by what little sincerity was in her voice as she stared him dead in the eyes. You really do, don't you? Naruto asked, and then turned away from her. Of course you do. It's you. Naruto ran his hands through his hair furiously. Now I'm going to feel like such a dick. What do you mean? Well, Naruto gathered courage for what he had to say. I can't return your feelings because I'm not going to be around much longer. After my birthday, I'm going to follow the river, see if I can find any clues about how I ended up here. You should not allow yourself to be so caught up in the past. Kirino took his hand in hers and placed a gentle kiss on his knuckle. It could only lead to trouble. Do you really believe that, or do you just want me to stay? Naruto asked with a tender smile, already knowing the answer. Both. That's the problem. I don't have a past to be caught up in, Naruto explained, taking his hand back. These past few years have been good, but every day I can't help but wonder who I was before I fell into that river. It keeps me some nights. Now that I can do something about it, I refuse to go the rest of my life carrying around this uncertainty and doubt. And what if you do not like what you find? What? Her eyes turned down as the question caught in her throat. What if you don't come back? I'm sorry, Kiri-chan, but I have to know. Good or bad, I have to know. Naruto arrived from his outing to find Honda waiting behind the counter. Aji-san, what's wrong? Kid, there's something you need to know. He pulled out 2 pieces of parchment, something I should have told you a good long while ago. Read them. Rolling one open, Naruto's eyes moved back and forth along the paper, fingers tightening as he took in each line of what, he was beginning to see, was a marriage contract. When his eyes finally rested on the signatures, Naruto could feel his blood boiling. Why would you do this, without even asking me? Would you have been happier with my murder, your kidnapping, and the possible Yakuza gang war over you? They wouldn't fight a war over me, Naruto spat, thinking that old age was finally catching up with him. They both came down to the store and threatened to torture me, as they invited me to dinner. Honda bellowed wild eyes and waving his hands around, and after a really delicious and uncomfortable four-course meal they upgraded the torture to murder. Now tell me, do you really think they wouldn't fight a war with their most hated enemies over you? Well, if you're so in love with peace, What's with the money offers in these contracts? Naruto shot back. What? Honda asked incredulously, gesturing around to the store. You think feeding, clothing, and housing you is cheap? You eat like a prize pig half the time, and a starved wolf the other. Yesterday I saw you put away a whole chicken, not a game hen, a whole chicken with a side of rice and then dessert. Sorry. Honda sighed. Don't be, you're a teenager, you're supposed to eat that much. I was just making a point. After the emotional outbursts neither had much else to say, so they sat there in uncomfortable silence. So kid, what do you want to do? Naruto opened his mouth, but he shut it just as quickly, because not one single idea found its way into his head and out his trap. Well, you've got time, kid. Your birthday isn't for a week, Honda said, recognizing that he hadn't really given the boy much time. Really, he wished he could claim the situation wasn't his doing, but it was, at least partly. Now the whole thing was out of his hands, and the outcome of his little scheme fell onto Naruto's shoulder. Naruto, he could at least give the kid his support. All this was me making the best of a bad situation and looking out for you. But I was your age when I started making my own path, so whatever you decide, I'm right behind you, kid. 100%. The sun was setting and Naruto could feel the minutes ticking down. Tomorrow, he would stand at a fork in the road, and whichever path he walked meant leaving behind a part of himself. In desperation, he begged Honda to leave with him, pack up in the middle of the night and vanish. Pleas which Honda could not answer. He settled down for a reason, he told Naruto, and age had only taken more of his strength. If Naruto was going to make a choice, it had to be tonight. On one hand, he didn't want to leave Honda at the mercy of the Yakuza. On the other, Naruto doubted Tsurugi and Kirino would just let him go and find himself, and he didn't think he could go the rest of his life with that giant gap in his memory. Those two were extremely possessive. He knew the only reason they hadn't killed one another was because of him. That, and Naruto was sure they were waiting for him to proclaim his undying love and adoration for one of them, just so they could rub him in their rival's face. Then they'd probably kill each other. He could scream and tear his hair out at the ping-pong game his head was playing. Go! Don't go! Honda, your life. Kirino, your past. Tsurugi, your future. Jingle! Jingle! Whiskers, and this was the last thing he needed. There you are, pretty as ever. Naruto crossed his arms and eyed her up and down. Oh, what's with the cold shoulder? Tsurugi asked, leaning over the counter. Come on, Whiskers, Tsurugi whined. What's with the silent treatment? Every time you come here it's just to get into my pants. What? You don't like it? Just because I'm a man it doesn't mean I like to be felt up all the time, Naruto replied, and as soon as she started her usual routine of invading his personal space, Naruto noticed the stink of alcohol on her breath. Have you been drinking? My ma took me out celebrating, Tsurugi said, leaning into him. First time I had taught teach a little shopkeep some respect. My ma was so proud. Unable to take the smell, Naruto stepped back. Well, I'm glad you two had a mother-daughter moment. He'd always had a problem with the shadier aspects of Tsurugi's family business. Just another notch in the leave column. Yeah, but that's not the best part, Tsurugi slurred out, stalking towards him. The best part was the advice she gave me. With each pace Naruto took back, she took one forward, the dangerous glint in her eye shining more brightly with each step. And what was that? That if you want something, really want something, Naruto's back met the wall and Tsurugi trapped him between her arms. Don't let anything stand in your way. One hand stroked his cheek before cupping his chin roughly, and forcing it up. Take it and never let it go. Tsurugi crushed her lips against his and Naruto palms pushed against her, but she seized his wrists and pinned him to the wall. He turned his head as he struggled in her hold, but she just focused her ministrations on his throat. Do you know how long I've been waiting for this? Her mouth found his pulse and her tongue flicked at it playfully. How long I've dreamt of this. Now she sucked on his neck, making the lewdest sounds possible. She tore his shirt off. Haven't I look but not have a taste. Her tongue circled his nipple, getting it nice and hard. Now I'm going to have my fill. Stop it, Tsurugi! Naruto twisted in her clutches, trying to push her off, but Tsurugi refused to let him escape. She was always stronger than him, but as she held both wrists with one hand, he finally realized by how much. Naruto winced as she left vicious little love bites up and down his throat. Her free hand ran up and down his side before squeezing his ass. Tsurugi was drunk with pleasure, and becoming more and more intoxicated with Naruto's body. He had to have been bred for this, the smell and feel of his skin. Gods, he even tasted yummy. She brought his lips to hers, savoring their silky softness, as she pressed against the seam, wanting more, needing more. She fell deeper and deeper into lust, her hold on him loosening. That's when Naruto took his chance and shoved her off. Damn it, Tsurugi! Drowning in liquor and lust, she didn't take kindly to his refusal. Bitch, she snarled as she backhanded Naruto. He crashed into a shelf and split his head open. The sight of blood dripping down his face sobered Tsurui up very quickly. W Whiskers? Naruto groaned as he sat up reaching for the bloody gash. Whisker? Naruto tried to glare at her, but clutched his head in pain as something in his brain snapped. Do you know who I am, monster? My family, my wife and daughter. You killed them that night. You crushed them like they were ants, like they were nothing. Where are you going, monster? This is for the village. Get away from me. Naruto scurried back as Tsurugi made an effort to get closer, to make it alright. W Whisker, please, I'm sorry. His stare, the fear in his stare cut deep into her heart. Jingle! Jingle! Naruto, Honda's eye nearly exploded out of his skull at the scene before him. Naruto in tears, Tsurugi towering over him. What the hell are you doing? Honda brandished his staff. Get the hell out of here before I get the guards. I'm not whoa. Tsurugi dodged a swing from the wily old man, cursing as she bobbed and weaved through Honda's erratic assault. Fine. I'm going, you old son of bitch, she shouted, running out of the door. Honda wheezed as he caught his breath. Damn that girl. He hobbled to Naruto's side, struggling to hold the boy down. Kid, come on, it's fine. It's me, Honda. Damn, snap out of it, kid. No other choice left Honda slapped the boy back to reality. Honda? Yeah, kid, it's me. Are you okay? Honda asked, examining the injury on his head. She got you real good. What happened? She tried to RRA, too. Noticing the boy's state of dress, the marks on his neck, and the bruises on his wrist, Honda shushed the boy. It's fine, kid, let's just get you patched up. Honda muttered angrily as he finished stitching Naruto up and started cleaning his lip. I can't believe that girl. The rest of Honda's complaints went unheard as Naruto kept recalling that memory flash. That man had wanted him dead. Why? Who was he? Was he still out there? And why did he call him a monster? Nothing was making sense. Kid? I was asking what you wanted to do about that punk little gangster. Maybe we should get the guards in case she comes back. Honda's mind jumped at the possibility of calling the contract off with the Nori, but hopped back when he recalled what kind of woman Sujiri was. No, we both know the guards and Yakuza might not like each other, but I doubt the chief wants to cause trouble by arresting the Yakuza boss's daughter. Aside from that thought, tonight's event had helped him choose a path to walk. Aji-san, I think I'm going to leave. Really? Honda asked. He could see the boy was still a bit unsure of himself, so he decided to iron out the boy's resolve. Are you nervous? A bit. Well, you shouldn't be, Honda chuckled. I taught you damn near everything I know. Medicine, survival, how to defend yourself. You're ready for this, kid. Honda knew he did right as he saw a small fire kindle in the boy's eyes. From here on out, you'll have to decide what you want to do. What do you want to do with your life? The memory dazed Naruto, and all he could remember was the voice and the face. He regained his bearings and tried to recall more, but it was like grabbing a handful of sand. When nothing else came, he sighed and held onto the small piece he recovered. What was that about, kid? Honda asked, examining the boy again. I just remembered something. A girl, with black hair. She asked me what I wanted to do with my life. When he repeated the question out loud, Honda saw the fire in the boy's eyes grow brighter. With this newfound determination, Naruto hopped off the table, grabbed a traveling bag, and rushed off to his room. Honda hobbled after the boy and found him in his room stuffing clothes and other essentials into his bag. What are you doing, kid? Packing. I'm leaving tonight. Why? Because I know what I want to do with my life, Naruto said as he shoved a small case into his bag. Then he turned to Honda. I mean, not with all of it, but I know what I want to do now. Actually meant why now? At night? Oh, well, I don't think Tsurugi or Karino would just let me leave after they find out about their contracts. Honda didn't even have to think about their reactions. He just nodded in agreement. Okay, you finish here. I've got to grab your present. The old man headed downstairs as quickly as he could. I don't think I can carry a lot, Naruto called out. Don't worry, you'll be able to carry this one, Honda called back. Naruto closed the bag and headed down, where he found Honda waiting for him, box in hand. Happy birthday, kid. Naruto took the box from Honda gratefully, and opened it up. Inside was a belt, dyed dark green, with pouches sewn onto it. A utility belt? I prefer Medi belt. I had it custom made, Honda said while Naruto fastened the belt to his waist. Good fit? Great fit. On Naruto's left side hung a bag larger than the other. Popping it open, he found a mortar and pestle. You're too good with herbs not to have one, Honda explained, giving the belt a solid tug to make sure it was on nice and tight. Everything you'll need, kid, to patch up yourself, or anyone else, seeing as you like to be so helpful and all. Without a second thought, Naruto embraced his father tightly. Thank you, for everything. Honda chuckled, to hide the sadness welling up in his heart, and clapped Naruto heartily on the back. "I was help, Naruto." They enjoyed the moment, but Honda pulled away and clasped the boy's shoulders. "Before you go, I've got one more thing for you." Honda grabbed his staff and ran his palms fondly over its surface, every scratch and notch a memory of his life. "This staff has been with me longer than anyone in my life, and it's saved it me more times than I can count." Laying it flat on his palms, Honda presented it to Naruto, "And I'm sure it'll do the same for you." Now it was Naruto who had to take a moment to compose himself as he took Honda's most valuable possession in his hands. Thank you, Honda-ji-san." Honda gently placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder. "I always had a feeling you were meant for something special, kid, and I know you'll find it out there." Father and son, not by blood, but by a bond just as strong, walked out of their home for the final time. "Now go, Naruto, and don't ever be afraid to keep moving forward." "I won't." The autumn leaves rustled and fell from their trees, the shades of brown, red, and orange signaling that fall was in full swing. A crow landed amongst the leaves and pecked at the ground, annoying squawks bellowing out of its throat from time to time. Unknown to the crow, nearby a young man slumbered underneath the pile of leaves, so it came as a surprise to the bird when a hand shot out from beneath the pile and swatted at him. Naruto yawned as he threw the pile off his sleeping bag. It took a moment for his eyes to adjust, and then his ears turned him to the angry, squawking crow in the tree. "It's a little early for that, don't you think?" As if answering his question, the crow flew up into the air, drawing Naruto's eyes to the sun sitting high up in the sky. "Guess it isn't." From the sun's position, Naruto guessed it to be sometime around noon. Well, 6 hours should be enough. Beginning to pack away his sleeping bag, Naruto thought about his next move. He had traveled all night, and when the sun began peeking over the horizon, he rested among the trees along the road. Now, well rested, he pulled out a map. "Okay, let's see. The river Ajisan found me and was here, and it flows out of Fire Country. Guess that's where I'll start." "So, old man, you thought you could pull one over us?" Tsujirinori spat as she grinded the scabbard of her sword into Honda's head. "Where's Foxy-chan?" "I don't know." "Here." Tomoko Takashi stepped forward. "Obviously, we cannot take your word for it, Moto-san. I'm serious. The kid found the contract scrolls. I tried to calm him down, but he wouldn't listen to me," Honda said. Then he turned to Tsurugi. "It might have also had something to do with your daughter getting fresh with him, Nori." Tsujiri turned suspicious eyes on her daughter. "What's he talking about, kid?" When Tsurugi turned away instead of answering, Tsujiri hoisted her up by her collar. "What is he talking about?" Hesitantly, Tsurugi looked her mother in the face. "Last night, after our celebration, I went to see Whiskers. Things got heated. I got frisky. He pushed me away, and I laid hands on him." Tsujiri dropped Tsurugi on her ass. "You couldn't keep it in your pants, you stupid girl." I didn't know." "It doesn't matter if you didn't know, you should know better." Tomoko chuckled at the mother-daughter spat and couldn't help throwing in her own barb. How could she know better with such a vulgar woman for a mother? Tsujiri twisted towards Tomoko, brandishing her blade. "Oi, you looking for a fight, Takashi?" "As long as I don't have to fear for my chastity." Tomoko shot back, pulling out her own weapon, a whip. Tsurugi smirked, unable to resist throwing out her own barb. Like anyone would want a woman with such a huge flabby ass. Red-faced and mortified, Tomoko sniped right back at Tsujiri. "At least I don't have a gut that rolls over my pants." Tsujiri clutched her blade tightly, too angry to even think of a good comeback. The both leaders heard their minions muttering amongst themselves. "How dare she insult Takashi-sama? Right? The only reason it's that big is because Takashi-sama doesn't like working out when it's cold." "Oh man, I've never seen Boss Nori so mad." "Damn Takashi, it's only 'cause the boss can't resist eating Junichi's cute pastries every day." "You're not helping," both women shouted furiously before violently breaking the silence. "Thunder thighs. Muffin top. Bubble butt. Jelly rolls." Both women would have gone on like this if Kirino stepped between them. "Enough. This is leading nowhere. We need to get back to Honda." "You're right, Moto." Tsujiri turned to the nervous old man. "There ain't nothing wrong with woman who's got some meat on her, right?" "Oh, of course not. Men find it very attractive." Then Tomoko stepped forward. "What about women with big hips? What man could resist a curvaceous woman?" "Ha!" Both women shouted, jabbing each other in the chest. Kirino sighed at their childish squabbles. "That's not what I meant. Honda-san, do you have any idea where Naruto-kun would have gone?" "Not a clue. The world's a big place, who knows where he might end up?" "It probably wouldn't buy him a lot of time. Naruto would need whatever advantage Honda could give him." "I see." Kirino thought it over for a moment before speaking. "Then nothing can be done about it now." "What? Are you serious, Takashi? You're gonna give up just like that?" Tsurugi shouted. "Of course not," Kirino chided. "But even if we knew where he was, dragging him back against his will would only make things worse." Tsurugi wanted to argue, but Kirino, hated as she was, had a point. Besides, she wasn't ready to face Naruto right now. Although that does not mean we can't send out a few people to seek him out, and keep an eye on him. You're right, Tsurugi replied. Does this mean we're working together? For now. Naruto walked along the river he had been following through the unchanging countryside. Empty plains followed by the occasional grouping of trees looped over and over again before his eyes. A splash caught his ear and he gazed at the small bright green fish flying in the air before dropping back into the river. 57. For the past hour or so he had been counting the hopfish, curious little creatures that liked to leap out of the water for whatever reason. 58. Naruto recalled all the stories Honda had told him late at night before he went to bed, how they filled his head with daydreams of having exciting adventures of his own. 59. Seeing new and wondrous sights, meeting interesting people along the roads, and truly finding out who he was. 60. Chivalrously running into danger to protect a kind stranger, or come to the rescue of some poor victim in need of a hero. 60. Naruto's brow quirked as he spotted a bundle of blonde fur rise out of the water. A beaver? No tail, then maybe an otter? Do they even come in that shade? As Naruto focused on what the mystery bundle was, a large cloth broke the surface of the water, followed by one hand and then another. Oh crap, that's a person. Naruto ran to the river's edge and used his staff to catch the body before it drifted any further down the river, the gentle current making it easy to reel in. Once it was close enough, Naruto heaved the victim onto the shore, and immediately recognized it to be a woman. As soon as he flipped her over, his critical eye took in every little detail in a flash. The cloth was actually a large cloak with red cloud designs. The blonde fur was actually blonde hair. The style of dress suggested a kunoichi. Then he felt for pulse. Not finding one, he tore her cloak open and began administering CPR. The more seconds that ticked by, the more worried Naruto became. Come on, Naruto muttered over and over again, making sure to keep the rhythm of his compressions. He continued this again and again until finally, Naruto planted his lips against hers and blew one last strong puff of air into her. Her body convulsed back to life violently, and she vomited the water in her lungs all over herself. When he was sure the woman was breathing fine, he began to check her for wounds. While he was doing this, the woman managed to stir from state enough to let out a pitiful moan. Naruto leaned over her and began to bombard her with questions of how and where, but all she managed to get out was a single word: angel. Bewildered, Naruto stared up into the sky, but there's nothing in the sky. The gentle breeze woke her, and now, as her lone blue eye gazed up at the murky orange sky, she tried to clear the cobwebs from her mind. While she attempted to recall how she came to be here, and where here was exactly, her ears were drawn to the sound of a crackling fire. Looking over, she saw a young man tending to steaming pot of what smelled like soup. She coughed and swallowed a few times, struggling to soothe her parched throat, until at last a canteen was brought up to her lips. Easy, not too fast, Naruto said, making she didn't choke on the water. There, all better? Yes. Now wide awake, she studied her assumed-to-be savior. She could tell he was young by the few soft features he still had, probably no older than 17. His hair a shade close to her own, and his eyes, oh his eyes. She'd never seen gentle sapphires like his, open and unguarded. The small smile he sported, which she could imagine to be ever-present, made her heart beat faster, and she was filled with the sudden urge to rub those whisker-marked cheeks of his. Who are you? Naruto. And you? There was that smile again. All yours. What? I mean Deidara. I'm Deidara. She sat up and looked away, partially to gather her thought and partially to hide her blush. What is wrong with me? She brushed her hair away and immediately took notice of the bandages wrapped around her hands. What the hell happened to my hand? Seeing the suspicious look she was pinning on him, Naruto quickly explained how he saved her hand. When I was sure you were breathing properly, I checked you over for any other injuries. Your hands were burned pretty badly, so I took some. Staring at her hands, Deidara suddenly remembered what happened. She and Soridana had been running a sabotage mission in Fire Country to destroy a mining operation. The client was a bit infuriated that the owner had refused to sell, so they had been hired to put the mine out of commission. The owner had caught wind of the mission, and not one to take things lying down, had hired his own protection, a squad of jonin. Unfortunately, she and Sori had gotten into another one of their artistic arguments, and Deidara had bet that she could destroy the mine on her own, thus proving the superiority of her art. It was only when Deidara had begun her attack that she found out about the jonin squad. She had skill, but numbers had won out when a jonin had managed to get close enough to leave a surprise in her C4 containers. Then one trouble fell onto the other as the container exploded when she reached in. Her only good fortune from the entire fiasco was the amount of clay she had exhausted had saved her from being blown to smithereens. Instead it blasted her into the river. If I see that silver-haired bitch again, I'll really show her my art. Yeah. And that's why you're not feeling any pain right now, Naruto finished as he brought over a bowl of the chicken soup he had been cooking. Here, I'm sure you're hungry. Thanks, Deidara replied as she took the bowl from him. Ow. Naruto caught the bowl before she burned herself further. I was afraid of that. He pinched one of Deidara's fingers and hummed as she recoiled. The burns are worse than I thought. Don't worry, your Kunoichi and the poultice I used on your burns reacts positively to chakra. It'll help the healing process. Still, it might take a while for them to heal properly. Deidara eyed him carefully. How did you know I was a Kunoichi? Naruto chuckled before answering. You're kidding, right? Don't take this the wrong way, but the way you Kunoichi dress is pretty out there. It's not that weird. Yeah, Deidara pouted. So how long until I can use my hands again? Well, Kunoichi have always had better healing abilities than civilians, so it might be 3 or 4 weeks until those bandages can come off, Naruto answered as he stirred the soup. What, that's too long. Yeah, her hands were her primary weapon, not to mention her main mode of travel. Without them she was going to be hoofing it. Well, there's nothing I can do about it now, Naruto replied as he spooned a big helping of the soup. But if you want to heal properly, you need to eat. Now, say What? Deidara felt heat rise to her cheeks again. You need to eat, and since you can't use your hands, I'll have to feed you. So, say Naruto ordered as he held the spoonful up to her mouth. Deidara attempted to ignore the red in her cheeks as Naruto fed her. This is pretty nice. Yeah. After the meal was over, Deidara had decided that she rather enjoyed being taken care of by the handsome young man. Someone was hungry, Naruto said as he moved back to the soup pot. Thanks for the food, Deidara replied, her full stomach putting her in a good mood. If you don't mind me asking, what's a young thing like you doing out here all alone? I don't mind, Naruto said as he served himself a bowl. You see, as a young boy I washed up on a riverbank with no idea who I was or where I came from except for my name. An old man named Hondamoto took me in and raised me like his son. About a day ago I decided to leave the village, follow the river, and see if I could find where I came from, or at the very least some clues. Whoa, that's heavy. Yeah. What about you? How did you end up in the river? Naruto asked. Deidara began to sweat as she realized he might not be so cooperative if he found out her injuries were the result of an attempt to bomb a mine and innocent civilians. I'm a Kunoichi, so the less you know the better. Oh, I guess you're right. Soridana couldn't have done any better. Yeah. The two enjoyed companionable silence as Naruto ate his soup. By the time he finished and settled down next to Deidara, the stars had come out. I always enjoy watching the stars. They shine for only a few hours and then disappear. That's what makes them beautiful. Yeah. Never thought about it like that, Naruto said, turning to her. By the way, how do your hands feel? They're throbbing a bit, but nothing I can't handle, Deidara replied. You won't have to worry about going our separate ways tomorrow. Separate ways? Naruto asked. You said you were going to follow the river, and I have to regroup with my partner in Wave Country, Deidara answered. Those two destinations are in very opposite directions. Well, I can't really do that, Naruto said. What do you mean? I can't just leave you on your own, Naruto replied. Those burns are serious and the bandages have to be changed. Not to mention that you won't be able to use your hands for a while. You can't be left alone, so I'll accompany you to Wave until your hands heal. Naruto, I don't know what to say. Thanks. Deidara was sure that he was tired of hearing her thanks, but she had no other words to express her gratitude. It means a lot. Yeah. The last 2 weeks had been the most memorable and most trying of Deidara's life, and she was positive that she had never been more embarrassed. With her hands so badly burned, Naruto had to take care of everything she normally used them for. That included feeding her, changing her clothes, and even helping her go to the kami above. She couldn't even finish that thought. There was also her need to hide the fact that she was a criminal Kunoichi working for a corrupt shipping magnate, because Naruto didn't seem to be the type who enjoyed hanging around with felonious people. I'll treat the silver-haired chick to a private gallery of my best pieces, Deidara thought vengefully. Although it wasn't all bad, after 2 weeks of healing she could finally use her hands for simple tasks. She still needed help bathing, but who better to help her get all squeaky clean than the very handsome and easily flustered young man accompanying her. She giggled quietly as she remembered the first time they bathed together. They were near a small river-fed lake, and both had begun to smell more than a little ripe. Her lack of hands meant Naruto would have to wash her down, something he wasn't very embarrassed about because of the hours he put in as a nurse at the local hospital. Not willing to let the boy go without some teasing, she made a big show of moaning and gasping whenever he got near her fun bits, and of course she couldn't let him wash her back with offering to do the same in return. But your hands. Oh right, I can't use these, can I? And then she crossed her arms, purposely emphasizing her bust, and flashing him a devious smile. But I do have these. Oh, she really enjoyed that dumbfounded look of his. Just kidding. Deidara was really good at teasing him. I wonder if time for another bath? However, she was really bad at keeping thoughts in her head, which often lead to her own embarrassing situations. What did you say? Naruto asked, distracted by two rabbits being really friendly with one another. Why do I keep doing this? Deidara thought as she scrambled for an answer. Fortunately, she had a lot of practice by now. What I said was, I wonder if we're on the right path. Isn't that something you should know? Naruto asked, worrying where they might be if she didn't have a clue. I'm following your lead, so if you don't know, dash. Oh, I know, my man. I just think we should double check. Safe than sorry, you know. Deidara answered, patting herself on the back. And sorry says I can't keep my cool. Alright, I guess it's time for me to change your bandages anyway. So the two found a comfortable spot beside the road to rest, and Naruto set to work on her bandages. The first time they had come off, Deidara had panicked over the sight of her hands. Crippling injuries were always at the forefront of a Kunoichi's mind. Naruto had calmed her down by explaining that it was merely superficial damage that would heal in time, and as Deidara looked them over now, she began to believe that everything would turn out fine. She tempered her excitement, as Naruto had also explained that the real worry would be whether or not any of the burns were deeper than they looked. Well, you're healing just like I thought you would. Can you hold them out for me? Deidara did as he asked, and Naruto looked over every inch of her hand with a critical eye, taking care to look closely at the palms, which she said had been hit first. The skin that had been pink was normal now, and the redness was beginning to fade. The blisters were nearly gone, and her skin had begun to lose its wet-looking appearance. Good, these were only partial thickness burns. Some of those red spots had me worried, but they're fine. Do you need another painkiller? Not now. I'll tell you if it starts giving me problems. Naruto nodded and began applying burn ointment to her hands. Your skin is still susceptible to infection, so I'll have to put the gauze back on. That poultice I used had some minor antibiotic properties, but I'll give you a shot just to be on the safe side. Deidara pouted as he finished wrapping the gauze and rolled up her sleeves. Can't you just use that mushy stuff again? It's not mush, it's poultice, and the ingredients for it aren't cheap. Naruto answered and laughed at her pouty face. I know no one likes getting shots, but I have to save that poultice for emergencies. Now this won't hurt a bit, just look at the clouds. Deidara tried her hardest to do just that and not pay any attention to the methodical way Naruto went about his work. Every time he went into doctor mode, as she dubbed it, he changed into a completely different person. Now just count those clouds and it'll be over before you know it. 1, 2, 3, 4, ouch. Deidara winced as she felt the familiar pinch of a needle. There, Naruto cooed, that wasn't so bad, and if I had any lollipops I'd give you one. He placed a small bandage on it, and then he gently placed a kiss on Deidara's arm right over the needle mark. Deidara pulled her arm back and asked, why did you that? What? Naruto asked as he nonchalantly packed up his supplies. The kiss? Why did you kiss my arm? And quietly thought to herself, I do have lips. I don't know. Then at him, like a blast of air to the brain. Why do I have to kiss it, Kabuto-chan? Well, Naruto-kun, it's customary, you see, for a male doctor to kiss the last place he bandages on a female patient, Kabuto explained, which is why you have to kiss the bandage on my cheek. You do want to be a great doctor, right? Yeah. Without a second thought, Naruto planted a kiss on Kabuto, but ended up blushing like mad when he realized what he'd done. Did I do it right? I might need another one, Kabuto answered shyly. Kabuto-chan. He remembered her unique white hair and dull black eyes, how she fiddled with her glasses when she was nervous, and the harsh way she chided him when he made mistakes. How could he forget her, his closest friend, Kabuto-chan? Naruto, he came back to life and found Deidara hovering over him. Are you okay? Naruto sat up and tried to gain his bearings. Those memories had been so vivid. What happened? You dropped like a rock, my man, kept muttering about some Kabuto chick over and over. Deidara answered before a devious grin spread across her face. You also made the cutest little moans. Yeah. She's a friend of mine, Naruto replied, pointedly ignoring her teasing. But I don't know from where. All these new memories, and not one had a clue as to where he came from. It was baffling, but he decided to take it as a cup half full situation. It's not like an amnesiac can really complain about getting his memories back. A friend? Like a girlfriend? Deidara teased, really wanting payback for the shot. No, just friend girl, Naruto said, continuing to ignore her little jibes. Shouldn't you be checking the map instead of trying to tease me? The map? she asked, having completely forgotten and really solidifying stereotypes about blondes. Yes, the map, the whole reason we stopped here in the first place, Naruto explained. Right, the map. Deidara moved over to his pack and carefully pulled it out, making sure not cause her precious hands any damage. I'll get right on that, yeah. I wonder if all Kunoichi are this weird, Naruto thought to himself as he watched Deidara turn the map this way and that. It had taken them another week and a small boat ride, but Naruto could finally see their destination on the horizon. He had to admit that he was more than a little excited to finally see a new village. Thoughts of his home tamped down his enthusiasm, but he decided not to let ruin his mood. Come on, Dara-chan. Yo, wait up, Deidara shouted as she chased after him. Why the rush? Just a dinky little village. Whatever expectations Naruto had were shattered as he set foot in the village. Even with a cursory glance around, he could tell that the village had fallen on hard times. All the houses looked run down, some were even missing windows and doors. From the houses that weren't abandoned, scared and suspicious eyes stared at him, and as he made his way further into the village he found out where the former residents had gone. Whole families were tucked into the alleys, a fortunate few seemed to squatting in abandoned homes. Mothers were patching holes in clothes, while children ran around rummaging for anything of worth in the garbage or on the street. Others were begging for change. He also saw fathers bring sacks of rice barely holding anything to their families. He rounded a corner and found himself in what appeared to be a market district. The only things being sold were food and clothing, and both looked less than passable. Fresh produce seemed to be non-existent, as most stalls carried old and, sometimes rotting, food. One stall worker was even offering half off on everything rotten. The meat was a little better, but the prices were downright criminal. The other stalls were filled with rags, and not many actually carried articles of clothing. It was obviously cheaper to buy rags and thread to fix old clothes. Naruto-kun, he nearly jumped out of his skin as Deidara scared him out of his reverie. You shouldn't run off like that. This place is a bad scene. Yeah. Dara-chan, what happened here? Deidara looked until she realized what he was referring to. Oh, the village. Well, it used to be a fishing village with a shipping port, but the new owner put a ban on fishing and brought in his own workforce for the port. Now, most of the sailors and fishermen are out of business. He also raised tariffs on imports and exports, so a lot of the merchants who weren't rich enough to get out are trapped on a sinking ship. They can't bring anything in, so they got nothing to sell, and the fishermen don't have fish, so the merchants don't have anything to send out. All in all, this village's beauty days are way behind it. What about the river we crossed? Can't they use that? No. That new owner, Gato, basically owns this island and he refuses to allow anyone use of the rivers or channels to the mainland, Deidara explained. Then how did we manage to cross? Naruto asked. Because the boatman works me in my organization, and Gato isn't dumb enough to pick a fight with us, unless he wants me to sculpt his tombstone, Deidara said. Let's get going, this place kills my mood, and my partner's waiting. She took his hand and gently tugged him along. Wait, Naruto said as he pulled away from her. I can't leave these people like this. What are you going to do? Deidara asked. What can you do? Hi. He hated to admit that those questions left him at a loss. He barely had any food left, and he'd give away what money he had, but doubted that he could earn it back. The left providing his services for free, but that just brought in a whole slew of new problems. He had a very finite supply of medical resources. He could patch cuts and treat infections, but who knows how many people he could fix up before he ran out of supplies. Not mention that he might not have the proper medicine or medication for certain illnesses, and the medicine he did have wasn't very much. He could try to buy supplies from a hospital, if there was one, but he doubted they would part with anything cheaply. He didn't want to say it, but if he tried to help he'd probably end up in need of help himself. Damn it. Come on, Deidara said, taking his hand again. After we meet my partner I'll make sure you get a lift back to the mainland. XXX. Deidara and Naruto made their way into an abandoned warehouse by the pier. Just let me handle this and don't make any sudden movements. Why? My girl, Sori, doesn't really like strangers, Deidara explained before walking into the center of the warehouse. True art is brief and fleeting. No, it is ageless and everlasting. A young woman dropped from the ceiling, covered from the chin to shin in a coat similar to Deidara, and underneath the coat she wore what appeared to be dark pants and a pair of sandals. She was shorter than Deidara and had shaggy red hair, but there was something off about her that Naruto couldn't put his finger on. Maybe it was the emotional expression she wore. It's about time. Deidara, did you take care of the mission? Not exactly, Deidara answered. Why am I not surprised? Sori said, and then she turned her eyes on Naruto. Who is this? This, Sori, my girl is Naruto-kun, Deidara replied, taking Naruto by the shoulders and presenting him. He saved my life, patched me, and played nurse for me while I was getting better. Saved your life? Well, that's kind of the reason the mission was dud, Deidara explained lamely. What on earth possessed her to agree to Deidara's bet she would never know? There was something about the blonde bomber that always managed to break through her cool demeanor. You shouldn't have wasted the effort on this moron, Sori said, annoyed by her partner's performance. Hey! But our leader would have been cross with me if she died. So you have my thanks. Sori turned back to Deidara. Come on, we have to report this to Gato at his headquarters. Wait, you work for Gato? Naruto shouted, stepping away from Deidara, as in the Gato that's choking the life out of this village. Yes, he hired us to complete a job. Sori glared at her partner, a job we won't be receiving full payment for. Why wouldn't you tell me about this, Dara-chan? Naruto asked as Deidara began scrambling for an answer. Finding the perfect excuse, she took a deep breath and put on her best forlorn face. I'm a kunoichi without a village, Naruto-kun. I have to take what work I can find. This is the work my organization assigned me. I don't like it, but I need it to survive. I didn't want to tell you because I was afraid of what you think. Dara-chan, Naruto had always been a sucker for a sad girl. You're still my friend, and while I may not like it or approve, I won't abandon a friend for ending up on a bad path. Deidara quashed those feelings of guilt for lying, and hugged him. Thanks, Naruto-kun. What the moment was over, Naruto turned to Sori. This meeting with Gato, mind if I tag along? Hopefully you could learn something useful by meeting the man in his home. Sori was about to refuse, but seeing the pleading look Deidara was shooting her, she gave in. It would be easier than hearing her whine about it later, if you want, but don't say or touch anything. Gato isn't the type of man who enjoys strangers near his things. When I hired the Akatsuki, I thought I was paying top dollar for the best in the business, Gato said as he stood up and grabbed his cane, made of the finest mahogany of course, so imagine my surprise when I hear word from my informant that the mine and its owner are still standing. I take it you are displeased with the outcome, Sori calmly spoke. Understandable. Yes, it is, Gato said, walking around his desk and standing in front of his three visitors, which begs the question, what is your policy on refunds? There is none, Sori replied. Of course the contract stands, so if you still wish us to handle your problem, we will. Don't bother, Keiji, one of the multitude of thugs hanging around the office stepped forward. You see, this owner happened to be married to a Hyuga woman, one of the main branch, and after your little debacle she managed to convince him to rewrite his will to pass ownership of the mine over to the Hyuga upon his death. Now, even you do kill him and destroy the mine, the Hyuga will take possession of it, and with their resources they can afford to fix that mine 5 times over. Not to mention that they're a Kunoichi clan, so I can't touch them unless I want assassins after my head. I see your dilemma. Yes, I suppose you can, Gato replied, taking a hold of his cane, and it has left me, in your own words, displeased. Without warning, Gato drove his cane into Keiji's head. I am very, 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 very displeased. Naruto could only stand there and watch, horrified as Gato kept bringing his bloody cane down. He'd seen people die, even helped some of the past gently, but this was different. It wasn't death, natural and inevitable, it was murder, senseless and violent. By the time Gato had worked out his displeasure, Keiji's head looked like squashed watermelon. After he adjusted his tag, Gato turned back to his visitors, a disturbingly calm smile on his face, and said, I apologize that you had to see me in such a state, but now that I've cleared my head we can get back down to brass tacks. You see, I've got another problem you can help me with. A bridge builder is heading to this village with a squad of Kunoichi. He is attempting to finish a bridge that could destroy the hold I have over this island. I've already sent another Kunoichi, Susuna Momochi, and her servant to deal with them. I'd like you to go to serve as insurance. That was not in the contract, Sori stated. What does it matter? Our leader is very particular about the missions we take and who takes them, Sori replied. My partner and I are specialists in sabotage, infiltration, and demolition. If our fight with these Kunoichi escalates, there is no guarantee that we won't level any of your property to the ground. If you wish for an assassination, you will have to request a new contract. Another contract. After your complete failure, you expect me to spend more money. Gato's mouth was nearly frothing at the very thought of it. I'm sure they'll offer you a discount, Sori drawled out. She was sure that if she spent another minute being yelled at by this little grub, she'd make him dance right out the window with her chakra thread. Forget it, just get out of my sight, and inform your leader that she has lost my business, Gato huffed as he plopped into his chair. I'll be sure to break it to her gently, Sori replied, and signaled Deidara and her little friend to follow her out. I can't believe you actually worked for that monster, Naruto said when they were a good ways away from that man's HQ and back in the warehouse. It's not like we enjoy it, Deidara said. but if we killed every client that annoyed us, no one would hire us again. No need to dwell on it further, Sori said, and with a wave of her hand she brought a puppet down out of the shadows. What is that thing? Naruto actually took a step back as he laid eyes on it. It looked like a grown man's body, with a bandana masking the mouth, and black hair in a top knot, but from there it just got weird. Aside from all the wooden parts, its left arm looked like a bumpy mace and its torso was completely disproportionate to its body. To add even more weirdness, the torso also had a giant, angry, iron face attached to its back. This puppet also gave him the same uncomfortable vibe that Sori did. This is Hirako, the puppet I travel in, Sasori answered. Why? Good practice, Sori replied, a bit surprised by his curiosity as most people who saw her human puppets were put on edge. I also hate walking. I can see why these two are partners, Naruto thought as he recalled all the moments Deidara complained about having to walk. Deidara, Sori said as she sealed herself in the puppet, and wrapped a cloak around it, we need to report our failure to the leader. Actually, Sori, I promised to find Naruto a ride to the Hidden Leaf Village, Deidara said as she scratched her head nervously. Well, as rewards go, that one isn't very demanding, or creative, Sori replied, taking a moment to think it over before answering. But I suppose it wouldn't be too much trouble. Actually, Dara-chan, Sori-san, I'm going to stay here and help. The announcement caught them both off guard. These people need all the help they can get and I can't leave them like this. Didn't we already go over this? Deidara asked. I know I can't do much, Naruto began, swallowing that pill, but I can help with the construction of that bridge. I'm sure they wouldn't mind the extra hands, or a medic. If Gato finds out you're opposing him, he won't hesitate to kill you, Deidara interjected, hoping to dissuade her friend. I know, but like I said, they need help and I'm not the type of guy to ignore those in need, and if there's a shot that that bridge can do what Gato says it does, I'm willing to put life on the line. In that moment Deidara saw Naruto in a new light, and she couldn't help but think that there was something more to him than just a pretty face. Look at you, acting like the big hero, Deidara teased, slapping him on the back. But if you're going to start helping these folks, Gato's going to have an easy time finding you. What do you mean? With the power he has, Gato isn't above making people disappear, Sori stated matter-of-factly, and I'll bet that the only reason he's waited this long to kill the bridge builder was so he could truly destroy the people's spirit. He's already seen you, and in this village you stick out like a black sheep. If you want to help, you're going to need a disguise. And we can help with that, Deidara exclaimed. We? Sori asked, why would we do anything? Because we still haven't given him a reward, Deidara shot back, then added smugly, and it was you who said he deserved it. Sori huffed but gave a grudging, fine. Naruto heard her shuffling around in Hirako, until he heard a clack and from beneath the puppet's mask popped out a hand holding a gray wig. Here. Sori didn't seem to understand that taking anything offered by a hand sticking out a mouth unnerved lots of people. When no one grabbed the wig, she assumed they hadn't noticed, so she shook her hand, and said, take the wig. Thanks. Naruto weakly replied, why do you have a wig in there? On long travels I like to decorate my puppets' heads, Sori answered, quite taken with his interest in puppetry, so very few could truly appreciate the advantages of her art. Wow, this feels like real hair, Naruto said as he examined the wig. You must have paid an arm and a leg for this. Something like that, Sori replied as her arm slithered back into the puppet. Man, Kunoichi are weird, Naruto thought as he tried on the wig. It was a good fit, straight, shoulder length, and parted down the middle. The gray hair made him look like a different person. How do I look? A little weird, but good. Now for my gifts. Deidara plucked a pair of tinted goggles from her pouch and placed them on his head. I use these when I make my clay. They should help hide your eyes. Thanks, Naruto said gratefully while fiddling with the glasses. Then Deidara took some clay from her emergency stash. I know you said I wasn't supposed to use any jutsu with my hands all banged up, but I was practicing at night while you caught some ZS. Dara-chan. Yeah, but now I can do this. She spread the clay across his cheeks and colored it to match his skin. Aren't you glad you know such an artistic woman, who can help you hide your cute whisker marks? You can take it off and put on as you please. Yeah. Naruto gave Deidara a great big hug, unable to contain his gratitude. Thank you so much, Dara-chan. Despite the surprise, Deidara returned the hug with just as much warmth. Of course, I'd do anything for you. What? Naruto asked, looking at her. I said I'm glad I could do this for you, Deidara replied, upset that she always backstepped instead of taking the leap and telling him how she felt. Now listen, I'm going to pay that boatman we used for another month's work, so promise me that when this scene starts to turn ugly you'll get to him and get out of here. Naruto was at a loss. He never thought he would meet such a kind person in his travels. They had traveled for nearly a month together, dealing with some embarrassing situations and trading stories, He couldn't deny that it had brought them together, but for her to go so far just to keep him safe. Finding his voice, he answered, "I promise." "Deidara, come on," Sori called as she shuffled out the warehouse in her puppet. "Right behind you," Deidara shouted back. Taking one last look at Naruto, she realized that it might be a long while before she saw him again. She didn't want to leave things like this, without him knowing how she felt, how touched she was that he nursed a stranger back to health, and how much their time together meant to her. She was a powerful and infamous Kunoichi who blew up anyone that crossed her, and had always been unashamed of her eccentricity and attitude. It was ridiculous that she had such a tough time doing this. "That's right, I'm the blonde bomber, baby." So in spur of spontaneity she took Naruto in her arms and laid a passionate kiss on his cheek. When she pulled away, Naruto put a hand on his cheek, blushing slightly. "Another reward? Why can't I do this?" Honestly, there had to be something wrong with her. It's not like she'd never kissed anyone before. There had been a couple of men, and a few women, even enemy Kunoichi, but this just made her want to eat a curb made of her clay. Deidara! Deciding to take the exit provided, she ran to catch up, but not before turning back to him. "See you around, Naruto-kun, and don't forget me or I'll have to show you the kind of bang my art makes." "It'd be pretty hard to forget you, Dara-chan," Naruto said with a big smile as he watched her run out of the warehouse. Man, Kunoichi are weird. After eavesdropping and inquiring for a day, Naruto had found out that the bridge builder had a family and where they lived. Now he stood in front of their door, but before he could even raise his hand to knock a woman through the door open, brandishing an iron skillet in her hand, "Get away from my home." "Wait! Wait!" Naruto shouted, scrambling backwards. "I'm here to help." "Who are you?" Tsunami asked, skillet still raised threateningly. Wait, could he use his real name? Did Gato even know it? Did he even remember what he looked like? Probably better to play it safe. "I'm KG. What do you want?" Tsunami asked. "Like I said, I want to help," Naruto answered, picking himself up. "I've never seen you in this village. How do I know you're not one of Gato's hired mercenaries? I can't really say I have any evidence to convince you, but I did meet the man, and he is the most disgusting human that I've ever met. I escorted a friend here and I was just going to pass through, but then I saw what was happening." Naruto looked straight into Tsunami's eyes as he explained all this, glad to see her slowly lowering her skillet. "Coming onto this island is difficult. This friend you escorted here, what was their business?" Tsunami asked, hoping that he was earnest in his desire to help them. She doubted she could fight off anyone Gato hired. She was a Kunoichi, who worked for Gato. Seeing the skillet rising into the air again, he pressed on. She worked for Gato. Gato wasn't happy with her work, so he fired her, and I stayed to help, Tsunami finished. "Yes, do you believe me now?" "No, at least not entirely, but you were honest with me and that's a step in the right direction," Tsunami answered. "Besides, if Gato did send you to help finish the bridge, I'm not going to waste the help. I'll just have to keep a close eye on you." "So, can I come in?" "No, I thinks it's best if we talk out here," Tsunami replied, and now that she wasn't scared for her life, she took a moment to take in his appearance. The goggles put her off a bit, as he appeared to be trying to hide something. From what she could see of his face, it was easy to tell that he was young. "So how exactly can you help?" "Aside from the extra hands, I'm a trained doctor," Naruto answered. "A doctor? They could definitely use one of those. Since Gato killed the last one, well, we could use one of those. But you do realize that helping us will make you a prime target for Gato, if you aren't working for him." "I know, but I can't walk away from people who need my help," Naruto answered with conviction. "Alright, I assume you know where the bridge is?" At his nod she continued, "Meet me there tomorrow and I'll assign you some work." "You're the foreman?" "I learned a lot from my father, and who better to lead construction while he's away than his daughter?" Tsunami replied. Construction had gone smoothly the rest of the week, and that worried Naruto, because each passing moment was bringing them closer and closer to whatever scheme Gato had in the works. Besides construction, Naruto had finally managed to gain Tsunami's trust through a combination of treating workers and their families, and risking his life to save 2 workers when a part of the bridge gave out. He had also managed to set up a campground outside of the village. Not much game to catch, but there was plenty of edible vegetation. Tsunami-san. Tsunami-san. Construction stopped as everyone turned their attention to the young man running up to the foreman. "Joe, what's wrong?" Tsunami asked, praying that Gato wasn't making his move. "It's your father. He's back." Joe wheezed out. "What? Is he okay?" Tsunami asked frantically. "He's fine, but one of the Kunoichi guarding him isn't. They need a doctor," Joe replied. "Keiji, follow me," Tsunami called out, as she raced home. "I'm right behind you," Naruto called back, gathering his supplies and turning to leave, but not before addressing his patient. Don't pick at the cast emoji, and don't go climbing any trees until it heals. Yes, the young boy drawled out. Tsunami ran into her home calling out for her father. Father! Father! I'm in the den. Tsunami burst into the den and wrapped her father in bone-crushing hug. You're back. You're really back. Tsunami sobbed as she held her father tightly. I'm glad to see you missed me, Tsunami-chan, Tazuna said, returning his daughter's warm embrace. The touching reunion was cut short when one of the Kunoichi approached Tazuna. Tazuna-san, I'm sorry to interrupt, but, Tsunami-san, did you bring the doctor we asked for? I'm right here, Naruto said as he walked into the room, taking time to observe the new arrivals. There were 3 girls about his age, and a woman lying on the ground, his patient. The one who asked about him was a girl with pink shoulder-length hair, green eyes, and fair skin. She wore a red top, black gloves, black low-heel calf-high boots, and red cloth headband wrapped around her head. I'm in Keiji. What's the situation? It's our sensei. She collapsed after our battle with Susuna Momochi. The one who answered was a very pale girl, with short black hair, and black eyes. She wore a black top that only had one sleeve and exposed her midriff, black pants, black sandals, and a headband. Something about her face unnerved him. It reminded him of Sori for some reason. You're pretty young. Are you sure you're a doctor? This snarky comment was delivered by the last girl who was leaning against the wall, sword in hand. She was the tallest amongst her teammates, fair-skinned, black eyes, and shoulder-length black hair that framed her face. She wore a white high-collared short-sleeved shirt with a zipper, dark blue pants, gray shinobi sandals, and a thick purple cloth belt around her waist. Judging from what I can see, the lack of wounds and blood, and her recent battle with an enemy combatant, all signs point to poison or chakra exhaustion, Naruto said, smiling pleasantly at the girl. Of course, that's only from what I can see. Once I take a closer look I can be sure. No, you're right, it is chakra exhaustion, the pink-haired one said. I'm sorry about Satsuki-chan. She isn't good with people. I'm Sakura Haruno, and my other teammate is Sai. And my patient? Naruto asked as he kneeled next to the unconscious woman and began pulling out his equipment. He also pulled off his goggles as the low lighting inside the home made them a serious hindrance. Kashiko Ataki. How long has she been out? Naruto asked as he began stripping her of her clothes. What are you doing to our sensei? Satsuki asked as she drew her blade. Easy, I can't check her for injuries if she's covered head to toe. And don't worry, I'll leave her underwear on, Naruto answered, looking her square in the eyes. This isn't the first time I've had to look over a half-naked woman. It's part of the job. That being said, I need everyone except for one of you Kunoichi to leave the room. A patient is entitled to their privacy after all. I'll stay, Satsuki said immediately, the distrust evident in her eyes. Everyone else cleared out, leaving the 3 of them alone. Be quick about your work, and if I catch your eyes or hands wandering, I'll take them. Your friend is right. You are bad with people. I'm going to need help taking off her clothes, Naruto said, and wordlessly Satsuki moved to help him. Naruto kept his eyes on the patient to make sure she had no other injuries besides the obvious bruises and cuts. He didn't notice the look Satsuki would shoot at him from time to time. You forgot to answer my question. What? Satsuki asked. I need to know how long she's been out, Naruto replied. About 2 hours, she answered. That's a dangerous amount of time to deal with chakra exhaustion. She'll need an infusion of chakra immediately, Naruto said, and set about patching up the more serious-looking cuts. When that was done, he searched Kashiko's flak jacket. What are you doing now? Satsuki asked. Searching for a brush, some ink, and blank seal tags, Naruto said as he went through the pouches taking what he needed. There we go. What do you need those for? To start her on a chakra infusion treatment, Naruto replied. You're lucky my father had to treat Kunoichi from time to time, otherwise your sensei would take 2 or 3 weeks to fully recover. Naruto placed a slip of paper down and began to draw out a seal formula. A seal tag? A man can't use Kunoichi techniques, Satsuki said. You're right, I can't, but seals are different, Naruto replied as he finished one tag and placed it on Kashiko's forehead, after removing her headband. Men have chakra, and they can even grow their chakra reserves through exercise like Kunoichi. We, however, lack the ability to mold the chakra through our chakra coils. Seals, however, mold the chakra into a specified use, and with this seal, Naruto pointed to a spiral seal at the bottom of the tag. It gathers the natural chakra emitted from all living things, so I don't have to charge the seal. So what exactly does this seal do? Satsuki asked. Naruto took a pause from his work and turned to her. You're a curious girl, aren't you? Come on, don't make that face. A small clink noise drew Naruto's attention to Satsuki's sword. Get back to work. Okay, Naruto picked up the brush and got back to it. Now to answer your question, what these seals are going to do is jumpstart Kashiko's natural chakra recovery process. He finished a second one and placed it on Kashiko's stomach. But chakra exhaustion is more than just running out of chakra, Satsuki said. Right again, chakra exhaustion is akin to pulling a muscle, Naruto replied. The seal tags are like ice packs, relieving the strain. Then their second function kicks in, which is to slowly add to chakra reserves, like in 4 drip. Naruto finished the last seal and placed it on Kashiko's breast, over her heart. With a dusting of red on her face, Satsuki pointed her blade at Naruto. Why did you place that on her bare breast? Skin contact, it's the most efficient way. Same reason they have to go over the chakra gates. Safest place to infuse chakra because they'll limit the amount that can get into her system to keep the strain on it minimal, Naruto answered. Covering Kashiko with a blanket, Naruto stood up and dusted of his hands. Okay, I'm done here. Come on, she needs her rest. The two left the room and found the others waiting in the kitchen. Sakura spoke up first. Is Kashiko-sensei going to be alright? She'll be fine, Naruto replied taking a seat. She should be up by tomorrow. I'll come check on her then. Thank you, Keiji-kun, Tsunami said. Would you like to come over for dinner tonight? After work, of course. I'd love to, Naruto replied. It'd be nice to have something other than leaves and roots for dinner. Father, you and the Kunoichi can relax here. Keiji and I've got to go back to work, Tsunami explained getting up from the table. Thank you, sweetheart, Tazuna replied as he uncorked his gourd and took a swig. Actually, Tsunami-san, I'll accompany you to the bridge, Satsuki spoke up. Guarding Tazuna and his family is the mission objective. Alright, and with that the three left, leaving Satsuki's teammates to ponder something odd with her behavior. Did Satsuki just volunteer? Sakura asked Sai. Yes, very odd considering her dislike of watching out for others, Sai replied. I wonder why she wished to escort them. Do you think no? Sakura shook her head in disbelief. Do you know something? Sai asked. Well, what if? And I really mean what if she went because of Keiji? Sakura asked back. Don't be a fool, hag. Satsuki had never shown an interest in anyone, even the dozens of men and women that throw themselves at her feet, Sai replied. You're the fool, freak. Didn't you see all the glances she was sneaking at him? Not to mention how hot Keiji is, and his eyes are so dreamy, Sakura answered blushing a bit herself. Really? Sai asked. This was an unexpected development. She would have to keep a close eye on the two and make sure nothing interfered with her master's plan. The day over and the work done, the trio headed back home. As they walked along the path, Tsunami spoke up. This walk home is my favorite part of the day. The village feels like it used to, before Gato came. The trio was on the last street to Tsunami's home. Don't worry, Nami-chan, we'll finish that bridge, and when we do, the people will have hope again, and then we'll rise against Gato, Naruto said, giving Tsunami his signature grin. The older woman blushed, and was about to speak up, but Satsuki beat her to the punch. Do you really believe that? Naruto turned to Satsuki. Gato has men and Kunoichi at his call. He's got money and resources. Do you really think this village stands a chance against him? Tsunami head dropped as she listened to Satsuki speak, her heart sinking further as the young Kunoichi reminded her of the giant they were facing. Could they really retake their home? She wasn't so sure now. Yes, I do. Tsunami's head snapped to Naruto. You probably think I'm naive. Perhaps, Satsuki replied. Your village and her people are beaten and broken. You're right, Naruto replied to the surprise of both women. But bruises heal and broken things can be put back together. Maybe not like they were before, but what's so wrong with change? Who knows, they might be better than before. Not everything broken can be fixed. Satsuki knew this better than anyone. I don't believe that, Naruto replied, turning to her. I think things stay broken because people stop trying, or maybe they want things to stay broken. Oh, and I'm not from this village. If Satsuki wasn't a Kunoichi, she wouldn't have been able to school her features so quickly. Then why are you putting your life at risk for strangers? Naruto chuckled at her question before saying, people really like asking me that, and my reply is always along these lines. I want to help people, it's all I've ever wanted to do. HN, was Satsuki's reply, before she vanished. Kunoichi sure are weird, aren't they, Nami-chan? Naruto said. When he didn't receive a reply, he turned to Tsunami and found tears in her eyes. Nami-chan, what's wrong? And nothing, Tsunami replied, wiping away her tears. I'm just happy someone like you came to our village. Naruto smiled and opened his mouth, only to be interrupted by 3 men walking out of the alleys, each carrying a sword. Well, we know someone who isn't happy with him. Naruto quickly stepped in front of Tsunami and pulled out his staff. You really think you have a chance of beating us, punk? Why don't you step over here and find out? Naruto shot back. The 3 men laughed before one suddenly charged him. The man swung his sword wide, and Naruto easily parried the blow and gave him a jab to the shin. The man hopped up and down, rubbing his shin, cursing up a storm until Naruto slammed his staff on his skull. The man dropped to the floor like a sack of rice. Now the apparent leader was mad. Beat his ass. The two men wasted no time rushing him, forcing Naruto to back up with each swing. They were obviously trained better than their friend. Each swing was precise and powerful, and they covered each other well. A change of tactics was needed, so Naruto moved to the left, leaving one man behind the other for a moment. That opening was what Naruto needed to feint a swing. The man took the bait, and Naruto took the opening to jam his staff into the man's chest, knocking the air out of him. With his crony catching his breath, the leader came after Naruto, and now one-on-one, Naruto would be able to take the offensive. He locked weapons against the leader, who had more muscle and weight on him, but this was so Naruto could stomp on his toes. The man howled in pain, probably regretting that he wore Getter sandals to a fight, until Naruto punched him in the nose. Dizzied for a moment, the man had no chance to defend against a knee to the groin. The leader curled into a ball on the floor while Naruto dealt with his last man by using his staff to choke him out. "Who's the punk now?" Naruto spat as he looked down on the leader. "Oh my balls, help us you idiots!" The leader screamed, clutching his cracked walnuts. "They can't," Satsuki said as she walked out of the same alley the men came from, wiping her blade with a cloth. "They've all gone to pieces." Down. Naruto brought his staff down on the man's head before he had to hear anymore. "So that's where you went," Naruto said as Satsuki joined them. "Yes, I sensed them tailing us since we left the construction site," Satsuki replied. "We should probably get back to the house." "Of course," Tsunami answered weakly, a bit shook by the ordeal. "Let's go." Tazuna slammed his fist into the table. "Damn that bastard, Gato." Naruto could understand his anger, because he felt the same way. After they returned home, Tsunami, Naruto, and Satsuki relayed their encounter to everyone else over dinner. They were joined at the table by Tsunami's son, Inari, a moody young man if Naruto ever met one. "It's a good thing you were there, Satsuki," Naruto said. "Glad to see such a capable Kunoichi on our side." "Thank you, you handled yourself well, for a man," Satsuki replied with a smirk. Sai and Sakura exchanged looks as Satsuki continued. "But, it seems Gato's out for head now, so it's probably best that you stay with us now, for your own safety." "She's right, Keiji-kun," Tsunami interjected. "I couldn't bear it if dash." Whoa, I completely agree. You guys don't have to twist my arm," Naruto interjected. "He should just run away," Inari piped up. "You'll only die if you stay and fight Gato." "Inari," Tsunami chided. "No, he's right. That's exactly what I should do," Naruto said, smiling at their surprised faces. I wanted to save my own life, but I'm in this until the end." "Are stupid or crazy?" Inari shouted. "Gato ain't going to kill you all, and you're trying to act like a hero. Aren't you terrified?" "Terrified? Of course I'm terrified. Who wouldn't be?" Naruto said. "I'm not a warrior. There's no army behind me. All I've got is this big stick to fight against a rich, powerful, and ruthless man. You think I've some death wish? I don't. I'm scared. But that's exactly why I can't run, because that's how men like Gato win. They terrify everyone into submission, and when someone fights back they kill them." Naruto rose from the table and got eye to eye with Inari. "Do you know why tyrants kill the people who fight back, Inari?" The young boy shook his head. "They kill them because they're scared of them, because they know that if one person rises up it won't be long before more and more people join them." "That's not true," Inari muttered, remembering what happened to the man he idolized, how no one stood alongside him when he needed them to. "Of course it's true. Your grandfather and mother are proof," Naruto said, nodding to Tazuna and Tsunami. "They built that bridge to fight Gato, and now they have a whole workforce behind them. They even got me to join," Naruto said, all this with a great big grin on his face. "Why?" Inari whispered. Why are trying so hard for complete strangers?" Inari yelled. Naruto laughed and answered, "That seems to be the question of the day, and the answer is really simple. All I've ever wanted to do is help people, in any way I can. But Gato, he's too strong. We can't win," Inari replied sullenly. Naruto gently knocked the boy's chin up and said, "This village is your home and that's worth fighting for. Besides, I don't believe in lost causes." And as the young boy stared up at this selfless stranger, he was reminded of a man just as selfless and brave. "I'll be in my room." Inari left without a word from anyone's mouth. Once he was gone, Naruto turned to Tsunami. "Sorry, did I upset him?" "No," Tsunami replied. "I think the opposite." "Great," Naruto said cheerily. "So where do I sleep?" Naruto looked around before walking into the woods where he made camp. He had left early in the morning, before anyone was up to retrieve the last of his supplies from his campsite. He thought it best to come alone with none of his belongings, except for a backpack, and with his disguise off to get past any of Gato's thugs. Luckily, his plan paid off and none of Gato's men even batted an eyelash at him. Now, as he worked his way through the bushes that hid his camp, he thought of what supplies he needed, and what he could afford to leave behind. He wasn't expecting to leave anything behind, but he knew better than most to expect the unexpected. However, the girl rifling through his camp like a hungry bear was something he definitely wasn't expecting. Looking for anything in particular? The girl spun around a bottle of painkillers in hand. Those are my things, so I could probably help you find what you're looking for, maybe. I was gathering plants for a friend, she began, putting down the bottle, embarrassed to have been caught with her hands in the cookie jar. When I came upon this campsite, it looked abandoned, so I thought you could help yourself. Naruto finished for her as he picked up the bottle of painkillers and placed it in his bag. So these plants you were gathering, did they happen to be medicinal? Yes, the girl answered, surprised at his astuteness. How? Given the state this village and nation are in, I don't think it's likely that you're out here looking for roses to freshen up the room, Naruto answered. I'm sorry for trying to steal from you. I'll be on my way. Wait, Naruto grabbed her hand. If you're gathering these plants, then your friend needs help, right? Yes. Then take me to your friend, Naruto said, after you help me gather my supplies. You want to help? Haku asked in disbelief. After you help, Naruto reminded her. Why? Everyone always asks that, Naruto said, taking a pondering pose. You'd think it'd be enough that I want to help, right? Well, to answer your question, it's because I like to help people. That's it? Naruto briefly wondered if she could look any more skeptical than she already did. That's it, Naruto answered, and I could do it a lot faster if you helped. Quickly, the girl went about the campsite grabbing everything Naruto asked for. With her help, it wasn't long until Naruto's pack bulged with his supplies. I forgot introductions. Wait, fake name or real name? Well, he wasn't wearing his disguise, so best not to make things confusing. Naruto. I'm Haku, the girl replied. She wore a loose-fitting pink kimono. Silk black hair fell below her shoulders, and he'd be lying if he said she wasn't gorgeous. From what else he could spy, he could tell she wore bandages around her breasts, meaning they were on the larger side, probably a C-cup. Her clothing hid too much of her figure, but from the sash wrapped around her he could tell she was slim-waisted. Alright, now take me to your friend, and I'll see what I can do. You certainly have a unique way of living, Naruto commented as they walked towards a literal treehouse. It even had little window holes. My mistress cares for her privacy, Haku replied, leading him to a ladder they would use to reach the house. Mistress? Naruto asked as he began scaling the ladder behind Haku. Yes, she rescued me when I was a young girl, and I've been in her service ever since, Haku answered as she climbed into the house. Here, give me your hand. Naruto did as he was told, and was surprised to feel her lift him past the last few rungs of the ladder. You're very strong. My mistress works me hard, Haku explained as she guided him to her mistress. Not too hard, I hope, Naruto said as they finally came to his patient's room. Alright, time to take a look. Haku eyed Naruto carefully as he looked over her mistress, taking note of whenever he hemmed or hawed. I see your mistress took some major damage to the torso. Both turned their attention to the moans of the groggy woman. Haku, have you gotten those herbs yet? Something better, Haku pointed to Naruto. Kid, I appreciate the sentiment, but now's not the time for a prostitute. She eyed Naruto up and down before adding, though you've got good taste, keep him around for later. Naruto spluttered at the woman's audacity before angrily saying, I'm a doctor, not some man whore. Oh, that is better. Good job, Haku, the woman said to her ward and turned back to Naruto. So what's the diagnosis, Doc? I'll actually need your help for that, Naruto replied, and then pressed 2 fingers to her ribs. How does this feel? Damn it, she cursed shouted. Zasuna-sama. Haku cried out. When Naruto heard the name, he immediately froze. Zasuna was the name of the woman who attacked Satsuki and her team. That meant that Haku was her accomplice, and he had just walked into the enemy's home base. Okay, just be cool. You did that on purpose, Zasuna spat. Naruto chuckled, a bit too loudly, and replied, oh, of course not. What about here? The woman cursed as Naruto touched another tender spot. That's how it went for the next couple of minutes, until Naruto finally found out the extent of the damage. 8 fractures. Did you lose a fight with a boar? Something like that. What can you do, Doc? Sasuna asked. Well, you're twice lucky. Once because none of them broke, Naruto began as he pulled a small jar full of paper-thin white worms, and twice because the world is full of amazing little things, like these guys. Shoko worms, better known as bone bugs, ever heard of them? Can't say we have, Sasuna replied, eyeing the worms curiously. Nasty little things that like finding fractures, breaks, holes, and starches on bones and wrapping themselves around the injury, and spewing this mucus that holds and fuses to the bone, creating a sort of cocoon while they eat the bone and marrow. Naruto explained, placing the jar down and digging through his pack for something else. And what are you going to do with those? Haku asked. I'm going to put them inside your mistress, of course, Naruto answered, an answer Sasuna and Haku had very big problems with. Before their disagreements became hostile, he presented a hot coil with a funnel to focus the heat. Don't worry, that's what this is for. These little guys love the heat, and they'll chase it rather than eat. You are not shoving bugs inside me, Sasuna screamed. Of course I'm not, Naruto replied as he reached into a small pouch and pulled out a long metal needle, at least not while you're awake. He pricked her arm with the needle and waited. Ow! What the hell was that, you bastard? Sasuna's head lolled to the side as she drifted off to dreamland. That's better, Naruto said. What did you do to her? Haku shouted as she pulled out her sunbon. Easy, it was a sleeping drug. She'll wake up fine and dandy, not even a headache, Naruto answered calmly. Patients get really fussy when I use the bugs, so it's just easier to knock them out. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to get to work. Why do you have all this? Haku asked, not comprehending why someone would have these things. Would you believe that I was very, very nervous about journeying and overpacked? Naruto replied. I suppose, Haku replied. Good. Naruto took a long thick needle out of his pack. Now, I'm starting to think that you and your friend might be Kunoichi, so just to be on the safe side, I'm going to explain what's going to happen. Naruto opened the jar of weapons and checked his hot coil to make sure it had a charge. Understand? Yes. Good, now I'm going to stick this needle into your friend, making a path for the worm to ribs. Now you'd think this is dangerous and impossible because of the muscle attached to the ribs, but these little guys and their mucus have evolved to glide between the muscle and bone. They hate meat. I don't know why. You haven't explained what these bugs will do, Haku said. Haven't I? Naruto asked and waved it off before answering. The mucus these little guys secrete is rich in calcium, and if the worm is removed before they start eating, it acts as like a dissolving bandage, holding the bone together while giving it some calcium. What if you cut an important vein with that needle? Haku asked, the medic part of her interested in his skill and knowledge. I've done this before and it's worked out fine. Besides, if I nick a vein, we'll know immediately, Naruto replied as he sunk the needle in. Because she'll start to bleed immensely, Haku finished for him. Correct, Naruto said. Then he slowly pulled out the needle and dropped the worm over the wound. Haku watched in sick fascination as the worm burrowed its way in. Now we give it time, and so they waited, making small talk and trading little tidbits of information. Naruto and Haku found one another to be of similar beliefs. Both hated to see others harmed and would rather help than hurt anyone. Naruto was also impressed by Haku's knowledge of poisons, antivenoms, trauma care, and combat medic arts. He even learned one or two things from her. Haku in turn was fascinated to find someone like herself in the world, and she admired him for not turning his back on them, like she had. Time moved all too quick for Haku, and soon Naruto was up and moving to Sasuna's side. He grabbed the heat coil and placed it over the wound. Come on, little guy, you and friends are expensive. Haku waited nervously as Naruto kept his focus on the wound, and finally the worm rose out the skin. There we go. Quick as can be, Naruto plucked the worm and placed it back in the jar. Now we just rinse and repeat. It took about 2 hours for Naruto to finally finish bandaging all of Susuna's ribs, and explained, her healing time has just been cut down to a week or so. Incredible, Haku exclaimed, knowing that the healing time for fractures was much longer. Well, I'm quite talented. Naruto didn't see anything wrong with preening a bit. Then he began to write a seal formula on a piece of paper. What are you doing now? Haku asked. See that area there that looks like a bruise? Naruto pointed to a rather nasty-looking patch of purple skin. Yes, Haku said, wondering what he was getting until it clicked in her mind. Internal bleeding. Exactly. Naruto finished the seal and held it up to her. I can't run a diagnostic jutsu like a Kunoichi, but this seal can do it for me. It'll run a scan and show me whether the bleeding is stopping, or if I'll have to open her up and stop it myself. I can't believe I missed that, Haku chastised herself. And don't worry, I can run a diagnostic on her. Naruto stepped aside and waved for Haku to go ahead. Running through the appropriate seals, Haku's hands were covered in green chakra, which she held above Sasuna. Naruto observed the operation with great interest. It wasn't often that he got witness an actual medical jutsu in action. It took a moment, but when Haku removed her hands from Sasuna, the smile on her face told all he needed to know. She's going to be fine. Good, Naruto sighed in relief, because I've only ever performed like 2 surgeries. I guess there's nothing to do but wait until she wakes up, and give her a final checkup. Thank you for all this, Naruto-kun, Haku said, taking a hold of his hand, but dropped it when she felt an unexpected heat flash through her. Naruto stared at her questioningly and waited for her to continue, oblivious of the feelings welling up inside her. We have no money to pay you, but would you care for something to eat instead? Naruto had never intended to ask for any pay, but as the situation winded down he began to feel those familiar pangs of hunger. He smiled and graciously accepted the offer. Come, Haku said, leading him to a small table, while she went to wherever the kitchen was, and as she handled that, Naruto took the time to ponder his current predicament. He knew that his new acquaintances were the Kunoichi that had attacked Satsuki and her team. He, however, had never been one to turn his back on people in need, and they hadn't been hostile to him. Still, he would need to tread lightly in case their hospitality suddenly soured. He also hoped that his friends weren't panicking over his disappearance. He would have told them of his plans if he had known he would be dragged out here. Of course, that also brought up the question of what to do with this newly acquired information. In the time he took to ponder all this, Haku had whipped up a good meal for the both of them. Putting those questions on the back burner, he decided that being on Haku and Susuna's good side would be the best course of action to make it out of here. What's this? Smells delicious. Thank you. Haku took the compliment as her mistress wasn't in the habit of praising her skills outside of combat. I hope you find it to your liking. Free food from a pretty girl. Things are already to my liking. Naruto replied, a bit taken by the attractive picture she made with the red dusting her cheeks. I'm glad, Haku said, suddenly feeling giddy. Noticing a look he was all too familiar with in her eyes, Naruto hoped that he could make it back without any trouble. Not as much as I am. Haku quietly observed Naruto as he ran Sasuna through a final checkup. She could tell he was having trouble concentrating as her mistress kept dropping dirty little comments. How about I send Haku out and you can give me a thorough checkup, cutie? Haku wouldn't admit it out loud, but she was glad Naruto didn't accept any of her mistress's offers and finished the checkup. When that was done, he rifled through his bag and produced a bottle that he handed to Haku. These painkillers will help her manage any pain her ribs cause her. Only 2 every 4 to 6 hours, that's very important. Naruto closed up his pack and turned back to them. I guess this is goodbye. I'm glad I could help, but I've got to be on my way. People to help and sights to see. Sasuna and Haku watched as he headed out the room. I was hoping he'd accept my offer so we could do this the fun way. Too bad. Haku, you know what to do. Hi, Sasuna-sama. Haku bowed and vanished into thin air. I'm home free, Naruto thought to himself as he made his way into the room with the ladder, only to have that thought crushed as he found Haku in there as well. Haku? Did I forget something? I mean, I'm sure I have everything and, if you're worried, don't, I can find my way back. When Haku said nothing, Naruto's fears were realized. You're not letting me leave, are you? I'm sorry, Naruto-kun, but my mistress sees you as a threat and her safety matters above all else, Haku explained, pulling out her sunbon. Even what I want. But I'm not a threat, Naruto exclaimed. I'm just a doctor and a man, what can I do? Please, Haku begged, come quietly. I don't wish to harm you. Okay, Naruto replied quietly. I don't want you to hurt me either. Naruto held his closed hands out to her. Do what you have to. Thank you. Haku was grateful that things were going smoothly. Don't worry, I will make out. Haku looked down to see a needle in Naruto's hand, the same kind of needle he used to put Sasuna to sleep. She felt the effects immediately and tried to fight against it, but soon she swooned and her feet fell wobbly. Naruto caught her as she fell to the ground, making sure to gently lay her down. Sorry, Haku-chan, there are people who need me, but don't worry, I won't rat you out. You and Sasuna will be safe, I promise. He stayed with her until she passed out, then quickly opened the hatch and climbed down. Naruto prayed that she wouldn't be angry with him as he made his way back to Tsunami's house, and now that he gave it some thought, he also prayed that Tsunami and the others wouldn't be mad either. Goddamn Kunoichi, Naruto paused as heard that familiar voice coming towards him. Make me walk through these blasted woods to talk to them. Don't worry, Gato, sir, Gato. Crap, Naruto never considered running into that man out here. He panicked and leapt into the nearest bush. By the end of the week, both the bridge builder and his guards, and these 2 bitches will be dead. That tidbit piqued Naruto's interest, so he listened with an open ear. Yes, it was quite ingenious of me, he heard Gato say. I make both sides fight until they're exhausted and then move in with my army. Even a Kunoichi of Sasuna's caliber wouldn't be able to fight her way out of that. The best part is neither side will see it coming, nor will I have to pay out a single cent. Naruto nearly bit through his lip as he listened to Gato's plan. He couldn't let that happen, but there was no way he could make it back to Haku and Sasuna's home without alerting Gato and his entourage, which looked quite big from the peek Naruto had taken. Despite how much he hated to, he let Gato pass him by and got back on his way. Damn you, Gato, you won't get away with this. You colossal idiot. Satsuki had been berating Naruto for a good 10 minutes, Of all the stupid ideas you dash, worst thing was that he couldn't really say anything in his defense considering that he was almost captured by Sasuna and Haku. Do you have any idea the advantage the enemy would have had over us if you didn't escape? For the 10th time, I'm sorry and I won't do it again, Naruto replied. The sincerity of his apologies had lessened to near apathy, but what could you expect after 9 apologies? You're sorry, that's it? And it looked like he was going for 11. That's enough, Satsuki, Sai said, stepping in to stop the endless loop of berating and apologizing. I'm sure Keiji-san has learned his lesson. Satsuki sat down and huffed. He better have. Yes, I have, Naruto said, giving Sai a grateful smile. So what are we going to do with the information I found out? We'll leave that up to Kashiko-sensei, Sai replied. She should be up by now, correct? Yes, Naruto answered, standing up and climbing the stairs. Come on. The Kunoichi followed him into the room and waited quietly as Naruto woke Kashiko with some smelling salts. The woman groaned as her eyes snapped open, and for a moment, Kashiko's body tensed as she recalled her last seconds of consciousness. The moment passed, however, as she saw her cute, little Genin kneeling by her side, more than glad to see them safe and sound. Girls, where are we? It's alright, Kashiko-sensei, Sakura replied calmly. We're at Tazuna-san's house. It's safe. Kashiko sighed in relief as she realized the confidence she placed in her students wasn't misplaced. Looks like I owe you guys my life. Actually, you owe him, sensei, Sakura corrected as she pointed to Naruto. Kashiko followed her student's finger and was met with the very welcome sight of a handsome sliver-haired young man. Why, hello there, Kashiko said, sitting up to offer her hand, ignorant of her state of dress. Hello, Kashiko-san, Naruto replied, blushing a bit as he stared at Kashiko's bountiful bosom. Before coming to his senses, perhaps you'd like to get dressed? Kashiko looked down and finally took notice that she was wearing nothing but her purple panties and lace racerback bra. Oh my, but instead of being embarrassed or covering herself up, Kashiko leaned into Naruto, pressing her glorious 32Cs into his chest. See anything you like, cutie? Now Naruto had seen many different types of breasts in his studies and career as a licensed doctor, but there is a difference between examining breasts in a completely professional atmosphere and having them pushed into his face by a fine specimen of female beauty. Not that women hadn't flirted with him before, albeit in a less forward fashion, but it never seemed to last long. He suspected that Sarui and Kirino had something to do with that, because they always went on about staking their claim. This line of thinking was sent out the window, however, when Kashiko made little circles on his chest with her finger. Don't make me beg for an answer, cutie. Well? Before Naruto could get an answer out, Satsuki separated them rather forcefully. You should be resting, sensei, Satsuki spat, pushing her weakened sensei down and giving her a solid bop on the head for good measure. With her perverted teacher handled, she set her furious glare on Naruto. And you, isn't there some rule about doctor-patient relationships? I think that's only for psychiatrists, Naruto replied. But seeing Satsuki's glare become more menacing, he quickly added, but as her doctor, I would never take advantage of her like that. Right, Satsuki muttered. Doctor? Kashiko asked, rubbing her head. Yes, Naruto replied. I'm the one that took care of your chakra exhaustion. My name is Keiji. Thank you, Keiji, Kashiko said sincerely and then added, but I don't have much money, but maybe I could pay you some other way? Enough! Satsuki shouted, Keiji, do the checkup, and sensei, any more out of you and you'll wake up with a headache. See what I mean? Sakura whispered to Sai. She's totally jealous. Yes, I do see, Sai replied, intrigued as to how Satsuki formed an attachment to Keiji so quickly. She would have to investigate. Maybe I could get Keiji-san to give me a checkup, Sakura added, giggling to herself. Oh, Keiji-san, your hands are so nice and warm, Kashiko said, followed by a giggle of her own. Needless to say, Naruto didn't have an easy time examining his patient. Now that that's done, we can move on to Keiji-kun's information, Kashiko, now clothed, said from her seat on the couch in the living room. I could go back to their hideout, convince them that Gado's going to betray them and we could join forces, Naruto said. No, Satsuki said with no room for debate. We just had a conversation about why that is an awful idea. She's right, Keiji-kun, Kashiko added, all kidding aside. Sending a civilian and our only doctor straight to the enemy is a bad plan. Then send someone with me, Naruto shot back. Also a bad idea, Kashiko replied. As it stands, we have no idea how skilled Susuna's apprentice is, and while I'm confident in my team's ability, I don't want to place them in trouble unnecessarily. Not to mention your popularity with the villagers, Sai interjected. If they do manage to capture you for Gado when you're under our protection, it could severely demoralize the village. So what do we do? Naruto asked. Do you know when Sasuna will be up and about? Kashiko asked. It should take a week, same as you, Naruto replied. That's when we could expect them to make their move and for Gato to enact his plans, Kashiko said, and continued on to explain that Gato would most likely send Sasuna to the bridge to kill all the workers and strike a morale blow to the village. They would set traps on the bridge and ready the villagers to defend themselves in case Gato succeeded or decided to sack the village first. I still think I should go speak with Haku and Sasuna, Naruto interjected. I'm sorry, Keiji-kun, but I can't allow that, Kashiko replied, and just to make sure you don't pull another solo mission, I'll have one of my genin looking after you when they're not training. Training? Sakura asked. Yes, Sakura, we've got a week and I intend to make sure that you're as ready as you can be in case things go south. So, who is going to watch over him? Sid asked. I'll rotate the schedule, Kashiko replied. First up is Satsuki. You'll escort Keiji-kun and Tizuna-san down to the bridge today and guard them. I'll join you after I get Sai and Sakura's regiment worked out. Satsuki and her wards had a pleasant, uneventful walk to the bridge. There, Satsuki did her best to stay focused and stave off boredom while Tizuna worked on the bridge, and Naruto worked on the villagers that came to see him. Since Gato stayed away from the bridge, Naruto set up a makeshift office on the bridge and used Tizuna's bungalow when a patient needed privacy. He provided services to all the villagers who were brave enough to come by. Seeing Keiji make a young village girl laugh as he bandaged her wrist, Satsuki headed over to see what could be so funny. To keep the boredom away, not because she wanted to keep him away from that girl's stupid, giggling face. Okay, so maybe she was a bit jealous, and being, slightly, irrational as she and Naruto weren't in anything resembling a relationship. Still, she couldn't stop the way her heart beat a little faster when he was around, or shake the feeling that they had met before. Keiji-san, you're terrible. She also couldn't help but want to throttle every giggly little girl that batted her eyelashes at him. It wasn't my fault, I swear, Naruto said half-heartedly before joining in her laughter. Not to interrupt, Satsuki said, completely wanting to do just that. But Keiji has more patience waiting, so if you don't mind moving along, and just to make sure the message got across, she placed a hand on the pommel of her sword. That would be appreciated. The girl glared at Satsuki, who shot an even meaner glare back, but departed calmly with a quick and meaningful goodbye to Naruto. Yeah, I'm going to need you to stop scaring off my female patients. HN, was Satsuki's eloquent reply. You know, jealousy is very unattractive, Naruto said as a mother brought her son forward. Who says I'm jealous? Satsuki spat. Your actions. Every time a girl so much as smiles at me you come over and start wagging that sword of yours, Naruto replied. I had enough of that in my home village, so if you want to talk to me you need to knock it off. I dashed Satsuki sighed and swallowed her pride. Sorry. Thank you, Naruto replied sincerely. So, do you have someone special waiting for you back home? Satsuki asked, looking away in a desperate attempt to seem disinterested. Yeah, Naruto said, too focused on his patient to notice the hurt expression on Satsuki's face. A bit jealous like I said, but a real sweet guy. Bought me gifts, made me dinner, not to mention a great kisser. Satsuki nearly choked on her spit as she heard Naruto's reply. Why you're into MMM men? Nope, Naruto managed to squeak out, before bursting into laughter. Satsuki's face was steaming and her fists were shaking in rage as she realized Naruto's little trick. Stop laughing at me. Sorry, it's just, haha, the look on your face, priceless, Naruto replied while Satsuki fought back the urge to show him why the Uchiha aren't to be made fun of. Eventually, his laughter quieted down and he said, Don't pout, it was funny and admitted, you deserve it for being all alpha female around me. I'm not pouting, Satsuki grunted. Okay fine, I don't actually mind. You look cute like that, Naruto said, causing Satsuki's face to go red all over again. Needing a change of subject, she went back to the original question. So do you or don't you have someone special back home? Honestly, there are these two girls, Naruto began, but I'm not in a relationship with either of them. Their feelings are pretty obvious, but neither of them have even bothered to ask me out. They haven't? Satsuki asked, wondering what could be wrong with those girls. Nope, all they did was drag me around saying I was theirs, but they never bothered to ask me how I felt about it, Naruto answered bitterly. And it's not that I didn't want to go out with them, or didn't care about them, but I won't be forced into a relationship. I see, Satsuki muttered to herself. Then would you like to go on a date with me, after all this is over? Now it was Naruto's turn to be thrown for a loop. Yeah, I'd like that. He felt a bit odd being asked out of the blue like this, but what could it hurt? He was heading to Konoha anyway, and having a pretty girl show him around wasn't the worst thing in the world, far from it. Good, well, I'll just go patrol over there, Satsuki said, quickly walking away with a small smile. As for Naruto, He couldn't help but hum happily the rest of the day. The following day went uneventfully with Sakura as his guard. The poor girl was exhausted, and Naruto could tell she was focusing everything she had into being vigilant against any threats. Naruto thought it best not to distract her and kept to his work. It was the day after when the odd girl, Sai, guarded him that things livened up. "So I heard that you and Satsuki-san have made plans," Sai said casually. "Yeah, didn't think she really liked me that much, since she pulled a sword on me twice," Naruto replied sheepishly. "You must consider yourself very lucky to have the attention of a girl as prestigious as Satsuki-san." "Prestigious? What do you mean?" Naruto asked. "You don't know? Interesting," Sai thought. "She is Uchiha, an infamous clan that was best known for their Kekkei Genkai, the Sharingan." "Was?" "Yes, years ago, when Satsuki was 10, her sister massacred the clan. Satsuki was the only one left alive." "Wow, I had no idea," Naruto said, taking time to process this new information. "She hides it well." "She normally doesn't," Sai interjected. "She's quiet most of the time, and when she does speak it's to make demands or insult people. She's quick to anger, prone to violence, and completely antisocial." "Really?" "She seems..." Naruto paused to form the proper words to describe Satsuki, "within the normal behavior range, as much as any kunoichi can be, I suppose." "No, she isn't. In fact, I think it is you that is having this effect on her." Naruto didn't really enjoy the way Sai said that. It sent a shiver down his spine, and he suddenly felt that he could relate to a frog on the dissecting table, which is interesting, because no one else has had this effect on her. Naruto chuckled nervously before replying, "Must be my good looks and charming personality." "No, that isn't it. Plenty have tried to gain her attention, but she just ignores them," Sai replied, her stare continuing to unnerve him. "I'd like to know why you're so special." "You're kind of starting to creep me out," Naruto said, "and now that I think about it, it wasn't your place to tell me anything about Satsuki's past." "It wasn't, but it is my place to protect Satsuki-san from any threats." "Me? A threat?" "Your escape from 2 enemy kunoichi points to you either being more dangerous than you seem, or collusion with the enemy," Sai said. Naruto stared at the girl incredulously. "Where are you getting these theories from?" "My observations," Sai answered, "and they all point to there being something odd about you, something that has entranced Satsuki-san. I want you to tell me what it is." "I don't think I'm the odd one here," Naruto replied and turned to his next patient, a small girl. "But whatever you may think, the truth is that all I want to do is help everyone in this village and stop a tyrant." Despite wanting to continue her questioning, Sai knew he was done talking, so she left him to his work. The rest of the day, she just observed Naruto, her ink mice patrolling the area for her. It was eye-opening to watch the amount of enthusiasm he put into his work, the genuine care he had for his patients, even when he had to be stern with them. She was drawn in by the honest care in his eyes. A brief memory came to her mind of the only person who looked at her like that, but she shook those thoughts off. They would only interfere with her service to Danzasama. At the end of the day she approached Naruto again. "Keiji-san." "Oh, Sai-san, come back to make more wild accusation?" Naruto asked. "No, I just came to share my findings with you," Sai said, causing Naruto's brow to raise at her calm tone. This kunoichi was a bit weirder than the others. "So what have you found?" "That you are either a great actor, or you truly are who you say you are," Sai said. "Given Gato's ambush, and the risks you've taken for these people, I'm inclined to believe the latter." "Well, that's good," Naruto said, smiling happily. But, in a flash, Sai had wrenched Naruto's head back and pressed her tanto to his exposed neck. "I will be keeping a very close eye on you." Then she turned without another word and joined Tazuna in the walk back home. Just one normal kunoichi, is that too much to ask for?" Naruto muttered to himself. Then again, he'd agreed to go on a date with one, so maybe he was a little abnormal. The next day he and Tazuna were guarded by Kashiko. Being an experienced and high-caliber kunoichi, Kashiko was completely aware of her surroundings while she dealt with more appealing things, or people. "So, I've heard that you and Satsuki-chan are going on a little date," Kashiko said with a nice smile. "I have to say it's a bit of a surprise, but at least she knows how to pick them." Thanks," Naruto replied. He also wondered if kunoichi were gossips or if knowing things just came with the lifestyle. "Of course, given Satsuki's attitude, things might not work out," Kashiko continued. "And if that happens, you might want to try looking for someone more mature." "Thanks for the advice," Naruto replied. "So, Keiji-kun, what brought you to this island?" Kashiko asked. "I found an injured woman on the road and nursed her back to health. She said she needed to come to Wave, so I escorted her here," Naruto answered. "When I saw the state of the village, I couldn't turn a blind eye." "You're quite the hero, aren't you?" Kashiko said. Her somber tone caught Naruto off guard, and for the briefest moment he could see a sad glint in her eyes. It's a special kind of person who puts their life on the line for others. Kashiko-san? Are you alright? Oh yes. The look in her eyes vanished, replaced by her trademark I smile. I'm quite alright. Now, why don't you tell me why you left home? I ran into some trouble with the daughter of a Yakuza boss, and was forced to flee, Naruto replied. Were you playing doctor with this girl? Kashiko teased. More like she was playing alley molester with me, Naruto replied. She forced herself on you? How? Why? Kashiko asked. The how was because she was a damn strong girl with a couple inches on me. As for the why, and not to sound conceited, it's apparently because I'm handsome, Naruto answered chuckling softly. Can't deny that. I can see why you left, Kashiko said. That's partially why I left. The other reason I left is because I wanted to find out about my past, Naruto said. You might need to elaborate on that for me, Kashiko said, looking at him curiously. When I was young, my adoptive father found me on the riverbank in torn, bloody clothing. Apparently I had been attacked and thrown into the river. Alarms began to go off in Kashiko's head. All I remembered was my name, so I left, following the river, hoping it would lead me to anyone who knew me. I guess I got a little sidetracked, Naruto added, scratching his head. I was actually heading to Konoha before I came here. I was going to ask you and the others some questions, but I've been so busy and exhausted that it slipped my mind. The face and hair were off, but she could almost slap herself for not remembering those eyes. Now dash. Keiji-san. Keiji-san. A large, tan, muscled man ran up to Naruto. Hiro-san, what's wrong? Naruto asked. It's Mori-chan. She went into labor. What? Naruto jumped to his feet and began gathering his things. Sorry, Kashiko-chan, I've got to go help her. Without waiting for a reply, Naruto took off. He always wanted to be a doctor, Kashiko whispered to herself. The rest of the day she would try to approach Keiji and ask if he really was Naruto, but she always lost her nerve. She was terrified that her hopes would be crushed, and she couldn't take that, not again. She was already deeply affected by the loss of her team, and when Naruto had died, she spiraled further into her depression. She pulled even further away from people, and rarely went outside. If it hadn't been for Gia, she would still be a filthy slob reading porn and giving into needless shame just to forget the bad memories. She decided to let things run their course. It was safer for her that way. The following night there had been an incident. Naruto had just dropped his towel, and was about to do the same to his disguise, then hop into the shower when he felt a tingle in the back of his neck. Running his eyes around the room, he spotted the window cracked open slightly and a pair of eyes staring back. Pervert. The shout startled the peeping Tom, causing them to lose their grip and fall to the ground. It also reached everyone downstairs, causing a rumble of feet in Naruto's direction. Keiji-kun would dash. All the women stopped as they finally caught sight of Naruto half-naked with a towel hanging dangerously low on his hips. His eye twitched as their gazes stayed low while their blushes darkened. Ladies, focus. There's someone out there. Right, I'm on it. And before anyone could say otherwise, Satsuki ran outside. With the window still open, everyone could hear what was going on. All right, get up, you what? Sigh. Everyone headed downstairs, except for Naruto, who thought that taking a shower would be better than dealing with any more Kunoichi weirdness. Sigh, Kashiko started. What were you doing out there? Keeping a close eye on Keiji-san to make sure he wasn't a traitor, Sai answered. Satsuki scowled at her teammate. You damn dirty dash. Now wait a minute, Satsuki-chan, Kashiko interjected as she wrapped an arm around her student and leaned in close. Sai, did you see anything interesting? Sensei, Satsuki warned. Come on, Satsuki-chan, Sakura spoke up. This could be important. You perverts, Satsuki said, despite that she took a seat next to Tsunami, who oddly enough hadn't said anything. Go on, Sai, tell us what you saw and don't be afraid to go into details, Kashiko said. He has no obvious markings on his body, but he is very fit and, here Sai's cheeks almost looked flushed, well endowed. Ah, is that a blush I see, Sai-chan? Kashiko teased. No, Sai replied too quickly while Satsuki gripped her sword tighter. The rest of the night, Naruto had the same tingling feeling that told him he was being watched. Finally, the day of the anticipated battle came. In that time with Naruto's popularity, Kashiko and Tsunami had been able to convince the braver villagers to form a militia armed with farming and construction tools, along with the few real weapons they could find. While they had been doing that, Naruto and Team 7 had finished planting exploding tags on the edge of the bridge where Kashiko anticipated Gato's forces would strike from, given that his HQ was at the port. Team 7, Naruto, Tsunami and Inari were gathered at Tazuna's home. Tazuna himself was with the militia organizing them. Just to be sure, I had 2 people posted near the port. They'll send a message if Gato uses the river or comes by land, Kashiko said. Now, Team 7, let's move out. I'm coming too, Naruto said. I know Haku and Sasuna. I might be able to help convince them. Kashiko thought hard before she gave an answer. On one hand, she didn't want to take Keiji, who she was half sure was Naruto, to a battlefield, but her instincts told her something bad was going to happen and she wanted Keiji as close to her as possible to defend him. Fine, come on. Naruto nodded and checked his medibelt one last time. Kashiko and the rest were waiting outside, and before Naruto joined them, Tsunami stopped him. Is something wrong, Tsunami-chan? Naruto asked. No, I just wanted to thank you for everything you've done for me, and for my family. Inari looks like the boy he used to be before Gato came. Most of all, thank you for fighting for my home. Tsunami finished and placed a gentle kiss on Naruto's cheek. Naruto smiled back at Tsunami. I wouldn't do any less for you or anyone else, Tsunami-chan. Hearing the cries of his name outside, Naruto hurried to join Team 7. Come on, Inari, we have to join the militia, Tsunami said. She wouldn't stay here in her house and let someone else get her country back. Right, Mom? Are you sure they're going to show today, Kashiko-sensei? Sakura asked as she nervously fiddled with her gloves. I'm sure, a woman like Sasuna doesn't take defeat gracefully, Kashiko said. Can you blame me, Hataki? After all who likes losing, a voice called out from nowhere before a heavy mist engulfed the bridge. But after I kill you I can wipe that loss from the record. Across the bridge, Sasuna and Haku appeared side by side. And then I'll take care of that fat-ass bridge builder. I wouldn't be so sure about that, Sasuna, Kashiko said, especially if your employer has anything to say about it. What are you talking about? Sasuna asked. Gato is planning to betray you, Sasuna-san, Naruto said, stepping forward. And how would you know that, boy? Sasuna asked, noticing Kashiko and her Kunoichi moving closer to the young man. Wait, you look familiar. Now Haku took a step forward. Naruto? Kashiko's heart stopped as she heard that name, and her eyes locked onto Naruto, everything else vanishing around them. She watched Naruto remove the wig to reveal those familiar blonde locks, then tear away the fake skin to show those inimitable whisker marks beneath. It took everything she had to stay on her feet. Satsuki was stunned to see the real Naruto, and suddenly it hit her. Memories of the young boy she played with when her sister wasn't around. How he cheered her up whenever her mother, Fuguki, berated her by being her personal clown. The sadness she felt when her mother, Makoto, told her that her best friend was gone, Naruto. Sakura and Sai were just shocked that Naruto had kept this secret from them. Hey, Haku. Well, if it isn't a pretty doctor, so that's where you went, Sasuna said. Yes, and you have to believe me about Gato's plan. He was never going to pay you. He planned to have you all exhaust yourselves, then come in with his private army and wipe out whoever was left, Naruto exclaimed. Gato is a scumbag, but he's not stupid enough to betray me, Sasuna said, and the payoff is too big to turn down. Sasuna raised her blade. Thanks for the help, kid, but I need this paycheck. Wait! Sasuna-sama, I believe him, Haku shouted, standing in front of her mistress. Are you betraying me, Haku? Sasuna placed her massive cleaver against Haku's neck, her face covered in murderous fury. Never! Haku cried, dropping to her knees and bowing. I would never betray you, my lady, but Naruto-kun saved your life, and if he's telling the truth it could save your life. That's what I care about. Naruto waited with bated breath as Sasuna made her decision. You've got a point, Haku. Naruto sagged in relief. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt, but if this is a lie, you owe me a lot of money, kid. I don't have any money, Naruto said. Then you'll just have to work it off. Zabuza grinned, eyeing him up and down, until Kashiko stepped in and blocked her view. What's your problem, bitch? I don't like the way you're looking at him, Kashiko spat. You don't like it? Do something, Sasuna said, raising her blade. Don't tempt me, whore, Kashiko said, wielding a kunai. Knock it off. Naruto shouted. We have to take care of Gato. Fine, Kashiko said. I assume Gato ordered you to attack? Yeah, Sasuna replied. Good, then that means he'll come here first when he thinks we're exhausted, Kashiko said. All we have to do is wait and spring our trap. Sounds easy enough, Sasuna said, but his army number's in the hundreds. Even with the both us, this won't be an easy fight. That's why we rigged the end of the bridge to blow, Kashiko explained. Well, then we've got nothing to worry about, Sasuna said, and moved over to her own little spot on the bridge. It was almost half an hour before Kashiko had been able to gather herself together and walk over to Naruto. Ghosts tended to do that to people. Kashiko took Naruto's hand and pulled him toward the railing. She needed to talk to him. Once they were at the railing, she didn't know where to start. Sorry, Naruto said first. What? Sorry, for lying to you, Naruto said. A tear rolled down Kashiko's eye as she heard those words. So many years later and he was still the same sweet boy she looked after. Don't say that. But I really am, Naruto said. No, Kashiko said, putting her hands on his shoulders. If anyone should be sorry, it's me. I wasn't there the day you needed me most. What are you talking about? Naruto said before his eyes widened. Do you know how I am? I do, Kashiko said. We all thought you were dead, but look at you. Here you are even cuter than you used to be. Who am I? Naruto asked. He'd been asking that question for so many years and now the answer was right in front of him. You're Naruto Uzumaki of the village hidden in the leaves, Kashiko answered, and I used dash. Keiji and I. Naruto's head whipped around to see Inari running down the bridge. Keiji and I. Inari-kun? Why are you here? Naruto asked. Where's Tsunami-chan? Keiji and I? Inari asked, confused about his appearance, before shaking his head because it didn't matter. Gado's men ambushed us on our way to the militia. They took Ka-san. Inari broke down in tears and sobs. Don't worry, Inari-kun, Naruto said, kneeling down. We're going to get her back. You will? Inari blubbered. Promise? On my life. Keiji-san. Keiji-san. The Kunoichi and Naruto saw someone else running down the bridge. Joe, what's going on? You're the man I posted near the port, Kashiko said. Hi. Gado made his move. He's coming by boat to the bridge just like you predicted, Joe said. Hiro went to tell the militia. Good, Kashiko said. Change of plans. We capture Gado and force him to tell us where Tsunami-san is. Got it? Hi. Joe, Naruto said. I need you to take Inari-kun to the militia. What? No. I want to stay with you, Inari cried out. I know you want to, Inari-kun, Naruto replied. But if something happens to your mom would kill me, so please go. Fine. Inari shouted. But just you watch. I'll be back here with the whole militia and we'll save your butts from Gado. Naruto smiled. I'll be waiting. He kept his eyes on Inari as they left the bridge. I see a ship coming our way. Sakura shouted. Everyone looked over the railing to see a boat nearing the bridge. Everyone get ready, Kashiko shouted as Sasuna stood beside her. They were the heavy hitters, so they took point to cause as much damage as possible and capture Gado. Satsuki, Haku, and Sai were serving as their backup, making sure that none of the mercenaries got in a lucky shot. Sakura would hang back to watch Naruto and finish anyone that got past her teammates. They were completely sure of their plan until Gado made his way onto the bridge. Zasuna, what the hell's going on? Why aren't these bitches dead? What are you doing here, Gado? Zasuna said. Didn't we agree to meet at your hideout so you could pay me? What? I came to give you some backup, Gado said. Not even a decent lie, Gado. I'm very disappointed. Everyone who's ever met you knows that the last thing you do is lend someone a hand, Zasuna growled. Looks you weren't intending to pay me after all. Who told you? Gado shouted. I did, Naruto said, showing himself. You! As if the Akatsuki hadn't ruined enough of my plans. Gado spat. Kashiko looked at Naruto, but he shook his head. They had more pressing matters at hand. Now we do things the hard way. All of you lay down your weapons and surrender and we won't murder you. And why would we do something that's stupid? Zasuna said, already itching to tear into the greedy little midget. Because if you don't, I tear her throat open, Gado said, moving aside to reveal Tsunami with a swollen eye and a busted lip. Tsunami-chan. Naruto cried. What did you do to her? The bitch wouldn't keep her mouth shut, so I had a couple of my men rough her up, Gado said with giant smile. And if you don't want something worse to happen, you'll drop your weapons. Damn it, Team 7, lower your weapons, Kashiko ordered. You can't be serious, Hataki, Sasuna said, shaking her head and raising her blade. I'm getting this little fuck. One dead civilian ain't no skin off my bones. Wait! Naruto shouted, running to the head of the group. You can't let Tsunami-chan get killed. Sorry, kid, there's no other way, Sasuna said. Tsunami had been watching all this helplessly, cursing herself for not being stronger. She recognized Keiji immediately as the man with blonde hair, his voice giving him away. Even now he was still fighting for them, for her. She couldn't be a coward after all he had done. She's right, Keiji-kun. Gado has enslaved this village for too long, even if it means I die. Set my village free. Shut it, bitch. Gado snarled. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun, Kashiko said, resting a hand on his shoulder. We have to do this. No! Naruto cried, throwing her hand off and turning to the evil son of a bitch. Gado, how about a trade? And what could you have that I want? Me, Naruto said. I'm a friend of the Akatsuki, remember? You take me and they'll owe you a favor. You have that much sway? Gado asked. Of course you do. You were with some of their highest-ranking members. That's right, Naruto said, deciding to use the lie to his advantage. If you take me you can name any favor you want. With that favor he could move his operation from this dinky little country and expand. You've got yourself a deal. Send him over first and then I'll release her. At the same time, Naruto said, "Oh no, I know how fast Kunoichi are. I send her out and my head's lopped off before I can blink," Gato said. Naruto grit his teeth, but began walking forward. "Naruto-kun," Kashiko grabbed him by the arm and pulled him back. "I won't let you do this. That's not your decision to make," Naruto shouted, wrenching his hand free and shoving her away. Unprepared for it, Kashiko fell on her back. Before anyone else could react, Naruto was already halfway across. Satsuki and Haku tried to follow, but Gato threatened to kill Tsunami if they moved. "You move, you kill her." The pause was all Naruto needed to get across. Now he stood a few feet from Tsunami. "I'm here, Gato, let her go." "I don't think so, fool," Gato answered with a sickening grin. "Did you honestly believe I would do that?" "No." Before Gato could give an order, Naruto tackled the man holding Tsunami. "Run." But Keiji dash. "Run!" Scared out of her mind, Tsunami did what she was told and ran for her life, even as Gato barked orders to stop her. Making it safely to the other side, she turned to see two men holding Naruto down as Gato grinded his shoe into Naruto's back. "You little shit!" Gato roared as he plowed his ring-covered fist into the back of Naruto's head. His cronies laughing as Gato grabbed Naruto by the hair and pulled him up to his knees. Just had to be the fucking hero. "Gato!" Kashiko roared, ripping off her headband to show her Sharingan spinning wildly. "I'm going to fucking kill you." Gato said, pulling out a switchblade. "One more step and I cut him from ear to ear." Kashiko could feel her whole body hum in fury as she watched Gato press the blade to Naruto's neck. "If you stop and let Naruto go, I won't pull your spine out your throat." "Sorry, I'm holding all the cards, bitch," Gato said. "Not all of them," Naruto muttered as he pulled out a slip of paper and slammed it on the ground. "I had this one up my sleeve." "What is that?" Gato asked. Kashiko screamed when she realized what it was. "Naruto, no." "Sorry, Kashiko-chan, but when I put my life on the line for someone I see it through to the end," Naruto said. "I really wanted to see Konoha, though." Kashiko broke into a run trying to stop Naruto's plans. "What is it?" Gato yelled, more concerned with the paper than the Kunoichi. "Satsuki-chan, I really wanted to go on that date." Now Satsuki was following Kashiko. "Tsunami-chan, rebuild your village and make sure this never happens again." Tsunami lipped on, a horrible feeling swelling in her heart. "And Haku-chan, I wish we could have become friends." Haku was right behind Satsuki. No one else knew, but when Kashiko had shown Team 7 the seal tag that would detonate the bombs, Naruto had seen it and made a copy, just in case. Of course he couldn't mold chakra, so he had to change the trigger to something more convenient. "What is it?" Gato screamed, slugging Naruto in the jaw, splitting his cheek open. Naruto stared right up at Gato with a big smile, bloody teeth, and said, "The trump card." Then he spit on the tag. A blinding light consumed Naruto as explosions rocked the bridge. The force of the blast sent the trio rocketing back, their bodies skipping off the ground. Sakura caught her sensei, Sai caught Satsuki, and Zasuna caught Haku. No one said anything as they watched the bridge be consumed by fire and then crumble to the waters below, taking everyone with it. When all that was left was the smoking remains, what happened finally hit them. Kashiko was the first to react, tears running like a river as she pounded the ground, incapable of doing anything else. "Why, damn it? Why?" She was followed by Satsuki, Haku, and Tsunami, who shed their own tears for the brave boy who carved a place in their hearts with his selfless actions. Next was Sakura, who wasn't as close to Naruto but was saddened nonetheless by the loss of someone so kind. Even Sai, with her lack of emotions, admired the sacrifice Naruto had made. Zasuna was last, silently tipping her hat to the boy. "You were something else, kid. Hope you end up where you belong." "Thank you for all you've done," Tsunami said to the departing Team 7, Zasuna, and Haku as they stood on the completed bridge with the rest of the village gathered around them. "Don't thank us," Kashiko replied hollowly. Even though she was hurting on the inside, Tsunami put on a brave face. "It's true, without your help none of this could have ever happened." "Wish that made me feel better," Satsuki muttered angrily. She hated this stupid village. They were the whole reason Naruto took his life, the whole reason her friend was gone again. But we won't forget what Kuiming Naruto-kun did for us, and to make sure of that, Tsunami unveiled a large stone medical cross that stood dead center at the entrance of the bridge with a plaque on it. "We're naming it the Great Naruto Bridge." "I'm sure you would have liked that," Kashiko replied, saddened that this was all that was left of him. In the days following explosion there had been a massive effort to recover Naruto's body. Kashiko hoped to finally give him a proper burial in his home village, but fate was a cruel bitch. Zasuna said he could be buried underneath the rubble, or he had been carried out to sea, given how large the divide between the mainland and wave was. Goodbye, Tsunami-san. Take care of your people. I will, Tsunami said, holding Inari close as the boy held back his tears. She watched the Kunoichi disappear further and further in the distance. Don't forget what he taught us, Inari-kun. I won't, Inari said. I never will. He looked to the plaque which read, "The Great Naruto Bridge. Named for the man who gave his life to bring hope back to the people of Wave. May his sacrifice never be forgotten." Come on, pull them damn nets up, a ship captain hollered. He and his crew were fishing near one of Water Country's islands. Problem was they were doing so without a permit from the daimyo or permission from the Mizukage. Bring him into the boat. We need to get him out of here before Kiri or the rebels find us. They were taking a risk, but with the war going on, the price of the fish Kiri usually exported skyrocketed. If they could bring this catch in, they would be set for months. Captain, you need to see this. The captain rushed over to a small group of his crew gathered around the latest catch. Out of my way! Move! When he got through, he saw why he was called over. Among the pile of flounders was a man, pale and soaked to the bone. Gods, is he dead? Like he was answering the question, the man shot up, ramrod straight, and coughed up damn near a pint of water. His glowing red eyes locked onto the captain, who nearly pissed himself from what he saw in them. Then just as quickly as he woke up, he dropped like a sack of rocks. What do we do, Captain? Throw him overboard, the captain said to the shock of the whole crew. What? What are you looking at me for? We can't spare the food, and if he tells people where we found him, we're looking at jail time. All the men looked at one another, and then one man stepped forward, then another. Before they could pick him up, however, the water around the ship exploded as shadows rocketed out of the water. The shadows landed on the deck, revealing 8 women in white masks with the Kiri symbol scratched through. Oh! What do we have here? The apparent leader said. She was a tall, thin woman with shaggy blonde hair who wore a sleeveless black shirt that covered her small bust and black pants covering her long legs. Trying to steal our fish by the looks of it. Crap, the captain muttered. Look, ma'am, me and my crew will give you our entire haul if you leave us be. Win-win for everyone. Oh, the woman pulled out a long thin sword that looked like a sewing needle. I can't do that. You see, I find that if you let a thief go, they just get bolder, so you have to deal with them in a more permanent fashion. The woman launched her blade like a missile, impaling the captain right through his heart. Besides, you should know better than to swim in shark-infested waters. The massacre lasted seconds, but the blood splattered over the ship would be a testament to this woman's brutality. Kushima-sama, what do we do with this one? Kushima took a look at the man her subordinate was pointing to. He seemed to be a few feet from death's door if his appearance was anything to go by. Check his pockets and that belt, see if he has anything useful. The woman did just that. Kushima-sama, he has medical supplies, surgical tools, and this. The woman handed a small card she found in the pouches to Kushima. Oh, Dr. Naruto, Kushima said happily. Miko, set a course for our port. I think I got something to keep that bitch May off my back for a while. Hi. With that, Kushima turned back to her newest catch. Oh, you're a handsome little thing, aren't you? For your sake, you better be more than just good looks. Naruto sighed as he ran into another dead end. Seriously, where am I? When he had come to, Naruto had found himself in what appeared to be an old sewer system. At first he wondered how he ended up in a sewer, when the last thing he remembered was slamming into the surface of the water below the bridge. He also wondered why his clothes weren't in tatters, or how he wasn't missing a limb. After struggling to find an answer, he just gave up, and focused on searching for a way out. A search that was going nowhere. He hadn't even seen a sewer grate. He made it back to an intersection, and suddenly realized that he couldn't remember which way he came. This is ridiculous, Naruto muttered. Just as he was about to commit to failure by plopping into the sewer water, a burst of red light came from one of the tunnels. Despite the ominous shiver it sent up and down his spine, Naruto decided to follow the light. All the twists and turns eventually led him to another dead end. This dead end, however, had something special, a giant set of metal bars covering one of the walls. That isn't terrifying at all. Why don't you come closer? Naruto's head swung around trying to find the owner of the scary-ass voice. Who's there? Come closer to the bars, the voice replied. Yeah, I'm not going to that, Naruto replied, actually taking a step back for good measure. Come closer to the bars, now, the voice roared. It's definitely a no now, Naruto replied, and shouting isn't how you ask for something. Naruto heard a loud huff, followed by, come closer to the bars, please. What? I'm not going to do what you say just because you said please, Naruto said, thinking that maybe he should be on his way. Why not? The voice whined. Because your voice is literally the most horrifying thing I've heard in my life, Naruto said. Well, how about this? Naruto's head cocked to the side. As the voice became less scary and more feminine, will you come closer now? Naruto thought about it for a good long time. Before answering, I'll meet you halfway. By meeting you halfway to the bars. Once Naruto settled himself at the halfway point, he could finally get a good view of the cage. Inside was a beautiful redhead, wearing a short kimono that hugged her curves. The cleavage of her D-cup breast, her wide flaring hips, and her long silky smooth legs made for a very distracting sight. He had to take a moment to compose himself, and get certain things to calm down, so he could ask, "What do you want?" "I want you to come closer." "Well, that's not happening," Naruto replied, "so, we're going to be here a while. I need you to come closer because, my friend is hurt," the woman shouted, immediately, and suspiciously quickly, breaking down into tears. Now, Naruto was concerned. He didn't want to get any closer, but he couldn't ignore someone in trouble. On one hand, that voice nearly scared the crap out of him. On the other, this woman and her friend might have become trapped down here, just like him. He sighed as he knew what he had to do. What's wrong with them? When we woke up down here, she was sick. It was too much for her and she collapsed. We need your help, the woman pleaded. Naruto cursed at his lack of supplies, but hurried over to them, determined to do anything he could to help. As he came close to the woman, he noticed that there were massive spaces between the metal bars, and began to ask why she hadn't come past the bars to grab him. The bad feeling came back tenfold when he was finally at the bars. He didn't see anyone else with the woman, but did manage to make out what appeared to be a mass of fur behind her. "Where's your friend?" In a flash she grabbed his collar and started dragging him inside. Sparks flew off the metal, shocking the woman. "You're so naive." Then the mass of fur came to life, rising to giant heights, to reveal a massive red fox. Then the woman's and fox's lips moved at the same time to form a menacing grin. "But that's just fine with me." "Let me go!" Naruto shouted, trying to rip the woman's hand off, planting his feet against the bars to keep from being pulled in. "Oh no," the woman said, her grin becoming inhumanly wide. "I've got some anger issues, and I think you're the perfect way to work through them." "I said," Naruto began, mashing his hand against the woman's face. "Let me go!" Without warning, his hand erupted into green chakra that flew past the woman and washed over the monster fox. The beast began to wobble on its feet, and the woman reflected its actions. Naruto was so stunned he didn't even try to break free as the woman's grip loosened. As the beast began to collapse, Naruto thought he was safe, until the woman clutched his collar tightly and yanked him forward. Caught off guard, Naruto couldn't stop her from slamming her lips against his, or prevent her from jamming her tongue down his throat. Parting with a loud wet pop, the woman said, "I'll get you next time, pretty boy." Then she dropped to the ground, snoring softly. Naruto stared at his hand, then at the woman, then at the stupidly big fox, and then back to his hand. "Where the hell am I?" As he was busy trying to comprehend his situation, a white light blared down on him. Naruto sighed and muttered, "Of course." Before he could so much as blink, the light blinded him. White engulfed his vision for a moment, and his whole body felt like one big bruise. When the spots started to clear from his vision, he could see that he was now out of the sewer, somehow. "Oh, look who's finally awake." In Konoha, the week before Naruto woke up, Kashiko delivered the news to the Hokage. "I tried, but I couldn't recover his body," Kashiko said. "I'm sorry, Hokage-sama." Kashiko had just finished reporting the details of Team 7's mission in Wave Country to Hiroko Sarutobi. "I see," Hiroko said, taking a pull from her pipe. She had been sure that Naruto Uzumaki had perished all those years ago. At first, she had been shocked to hear that the young boy was alive, and as Kashiko told her more and more about him, she had been overjoyed to hear that he had grown into a fine young man. Her heart ached, however, when Kashiko finished her story and she learned of his second run-in with death. Breathing out the comforting smoke, Hiroko said, "Thank you for reporting this to me, Kashiko-san." "What else could I do, Hokage-sama?" Kashiko replied and then asked, "What are you going to do?" "I will be informing the council. If the citizens of Wave named a bridge after him, I'm sure they'll find out in due time," Hiroko explained, and then pulled out a piece of paper. "I will also be sending you to sessions with Inoshi Yamanaka." "That isn't necessary, Hokage-sama," Kakashi protested. "It is entirely necessary," Hiroko replied, her voice leaving no room for argument. "Last time this happened, you completely forgot about your work, your responsibilities, your friends, and basic hygiene." "But dash. No buts," Hiroko said. "You have a team now, and I will not allow you to shirk in your responsibilities to them." "Ah yes, Hokage-sama." Hiroko took another drag from her pipe as she turned to gaze over her village. The cloud of smoke wafted from her lips as she sadly whispered, "Naruto-chan." "Who are you?" Naruto asked politely, only to have the tip of a sword jabbed into his neck. With the sword in his neck, he took a moment to gather his bearings. He appeared to be in a large tent, one used for storage judging by all the boxes around his cot. He also noticed that his staff and belt were missing, and he was wearing different clothing, a blue tunic and black pants. "I'm Kushima Kurire," the shaggy blonde-haired woman replied. "You should call me Kushima-sama if you don't want Nuabari, so your mouth shut." "I'll remember that." Kushima poked him in the neck, so he quickly added, "Kushima-sama." His attention was drawn from the crazy blonde to the confident redhead that walked into the tent. "Kushima, stop threatening our guest." "Our guest?" Kushima asked. "I think you mean mine, Terumi. The only reason he's here, and not tied to my bed, is because he might be of some use." May huffed and turned to Naruto, only to find his very focused eyes on her. "Is there something on my face?" Naruto snapped out of his reverie, and said, "Sorry, you just look like someone I met." "Really?" May asked. "Yeah, except she looked younger and you look much." Kushima felt her shoulders begin to shake, as she saw May's hands start to twitch and a plastic smile spread across her face. "Oh, this is going to be good." "More beautiful," Naruto finished, completely catching May off guard. "Now, do you mind telling me where I am?" What? "Oh, yes of course," May replied lamely, while Kushima wished she had a camera. "You're in Water Country, specifically on the Yasudo Island." Water Country was made up of 7 islands, one large island surrounded by 6 smaller islands in a circle. The 6 islands were called Yasudo, Najisudo, Hokudo, Isudo, Nanto, Nansei, and the major island was called Buruaha. "Water Country?" Naruto asked, standing up. "How did I get here?" "I was hoping you could tell me that," May said. "No, I don't even know how long I've been out," Naruto replied. "Where did you find me?" May began, but was interrupted. "I found you on my new ship, passed out on a pile of fish," Kushima explained, "brought you here, and you've been out for a week. I wasn't sure if you'd come to, almost threw you back in the water." "Well, thanks for not doing that, and for saving my life," Naruto said. "Did I have anything on me, or did you find anything near me when you found me?" "Yeah," Kushima said, walking to the entrance of the tent and retrieved his belt. She tossed it to him. "That was around your waist. Must have been one expensive gift. The salt water didn't ruin it." Naruto sighed in relief, grateful to not have lost it. "Not to sound rude, but did you find his staff as well?" "We did, but the water warped it," May answered. "It's useless." "Oh," Naruto sighed. "I see. Well, if there's anything I can do to repay you, just ask." "I'm happy you brought that up," May said. "Being a man, you might not know that Kirigakure is in the midst of a civil war." "A civil war?" Naruto asked. "Yes," May replied. "Kirigakure has always been one of the more militant villages, and Yagura, the Mizukichi, reflected that. She was tough, harsh, and didn't tolerate betrayal, but she always looked out for her village and its people. However, a year ago, she began turning everyone against bloodline users. Unfair laws, propaganda, hate speech, public lynching, whatever she could to exterminate any and every bloodline user. No one knows why she went insane, but people rose up to fight her. That was when the war broke out." "That sounds horrible," Naruto said. He was shocked that a leader could do that to her people, and for no good reason apparently. "I'll help you any way I can." "Good, because we found out that you're a doctor," May said, "and we could really use a trained doctor. Most of our medical kunoichi are out in the field, or treating other kunoichi. The problem is that a lot of my people are refugees who have escaped from Kiri. We have few doctors, and I can't afford to spare any medical kunoichi or I might lose a lot of soldiers in the field. I can definitely provide an extra pair of hands to your civilians," Naruto replied. "Thank you," May said. "I'll have someone guide you to where you'll be working." "Kojuri." "Yes," May-sama, a short girl, with short and tufty, gray-blue hair, poked her head in. She wore square, black-rimmed glasses connected to ear protectors, a blue pinstripe shirt and camouflage pattern pants. Her forehead protector was secured to the front of her holster, which held a massive object wrapped in bandages. She also had shuriken holsters strapped onto each of her legs. She was flat-chested, and her pants accentuated her bottom, showing off her full figure. The sad expression on her face was odd, but a bit cute. Girls with glasses always had a certain appeal to Naruto. "Come here," May said, sighing as the girl walked in. "Honestly, someone who was her bodyguard should be a bit more confident. I need you to escort Naruto-kun to the hospital." "Hi, May-sama," Kojuri replied, and gestured for Naruto to follow her. Naruto, on the other hand, finally took notice that her mouth was filled with jagged teeth, resembling a shark. When Kojuri and Naruto were out of the tent, Kushima turned to Mei. "So what do you think?" "He is pretty enough. With a bit of help he'd be perfect," Mei replied. "All we have to do is make sure he's willing, and since he seems like a bleeding heart, it won't be that hard." Naruto's eyes moved all over the place, taking the shocking sight in. Given where he awoke, he thought that the rebels' home would be nothing more than a tent city. To his surprise, the rebel camp was an honest-to-goodness town, a small one judging by the walls he could see not too far off in the distance. Surprised? Kojuri asked. "Yeah," Naruto replied. "When they told me this was a rebel camp, I assumed I'd be in a shanty town. No offense." "None taken," Kojuri replied. "This type of setup is unique to water country." "Setup? Why yes, with water country being made up of 7 islands, the first daimyo of our country had one of these strongholds built on each island, to prevent any invaders from gaining a foothold in the country. The main military force is based on Buruaha, the largest island. When Kirigakure was formed, it was decided that Kunoichi would be posted in each of these strongholds. That was actually the reason the 7 Kunoichi swordswomen of the Hidden Mist were formed." 7 Kunoichi swordswomen? A group of the 7 best swordswomen, 1 from each island, formed to place a strong leader in charge of each of the islands. Eventually, towns sprang up in the strongholds, Kojuri answered. When Mei-sama began her revolt, she managed to gain the support of 3 of the swordswomen. You already met one, Kushima Kurire, who wields the Nobari. The other is Yuri Ringo, who wields the Kiba. Can you tell me anything about her? Naruto asked. She's a short woman, with long red hair. But what makes her stick out is the long red cloth underneath her kiri forehead protect that she ties up so that the ends stick up like a pair of horns. She's also got a pair of teeth like mine, Kojuri answered. I've been meaning to ask. The teeth, are those normal? They're sort of like a tradition amongst the swordswomen, Kojuri replied. Oh, so you're the other swordswoman they managed to recruit? Naruto asked, amazed that someone his age was in such a high position. And no, Kojuri replied, slightly blushing. While I do wield one of the swords, Hiramakiri, I was never fully inducted into the swordswomen. The other Kunoichi isn't in water country. She is undercover as a nuke nin, while she gathers money to help bankroll our rebellion. Her name is Susuna Momochi, wielder of the Kubikiri Bocho. You know Susuna-san? Naruto asked excitedly. Do you? Kojuri asked back. Yeah, I met her wave country. That's where I was before I landed here. Naruto answered, scratching his head. I helped her deal with a double-crossing client, Gato. You're the one responsible for Gato's death? I thought your last name was Moto. Now it was Kojuri's turn to be shocked. It's a long story, for another time. What I want to know is how did you hear about that? Naruto asked, amazed that the news would travel that quickly. It's been 3 weeks and it's still big news. Shipping companies are scrambling to tear off the biggest chunk of this company for themselves, Kojuri answered him. I've been up for 3 weeks? Naruto muttered to himself as he calculated the time in his head. It defined all his knowledge of the human body. 2 weeks without food was doable, but 2 weeks without water was insane. There was also the question of how he somehow managed not to drown. It wasn't something he'd be able to answer now, so he filed those questions away, along with the ones about that sewer and the monster woman. So, you have any idea where Susuna is? No, it's safer for her to operate if we're in the dark, Kojuri said, and then stopped in front of a small gray stone building. Here's the hospital. This is the hospital? Naruto was perplexed by the size of the building. I know this is a small town, but this hospital doesn't seem large enough to handle many people. This isn't the whole hospital, Kojuri replied. These are strongholds. It would be foolish to make the hospital an easy target for a Justu, so most of it is underground and reinforced with steel to make it harder for any Earth Justu to penetrate it. I see, Naruto said. So who do I report to? Go to the front desk and ask to see the head of the hospital. Tell him that Materumi sent you, and he'll take it from there, Kojuri explained. Thanks, Naruto said as Kojuri took her leave. Naruto sighed as he walked into the hospital, first wave, and now water. As he wondered if this type of situation would be routine for him, he also prayed that it wouldn't be as bad as wave. Doctor, we're losing her, a nurse cried out as loud beeping filled the operating theater. Come on! Where is it? Where is it? Naruto asked himself as his bloody hands dug into a woman's leg. This was his 10th surgery today, and he'd be damned if he lost another person today. Blood pressure dropping. Where the hell was it? He had already stopped the bleeding from one vein, but the second one was giving him trouble. Heart rate dropping. Just one more second, that's all he needed, and he could, there. He clamped the vein and the bleeding stopped. But it was already too late. She's flatlining. No, that shouldn't be happening. That was the thought that ran through Naruto's head as he and his team desperately tried to save the woman on the operating table. Eventually, Naruto had to make the call. Time of death, 2:36 a.m. Naruto walked out of the operating room, tossing his gloves in the trash, and ripping off his mask and cap. He collapsed into a chair near the operating room, too tired to make it any farther. He had to get some sleep, because it wouldn't be too long until they called him in for another emergency. He had been in water country for a week, and in that week he had proven himself a good resource as a very capable doctor. In that same week, 8 people, 9 with this last operation, died under his care, 2 of whom he killed. Honda had tried to prepare him for this. For the first time a patient died, and for the first time he killed one. Honda had always been a sort of safety net for him. If someone died, it was Honda's responsibility. But now it was all Naruto. Honda told him it was inevitable, that some patients were going to go no matter what he did. He also told him that one day he would kill someone. It might not be intentional, but he would do it one day. The wrong medication, a misdiagnosis, overlooking a small detail, or maybe just having to make a call in bad situation. One day one of his actions would kill someone. And he would have to accept responsibility and keep going, because there was always another patient in need of his help. Suki Kojima, a Kunoichi, and Rei Sato, a civilian. Suki's heart was being slowly destroyed by poison that had already run its course, so he had to choose whether or not to go into surgery or wait for the antidote to be synthesized. There was a 40-60% chance she would still be alive by the time they had antidote. Naruto didn't like those odds. She had died on the operating table. Rei Sato had come in complaining about a stomachache and vomiting. Naruto, busy with operations and patients in immediate need, had brushed it off as food poisoning, but it was much worse. It had turned out to be an Ebola virus, and in the final moments of her life, Rei had managed to tell them from which of the food distributors she had gotten her food from. They prevented an outbreak, and the few people who were infected were saved by the medical Kunoichi. But her death still weighed heavy on his mind. She was dead because he had taken her symptoms lightly. Kenji Miyamoto, Yuri Inoue, Yukiko Takashi, Junji Tego, Yoji Shinka, Yuji Urata, Hideki Sasaki. The names of the other patients who died under watch were burned into his mind. They always would be. Naruto-kun, he looked up to see Kojuri. Are you okay? Yuri-chan, what are you doing up this early? Naruto asked. Kojuri had taken up the job of being his guide around the stronghold, and, inevitably, she and Naruto had become friends. Just got off my patrol shift. I thought you could use something to eat, Kojuri replied, blushing as she presented him a small bento box. I hope you enjoy it. I made it myself. Thanks, Yuri-chan. After my day, a home-cooked meal sounds wonderful, Naruto said as he took the box and dug in. You didn't answer my question, Kojuri said. I'm tired, hungry, and wishing that most of my patients weren't Kunoichi coming in from skirmishes, Naruto replied. I am sorry. For what? This isn't your war, and W were asking so much of you, Kojuri answered. Don't be, Naruto said. I didn't know exactly how bad things would be, but I'm not going to blame you because things are hard for me. Why you're something else, Naruto-kun, Kojuri smiled, but then frowned. I just wish there was some way to end this war faster. If there was, I'd help any way I could, Naruto replied. Oh? Naruto and Kojuri looked up to see Kushima hanging from the ceiling. It's funny you say that. Then she tossed him something long and wrapped in a cloth. That's for you. For me? Naruto asked as he opened the package. His eyes widened in amazement as he saw that it was his staff, with a few additions. My staff? But what's with the metal? Our smith told us that it would never be useful again as it was, so he changed it, Kushima replied. Naruto couldn't help but admire the work. The staff had obviously been pressure treated, but with the damage, metal bands had been wrapped around certain parts of the staff to keep it straight. The ends were also capped with metal studs, adding to the weapon's lethality. Thank you, Naruto said, tears gathering in his eyes. You have no idea what this means to me. Oh? That's good, because we need you to do something for us. I'm sorry, I think I misheard you, Naruto said. We want to send you into Kirigakure as a spy, Mei reiterated. You realize I'm a doctor, not a spy, right? I know, but we need an edge to win this war, Mei said. We think that edge might be you. Why do you think that? The Mizukage knows all the faces in my army, and they have good records of the civilians. Mei began. We have spies in Kiri, but none of them can reach a high enough position to get us the intel we need. And why do you think I can? Naruto asked. Well, Mei started nervously. We're counting on your looks. Wait, Naruto said, waving his hand back and forth. You're going to send me into enemy territory because I'm a pretty man. That's insane. Oh? Kushima interrupted. Wait until you hear the rest. What does she mean by that? Naruto asked. In addition to being one of the more militant villages, Kirigakure is also very maternal. There is inequality between women and men, Mei explained, so if we want information, we wouldn't be sending you in as a man. We would need you to dress as a woman. I want this war to end too, Naruto replied, but I don't think I can do that. Oh? Who said we were giving you a choice? Kushima whispered into Naruto's ear. Wah, was all Naruto got out before Kushima knocked him out cold. I was really hoping to avoid this, Mei said, as a Kunoichi appeared at her side. Go get what we need. We're giving Naruto-kun a makeover. Oh, Kushima said as she pulled out a camera. I want to remember this. Naruto groaned as his eyes began to flutter open. The jostling sure wasn't helping him with his headache either. When he could finally see straight, he realized that he was on a dirt road, and that someone was carrying him. What happened? Naruto blinked as he heard that. He knew he asked the question, but it sounded like a woman's voice. That's strange, there was that woman's voice again, and he was starting to comprehend what was going on. They didn't. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun. Naruto looked to see Kojuri carrying him. I didn't want to do this, but I can't ignore Mei-sama's order. Yuri-chan, there was the voice he was starting to realize was his. Am I a woman? No, Kojuri answered. You're just dressed as one. I see, Naruto replied, before taking a deep breath. Kunoichi are crazy. Keep your voice down. Kojuri whispered loudly, as she dropped him and covered his mouth. We're in enemy territory. Why are we in enemy territory? Naruto whispered back, and hearing his voice again added, and why do I sound like this? Then he got a look at his clothes. He was wearing a baby blue, long skirt, and a white tunic, over what he could feel were an actual pair of panties and a bra. And why am I wearing this? Bras and panties, don't these women understand the meaning of overkill? We modulated your voice by using a technique that Kunoichi used to learn mimicry, Kojuri replied, and Mei-sama and the others went overboard with the clothes. Did he have a sign on his back that he wasn't aware of? One that read, do whatever you want to me. He had to, because there was no other conceivable reason for women trying to pull this weird crap on him all the time. And to answer the first, I'm staging a fake kidnapping near one of the more lightly patrolled areas on Buruaha. When one of the patrols passes, you're going to struggle really hard. I'll pretend that you slipped out of my grasp and ran, and they'll take you straight into Kiri, Kojuri explained. What am I supposed to do once I'm there? Anyone who is taken into the village is searched, and given background checks. You don't have a record, so they'll just assume that you're some villager from the rural part of the island, Kojuri said. Once you're in there, Mei-sama is sure that you'll catch the eye of some of the more lustful commanders. Won't my situation be a problem? Naruto asked. It took a moment for Kojuri to figure out what he meant, but when she did, her cheeks caught on fire. And no, it won't. And why not? You look like a girl, with a flat chest, and if they see it, they might just think that you're a hermaphrodite, Kojuri answered. Why would they think that? Naruto asked. It's not known in civilian circles, but Kunoichi have a ritual technique they undergo to give them unable to actually spit the word out, Kojuri made dangling motion with her finger. Really? Naruto was in complete disbelief. Why, you can't be serious. It was believed that a child sired by two Kunoichi would produce stronger children, and that belief had some truth to it. Kojuri had seen that in the Kiri Academy. The children of Kunoichi seemed to have a bit more power, speed, or skill than the other children. Of course, talent only got you so far. Kojuri was proof of that, and the Hiramakiri on her back was all the evidence she needed. That's hard to believe, Naruto replied, to think that Kunoichi can alter their bodies so drastically. But bending the rules of nature like this tends to have some side effects, Kojuri added. Children conceived this way are sometimes born with extra parts. So, the thing dangling between his legs wouldn't be a problem, but then a thought struck him. Wait, you said this is a rural area, with not many people. What would the daughter of two Kunoichi be doing out here? This ritual has become a bit outdated, as men have come to be seen in a more equal light to women, but the Kunoichi villages all keep practicing it to varying degrees. Kojuri was one of those of the younger generation who couldn't understand the outdated views and harsh attitudes of her elders. She supposed that's why she admired Mei so much. During the rumblings of the Civil War, Mei had been in a high and well-respected position in the village. She had tried to use that reputation to quell not only the fear of bloodline users, but also improve the status of men. She believed that a united village was stronger than the militaristic path they had been walking for so long. She left those thoughts for another time, and finished answering Naruto. Kiri makes liberal use of this technique, and because of this, some of the more influential Kunoichi have illegitimate children. Before the war, those in clans and the influential sent those children away to places like this, unwilling to claim the child and sully their reputation. It was a brutal practice, but it was called the Bloody Mist for a reason. So they'll just think I'm someone want a child, tossed out by her parents. It'll make my cover stronger, said Naruto. It was a good cover, and Naruto really hated that. Yes, now we've wasted enough time, said Kojuri, and slung him over her back again. As she carried him, she gave him the detail of his new, false life. It wasn't long before Kojuri's path and Naruto's screaming caught the attention of the Kiri patrol. As soon as Naruto laid eyes on them, he thrashed violently in Kojuri's arms. Just like they planned, Kojuri dropped Naruto hard on his head and took off like a bat out of hell. Oi! Get back here, one of Kunoichi, a black-haired teenager, shouted, ready to give chase. Lucky for her, her partner had a clearer head and held her back. Don't be stupid. That was Kojuri, her partner, a tall, short-haired blonde, informed, she'd put you in the ground for sure, Mari. What the hell was a big shot like her doing in the sticks, Oda? Mari spat, but then her eyes finally caught the body on the ground. Oi, what's this? Your answer, obviously, Mari replied. A rebel of Kojuri's caliber wouldn't be out here without a good reason. A hit, or a kidnapping, it had to be one of those. Problem was that there was no one of worth out here. The patrols in this area were more for insurance than anything else. Whatever the reason, she wouldn't know it until she knew who this person was. When she turned the body over, she got a wonderful shock. As she's so pretty, Mari couldn't help but take in every feature of this girl's beauty. Her blonde hair looked silky smooth. Her lips were enticing and begging to be kissed, and those adorable marks on her cheeks made Mari dream of cuddling with her all night. Oi, Mari, what's wrong? Said Oda, until she got a good look at Naruto. Too, oi, what a beauty. So this is who Kojuri was after. But that answer just raised even more questions. What would the rebels want with such a pretty girl? She didn't look like a Kunoichi, so could they? Unbidden an image came to Mari's mind. A villainous shadow stood over the defenseless woman. With a cute thing like you around, we can really have some fun. Even more villainous shadows surrounded the woman, all of them sneering and chuckling greedily. Tears welled in the beautiful, innocent woman's eyes, and she cried, "Help! Mari!" Mari shook the images from her head, cursing her foolish imagination. What? I was saying, we're pretty lucky, Oda continued, lecherous grin and perverted eyes aimed at the woman in Mari's arm. The rebels aren't the ones I should be worried about, Mari thought as she picked up the girl. Get those thoughts out of your head. We're taking her to the check-in point. What a wet blanket, said Oda, kicking the ground, but kept her mouth shut and followed Mari. Naruto was just doing his best to handle the paradox of doing nothing, not even twitching. The village headed to was small, with only 20 or so families. The reason for that being that it inhabited one of the only bits of farmable land in the area. Just past it lay a heavy and dense swamp, which was believed to be responsible for the lack of rich soil. The crops were supplemented by the game that most villagers caught in the swamp. They quickly made their way through the only hint of civilization in the area, and brought their pretty find to the watchtower, located in the center of the village. Mari was going to take the girl to their medic Nin, but Oda had other ideas in mind. She quickly snatched the blonde beauty away from her teammate, and barged into the meeting room. Oi, Captain Iori, look what we found. Oda? What are you rambling about now? The captain in question asked. She was a tall woman, with a pale complexion, and a stern expression made even sterner by the conservative bun she wore her black hair in. Look! Oda said, waving Naruto around like child with a doll in front of a parent. Then she brought him close to her bosom, running her hands all over his body, feeling him up, as her dark and creepy chuckle filled the room. She's all mine, foo. Knock that off, pervert, Mari said as she hit Oda on the head, and then took back Naruto. Oda didn't care for that one bit, and soon, an argument broke out. If they don't stop swinging me around, I'm going to get nauseous, Naruto thought. Oda! Mari! Both women hushed up as their captain addressed them, explained. We found her being taken by Kojuri, Captain. Mari showed Iori the girl they found. This girl managed to slip out of her hold, and when Kojuri saw us, she ran. Why would Kojuri run? Sure, these two are tough, but nothing someone like her couldn't handle. Something about this situation didn't sit well with Iori. Not to mention that she had never seen this girl around here before. Something's off here. Wake her up. What? Captain, with all due respect, I think she needs to see our medic, Mari argued. Don't be a fool, Iori replied. Any greenhorn could smell that something is off about this whole thing. Now, wake her up. Although she could see why Mari was taken in by the girl, she was quite charming. Yes, Captain. Iori pulled some smelling salts out of her pocket and waved them under Naruto's nose. Fortunately, Naruto had seen people woken up by smelling salts all the time, so mimicking the act was easy as pie. W, where am I? W, who are you? Naruto was hoisted up by his arm and thrown into a chair by Iori. I'm asking the questions. Who are you? Thanking his lucky stars that Kojuri prepared him for this, Naruto replied, I'm Risei. That girly voice was going to take some getting used to. No last name? Naruto shook his head, and said, No, I've been living in the swamp with an old woman, I call her Grandma, who found me as a baby. She found you? That's what she told me, Naruto replied. So, can you run us through what happened? Iori questioned. It wasn't unheard of for people to live in the swamp, but it wasn't an easy life out there. If they could find this girl's house, then she might not have to lock up such a pretty thing. I was at home with my grandma. We were preparing our breakfast when that woman kicked in the door, Naruto said, adding a quiver to his voice. She demanded that I come with her, and when my grandma pleaded for me, that woman killed her with that horrifying sword. Iori pulled Naruto. And where exactly is this home of yours? Near the center of the swamp, Naruto replied. He prayed that Kojuri and the others had taken all the steps to make his cover legit. Otherwise, he'd be seeing the inside of a cage soon. Or they might throw him into a room with that Oda woman. Oda, Mari, go check it out, Iori said. I'll keep an eye on the prisoner. Oda and Mari had been gone for an hour, and in that hour, Iori hadn't stopped with the questions. So, you have no idea why Kojuri would want to take you? No, I've told you already the only remarkable thing about me is my healing skills, Naruto replied. So far things had been going fairly smoothly. This might have had to do with his last adventure teaching him how important being genuine is when his life was on the line. Healing skills taught to you by this grandma of yours? Iori asked for what felt like the 100th time. Yes! I don't understand why I'm being treated like this. I'm the victim, Naruto spat back. Iori heard the door to the outpost open, and with it Mari's usual lecturing and Oda's perverted ranting. That was followed by a knock on door to the meeting room. Shaking her head, Iori said, Enter. Mari and Oda walked in and saluted to their captain, waiting for her order. Well? She was telling the truth, Captain, Mari replied. We found the house, and an old woman inside. The injuries on the woman's body matched those on Kojuri's other victims. Iori noticed Risei shudder in her seat, and her heart went out to the poor girl as she mistook the reaction for fear and grief. The real reason Naruto shuddered was because his mind was going a mile a minute trying to figure out who Kojuri butchered to keep his cover, and coming to the terrible realization that someone might have been killed for his sake. Iori had the decency to look slightly apologetic. Well, I guess you were telling the truth. I'm sorry for your loss, and I hope you understand that I was doing my job. Yes, of course, Naruto replied. After being proven innocent, Naruto didn't say anything for a while, because with his exoneration came another problem, playing the part of the anguished victim. So, he allowed himself to be taken to the medic without a fuss, sat quietly as she checked him over, and answered her questions despondently. Everything checks out, physically anyway, the medic replied. She was a kindly, old woman whose eyes spoke of gentle warmth. Naruto could sense that she did care about her patient. How are you doing, dear? You've been through quite the ordeal. I dashed but nothing came out. Naruto wanted to say it was horrible, terrifying, and a deep unfathomable loss, but that question hit a vein in his heart. A moment's rest had eluded him ever since he had woken in the war-torn land, and despite those he cared for being alive and well, he never felt farther from them. The bodies that flew into his medical tent told him how hot the fires of war burned, and one side felt desperate enough to send an untrained, inexperienced foreigner in as their secret weapon. If he was meant to help stop this war, then its end and his return home seemed as far away as the stars. It was a reality that turned Naruto's tongue into a block of lead in his mouth. Hi. It's all right, dear. I didn't expect you to pour your heart out so soon, but if you need to talk, I'm here, the medic said. Before she gave Naruto some privacy, she popped her head back into Naruto's room. Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself. I'm Naoki. Thank you, Naoki-san, Naruto said as Naoki closed the door. Alone and in the clear, Naruto just laid on the cot and closed his eyes. The last thought in his head was a worrisome, what am I going to do? Thank you, Ms. Risei, a blushing girl said. It was no problem, Ken-kun, Risei replied. Naruto sighed as he sat back against his chair and looked out of the office window. 2 days had passed since his arrival into the village, and he had found himself being put to work for the village and the Kiri forces when they found out his healing skills were more than up to grade. My, Risei-chan, you've become quite popular in the village, haven't you? Naoki said as she walked into the office. What do you mean? Naruto asked. That's the fourth child to come in with a scrape or cut, correct? Yes, what of it? Naruto asked. Coming in to be treated by a pretty woman is probably why they're all so eager to roughhouse with one another, Naoki replied as she pointed out the window. Naruto followed Naoki's finger and saw a group of children wrestling and tussling on the ground. Naruto sighed and shook his head. Those kids. I'm sorry, Naoki-san. I'll go handle this. Naoki scared and tried to dissuade Naruto from bothering the poor children. Walking outside, Naruto was about to call out to the children when someone beat him to the punch. Rise-chan! Rise-chan! Naruto's head whipped around to see Oda screaming her head off, as both she and Mari dragged a body between them. When they reached him, Naruto recognized the person they were dragging. Rise-chan, you have to help Captain Iori. Follow me, quickly! Naruto shouted and led the hairy duo to the only room clean enough to operate in. Set her down right here. Now, what happened? Rebel ambush, Oda growled. The bitches were waiting for us. Captain Iori took a water blade to the chest covering our escape. When I see those whores again, I'm going to dash. Enough! Naruto said, ripping Iori's shirt open. The way you could help most is to wait outside and get Naoki-san. Naruto moved to grab his tools, but found that a prepped and ready Naoki had already set them up. How did you? Experience, dear, experience. Now, I believe our captain is counting on us, Naoki said. Naruto nodded and prepped himself for the operation. The wound was a nasty one. It looked like someone had shredded right through her. Naruto could tell that it was going to be a close call, but he could do it. Or so he thought. He didn't know how long he had been trying to heal Iori, but it felt like forever. Every close call and every ticking minute added another stack of stress to Naruto's already overworked mind, making the moments 10 times more tiresome. She was the enemy, a soldier of the forces he was sent to spy on, but Naruto refused to give up on her. He had already put in some effort, so allowing her to die from the wounds received from his side would have been fine. But none of these thoughts even occurred to him. To him, she was another person who needed help, and he could never turn his back on those ideals. Besides, he wasn't a soldier. We're losing her, Naoki cried out. Naruto bit back a curse as he tried to work faster, but a familiar sensation filled his stomach and made his chest tighten. It was the same sensation he felt right as he was about to lose a patient, but he wouldn't stop trying. Not this time, not another one. Naoki looked on sadly as her young friend kept pouring her all into saving their captain. It was almost enough to move Naoki to tears, but she held those back and stuck to her job. Iori's vitals were about to flatline and Naoki was about to inform Rise, but when she saw her friend's face she knew it was pointless. Again he was about to lose someone else. He knew it was pointless to get upset about something he couldn't control, but that thought brought him little comfort. In fact, that powerlessness infuriated him to no end. God damn it! Naruto screamed and he threw the tool tray against the wall. Then came the long beep of the monitor. The sound seemed to laugh at him. Rise-chan, it's fine. You did everything you could, Naoki said, placing a hand on her friend's shoulder. No, Naruto shook the hand off and desperately tried to revive Iori. I won't give up. Naoki shook her head and tried to pull Rise away from her hopeless task, but before she could lay a hand on her shoulder, Rise's hand exploded in deep green chakra. Right before Naruto's eyes, the wound mended itself closed, and the whine of the monitor died out, replaced by the steady beep of Iori's beating heart. Both occupants were shocked by what they had just seen, but it was Naruto who broke the silence. What was that? That, dear, might be why Kojiri was after you. Naruto pinched the bridge of his nose in a feeble attempt to stave off the headache throbbing behind his eyes. As his hand came away he couldn't help but stare at it. It had been nearly an hour since he had saved Captain Iori's life, and he was still reeling from how he had done it. Luckily, Naoki had made herself busy, and gave Naruto some time to himself when she saw how out of sorts he was. That chakra came from him, from his body, but it shouldn't have and it had never done so before. Like most boys, he had dreamed of being able to use chakra, even tried the exercises he had heard the other boys talking about, but it had never worked. So, why this time? He asked himself, and where had it come from? These questions and their possible answers swirled and muddled about in his thoughts. Finding the solution to regaining his lost memories seemed like a much easier task now. At least amnesia was common. But this, a man using chakra, was entirely out of the realm of existence, or at least it used to be. He also had to worry about the inopportune time of this discovery. It might not be so upsetting if this had all happened among friends or allies, but he was stuck smack dab in enemy territory. Though it could be worse, he'd have to say a prayer to whatever deity kept the Kunoichi from learning about the sheep among the wolves. Not for a lack of trying, though. That Oda woman really wanted to get into his pants, or under his skirt. The whole being a woman thing was still tricky, sticky situation. A loud rattle from the doorknob snapped his mind back to the present just in time to see Naoki enter the room. Naoki-san. Quite an eventful day, wasn't it, Risei-chan? Naruto listened as Naoki walked over the window. Her old eyes, still alert and sharp, watched over the children at play outside. He could tell the woman was after something this time. The lack of jovial smiles and her usual forward familiarity weight only made his worries heavier in his gut. What amazes me the most was your little miracle. Why yes, it came as a shock to me too, Naruto answered, as he twiddled his thumbs. Did it now? So, I take it this is the first time you've done that? At Naruto's nod she continued, that's surprising. Usually it takes many hours of practice to perform Iryo-jutsu like that. Naoki turned her sharp stare onto Naruto. Unless it wasn't Iryo-jutsu? Maybe. I'm just a natural. Naruto answered. Naoki was definitely after something, and then he realized what it was. He could almost smack himself for forgetting that his reason for even being here was to play the role of a pretty doctor that didn't know how to use chakra. And now he just talked himself into a hole. The overwhelming anxiousness now hardened into a stone in his gut, and he concluded that the only way to get out of this situation was to downplay it as much as possible. A natural? I don't think so. You see, medical jutsu is more akin to genjutsu than nin or taijutsu. Whereas the latter relies more on the amount of chakra a person has, genjutsu is all about control. No matter how much chakra a person has, it's useless for genjutsu if there is no control, and control must be learned. Iryo-jutsu is the same. Naoki finished and sat down in the chair across from Naruto. Naruto did his best to not squirm under her gaze. Who could ever think that this sweet, old lady could create such pressure? I'm going to ask you a question, and I need you to answer it honestly. If you don't, there are going to be some very serious consequences. Do you understand? Yes. Risei-chan, do you have a bloodline? Naruto was ready to deny any and every accusation about being a Kunoichi spy thrown at him, but he wasn't prepared for that question. What a preposterous question, as if he, a man, could ever have a bloodline. Then again, men weren't supposed to use chakra either, but here he was. Would it really be so far-fetched that he had a bloodline? The more he thought about it, the more it made sense to him. No one could use chakra without training he had never received, so the only way for him to have used chakra so effectively and easily was a bloodline. Just as he was about to voice his agreement, another moment of clarity struck him. He was with the Kiri forces, the same Kiri forces who were exterminating everyone that had a bloodline. If he said yes, then he wasn't going to make it out of here with his head. On the other hand, if he said no, then Naoki might assume that he had lied about being a civilian and was really a spy, a bad one, but still a spy. A rock and hard place if there ever was one, and the only question left to answer was, which is worse? Risei-chan, I won't ask again. Do you have a bloodline? Naruto took a breath and said the only sensible answer he could think of, I don't know. Naoki clearly didn't believe that answer by the stern, disapproving face she was giving him. It's true. My grandma told me that my parents had left me at her doorstep. She never even met them, Naruto said. I have no idea what that was in there. A bloodline or miracle, all I know is that I wanted to save Captain Iori and I did. Naoki leaned back in her chair, and rested her chin in her hand. After a minute of silence she said a small, I see. I know it's hard to swallow, but it's the truth. Lie, he thought to himself, just lie your ass off, and you'll live to see tomorrow. That was the only option left to him. Problem was that he didn't know what the outcome would be. I believe you, Naruto sighed in relief when Naoki spoke those words, but now we have a bigger problem. If Iori even suspects that you might have a bloodline, she'll turn you in. But I saved her life, Naruto sputtered. Iori is a loyal Kunoichi. In her book that just means that she won't take yours, Naoki replied. Naruto shook his head as he realized what Naoki was doing. Wait, are you trying to protect me? Believe it or not, but not every Kiri Kunoichi is out to commit genocide, Naoki answered. I've fought and survived one great war, and I performed my duties without question. Our Mizukichi, Yagura, was always strict and militant, nothing new to Kirigakure, but she has gone mad, because this civil war is nothing but a witch hunt fueled by the fear and paranoia that she has fed to everyone. She'd lost so many nights of sleep after hearing the news and rumors about her people butchering one another. The only comfort she had on those nights was the good fortune of the village she called home being far away from that waking nightmare. So yes, dear, I'm trying to protect you, because you have tried to do the same for us. You want this war to end, don't you? Naruto asked as he heard opportunity knocking. The rebels' original scheme had called for him to be saved by Kiri Kunoichi, and then make his way to Kirigakure and make contact with one of the few moles they had in the village. The biggest obstacle to that plan was the rebels' inability to provide travel to Kirigakure and safe passage through the village's security. With all my being, but helping you is all I can do now, Naoki replied as the implications of this new information ran through her mind. With the activation of her bloodline, Naoki realized that it was too dangerous to keep Rise here. The rebels must have known about her ability, and Kojuri could have abandoned Rise to throw off suspicion and keep the loyalists from making Rise a target. And if they were desperate enough to send one of their strongest Kunoichi into enemy territory for this girl's power, then they would be desperate enough to make another attempt on the girl. It wouldn't be hard for the rebels to figure out where Rise was being kept, Naoki thought, and this time they would send one woman to the job. Her heart raced as she saw this village being turned into a battlefield, and the fragile peace these people had managed to keep shattered in an instant. But I have no idea what to do. The contact, Naruto's mind rang. There was someone waiting for him in Kiri, and what better way to hide than in plain sight? It's not like Kiri had a way to test for bloodlines. May had informed that they could only identify people by those unique familial traits that clan carried. His bloodline, if that's what it was foreign to Water Country, so no one would be able to identify him. With all that in mind, he told Naoki, "My grandma once told me that if I ever experienced anything strange, and were she already dead, that there was a person, in Kiri, that I should go see. This person would explain things to me and look after me, and only we know about this. I just won't use that power again." Naoki could feel her anxiety slip away. It was a perfect way out for her village and Rise. The rebels would no doubt learn about this, through whatever means they learned of Rise in the first place. She could leave that part about Rise's bloodline, and use the recent operation to convince Iori that Rise's abilities were being wasted out here, that they could be put to better use in Kirigakure, an idea a patriot like Iori would agree to it immediately. She explained all this to Rise, who looked elated at the idea. "But, dear, you won't be able to use that power in Kiri without raising suspicion. Do you think you can fight that temptation?" That would be a problem, seeing as he didn't know how to control it. The green chakra came when he was trying to save Iori, but was it his wish to save her or the panic that he felt that summoned it? The lack of control was just asking for trouble. If this is a bloodline, I can't control it, so I need another option. Naoki leaned back in her seat as she tried to think of an idea. The only believable story that came to mind was to pass off Rise's bloodline as Iryojutsu. In fact, the only reason she had been able to tell the difference was because she knew Rise's backstory, and saw the panicked state in which she had activated her power. She could tweak the official report, and feed Iori the lie about Rise's training. After having her life saved, the woman would swallow it no problem. Naoki related her plan to her young friend, and asked, "What do you think?" "It's a bit of stretch, but I can't think anything better," Naruto replied. "Good. Now, Captain Iori won't be waking until tomorrow, so get some sleep while I handle the dead ace." And with that, Naoki took her leave. Left all alone again, Naruto decided to take Naoki's advice and threw himself into one of the office cot that had served as his bed. He tried to drift off to sleep, but his eyes refused to close, because they kept being drawn to the cause of his dilemma. Though he had a way into Kiri, he was still no closer to finding out why or where this power had come from. When his eyes finally allowed him some sleep, he would find his slumber plagued by an entirely new dilemma. Cold, wet, grimy water suddenly soaked deep into Naruto's body, startling him from his rest. He sputtered and sloshed around in the water as the fear of drowning pervaded his thought. That is, until he finally calmed down and realized, with no small chunk of embarrassment, that the water was only ankle deep. Glad no one was around to see that. I wouldn't say no one. Naruto's body nearly froze, but his neck managed to stiffly turn towards a familiar set of metal bars. Inside was a familiar red-headed knockout, smiling and waving at him. "Hey there, pretty boy. I knew you couldn't stay away." Naruto backpedaled so hard he fell on his butt, and then kept scrambling backwards until his back said hello to a wall. This place? How could he be back in this place? He hoped that this place had been nothing more than a nightmare concocted by a troubled mind, but he could feel the chill of the water, the draft in the air, and read the kanji on the great seal stamped on the woman's cage. This place was real. The woman just watched him work through his denial, a small smirk the only indication of her amusement. "Don't be like that, pretty boy. Why don't you come closer?" "Because I remember what happened last time I listened to you," Naruto muttered under his breath, and, having his fill of being soaked in sewer water, stood up. Nothing had changed since his last visit. The water was still murky, the cracked pipes still ran red with energy, and there was still a cage housing a crazy woman. "What was that? I couldn't hear you." The woman leaned forward and cupped in air. "Maybe you could come closer?" "This feels like deja vu," Naruto replied, and I'm going to stay way over here, if you don't mind. The woman pouted and said, "You're no fun." "Lady, I'm pretty sure you and I have very different definitions of the word fun," Naruto shot back. "Is that sass I hear?" the lady asked, enjoying the glare he shot her. "What's the matter, pretty boy? Don't you enjoy seeing little, old me? I don't even know who you are. I don't even know where I am." Questions, 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 that's all he seemed to have. Who did he have to pay to get some answers? He was snatched from his frustration by the loud chortles of the lunatic lady. "Did I say something funny? You don't know who, you don't know where, hell, you don't even know yourself." The woman broke into another fit, as she walked alongside the bars. When the mocking laughter died down, she sneered and said, "And then there's that chakra, poor, pretty boy, stumbling around in the dark." "I get the feeling you can shine some light on my situation," Naruto said, and when she cracked that inhumanly wide grin he had his answer. "I also get the feeling that it's going to cost me." "Oh, don't make that face," the woman cooed. "All I want is to be closer to you, pretty boy." "You know I'm not going to do that," Naruto replied, but he gained enough courage to push off from the wall. "Besides, what you know might not be worth anything to me." The woman sighed and leaned against one of the giant bars. "One on the house wouldn't hurt, I suppose. So go on, ask me one of those questions rolling around in that handsome head of yours." Naruto looked skeptical, but he wasn't going to let opportunity slip through his fingers. Only thing left to decide was which question to ask. He was confident that his memories would come back in time, so not that one. He could ask where, but a sewer meant he had to be under a city of some kind. He was curious about the green chakra, but there was something plaguing him more at the moment. "Who are you?" The woman's smile couldn't be any more pleased. "I knew you couldn't resist all this," the woman said, running her wantonly all over the sensual curves of her body. Naruto did his best to look away, but his eyes betrayed him and burned the delightful image in his mind. Red-faced, he managed to ask, "Are you going to tell me or not? Don't you want to take things slow?" she asked playfully, but received nothing but his impatient stare. "So, quick and to the point? You're no fun, but I can forgive that." Seeing that he wasn't going to humor her any further, the smirk fell from her lips, and she decided to finally answer his question. "Fine." The woman's body crumbled into dust, and the malevolent, red eyes of the giant beast behind her opened. It rose to its feet, and the sheer size of it made Naruto feel like an ant. When it finally looked down on him, Naruto had to resist the urge to run again. "I am the Kyuubi no Yoko." Naruto could only manage a dry wheeze, as his brain tried to process that information. Everyone across the elemental nations had heard of the bijou, of the giant monstrous beasts who tore through the landscape like papier-mâché and squashed humans into red paste for fun. "What's wrong? Cat got your tongue?" The frog finally hopped out his throat and he managed to say, "Hey chow." "Aha, only the first one was free," the Kyuubi said, wagging her finger, which normally would have been hilarious given that a giant fox was doing it, if Naruto's attention wasn't focused on the razor-sharp teeth in its massive maw. "Any more will cost you. What do you want?" "And no, I definitely won't be moving any closer to you from now on," Naruto said, deciding whether or not to hug the wall again. How about another shot of that green chakra?" Kyuubi asked. "After all, I never thought I'd see it again." "I don't know how to control it," Naruto replied. "I can tell you how, but only if you agree to the deal," Kyuubi replied. "You can?" "Yes. Do we have deal?" Not having to go anywhere near her was a plus, but making a deal with Monster just didn't seem safe. Still, he wouldn't be able to rest until he has those answers. "Deal. Now tell me about the green chakra." "Impatient, are we?" Kyuubi commented as she rested her body on the floor and reformed her human body. When the giant fox closed her eyes, the woman snapped open. She stretched her naked body languidly and took an inordinate amount of time to stand, which made Naruto experience an uncomfortable mixture of fear and arousal. "While I prefer my original body, this one has its perks. Don't you think, pretty boy?" Naruto said nothing, and focused his eyes entirely on her face. "I'll take that as yes," Kyuubi continued, "but let's move on to that special chakra of yours. You see, a long time ago I was used as pawn in an evil woman's revenge. She forced me to attack her most hated enemy, a powerful Kunoichi. Now, this wouldn't have been a problem since I'm, well, me, but this woman had special chakra. Special chakra that contained the essence of life itself. With it she was inexhaustible. She had the strength to crumble mountains, fatal wounds were minor troubles, and she could raise forests with a thought." Naruto almost thought he detected a hint of respect in the Kyuubi's eyes, until she guffawed. "Of course, all of that was nothing compared to my power, but that special chakra had a surprising effect on me." "It could put you to sleep," Naruto interrupted. "That's how I got away from you last time." "Close, handsome, but no, that chakra doesn't put me to sleep," Kyuubi replied, and shivered as she recalled his last visit. That foolish woman thought the same thing. No, that special chakra does something much more interesting. What? It drowns me in pleasure. The woman gave a full body shudder, and when she was finished, she rested her cheek on her palm and sighed. It was enjoyable defeat at least. Naruto was flabbergasted, not only by her answer, but by her description of the chakra's properties. Its ability to heal must have been how he'd saved Iori. The essence of life, Naruto thought. What an incredible power, if he could only harness it. His mind raced at the possibilities. If could unlock the secrets of this energy, who knows how many lives he could save. He looked at the woman, a fire in his eyes. How do I control it? Like any Kunoichi would, by training, and you already know those silly little exercises, Kyubi replied. You have everything you need, but, unfortunately it looks like our time is up. Naruto wondered what she meant, but a sudden wave of wooziness overcame him. He tried to shake it off, but collapsed to his knees, and the last thing he heard before he plopped into the water was, I expect you to pay up next time, pretty boy. Naruto's eyes opened to greet the dark early morning sky. Early to bed, early to rise, he thought to himself, but it might be the perfect time to learn how to control his chakra. He carefully rose from his bed and quietly stepped to the door. Cracking it open slowly, he took a look around the small hallway, before leaving the room and making his way through the outpost. He found Iori resting in her room, Naoki and Oda sleeping in the barracks with the other Kunoichi not on patrol, which meant that Mari was out on patrol with the others. Naruto hurried back to his room as silently as he could, unwilling to waste a moment of practice without the risk of being caught. Naruto sat on the floor in the lotus position, and recalled all the steps he'd heard of to summon one's chakra for the first time. First step, clear your mind, empty it of all thoughts until all you could hear was your heartbeat. Not really an easy feat, when you kept imagining all the awesome ninja things you might be able to do. But an hour of pretending to shoot fireballs and lightning from his hands fixed that. Boy, did he hope no one ever saw that. With his mind and body calmed, he was able to reach the state of clarity necessary to move on. Second step, listen to that heartbeat, feel its vibrations flow through your whole body, and focus on them. As those vibrations flow through, you should sense a tingle following it. That tingle is your chakra flowing through the chakra network. Grow accustomed to that tingle, until you don't even notice your heartbeat anymore. This step took him longer than the last, because it was no easy task to feel the microscopic vibrations of a heartbeat. Once he got that, finding the tingle was the next problem. 1 second he'd have it and the next it would be gone. Then, when he finally found the tingle, it was hard to drive out the vibrations he'd worked so hard to find. By the time he'd gotten past this step, the sun was rising over the horizon. He could wait until tonight to try again, but he's already come this far, so he didn't want to quit now. Third step, try to push your chakra outward. You should feel the tingle grow stronger and the energy flow out of your body. This step was the hardest, because it was difficult to understand how exactly to push in the first place. After a bit of trial and embarrassing error, he finally figured it out. He had been trying to physically exert the whole time, but in reality he had to push with his mind, and while it had all be mental, it did exhaust his body. When it was all said and done, he was sweating noticeably, but he couldn't help smiling when he summoned his chakra and saw that green chakra flicker about. Some wouldn't call the progress, but to him it was like holding a star. Knock! 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 Naruto nearly jumped off the bed, and waved his arm around Chicken Wing, dispelling the chakra. Risei-chan, are you awake? Naoki's soft voice snapped him out of his panic, and he was able to compose himself enough to reply. Yes, Naoki-san, you can come in if you want, Naruto replied. His friend walked in with a smile and a tray of food. From her sunny disposition, Naruto could tell she had some good news for him. Naoki set the tray down in front of Risei and took a seat across from her. Dig in, you must be hungry after yesterday's excitement. Naoki watched as Risei took a bite of toast, before suddenly scarfing it down like it was her last meal. The rest of the tray didn't last long as the young woman dug into it ferociously, and Naoki had to hold back a snicker at her young friend's antics. I didn't think a small thing like you could put it away like that. Despite her pout, Risei had the decency blush, but I can't blame you for working up an appetite. Now, I've got some good news for you. Really? Naruto could use some good news, especially after learning that he's being visited by a demon in his sleep. The thought of confronting that woman again made him shudder, and the realization that she was expecting her to made him want to hide under the bed sheets. Are you alright, dearie? You look as white as a ghost, Naoki said, resting her soft, comforting hand on Risei's shoulder. It was enough to yank the woman away from her dreadful reverie. Risei-chan? I'm fine, Naoki-san, thank you, Naruto answered as he gently took Naoki's hand from his shoulder. Gathering himself together, Naruto managed a perky smile as he asked, "Now, what was that good news you wanted to give me?" Noticing the obvious deflection, but not calling her friend out on it, Naoki picked up where she left off. "Well, yesterday Captain Iori woke up for a moment, and while she was groggy I suggested sending you to Kiri. Suffice it to say, the good captain agreed to it, and signed the authorization papers I just happened to have on hand. By this time Friday you'll be headed to Kiri, safe from the rebels." The news had the opposite effect Naruto had been hoping for. While he knew finding a way to feed the rebels information could help end this war, it wasn't something he was comfortable with. He shook off his tiny pity fest, however, because he knew the risk Naoki had taken to do this for him. "Thank you, Naoki-san, for this and everything else." He was surprised when Naoki took his hand in her own and said, "No, thank you, Risei-chan. I know you must be scared, especially since you have to go to Kiri of all places to be safe, but what you're doing is going to save this village from the civil war." "What?" Naruto was completely unaware that he was doing anything, except acting being a reluctant spy. "Am I really?" "Yes," Naoki replied. "With the rebels after you, there's no telling how much damage could cause to this village. This village has been lucky enough to avoid any serious contact with the war, by leaving you saving many innocent lives." Reluctant and uncomfortable turned into guilt very quickly when Naoki explained herself. She was looking out for the well-being of her people, while he was just using her to spy on the loyalists. "It's all to end the war," he thought to himself. "You're helping to end the senseless bloodshed." Naoki-san is scared. He felt that he'd be rationalizing a lot of things from this point on. "You don't have to thank me." "But I want to," Naoki replied, before clapping her hands and blowing away the serious atmosphere. "Well, that's enough of that. Go clean up and we can start our daily rounds." While Naruto was dealing with this, Tsurugi was handling the problem of his presumed death in Konoha. At first she had considered calling an emergency meeting, but given the clan's attachment to Naruto, placing them in a room at a heightened emotional state seemed like a bad way to break sad news. So, she waited for the monthly council meeting, and was subdued as the council went through the previous minutes, and attended to the necessary business. When all that was taken care of, she rose from her seat to speak to council. "Council members, I must discuss with you the recent C-rank mission undertaken by Team 7. Hokage-sama, forgive me, but I fail to see the bearing a C-rank mission has on this council." Himiko Hyuga spoke up. Some of her features matched those common in her clan: smooth pale skin, long silky brown hair, a small bust line, and the striking white eyes that made her clan famous. Her high cheekbones and small nose set her apart, but what really separated her from her clan was her height. Standing at 5 feet 2 inches, Himiko was shorter than most of her clanswomen, and the shortest clan head in recorded history, a fact most enjoyed pointing out. But, despite her lack of physical stature, she still had an impressive and heavy presence. It wasn't solely her beauty that made her attractive. Himiko carried herself with pride and grace at representing the strongest clan in Konoha. "I gotta agree with Shorty, Hokage-sama," Tsuminazuka said, throwing in her 2 bits and enjoying the eyebrow twitch she got out of Himiko. She had short, messy brown hair, vertical slit eyes, red eyeshadow, and her cheeks bore the red fang marks of the Inuzuka clan. The teasing grin she shot at Himiko revealed her long razor-sharp canines. She wore a standard Jonin uniform consisting of a long-sleeved black shirt, black pants, black Kunoichi sandals, and green flak jacket that did nothing to hide her impressive C-cup bust line. Her tan skin and wicked claws only added to the woman's wild beauty. Tsum was strong, brash, and dangerous, but as leader of the Inuzuka pack she cared deep for her clan's women, and only placed their well-being second to Konoha's. "See, Hokage-sama, even the mud agrees," Himiko replied as she reveled in Tsum's snarl. "Hey, short stack, you better dash." "Don't start, Tsum," interrupted Shikazanara. She had piercing black eyes, a straight narrow nose, pierced ears, and was sporting a semi-permanent frown. Her hair was tied up in a spiky ponytail, and her most noticeable feature were the 2 scars on the right side of her face, one on her cheek, and one above her brow. She wore black pants, handguards, a mesh shirt underneath her Konoha vest, and a deerskin jacket above her vest. She had large B-cup breasts, but was more gifted in the hips than her fellow Inuzuka and Hyuga council members, which turned more than one head in the village. She also proved to share the same lethargic demeanor of her clan as she gave a great loud yawn, but also displayed the intelligence they were known for by saying, "Besides, if Hokage-sama felt the need to discuss the particulars of a C-rank during a council meeting, both of you should know how serious it really is." That quieted any further comments the council thought about voicing. Hiroko Sarutobi gave Shikaza a grateful nod before speaking. Team 7, led by Jonin, Kashiko Ataki, were tasked with escorting a bridge builder, Tazuna, to Wave Country and protecting him as he finished construction. Along the way it was discovered that the client had lied about the mission parameters and that Gato, the shipping magnate, had put a hit on him. Knowing this, the team continued with the mission and encountered Susuna Momochi and an unknown accomplice whom they defeated temporarily. After the battle they reached Wave Country and made base in the client's home and met a young man, Keiji, who had been helping the village as a doctor. It was during their second encounter on top of the bridge with Susuna that Keiji revealed his true identity to Team 7. This young man turned out to be Naruto Uzumaki. A flock of birds could have flown into the room and the council would have been completely oblivious. Shock, disbelief, and happiness were the common emotions working their way through each of the council women, followed by question how, who, and where their favorite ball of sunshine was. The one to break the silence and voice the council's most paramount question was Shibi Aburame. Shibi wasn't exactly a woman that would stand out in a crowd. She had very spiky short hair and her face was covered by black shades, and the collar of a large gray coat which covered most of her body. Shibi's personality was what was most unique about her. She was a quiet and stoic woman by nature, only speaking when she had something to say or a point to make, which caused most to listen when she spoke. A level head under even the most extreme pressure, Shibi was respected by her peers and looked up to as the ideal of the Aburame clan. Where is Naruto-kun? Which is why the small break in the usually cool and collected Shibi's voice spoke volumes about her emotional state. Hiroko bowed her head and continued with the rest of the story. The reason Naruto was able to convince Susuna and her accomplice to change alliances was because he'd found out that Gato was planning to double-cross them. When Gato finally made his appearance, he also brought a hostage, the bridge builder's daughter Tsunami, but Naruto succeeded in negotiating a trade, himself for the woman. Kashiko refused the terms and tried to stop Naruto, but he forced his way to Gato and freed the woman. Hokage-sama, Himiko spoke up through shuddering breaths. Gato died almost a month ago. We would have known if Naruto was back in the village. The implication weighed heavily on all the council women, and all eyes were on the Hokage. She took a breath and soldiered on. Kashiko and her team placed explosives on the bridge as a last resort, and Naruto assisted him. Only she and her team had the triggers, or so she believed. When Naruto was captured, he placed the trigger seal on the bridge and activated it. The Kunoichi in the room gasped, as their hearts ached once more for the blonde-haired boy. Naruto Uzumaki sacrificed himself to save the people of Wave. The room was wrought with grief as each Kunoichi felt the familiar pain of loss, and dealt with the cruel blow of having their hopes crushed. The first to compose herself, Himiko, asked, "Were we at least able to recover his body this time?" Despite their best efforts, Kashiko and her team failed to do so, but the people of Wave named the new bridge the Great Naruto Bridge in respect to his sacrifice. Hiroko answered, knowing it would be cold comfort to her Kunoichi. She knew this would be the reaction of the clans as they all had strangely strong ties to the boys. Hiroko realized that the council wouldn't be able to accomplish anything else today, so she said, "I told you all this, because you all knew and cared for Naruto, and I didn't think it right you be kept in the dark. Feel free to inform your clan at your own discretion. I'm sure once the full details of Gato's death are revealed they will find out as well. This council meeting is adjourned for the day." As she left the room, Hiroko pulled her hat down low to cover the pain in her own eyes. Friday seemed to sneak up on Naruto, and he suddenly found himself saying goodbye to Naoki, Mari, and even Oda. "I don't what say, Naoki-san, thank you for everything." "Don't worry about that, dearie. Just keep safe and Kiri," Naoki replied as she hugged Rise fiercely. "I'm sure I won't be the only one missing you though." True, Naruto had gained a little fan club as the pretty nurse Rise. In fact, one of her fans was standing next to Naoki. "Rise-chan, don't forget about me." "I don't think that'll be possible, Oda-chan," Naruto replied as one of his would-be rescuers wrapped her arms around him, "especially with everything you've done." "Ah, don't be that way," Oda replied as sheer perverted hands groped his ass. "I'm sure you liked it as much as I ow. Ow." "Oda, what did I say?" Mari asked as she twisted Oda's arm behind her back painfully. "Do not touch someone without their permission," Oda exclaimed and sighed gratefully as Mari released her arm. "Geez, I was only playing around." "Sure," Mari commented before clearing her throat and turning to Rise. "Now, Rise-san, the journey from here to Kiri isn't very dangerous, but still I'd like you to be cautious. It'd be terrible if something happened to you." "Of course, Mari-chan," Naruto replied as he hugged Mari, surprising the straight-laced woman into blushing hard. "Thank you for saving me. I won't forget it." "It was my pleasure," Mari replied. "Sucks that we can't come along, but me and Mari still have time to serve here," Oda butted in, pushing Mari and Rise apart, before holding the disguised boy to his bosom. "But once we're done with that we promise to visit you on our time off." "I'd like that," Naruto replied, and he meant, these two had grown on him, just as much as Naoki had. But I have to go now. Oda pouted, but let him go, and he joined the other Kunoichi, who were heading back to Kiri for reassignment. He would be traveling with them for the whole trip to Kiri through the swamp, hopefully with no incidents. Once he was there he would find his contact and take his new order from there. As the group began to trek away from the village, Naruto glanced back at Naoki to see her tending to an inconsolable Oda. He remembered their conversation about protecting the people and how everything she did wasn't for Kiri, but to preserve life. It hardened his resolve. Naoki-san, I promise that I'll do everything in my power to end this war. With the promise in mind, Naruto gazed straight ahead, ready to face whatever may come. Naruto tried not to get nervous as he stared at the walls of Kirigakure, ruled by the Mizukage, Yagura. The last 4 days of travel had been exhausting, not just physically, but mentally. The root of the problem stemmed from a few of his traveling companions, and their obvious advances towards him. He wasn't oblivious to the passes women made at him. He'd have to have brain damage not to notice. He just wasn't interested. And though it might be a bit cowardly of him, he preferred playing naive and brushing off their advances. This stemmed from some bad experiences rebuffing Kurino and Tsuruhi, and while he knew all women weren't the same, it just seemed easier to handle things this way. The non-root of the problem was navigating through the soup fog that Kiri used as natural cover to hide their village. Just about separated from the group, nearly had his ankle snapped by a snare trap, and almost walked into a tree. All these happened on more than one occasion during the trip. Now at the gate, Naruto watched as each Kunoichi handed over her paper, orders, and was taken to a small booth next to the gate to be given a search. Once it was his turn he stepped up, handed over the papers Naoki had procured for him. He tried not to fidget as the gate guard looked over his papers with fine eye. Satisfied with his documents, she took him into the booth. Naruto was appreciative to find that the woman giving him the body search was a complete professional. The only problem arose when the woman's hand brushed up a piece of anatomy that clearly belonged to a different gender. The woman stopped her search and tossed Naruto into the chair. Care to explain? It's not what you think. Naruto frantically started. Despite Kojuri explaining what to do in this exact situation, he still found it hard to actually get the words out. You see, I really don't. Crap, this is really hard to say. You better figure out a way, because you really don't want to be in a real interrogation right now, the Kunoichi warned. Naruto took a deep breath and swallowed his embarrassment. I'm hermaphrodite. The woman's eyes widened and she breathily asked, You're kidding, right? The stone silence she received was enough of an answer for her. You're not kidding. Sorry. I take it none of the women you came in with know? No, they don't, Naruto answered. He hoped that this would be the end of it and that the guard would let him pass. Please don't tell them, Naruto pleaded. No need for me people to know and have their curiosity land him into trouble. Don't worry, I understand, the woman replied. I'm in the same boat as you. Now Naruto reeled in shock and sputtered out, Oh really? Yeah, the woman said. She quickly pressed her loose, baggy pants against her pelvis to reveal a noticeable bulge before pulling it away. Your papers said that you're from that backwater village, so I'm guessing this is the first time you've met someone else like you. Yes, Naruto replied, quite uncomfortable with the surprise turn that this conversation had taken, but given his lack of options decided to just run with it. There's quite a few of us in the village, and the villagers don't make a big deal of it, but most of us like our privacy, the woman answered. Listen, I know dealing with this isn't easy, so if you need to talk you can usually find me here. My name is Suki, by the way. Naruto nodded, flashed a grateful smile, and said, Thanks, Suki, I don't think I will, but, just thanks. Suki returned his smile, let him out, and let him go with a hearty pat on the back. Naruto sighed as he rejoined his group, but not before taking a last glance back at Suki. Kojuri sure as hell didn't cover any of that in her impromptu briefing. A blue-haired with glasses sneezed, Apologies, Mei-sama. The girl rubbed her nose as she focused her attention back onto the two women in front of her. That's quite all right, Kojuri, Mei said and motioned for her subordinate to continue. Oh? Seems like someone's popular, Kushima teased as she oiled her blade. She and Terumi had been in the command tent planning the next raids on supply routes and bases, when Kojuri had walked in waxing on about important news. Maybe our little spy is having dirty little thoughts about you? The dreamy image of Naruto wrapped around her like jungle snake had the immediate effect of fogging up Kojuri's glasses as a small trail of blood ran down her nose. Mei sighed and clapped her hands in front of the girl's face, snapping Kojuri out of her perverted la-la land. Apologies, again, Mei-sama. That's quite all right, Kojuri, Mei drawled, but please, the message? Yes, of course, one of our scouts just returned with news that Naruto is nearing Kiri. He should be in the village soon, Kojuri reported, and stood by as Mei and Terumi talked about setting up a proper line of communication to their new mole. The mission aside, she was glad to find out that Naruto was safe. It had been agonizing waiting to hear whether or not her friend was alive. That relief was soon replaced by familiar agony, as Kojuri realized that now she had to worry about whether or not he would be discovered, tortured, and finally fed to the sharks as bloody chum. Kojuri took a deep calming breath. She couldn't lose her head over some boy with a pretty face, and adorable whisker marks, and beautiful bright blue eyes, and that cute smile, and his nice firm butt. Kojuri slapped her cheeks, erasing every possible thought she could have about Naruto, and tuned into her superior's conversation. This way minimalizes his chance of discovery, Kushima finished, before turning to Kojuri. Think your scouts could manage that, girl? Kojuri struggled to reply, her eyes flickering left and right as she seriously debated whether or not to just nod and agree. Mei sighed, then asked, you weren't listening, were you? Apologies, Mei-sama, Kojuri muttered as her eyes darted to the ground. Thank you for showing me the way, Naruto said as he waved goodbye to his traveling companions. After his little episode with the gate guard, Naruto had asked one of the Kunoichi for directions to the address Kojuri had given him. Instead of giving him the directions, the woman insisted on leading him there herself, which had the added consequence of the other Kunoichi inviting themselves. The Kunoichi turned a simple walk into a full tour of the village, complete with promises to accompany them to their favorite spots. He really had to figure out a better way to handle women, because just going with things was probably going to get him into trouble. Lay troubles aside, Naruto had been fascinated with the village's architecture. All the buildings were cylindrical instead of square, and he saw that many of them had trees on the rooftops. He had learned that height denoted the importance of the building, a choice made by the first Mizuki due to the difficulty of spotting any defining characteristic on a structure, because of the thick fog that surrounded the village. The trees were added by the night aim to make the village look like a thick jumble from a distance. He placed all those interesting architecture thoughts aside, as he read the sign on the building that served as cover for his contact. Miyuki's Canteen, Naruto quietly said to himself. Kojuri had told him that one of the bartenders and there was the contact. He just hoped that there weren't too many. It was an inconspicuous tavern, aside from the large name in sloppy red paint, but the chatter of the locals and the clinking and clunking of mugs and glasses told Naruto it was far from unpopular. With nothing gained from nothing ventured, Naruto stepped into the bar and beelined it to the counter. He thanked the stars that no one, except for the bartenders, noticed or cared enough to notice him. A woman in scrubs ranting in the corner was taking all the attention for herself. He took a seat and observed the two bartenders filling orders. One was hardy-looking man in matching black shirt and trousers, broad shoulders and strong hands, probably from lifting crates and tossing out dead beats, and a keen eye watching for any troublemakers. The other bartender was a tough-looking woman in a red wife beater that revealed an almost indecent amount of cleavage, and gray trousers, with her long maroon hair kept in a tight bun, a jagged scar running down the right side of her jaw, and a blackjack secured to her waist. The woman caught him staring, and he had to look down when her sharp black eyes glared at him. Naruto counted to 10 before looking up again, only to find himself face to chest with the woman in question. "What are you looking at?" Naruto stammered out babble that sounded sort of like an apology, but her frustrated groan was her only reply. Then they both stood there in silence, he out of embarrassment, and she out of necessity. "You need to order something if you want to keep your ass in that chair, girly." "Oh, right. Can I get a cup of green tea?" Naruto asked. "Yeah," the woman said as she moved to fill another order. As she was doing that, Naruto figured that he'd have to give both bartenders the challenge. He just had to find the best way to give the woman the challenge without pissing her off further, and risk getting tossed out. "Here you go," the woman said, placing the cup down with a precision that surprised him, "and make sure to pay for that." "Perfect," Naruto thought as called her back over. "How about a little bet?" The woman just stared at him with a look that asked if he was serious. "Before you disagree, will you let me explain?" The woman huffed, but said, "Fine. It's simple. I give you a riddle. You answer right and I pay triple for this drink." Now the woman quirked a brow in interest. "But, if you get it wrong, the drink is on the house. What do you say?" The woman thought about it for a moment and then answered, "All right, girlie, you got a deal, but no going back on the deal, or my husband will have to have a word with you. Got it?" "Understood," Naruto replied. "Now, what's the most dangerous shark in the world?" The woman's eyes widened before shifting back and forth, making sure there were no prying ears nearby, and then answered, "The one closest to you." Naruto sighed in relief. "Good to finally meet you." "Back at you." The woman wanted to continue, but was cut off by a customer asking for the check. "Shoot, look, girlie, work's calling, but just stay in that seat until we close up and then we can talk." "Oh, and the name's Miyuki." With that, Miyuki headed off to tend to her customers. Naruto took a sip of tea and took the time to relax. It had been a long, arduous trip that wasn't over by a long shot. Bad things were headed his way, and he knew that when they came, his decisions could mean saving a lot of people or killing a lot of people. Naruto hung his head as the oppressive thought became too much to bear. This was insane. He had no business being here. He should be in an operating room, or treating a patient, not playing the pity card with the gate guard. Come on, Naruto, hold it together, he thought, but he had been holding it together since Iori interrogated him. What got to him most, however, was the trust these people were placing in him. He was used to having it. After all, people don't really want you wrist deep in their chest cavities if they don't trust you, but he wasn't used to stabbing people in the back. Then he remembered the rebels he saved and the ones he lost. This wasn't about him, this was about the people he could save. Whatever fear he felt, whatever pain he felt, he could take, as long as it meant more people didn't have to die. So, Naruto took another sip of tea and took the time to relax. So, girly dash Miyuki began. Naruto, he interrupted. He already sounded and looked like a girl, and that girl's name. You'll have to call me Rise in public, but when no one's around it's just Naruto. Got it, Rise replied as she eyeballed Naruto. They told me you were a man, but what? Naruto asked, slightly annoyed that she didn't just spit it out. But, I can't really say I believe them, Miyuki replied, waving at him. I mean, look at you. Well, I'm not showing it to you just to satisfy your curiosity, Naruto said. He could have laughed at the absurdity of the conversation, if it didn't remind him of where and what he was doing. Miyuki snorted and said, not exactly where I was going, but it's probably a good thing that I can't tell you're not a girl. There's a lot riding on you. Yeah, me and my good looks, here to win the war, Naruto groused. Hope we're not counting on your personality, Miyuki said as she cleaned a glass. I've got a great personality, when I'm not worried about being captured or killed for espionage, Naruto spat, and as an afterthought quietly muttered, not mention living my last seconds as drag queen. I'll give you that one, Miyuki replied. Her own thoughts probably mirrored his, filled with nightmares of being dragged off by Kunoichi to a cell, or just being run through with blade. She really did hope that this kid could manage a miracle because the village was on the verge of self-destruction. This damn disguise sure as hell isn't helping, Naruto griped. He adjusted to his bra straps, an action he'd never be used to thankfully, and wondered if the blasted contraption was just as problematic for women. Seeing the discomforting act, Miyuki asked, wait, are you actually wearing women's underwear? Miyuki's loud guffaws grated on his nerves. I have to. In case I lose my clothes, I can still claim to be a hermaphrodite, at least the panties are comfortable. Naruto said, muttering the last part. It was stupid how much more comfortable panties were than his boxers. I already met one, a hermaphrodite I mean, and managed to convince her that I was one, got me past the gates. Good, seems like the plan wasn't so crazy after all, Miyuki said after she managed to quiet down. Don't see why I needed the disguise in the first place. The men don't seem to be treated any worse than the women, Naruto said. Miyuki's face turned to stone. How long have you been here? A few hours. Some of my traveling companions took me on a tour. Then no offense, but you have no idea what it's like, Miyuki said. Clearly, Naruto had crossed some unspoken line because the look she gave him made Naruto sit up straight. Take this bar for example. It used to belong to my husband. Then some woman who had her eye on the place tried using some bullshit antiquated law applied men to take it from him. He tried to fight it, but the cards were stacked against him. Eventually, he had to give ownership of the bar to me. At least he didn't lose the bar, Naruto said, regretting his choice of words immediately. Miyuki slammed a mug down on the countertop, making Naruto flinch. He shouldn't have had to give it up in the first place, damn it. He worked his ass off to make this place his, and just because he's a man those bitches walked all over him. Sorry. Don't be. You're right, he still has his bar no matter what name the deed has on it. Not to mention he's better off than most men in this village, Miyuki said. Most of the whorehouses in the red light district get their workers by getting them hooked on drugs or threatening them. The female workers are treated better, which isn't saying much, but you're far less likely to find them dead in alley from an OD or something worse. The Mizukage doesn't care enough to assign more than a token force to investigate what's going on. She also doesn't have a problem with her warriors blowing off steam any way they want. There has to be someone the men can turn to? Naruto asked. Miyuki shook her head. All the major offices are held by women, more than a few are crooked, which makes it hard for men to have their concerns taken seriously. A few men have tried to have their voices here, but the people in charge don't mind using their power to get rid of any nuisances. Miyuki hung her head and sighed, then said, the sad truth is that the war is making things hard for everyone around here, but men are taking the brunt of it. They don't have any real power to change things in Kiri, and not for a lack of effort. It was a douse of ice water to Naruto's head, and it was changing the notions he held about Kunoichi villages. He had known that life in the civilian villages ran on a different cycle than the ninja villages, but he had no idea the differences were so drastic. Before his thought could run off the rail, Naruto recalled that Kiri was considered the most militant, not to mention that his memories, the few he had, painted a different picture of Konoha. Of course he couldn't help but wonder if he was a special case given his unusual rapport with women. Miyuki began speaking again, so Naruto tossed the question onto the back burner with his other burgeoning and troubled thoughts. Maybe, when he wasn't about to dive head first into danger, he could give them a proper pondering. I need to know what I'm working with, so what's your cover and what's your plan? Miyuki asked. I was told to come to Kiri and find you by my, now deceased, grandmother. The outpost and the Kiri forces have a report corroborating my story, Naruto answered, and Miyuki was pleased to hear that. It was a good cover, a common story heard nowadays, so they wouldn't garner any unwanted attention, and seeing them together also wouldn't raise any eyebrows. As for infiltration, Kojuri told me that I was supposed to try to seduce someone high in the chain of command. But I think it's a waste. I'm a trained and experienced doctor, and if I could somehow manage to work, even as nurse, in the hospital, I could find out some useful information. Like what? Like when and where they're sending their medical supplies, maybe even the routes they're using, Naruto answered, remembering the sorry amount of supplies the rebels were trying to conserve. There are also the medical records, which would have lots of information on particular people. I might also be able to get my hands on casualty reports, and whose is and isn't on active duty to give the rebels a concrete picture of who they're fighting. That's a good idea, Naruto. In fact, it might be the better approach. Miyuki started. I've been scoping out key places around the village, and while I couldn't get into most, I did get inside the hospital. It took some sneaking, a couple of bribes, and lots of luck, but I found out that since most of the Kunoichi are too injured to leave, they have to write reports in the hospital. The reports are stored in the hospital temporarily before being sent to the Mizukichi Tower, and if the news is urgent enough, the Kunoichi have give verbal reports, Miyuki explained. She had been fortunate that the Mizukichi could only afford to spare one censor Kunoichi, and doubly lucky that this one hated Yagura and had a lot of debts to pay. The idea for Naruto to seduce wasn't bad given his looks, but it might be a long while before he got anything useful. This plan could get immediate results. Blackmail material, supply routes, enemy encampments, and maybe knowledge of where the Mizukichi was spreading her forces too thin. It was an enticing idea, but Miyuki had to ask, do you think you can manage this? I have to, because the rebels need all the help they can get. Naruto grimaced as he recalled the number of rebel casualties during his week at the stronghold and the rations handed out to the civilians. While Mei and her people were giving one hell of a fight, the rebellion was running on its last legs. Giving them this information would give them the opportunity to resupply and strike at the Mizukichi at the same time. Enough of these beastings would eventually weaken Kiri to the point that the rebels might finally be able to launch a large offensive. It was a long shot, but in his eyes it was better than whoring himself out. There was still one slight problem with his plans. Any idea how I'm supposed to get a job at the hospital? Miyuki tapped her chin before replying. I might have something, but it'll be up to you. The next day Naruto stood outside the hospital. His heel tapped nervously as he waited in front of the hospital. The overly alert guards watching him like hawks weren't helping his anxiety, but the one sensor that Miyuki had told him about had already given him the signal that he was okay. What really had him jittery was the tardiness of Miyuki's acquaintance. Being the owner of a bar, Miyuki had a fair share of connections with people from various backgrounds. One of these connections was Koharu, the chief doctor, who had been morosely nursing a drink and talking off any sympathetic ear about her soon-to-be violent demise. Apparently, the Mizukichi didn't like how many of her Kunoichi the hospital was losing, so Kaoru was terrified that her leader's patience would soon run dry and that her neck would soon receive a trim. Kaoru then proceeded to drunkenly whine about being short-staffed and asking strangers about where she was supposed to find new workers when it took so much time to train someone. In short, the woman was desperate for anyone with any training, and that was going to be Naruto's in. Of course, that was yesterday. Now that he stood here, he was waiting for Koharu, with nothing but Miyuki's word to back him up. The plan not only didn't sound like a long shot, it didn't even sound like a plan. That thought evaporated like boiling water when he met Kaoru. It was her nervous muttering that first caught his attention, rushed mumbling mixed with the occasional no, or too much, or might work. A pen cap that looked like it had been chewed by a toddler was trapped between her teeth, as she assaulted a thick stack of papers carried in one hand with the pen she held in the other. To be frank, she was a plain and haggard-looking woman. Koharu's black hair hung in a miserable bun, locks sticking out here and there, and streaks of stress-induced gray hair peppered her head. The front of the white coat she wore was covered in all manner of stains, some from a rushed meal, and others from rushed work. On her nose rested a pair of glasses, held together by duct tape in multiple places, which only made the bags under her eyes worse. Underneath the coat she wore blue scrubs that contrasted heavily against her sickly pale skin. Miyuki wasn't exaggerating, Naruto thought as he took another look at Koharu. The woman might as well have desperation written on her forehead. More confident in his chances, Naruto approached the woman as she came to the entrance. "Koharu-san?" "Yes, what?" "Hurry up, out with it." Koharu's vocal rush caught Naruto off guard, but just as he was about to reply he heard her exasperated sigh. "I don't have time for this. I heard you're short on staff." Naruto blurted out, careful not to give away Miyuki's name. Koharu spun on her heel and jabbed Naruto's chest. "Who told you?" "Out with it." She was already a minute behind. 2 more and her schedule would be shot. "Does it matter? I've got training and need a job." "You're short-handed and need some help," Naruto answered. He hoped he hadn't read her wrong, and that she was desperate enough to throw away any suspicion. Koharu tapped her chin before quickly replying, "Good point. Come on, we'll walk and talk." With that, Koharu walked past the guards, leaving a bewildered Naruto behind to follow her. They entered the hospital and she asked, "Tell me about your training." "I was trained by my grandma, a healer from a rural village to the south," Naruto answered. "You're kidding?" Koharu stopped out of shock, but then remembered her schedule and kept walking. "I need real professionals with real training, not some punk from the sticks with a quack grandma." "My grandma wasn't a quack and I'm not some punk. I've completed dozens of surgeries and cured plenty of people," Naruto shot back, insulted by the jab at his skill. "And I'm supposed to take your word for it?" Koharu spat. "The Mizukage is breathing down my neck to do everything but raise the dead. I need a sure bet, not a risk, and unless you can prove you're not the latter, there's the door." Naruto cursed his naive to think that this long shot would just magically work out for him. Of course no self-respecting doctor would hire someone just because they showed up and asked for the job. Still, he couldn't quit. He had to prove himself to help end this war. Then, just as Kaoru was going to round the corner, the doors burst open. "We've got wounded," cried one nurse. Koharu flew back around the corner asking, "How many?" "2 squads. 3 of the Kunoichi have chakra exhaustion, one of whom is also suffering from a heart attack. Those 3 dragged the other 5 to the gate," the nurse answered. Then she pointed to 5 women being brought in on stretchers. "Those 5 got the worst of it. Get me Tai, Renji, Kimiko, and Kana, and I need the files on these squad members, and get that woman stabilized." Koharu barked as her hands ran through a set of seals and erupted into a green glow. As good practice, the hospital had the file of each Kunoichi in service and what squad they served under, which was the reason guards were posted around the building. She ran an analysis on each of her new patients, her mind running a mile a minute as she took in each of their injuries. In that time a middle-aged man in green scrubs showed up, and Koharu wasn't pleased by that. She turned to a nurse. "I'm going to need the ORs prepped and ready for these patients." Then she turned to the man. "Renji, where are the others?" The Mizukage ordered Kana to the Nosu stronghold, and Tai had to cover a shift last night instead of taking his break. "He collapsed into a bed half an hour ago and no one's been able to wake him," Renji explained. "And Kimiko?" Renji scratched his head and nervously said, "She had a bit of breakdown on a smoke break and we had to sedate her." "Great," Koharu said, dragging her hand down her face. "Take one break, everything falls apart." "Who else do we have?" "No one, Chief. The other surgeons are at the stronghold or out with the Mizukage Kunoichi," Renji replied. Kaoru cursed the war and the madwoman leading the village. To her regular staff this wouldn't have been a problem. Well, it would have been, but not a big one. Now, most of her people were scattered throughout the country, either in service to Kiri, in a hole in the ground, or with the rebels. Whining, however, wasn't going to help these women, but as she looked them over, Koharu realized she wouldn't be able to help all of them. One of these Kunoichi was going to draw the short straw and Koharu would be the one handing them out. Their injuries didn't differ too much, so she couldn't just go with priority. "Looks like some of you are going to be unlucky today," Koharu thought and shot off orders. "Get these to the ORs, Dr. Inoue, and I will be performing surgery." "Yes, ma'am." As Koharu was about to follow her patient, Naruto stepped into her path. "Out of the way," Koharu growled. "Let me help," Naruto asked calmly. "What?" Koharu was sure she heard that wrong. "Let me help," Naruto repeated. "It doesn't take a genius to see you won't be able to save them all. I have the skills you need, so let me help." "This is ridiculous," Koharu said and tried to move past him, but Naruto wouldn't let her. "You think I'm some punk? Let me prove to you that I'm not. Let me help you save these people." Koharu still appeared skeptical, and Naruto couldn't help but exclaim, "I know this is crazy and irresponsible, But do you honestly think I'd ask to this if I didn't have the skill to back it? Damn it, what the hell do you have to lose? Koaro grit her teeth as she considered his offer. It was stupid and irresponsible, but she really needed the extra hands, and she really wanted to report fewer casualties to Yagura. Fine, but if you don't save at least one of them, you'll be tossed in a cell and executed. A little unfair, Naruto thought, but since there's no other way, deal. Alright, you two, Koaro pointed at two nurses, take. Rise, Naruto interjected. Take Rise and that patient and prep another operating room, and bring him the file on her. Yes, ma'am. The nurses rushed down the hall with Gurney and Naruto into, shouting for everyone to clear the way. Along the way, one nurse broke off and grabbed Naruto a pair of scrubs. Soon they arrived at the operating room. Both nurses turned to him and one asked, "What do you want us to do, ma'am?" Naruto didn't miss a beat. Prep her for surgery. Get me your file, and tell me where I can find the sink. Naruto sighed as he snipped the surgical string. Alright, she's stable, but she's lost a lot of blood. Take her to a bed and get her started on a drip, Naruto ordered. It had been tricky given the patient's sickle cell disease, but thank God Honda had been such a taskmaster in educating Naruto about surgical seals. Why a person with sickle cell was even in the military baffled Naruto, but it also made him think that Kiri wasn't in any better shape than the rebels. Bring in the next one in her file. Yes, ma'am, the nurse said as they wheeled out the patient. Naruto headed off into the room next to operating, where he stripped off his gloves and dumped them in the appropriate bin, and then took a moment for himself to breath. He hadn't really expected to be thrown into multiple surgeries when he woke up today. Of course, there might not be another surgery given how long he had taken patching up that Kunoichi. She had gone through some serious trauma, and fixing all of that had taken some time. Hopefully, that hadn't cost his next patient her life. We've got the next patient. Naruto looked into the operating room to see the nurses wheel in another woman. Alright, give me her file, Naruto ordered, and get her prepped. Doctor, we're losing her, the nurse cried out as loud beeping filled the operating theater. Come on! Where is it? Where is it? Naruto asked himself as his bloody hands dug into a woman's chest. His mind flashed back to his last rebel patient, but he shoved that thought out of his head. He'd be damned if he lost another person this way. Blood pressure dropping. Where the hell was it? He had already stopped the bleeding from 2 veins, but the third one was giving him trouble. Heart rate dropping. She's dying. I get it. Naruto barked. Just one more second, that's all he needed, and he could, there. He clamped the vein and stopped the bleeding. The flaring wails and beeps of the machines died down. She's back coming, sir. Naruto's hands almost went slack in relief. Luckily for his patient, he remembered where they happened to be. Alright, let's finish this, Naruto said. From that point on, the surgery went off without a hitch. Now, as he sat in a chair outside the operating room, Naruto couldn't help but feel great that he saved his patients. That feeling of relief was carried away by the vicious claws of his mission. One day soon he might be the cause of their death. Don't get too attached, Naruto thought. That's how Honda trained you as a doctor. Just apply those rules to being a spy and you'll be fine. Naruto snorted. Who was he kidding? He could barely follow that line of thinking as a doctor. Still, he'd have to try sticking to it because the alternative was soul-crushing guilt. So, Naruto was startled from his thoughts by Koaro, who had a nurse alongside her. I hear you patched up 2 of the Kunoichi. Where did you come from? Koaro ignored the question and continued. Seems you aren't just some punk. Thanks, I guess. And it looks like you made good your half of our deal, so I'll make good on mine. You've got a job here starting tomorrow. Today, Mina-san here will get you settled in, Koaro said. She started to walk away, but not before throwing one last quip over her shoulder. You better enjoy the sleep you get tonight. Naruto and the nurse watched as Koaro walk down the hall, and he waited until she was around the corner to ask, I take it she's not easy to work with? You'll find out how bad she is soon enough, Mina replied. Now come, let's get you settled in. So you actually managed to pull it off. Good job, Miyuki said. She and Naruto were sitting in a small hidden room just off her home's kitchen. It was a room she had found by accident a year after purchasing the building. After some digging around, Miyuki had found out that there were rumors about the previous owner being a smuggler, but nothing could ever be proven, and once the war broke out no one gave it much thought. She cleaned and used the room as a place to store any sensitive material she couldn't get rid of, and now it would serve as a private room for her and Naruto to discuss their plans. Now that you can get into the hospital, you'll need to gain access to the room where the hospital keeps patient records for the Kunoichi. It might not seem important, but there's a reason why patients' files are confidential. Do you know where it is? Naruto asked. Yes, it's on the 3rd floor and guarded by a squad of jonin, but gaining access isn't going to be the problem, Miyuki answered. What do you mean? Doctors and nurses have to sign out a patient's file, and they have to record that patient's name. The Jonin are constantly monitoring the doctors and nurses, and they check all the files being taken out to make sure none of the staff pulls a fast one, Miyuki explained, then asked, "See the problem? I can see it'll be tough, but as long as I don't draw any attention I'll be fine," Naruto said. Miyuki sighed. The rebels are probably going to want info on targets they intend to off, either in battle or by assassination. If too many Kunoichi start dropping like flies, someone going to get suspicious and look into it, and they'll see that you're the connection between all of them. Next thing you know they're kicking down our door and we're captured, interrogated, and executed. A bit of sweat dripped down Naruto's head as he realized this was going to be a lot more complicated than planned. So what do? You're going to have to figure out some way to get the guards to look away when you're in there, or find out how to get the files up without signing your name, Miyuki replied. Well, I could use the nurses to pull files for me, Naruto said. Might keep them from becoming suspicious right off the bat, but then they'll just interrogate the nurses and find out you were the one asking for those files, Miyuki replied. So, I'll just use the nurses occasionally until I find a more permanent solution, Naruto replied. Now what about the room where they keep mission files? That one is on the ground floor. It doesn't have as much security, but it doesn't need it because people are coming and going at all hours, not to mention that a file clerk, who organizes everything, is always there, Miyuki explained as she took a swig from her beer. This may have been faster than seducing someone, but we've got our work cut out for us, and you might have to use your looks on someone anyway. Great, Naruto muttered and then asked, any idea where I can start? It took a lot of work to get that info without raising any eyebrows. You're on your own from here. I'm going to get a message out to rebels, tell them about the change of plans. It might be a couple days before they get back to us, but hopefully they'll give us some targets so at least we'll have some direction to go in, Miyuki said as she stood up. Now go get some sleep and try not to get noticed tomorrow. Naruto stood up and followed her out. I'll try, but people tend to notice me whether or not I want them to. Kashiko, a raven-haired woman, called as she knocked on the one-eyed Kunoichi's door. She's not answering, Asuna. In the days since Tsurugi had revealed Naruto's tragic end, word had gotten around the village. At first Kashiko's friends had been puzzled by her behavior, but when the news finally reached their ears they understood their friend's less than sunny disposition. Are you surprised, Kunoichi-chan? When Naruto-chan died last time Guy had to drag her out, Asuna replied. Asuna Sarutobi was a tall, muscular, tan woman with short, spiky hair combed back. Her muscular figure didn't detract from her feminine charm, and in fact they added to her large breasts and full hips. She wore the standard Konoha Jonin attire, consisting of a long-sleeved dark blue shirt and loose dark blue pants. Over her shirt she wore a green Konoha flak jacket, and wrapped around her hips was a cloth bearing the symbol of the 12 Ninja Guardians. 2 black bangles and an earring in her left ear finished her ensemble. I can't say that I am, but she had students now and it's irresponsible and unfair to them, Kurenai replied. Kurenai Yui was a porcelain-skinned beauty with long, black, wavy hair and exotic red eyes. Her attire was as exotic as her eye, a dress that seemed to be made of wrapped bandages with black triangle designs. One arm was wrapped in normal bandages and the other in a loose red sleeve. The dress drew attention to her long smooth legs and the flare of hips, while the tight dress accentuated in perky breasts. What can you do? Asuna shrugged as she pulled out her smokes. You, Kurenai began as she snatched a cigarette and tossed it away, could try helping me. Asuna scratched her cheek and stared off to side as she mumbled an apology. Her larger hand pounded on the door as she bellowed, Kashiko. Both women waited, and when no one answered Asuna said, well, we dash. The door clicked and a voice moaned out, do you have to make so much noise in the morning? A disheveled Kashiko stood in the doorway in nothing but her underwear and a wife beater. It's the middle of the afternoon, Kurenai said, and then she took notice of Kashiko's state of dress, or rather lack of it. Kashiko, your clothes. Get inside. You called me out. Hey, don't shove. Kashiko complained while Asuna sighed and followed them in, closing the door behind her. Kashiko, managing to shake of a pestering Kurenai, plopped onto her couch, her hand scouring for a beer can she hadn't drained. So, what are you here for? Kashiko asked, finally finding a half-full can. Give me that, Kurenai said, snatching the beer away. Look at yourself. You're a mess and your place is a sty. It's rude to complain when you just barged in and didn't give me a chance to clean up, Kashiko replied. Kurenai sighed as she cleared a spot for herself to sit, while Asuna just leaned against the wall. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to barge in. So, why are you here? To pull you out of your wallowing. I know losing Naruto-kun wasn't easy for you, Kurenai said. A small part of her was mad that Kashiko seemed to act like she was the only suffering. The bright boy had been like a little brother to her, and it hurt to hear that he had come back only to lose his life a second time. But you have your students, and they're counting on you. Kashiko said nothing, just guzzled her beer down. You have a responsibility to teach those girls. If you don't, you're failing them. Failing? Kashiko scoffed. That's all I'm good for, and those girls are better off without me. Asuna, say something, Kunoichi said, looking towards her girlfriend for help. Asuna observed the distraught woman. This had always been one of Kashiko's problems. She couldn't let go. She always felt like she could have done something differently, and blamed herself for the way things did turn out. Kashiko was a woman very easily trapped in the past, but this time was much worse. Usually, she just wallowed for a bit and then got back to work to distract herself. This time, however, Kashiko got what she wanted, a second chance. And she failed. That's not something you just bounce back from. Kashiko, you failed Naruto, Asuna said. Kunoichi glared at her and Kashiko's shoulders sagged. That's what's going through your head. It has to be. I can't say anything that'll change your mind. But I can say something about Naruto-chan. Kashiko's head perked up and Asuna continued. He was a kind and selfless boy, and from what you said about his death, he hasn't changed in all these years. Maybe a little braver, but still the same. I wonder what that boy would say if he was here now. Kashiko didn't reply, but she set her beer down. Asuna tapped Kunoichi on the shoulder and nodded towards the door. As they left, Kunoichi looked back at Kashiko. The woman's head was still down, but now she was fiddling with a piece of paper. Asuna, should we dash? Come on, Kunoichi, Asuna said, tugging her out the door because she knew that any platitudes from them would just fall on deaf ears. The door clicked shut and Kashiko was left once more to her own devices. The paper in Kashiko's hands was of her and Naruto. It had been taken at the Ichiraka ramen shop on Naruto's birthday, the last birthday before he disappeared. Though Naruto had bits of ramen on his cheeks and her face was covered in a mask, it was clear both were sporting smiling faces. A warm bubble swelled in her chest. What would he say? Kashiko asked herself. He'd say something cheesy and optimistic about her getting back on her feet, but it would be enthusiastic, and he's flashed that goofy smile of his. Naruto's last bloody smile flashed in Kashiko's mind, and she dropped the picture like it had just caught fire. But before she could sink into her despair again, his words from that day came back to her. Sorry, Kashiko-chan, but when I put my life on the line for someone, I see it through to the end. Seeing things through to the end, Kashiko picked up the photo and gazed at it once more. You liked keeping your promises to people, didn't you, Naruto? Would you hate me if I didn't keep mine? A few days turned out to be 4, and now Naruto had been given his target, Rikiya Seijai, a jonin that was doing a great job of harassing the rebels' supply lines. In those 4 days, Naruto had also completely and utterly failed at not getting noticed. Kuwaro took full advantage of her newest hire, and while this meant Naruto was run ragged, it also meant that he saved more than his fair share of patients, a few of which owed their lives to his chakra, whenever he could distract the nurses long enough to heal just the fatal damage, making sure to leave his patients a nice, fat surgical scar to keep his secret safe. This had the easily foreseeable result of turning Naruto, well actually Risei, into the hospital star. After all, how can you hate the nice pretty girl that's saving lives left and right? Said girl, really guy, was sitting in the break room guzzling down a cup of coffee loaded with sugar. Not exactly a healthy way to drink it, but Naruto never knew about his hidden love for the caffeinated beverage. Risei-san, Naruto looked up from his seat to see Kuwaro, still looking as exhausted as ever, take the chair opposite him. Your diagnosis with those patients the other day was good. She tossed 3 files onto his lap. After your break is over, you've got to look at those 3. 3 more? Great, Naruto said. He'd been trying to come up with a plan to obtain the information on Riki, but it seemed completely impossible. His first problem, Riki wasn't even in the village, which meant he couldn't just ask for the file. His second problem, he had scoped out the room they kept the files in, under the guise of needing a patient's history, and found out that, besides the 2 guards outside the door, 2 more were hidden inside. When he saw no one was in the room, he had assumed that Miyuki had gotten her information wrong. In hindsight, he should have known better. Naruto put a hand to his neck as he remembered how he had found out about the hidden guards. He had pulled his patient's file out and opened it, only to find his wrist in a vice grip and ninjato on his throat courtesy of 2 Kunoichi in black hoods sporting rebreathers. Only one spoke, ordered him to state his name and business. He gave his fake name, added that he was new, and said he needed a patient's file. She asked for the name and he gave it. The Kunoichi took the folder from his hand, checked it, and handed it back. You don't open a patient's file until we've checked you out. Since you're new and no one seems to have filled you in on procedure, I'll let you off with a warning. Next time grab that patient's file and sign your name and the patient's name on that form next to the door, and one of us will check you out. Naruto also hadn't accounted for the time his cover would eat up. In the past few days he barely had a moment's rest, and he had to fight Koaro for those. Speaking of Koaro, he thought that the woman was an absolute slave driver, at first, but his tune changed when he saw what, or rather who, she was dealing with. The Mizukichi, Yagura. It had been on the second day of Naruto's employment when the Mizukichi had dropped by unexpectedly. It had been the first time Naruto had seen the woman. At first glance, Yagura seemed like the typical oddly dressed Kunoichi, and Naruto had almost approached her, but luck intervened when he managed to hear a nurse mutter her title. With that new information, Naruto had taken a second look at Yagura. She sported a gray sleeveless shirt with the Kiri forehead protector attached to the front. Over that was short-sleeved mesh armor, and a green poncho along with a turquoise sash around the waist. This was paired with a green apron over her pants. On her back rested an odd staff-like pole weapon with uneven-sized hooks and a green flower on the larger end. Naruto, however, wasn't interested in her peculiar attire, that he had seen plenty of. No, what really surprised Naruto was that the Kage of a Kunoichi village seemed to lack a lot feminine charm. To be frank, Yagura was short, flat, and had a shortage in the hip department. She was pretty, no doubt about that. Her light gray hair and pink eyes gave her a bit of exotic flair, and that long scar going down the left side of her face added to her appeal, but she looked like a 16-year-old late bloomer. And it wasn't that Naruto couldn't appreciate her beauty. Being around women so much, Naruto truly and sincerely appreciated the female form, but appreciation didn't exactly mean like. He could appreciate how a work of art was beautiful, but that didn't mean he liked it. In the same manner, he found that as he grew up, there were certain things about a woman's body that he appreciated, and certain things that he liked. He knew that might have sounded insensitive to some, but that was just a fact about people. Some liked this and some liked that, nothing to be ashamed about, unless you were being a jerk about it. What really caught his attention was the spine-tingling shiver that went up his spine when Yagura looked in his direction. Their eyes made contact and Naruto's body screamed at his brain to back away. When she walked past him, Naruto kept observing her. He watched as Yagura asked the receptionist to fetch Koaro for her. When Koaro arrived, Yagura asked why the latest shipment of supplies hadn't gone out yet. Koaro managed to sputter out a response about needing to secure a portion of the supplies for the civilians. That wasn't the answer Yagura wanted, and she quickly showcased her displeasure by gut-checking Koaro. The poor chief crumbled to her knees, clutching her stomach as her head touched the ground, but Yagura wasn't done. The sadistic Mizukichi slowly ground her heel in Koaro's head as she informed the humiliated doctor that those supplies, in their entirety, would be going out in the next hour. Koaro, still under Yagura's heel, nodded her head too scared and ashamed to do anything else. The exchange had only served to solidify the frightening picture of Yagura. Naruto took a sip of his coffee and put those thoughts aside to focus on the matter at hand. How to steal Ricky's information. He can't walk in and peek at the file. He can't sneak in and take a look. He can't bribe them. He can't blackmail them, and he can't threaten them. He could try seduction, but he couldn't seduce just one, and if he seduced two, he couldn't really ask for a moment alone in the room. It would kill the mood. There was also his lack of seduction skills to consider. What did that leave? Distraction. But how do you distract a highly trained and a Kunoichi? Naruto thought about it and realized that it would need to be something big, like an explosion, but blowing up a wing of the hospital didn't really appeal to him. There was also his lack of demolition skills to consider. He really did make a terrible spy, but he was here and wallowing would do nothing for him. So no explosion. But what about something like an explosion? Naruto thought as he put down his coffee cup. Something very large and dangerous. Something that would alarm everyone. Something he had the skill to do. Something very much like an outbreak. Handle it? Koaro asked. Naruto snapped back to the break room and turned his startled gaze on Kaoru. I'm sorry, what? I asked if thought you can handle the new patients? Koaro repeated. The last I need is my new star doctor having a breakdown. So, what? Naruto asked. Koaro sighed and leaned in towards Naruto and said, very slowly, do you think you can handle it? Yes, I'm sure I can handle it. Naruto gulped down the last of his coffee, picked up his new case files, and left the break room with a plan slowly formulating in his mind. First, however, he had some people to see and some research to do. After waking up in his bed, Naruto had to rethink his whole outbreak plan, and by rethink he meant not do it at all. Apparently, working in multiple stressful situations and getting little sleep made the mind come up with some crazy ideas. Ideas like causing an outbreak in a hospital and murdering patients wasn't really in his agenda. But just because it was crazy didn't mean it was bad. After getting some much-needed rest, Naruto realized that he just had to make it look like outbreak. And the solution to that was simple: ipecac syrup. He would just place it on the food served in the cafeteria, and some people would start puking their guts up. There would be panic, and he'd shout the food was poisoned. In case of chemical attack, the area would be quarantined, and all Kunoichi, and that meant all, were to report to assigned areas to prevent anyone from leaving. While the Kunoichi were securing the area, he could into the file room and copy not only Ricky's file, but as many other Kunoichi as he could. Copying Ricky's file would have originally been a problem, but not anymore with the tool Miyuki had given him. His hand touched the small plastic square in his pocket. Naruto couldn't believe she had managed to get a camera. The things weren't cheap, and he's only seen them in books and magazines. With his new camera, Naruto would be able to copy everything he needed, no problem. Naruto waved and nodded at all his coworkers in patience as he headed towards the cafeteria to put his plan into motion. Pausing outside the door, Naruto took a calming breath and walked in. The cafeteria was crowded, as it usually was in the afternoon, but Naruto ignored all the noise and headed straight for the line. Lucky for Naruto, the Kiri mentality of being able to fend for yourself carried into their hospitals, as most people, aside from a few items, had to serve themselves. Having knowledge of this, he had rigged up small tube to drip ipecac syrup from his right wrist when he squeezed a small, hollow, rubber bulb in his left, and hidden the whole thing under his coat. Holding his cafeteria tray would hide the bulb, and small drops of the syrup would be hard to notice unless someone was looking really hard at his hands. With the plan in his head, Naruto picked up a tray and started serving himself a bit of this and that, not poisoning some food to make sure no one made the connection when they eventually tested the food. His biggest problem was the cafeteria workers hitting on him, which made him nervous, but since they were so busy looking at his face, or his chest and hips, they didn't see a thing. Naruto paid for his food and sat by himself, eating a little because his stomach was doing nervous flops. When he was sure that he couldn't keep any more down, Naruto just watched and waited. If this plan worked, he'd have to start watching his back twice as much. No doubt security would be tightened afterwards. This was a one-time shot. After this, he'd need a new plan. I feel funny. What's wrong? Naruto looked over to the nurses at the next table. My stomach feels bad. Naruto took one last breath, said a quick prayer, and pushed his tray away. Naruto had one last thought as he watched the nurse put a hand over his mouth. This still might have been a crazy plan. Well, you managed to get Ricky's file, Miyuki commented as she looked at the photograph of said woman's file, and quite a few others as well. Naruto and Miyuki were in the secret room. The table that lay between them held a large number of pictures that she had just finished developing. She picked up another and looked it over. More than a few are completely useless, but you got some good ones here. Terumi's going to be happy about this. Miyuki looked over to her despondent compatriot. The young man was nursing his 8th bottle of beer. Oi, what's the matter with you? Just tired. Anyone would be after 8 bottles, Miyuki shot back. You're going to have to pay for those, you know. Are you serious? Naruto asked. Or you could tell me what's the matter, and I might take pity on you, Miyuki said as she put down the pictures. You want to know that badly? Fine, Naruto said as he proceeded to polish of the bottle in hand and then burped sullenly, if such a thing was even possible. A young boy in the hospital died. Miyuki had already inferred that something akin to a tragedy had occurred, but obviously it wasn't the whole story. Seeing as he hadn't elaborated any further, she'd have to pry his mouth open. Not to sound insensitive, but doesn't that kind of thing happen pretty regularly at a hospital? Naruto's head dropped. It was my fault. I killed him. I'm sure it wasn't. You can't be expected to save every patient. After all, Miyuki replied, but sympathized with his situation. He wasn't my patient, but it is my fault that he's dead, Naruto said. Alright, Miyuki said, taking a chug of her own beer. You're going to have to explain some things to me. Naruto rubbed the bridge of his nose tiredly. The events of the day were slowly getting to him. Before opening his mouth, his name was Arai Yoshida. He came in for abdominal pain and it turned out to be appendicitis, so he was taken in for surgery. It went off without a hitch and he was fine, or at least he was at first. Between the start of the distraction and the moment when control was re-established, Arai developed sepsis. His damn appendix suffered a small rupture before the start of the operation and the surgeon didn't catch it. The nurses didn't catch onto the symptoms, but they could tell something was wrong, so they informed Arai's doctor. He was supposed to check Arai when he made his rounds, only the doctor didn't make his rounds because he was puking his guts out on the cafeteria floor. Arai fell by the wayside as the Kunoichi tried to establish control, and by the time he was given proper attention he was already in septic shock. They did what they could, but it was too late for Arai. His death is entirely my fault. After a minute of silence, Miyuki gave her response. Yeah, It sounds like it's completely your fault. Naruto was completely flabbergasted at her reply, and noticing it, Miyuki continued, "What? You want me to say it wasn't? To comfort you? Well, too bad. You are a spy. If that hasn't set in yet, then let me help you." Miyuki waved her hand over the desk, motioning to the photos. "By delivering these to me, you've just become responsible for the capture, torture, and death of the more than half the women on this table." That knowledge visibly shook Naruto. You can't have been this naive. No, Naruto hadn't been. In fact, these were the outcomes he feared ever since he stepped foot inside of Kiri. Back then, however, he had been able to continue functioning because he could push those thoughts out of his mind. Now those thoughts had broken down the door, torn down the living room, and refused to leave his skull. "If you don't have the stomach for this, then you should leave right now," Miyuki said. There was no point in having a half-hearted man in the rebellion. "I could make arrangements. No one would blame you." Naruto slumped to the ground and stared up at the ceiling, wondering what to do with options presented before him. In the 2 months since he had left home, Naruto had become familiar with death, but only the sense that it was an inevitably of his profession. This time, however, Naruto had been responsible for someone's death, indirectly or not. The fact of the matter remained that had he not sowed confusion, Arai would most likely be alive right now. No one would convince him otherwise. Right now leaving sounded great, and like Miyuki said, no one would raise a brow or object if he backed out. Naruto was just some civilian a bunch of Kunoichi had thrown into the thick of things out of desperation. Who could blame him for cracking under the pressure? As it stood, one death had spiraled him into a drunken, depressed mess. Naruto was also pretty sure thoughts of those Kunoichi would also keep him up tonight. So, yes, he should definitely get the hell out of this village and fast. And, yet he couldn't bring himself to ask for Miyuki to make those preparations. It was senseless, but Naruto couldn't act craven towards the people he promised to help. Like Wave, he would put his lives on the line for rebels of Kiri. He suspected that, unlike Wave, his exploits in Kiri wouldn't end in a blaze of glory. No, Naruto would have to overcome something worse than a burial at sea. Naruto would have to forge forward with the knowledge that he'd be responsible for the death of more people than Arai. He wouldn't be the one plunging the knife, but that was a flimsy excuse in his eyes. Naruto fought off a wave of nausea to sit up and answer Miyuki. "You don't need to make any arrangements. I'm not going anywhere." "You positive?" "I don't want to hear any whining later," Miyuki replied. "I'm sure," Naruto answered, and he was, because his goal from the outset had been to help end this war. This is how he would atone for Arai, those Kunoichi, and anyone else whose life he endangered. "I'm going to make sure this war ends. No one else will die because they were overlooked, and Kunoichi won't have to kill their own people anymore." "Good, then get to bed. We can't have you drawing suspicion by missing work," Miyuki said, nodding her head towards the door as she gathered up the pictures. Before Naruto left, Miyuki threw one last comment at him. "I hope you've got a hangover cure, or tomorrow is going to be hell." "Crap. Dr. Rise, we need him in PH. A hand clapped over the woman's loud mouth. "Nurse Kodo," Naruto began slowly, a murderous gleam in his bloodshot eyes. "I'm going to remove my hand, and if anything but a whisper comes out of your mouth, I'm going to lock you in the supply closet." As promised, Naruto pulled his hand away and Nurse Kodo fretfully relayed her message. "T, the chief is looking for you. She's waiting with the Mizukichi in her office." Naruto's head perked up when heard Mizukichi. Attempting to keep the apprehension out of his voice, he asked, "Did she tell you what this was about?" "No, ma'am," Kodo answered, "but I don't think you should keep the Mizukichi waiting." "You and me both," Naruto said, stood up, only to plop straight into a chair, clutching the throbbing agony that was his skull. "Dr. Rise, are you alright?" "Clearly I'm not," Naruto snapped. "Bring me some water and like 5 aspirin." "That doesn't seem like a safe amount, doctor," Kodo replied. "Well, as a doctor, I say it's an appropriate risk. Now give me those pills before my head splits open," Naruto ordered. Normally, he wouldn't use such a tone with anyone, but normally it didn't feel like Head was trying to give birth to his brain through his forehead. While Kodo fetched the pills, Naruto ruminated on the possibilities of why the Mizukichi called for him specifically. He hoped the Mizukichi was in need of his skills, but given that woman's volatile nature, he might have done something to garner her ire, or his little ruse been figured out and she planned to slay him brutally. Given the agony Naruto was currently experiencing, being murdered actually sounded like a dream. Still, he prayed that wasn't reason for the face-to-face. When Kodo came back, Naruto haphazardly wolfed the pills down, laboriously got to his feet, and trudged toward what he most certainly thought was going to be a very horrible experience. Most would say that Naruto should be running for the door, but given that he was in a village full of professional killers under the command of the women, requesting him running wouldn't do much good. Plus, Naruto really didn't want to run for his life while hungover. That did not sound like a good time. "About time you showed up," Koaro sniped, clearly on edge because of the woman sitting her chair at her desk. Glad to have you finally join us. Speak of the devil, Naruto thought, doing his best to ignore the unease the woman's voice stirred in him. Naruto had never been this close to Yagura. With most Kunoichi, the first thing he tended to notice was their looks. For some reason, Kunoichi were always attractive, all in varying degrees of course, but still attractive. With Yagura, however, the first thing he noticed was the oppressive aura that surrounded her presence. It felt like at any moment she would just kill him. There was also the giant scar running down the side of her face, which did nothing to alleviate that feeling. As I told this woman here, Yagura said, gesturing to Kaoru, I'm one highly trained doctor to keep some special patients alive. Since this one is indisposed due to her duties, she pointed me to Yurisei-san. As of today you will be working for me, and for your sake you better hope she didn't embellish your skills. I don't care for failures. A snap of her fingers produced a Kunoichi from the shadows who handed a card to Naruto. Tomorrow you will report to this building at 8 a.m. sharp. What exactly will I be doing there? Naruto asked. An expression of disdain crossed the Mizuki's features, and for an instant Naruto felt a deep sense of dread, but the expression passed as she spoke. You will be told what you need when you need to know it. I'll forgive your slip of the tongue this time, but if you value the ability to speak you won't ask any questions. Understood? Yes. Yagura said nothing else as she rose from her seat and approached Naruto. He did his best not to flinch as Yagura cupped his cheek, to ignore the constant cold glaze of her eyes as she said, I hope so. I'd hate to mutilate such a beautiful woman. Naruto couldn't disguise the fear on his face because despite her words Naruto knew that this woman would kill him without hesitation or remorse. In Yagura's presence he felt like an insect under someone's boot, and Yagura probably knew that. Without another word Yagura took her leave, her subordinate disappearing as well. Naruto couldn't help feel like someone had taken a noose off his neck. Oh my god, I really thought she was here to kill me, Kaoru groaned as he collapsed into her chair. Why would think that? Naruto asked. She did request me to be here after all. To be honest, I thought she was going to kill me in front of you and make you the new head of the hospital, Kaoru answered casually as she organized her desk, picked up where she left off before Yagura's arrival. That seems dramatic. Would she really do that? Naruto asked, trying to wrap his head around Kaoru's easygoing attitude. Would she? How do you think I got this job? Kaoru exclaimed. Throwing down her papers, Kaoru pointed at the spot in front of her desk. That spot right there is where the last hospital head died after Yagura-sama broke her neck. I mean she just called me in here, said I was being promoted, and then she broke Miyamoto's fucking neck. Then she says don't disappoint me and walks right out of the room. Have you ever heard a corpse hit the floor? I mean the sound of her neck being broken was horrible, no denying that. But she just fell like a sack of rocks, and the noise, God, I still hear it sometimes. Have you ever heard a corpse hit the ground? Because it's something that stays with you? If you thought that was going to happen, why didn't you run? Naruto asked incredulously. Although a part of him was relieved to see her handling this like more normally. People should fly off the handle after a perceived brush with a death. Because that would have just pissed her off. And between you, me, and Miyamoto's ghost, I prefer a quick death to a slow and painful one. Kaoru replied, gathering up the papers. I'm just relieved to be alive right now. Well, I'm glad you feel alright. But what do I do now? Naruto asked as calmly as possible, despite the fact that he wanted to react as normally as Kaoru. The last place a spy needed to be was near the leader of the village he was spying on. Actually, that's the place a great spy would be. But he wasn't a great spy. But more importantly, he had no strategy, no defense, and no way to recover from having his neck broken on the whims of a homicidal dictator. Oh, and there was the added stress he really didn't need. You go to that address, say a prayer like I did about 2 minutes ago. Do whatever that woman asks of you and pray that she makes herself scarce. If you prefer not living in terror, you could run and hide. But that slow and painful death I mentioned might find you, Miyuki answered. Both doctors said nothing after that, the shaky scribbles of her pen the only sound filling the room. Kaoru was trying desperately to rid herself of the tension, the adrenaline, and the fear, but most of all she was trying to rid herself of the joy. The joy of being alive was a horrible thing for Kaoru. Fortunately, she had the scribbling of her pen and a stack mind-numbing forms before her. Those are my options? Naruto asked. Those are your options. Naruto wanted to scream and yank his roots out because the universe just would not stop vomiting all over his day. That's going to complicate things, Miyuki muttered. She and Naruto sat in their secret meeting room. The latter had just finished explaining what transpired at the hospital. Complicated isn't the word I'd use, Naruto muttered. He stared down at the card in his hand, the fine black print more of a foreboding warning than an address. Miyuki snatched the card from his grasp, taking time to observe it herself. Leaning back and crossing his arms, Naruto picked up from where he left. I don't think I'll be anywhere near her, but since she asked for this personally, I'll probably under more scrutiny, so hazardous is how I'd describe things. Well, I'd use trap, Miyuki said, garnering Naruto's attention. Before he could ask, Miyuki tossed the card on the table and said, that address is for one of Kiri's interrogation facilities. They're used to extract information by any means necessary. Of course it is. Why wouldn't it be that? Naruto said, throwing his head back and burying it under his arm. The situation was enough to make him cry. Sorry, Miyuki said earnestly, but now we've got to decide on our next move. If Yagura is onto us, then this request is definitely a trap, and if we assume that, then it's likely that she's keeping an eye on us right now. Great, Naruto muttered, followed by a heavy sigh. There goes the run for my life plan. Let me finish, Mopey, Miyuki snapped. Now if that's what's happening, we're screwed, plain and simple. But, if Yagura isn't onto us, then there's only one move we can make. And that is? You've got to go to that address tomorrow. Oh, right, of course, Naruto replied, nodding his head as he spoke. Then, he rocketed to his feet, flipping the table. Are you out of your mind? Calm down, Naruto, Miyuki said, moving to right the table. Realizing what he had just done, Naruto took a deep breath and helped her fix the table. When everything was right, Miyuki continued, listen, we don't know the situation, but if we run, we lose something big, either our lives or a military advantage. If you go, however, then there's a chance that you have just been placed into one of this village's most valuable assets, prisoners, information, and the possibility of embedding yourself further into Yagura's regime. So a 50-50 on whether or not we're tortured and murdered, Naruto said. He heaved a sigh as he dragged a hand down his face. Naruto, I know this is asking a lot, but you don't have bother asking, Naruto interrupted with a sad smirk. I already said yes by coming here. Miyuki said nothing, just gave a sad smirk in return and left the room. How can handle so much stress? Naruto asked before Miyuki was out of earshot. I mean, I'm used to stress, not this kind, but still. Didn't I already tell you that I'm doing this for my husband? Miyuki asked as she leaned against the door frame. You must love him a lot. I don't know many people who are willing to become a war criminal for the person they love, Naruto said. Curiosity got the better of him, so Naruto asked, how did you two end up together? Tatsuya-san doesn't actually talk a lot, and you don't seem the type to marry such a dour and serious guy. Well, back in the days before the war, he and I weren't the upstanding, respectable business owners we are now. Miyuki walked back in and got comfortable on the floor next to Naruto. We used to be part of gang, nothing big, just a bunch of stupid, angry, wild teenagers trying to blow off steam, and I was the leader. Man, I was so dumb, getting into fights, busting up shops, and getting pissed drunk just so beating people up would feel better. It was fun for a while, but then everyone started leaving. They'd either find work and become responsible adults that thought they were better than me, or move up to the serious crimes and get thrown in a cage. Finally, I was the only one left. I mean, Tatsuya was still with me, but he kept his nose clean. Have to say, it's not much of a surprise to find out that you were a criminal. Shut it. Sorry. So you were some violent punk and Tatsuya-san was your only friend? Pretty much, Miyuki replied. That was just a shitty time in my life. But Tatsuya never abandoned me, even though I was such a horrible bitch to him. I'd crash at his house, eat his food, ask him for money, and harass in the middle of the night, but he never left me. Sure, we got into it more than once, screaming each other hoarse in the middle of the night, and I remember breaking his door once. I stormed out of the house telling him to kiss my ass. After a few days, I'd always come back and one of us would apologize. Wow, I think he's the one who loves you a lot, Naruto said as he chortled. He does, and he did back then too, Miyuki added as scarlet tinged her cheeks. I barged into his house one night, drunk and pissed as usual. My racket didn't wake him, so I kicked him out of bed. Unsurprisingly, that pissed him off. But we didn't get into a screaming match, because to top the night off, I puked all over his floor. He helped me into the bathroom and stayed with me until I stopped. When it was over, we just sat there and didn't say a word. Then he stood up and offered me his hand. She could still remember how angry she was that day. I slapped his hand away and called him an idiot. I called him a big, dumb, stupid idiot who didn't have the balls to kick me out of his life. I was angry at him, but really I hated myself because I was a complete loser. All those times that I left, I always tried to find work so that I could look him in the face again, but I'd always get pissed and beat someone up. Naruto said nothing, but saw Miyuki in an entirely new light. Miyuki's head thudded softly against the wall behind her and continued, so there I pissed and sad, crying bitter tears, and Tatsuya stood up and he left. I thought, that's it. You finally chased off your only friend. While I was having my woe is me moment, Tatsuya breezes back with a glass of water and a small box. Even with her head turned up, Naruto could still see the smile Miyuki was sporting. He gets down on one knee and hands me the water. I knock back the glass like a fish out of water and try to hand it back, but can't because now he's holding out a goddamn diamond ring. I'm frozen solid. I can't even make a peep, but he just says that he never wants me out of his life, that he's never happier than when I'm around, that I'm his best friend, and that he's in love with me. Then the big idiot asks if I would marry him. Miyuki turns away and rubs her eyes. I'm not fit to be a wife. I can't cook. I don't work. I hate chores. I get into fights, and I'm a lousy drunk. That was my exact reply, but he just laughs and reminds me that we've known each other for years. I try to tell him that he could do better, that he doesn't want to deal with me for the rest of his life, and that 1 a.m. is a bad time to make decisions. Despite everything I try, the idiot still wants to marry me, that he wants to make me happy, and that he could never see himself happy without me. What did you do? What do you think I did, moron? Miyuki said as she toyed with the ring on her finger. I don't know what I did to get that idiot in my life, but I'm happy he stayed. I guess understand why you do this now, Naruto said. Not the whole reason, Miyuki replied. His mom hated my guts, but the look on the face of that bitch when we gave her the news, oh, it was like honey. I'm going to make sure Tatsuya dies happy so I can rub it in her face in the next life. We all have to have goals, I guess. Done with her story, Miyuki bid Naruto good night and headed to bed. If Yagura was onto them, then Miyuki wanted to share one last night with her husband. Naruto rechecked the address on the card as he stood outside a nondescript building. Once he was sure the numbers matched, Naruto walked up to the door and knocked. The door was opened briskly, and before him stood a woman in plain clothing. Yes, can I help you? The Mizukichi sent for me. I see, may I have your name? Rise. I see, this way, follow me and do not open any door unless instructed to enter. Naruto did as asked and followed the woman and soon was led to a normal white wooden door. His guide knocked on the door 3 times, paused, gave a soft knock, paused, gave 2 hard ones, and a knock with her heel. As if in response, the door sounded off a series of clicks, clanks, rattles, and swung open. The door wasn't wooden like Naruto originally thought. It was in fact a very heavy, very thick, steel door, and behind it laid a lit staircase and another woman in plain clothing. Please follow me, the new woman said, and Naruto once again did as he was instructed. The lights along the wall soon became candles the further they went down, and it was a long while before they finally reached the bottom. In front of them was yet another door, this one an old, large wooden door, but this woman didn't use an elaborate knock, she simply pulled it open. A hallway filled with metal doors appeared before Naruto. The woman gestured for Naruto to enter. Once inside, she closed the door behind him and took the lead. This is bad, Naruto thought as he observed their surroundings. The hallway was nothing special if one ignored the various, poorly cleaned stains along the walls, floors, and doors. The doors themselves were sealed tight, but muffled, undiscernible noises managed to slip through. Some sounded awfully close to screams. Naruto had a clue as to what was behind them, but stopped that train of thought as he took notice that there was only one path to follow. The hall didn't branch off into different directions, and if all the metal doors contained what thought they did, then there was only one way out. Not a comforting thought. Naruto and his reached another door, similar to the one they entered through, and the woman opened it up to show another hallway. This hallway, however, differed from the previous one because it was much shorter and had only 5 doors, 2 to each side and 1 at the end. The woman pointed at the last door and said, "Please enter through there, the Mizukichi is waiting for you." Naruto gulped and muttered a small thanks as he approached the door. Once Naruto opened this door, everything would change, for better or no, just better. He was only doing this for the better. The worst could jump in a ditch and die for all he cared. That wish didn't halt his imagination from dragging his mind towards dark and horrible places. Trembling and shaking, his hand took a hold of the door handle and, taking one deep breath to steady himself, Naruto entered the room. Apprehensive to the point of having his heart leap out his throat, check. Wondering if he should run for his life, check. Contemplating the life decisions that lead him to this point, check. A woman behind a desk who could end his life in a painful minute, check. Today and yesterday collided as Naruto and the Mizukichi, Yagura, faced each other again. Hopefully, Naruto would make it out alive again. Rise, right one time, good, Yagura said. I was just discussing your duties with AI right here. Yagura motioned towards the woman standing to her left. AI was a short woman only standing a few inches higher than her leader and wearing gray fatigues, black rubber boots and gloves, and a black apron. A shaved head, an angular face, dull brown eyes, and a long scar across her neck made for a memorable and menacing visage. What exactly are my duties here? Naruto asked. Not one for beating around the bush, Yagura said. I'm sure you've noticed what this building is used for. You're here to mend anyone that AI and her friends get too rough with. Your job first and foremost is to keep these people alive. Failing that, your second duty is to perform an autopsy and scrounge up any information you can. Seeing as your experience is mostly with civilians and not Kunoichi, you will partner with AI when performing an autopsy. So far it seemed like Naruto was out of the woods, but if the rumors about your girl were true, then partnering him with AI was just for the sake of obtaining information. AI will be keeping an eye on me, Naruto thought, and suddenly a bolt of lightning struck Naruto's brain as that notion passed through his head. Oh! The pieces began to come together in Naruto's head. It was inconceivable that the Mizukichi, suspicious and paranoid woman that she was, wasn't keeping tabs on any new faces and persons of interest. Naruto realized in his pursuit to bring the war to an end quickly he had made a grave mistake. In a short amount of time he had already become the second most important doctor at the hospital and earned the trust, respect, and attention of several Kunoichi. He was privy to information that was highly confidential and dangerous, and situated in a vital facility to the village. Naruto now recognized that he had wormed his way into Kiri too quickly. That's when it all clicked. She had no evidence. Despite her paranoia, Yagura was also pragmatic. She needed proof before she killed him. That's why she meeting him in person. That's why she was making him work here. She was sending a message. I am watching you. This was all a test, and failure meant in his life. Shit! Shit! Naruto cursed, fixing the magnifying goggles that had been knocked crooked. I need more anesthetic, AI. AI crossed her arms and answered dispassionately. No, this will help our guest understand her situation. Oh, God! Pull it out! The examining table held a woman face down and naked from the waist up. Her back was marred by gaping wounds and deep purple bruises. I need more anesthetic. No. Then come here and hold her down, Naruto yelled. AI calmly took the position across from him and pinned the crying woman's arms, forcing all her weight upon his patient. I need you to bear it a little longer, okay? I've almost got them all out. Naruto set his arms across her shoulders to keep her from wriggling and slid his pliers into the gravest wound on her body. The woman's body jerked and convulsed as Naruto dug into her wound, magnified eyes focusing his attention on the small black shard in the red muscle. It took a try or two because of the woman struggling, but Naruto was able to take hold of the shard and carefully draw it out. I see 2 more in there, it's almost over. Naruto did his best to ignore the woman's pleas and cries to stop, an act made easier by every fiber of his being blaring just as loudly for him to do the same. Naruto's pliers dug in to grasp another shard, and once they had a hold of it he hastily slid it out, causing the woman to shriek as touched something sensitive. Naruto berated himself as he took another breath to steady himself. He couldn't be careless with this woman just because he wanted her crying to stop. He had to be strong for her. Fortunately, the last shard was removed without any problems. Naruto kneeled in front of the woman, stroked her hair, stared into her crying eyes, and said, "It's over now, alright, you did good. It's going to sting a little, just a little, but I'm going to clean your wounds and bandage you and you'll be fine." While Naruto was comforting his patient, AI unnoticed moved to the door and rapped on it softly. "Take her back to her cell." Naruto looked up to see 2 of AI's minions enter the room. "What?" Naruto roared. "You can't take her anywhere. I have to disinfect her wounds, and these injuries need to be bandaged. Not to mention that she might need a tetanus shot. I have to take care of her. And she'll receive that care when she becomes more cooperative," AI answered easily. Naruto's breathing became panicked as his eyes shifted between the women in the room. Couldn't they see? Couldn't they understand that this woman needed help? Needed his help? Yes, they could see. They just didn't care. But Naruto did. As the guards moved to take the woman, without thinking Naruto covered her body with his, "You aren't taking her anywhere. She needs my help. Doctor, move." Naruto shook his head and curled tighter over his patient. "Please, just let me clean her wounds. She's going to be in pain. I can't stop it. Just let me stop it." AI nodded over to Naruto, signaling her subordinates. The 2 women swiftly advanced on Naruto. Naruto struggled against their vicious, prying hands, fighting with everything they had to keep the woman safe. "Let me go." It was all for naught as the women yanked the screaming Naruto off his patient. "No." Naruto continued to struggle even as the guards held him firmly by each arm. He continued to fight even as AI approached him with a sinister gleam in her eye. AI gently clutched Naruto's head in her hands before his grip suddenly tightened and she brought his skull down on her knee. The crack reverberated through the room as Naruto fell to his back and curled into the fetal position. "Take her away," AI said. The women nodded and dragged their prisoner out of the room. All alone, AI eyed the girl on the floor. "I believe in second chances. This is yours. Next time, I'll drag you by that pretty blonde hair and throw you in front of the Mizukichi." "I'm sorry," Naruto mumbled. "Good." With that, AI left. "I'm sorry," Naruto sobbed as rolled onto his back, Tears dribbled down his cheeks, and his choked sobs filling the room. I can't, I'm not strong enough. Please someone help me, Naruto pleaded silently. Oh God, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. God forgive me. How long had it been since he arrived? Was his skin getting paler, or were his bags getting darker? At least the shower had put some color back into it. Besides, it's not like he was seeing many people. A month and a half. That's how long it had been. Funny, it seemed much longer than that. The water was getting cold, he should dry off before he caught a fever. How embarrassing would that be? The towel came to a stop as it reached his nose. It had healed quite well, not spot out of place. He supposed he should be thankful for that. It still hurt to look out. He really should dry off, they were expecting him after all. Naruto couldn't afford to disappoint them, not now. Naruto hadn't wasted one opportunity. All of his effort had been invested into the rebels, into the fight for their rights, for their people, for their homeland. This month had been the most active of the rebellion. Both sides had been exhausting one another with guerrilla tactics, stealing or destroying resources, and whatever attacks they could manage to on each other's strongholds. Endurance had become the deciding factor of the war, and whichever side fell to its knees first would lose. The rebels would fall first. Kiri knew that. The rebels knew that. Still, they refused to yield to force and chose to reach for victory, even if it was in desperation. Soldiers, weapons, and resources, everyone knows these to be equally important to waging war. But there is a fourth that must be added to this list. Information. It can be as devastating as army, and it can destroy as easily as a weapon, and because of it Naruto's involvement had changed the outcome of the war. Maybe it sounded arrogant of him, but the results spoke for themselves. The rebels had been able to make more effective offenses, the Kiri forces suffered heavier losses, and both sides were now on their last legs. This war was coming to a close. He just had to hold out a little longer, and all the risks, sacrifices, and horrors would be worth it. Naked and optimistic, Naruto exited the bathroom and sat on his bed. He regarded the village outside his window tiredly, so much lost and given for the sake of it. His contemplative gaze shifted to the moon low in the sky, reminding him of the dutiful toil and slog he would suffer today. Naruto acknowledged that he should take every morsel of sleep offered, but he doubted that his dreams would grant him that indulgence. Nightmares tended not to give two shits about anyone's desires. Knowing that sleep would continue to escape him, Naruto slipped into a pair of pants and a shirt, thinking maybe a walk would calm him down. Crash. Who's there? Two Kunoichi on street patrol turned around to see a woman toppled over a trash can. Identify yourself. What? The woman asked as she rolled away from the can. The two Kunoichi observed the woman wobble to her feet and stumble around until she finally managed to lean against a wall. Identify yourself. Now both Kunoichi approached the woman and roughly wrenched her to her feet. They shoved the woman back against the wall and they turned their noses away. Damn, this bitch reeks of booze. Who are you? When the drunken woman didn't answer the Kunoichi, she patted her partner's arm. Looks like another one for the drunk tank. Help me pick her up. Come on, you booze hound. Koaro-san? A blonde woman caught the attention of the Kunoichi. Do you know her? Yes, that's Koaro-san, she's chief of the hospital. And you are? Rise. I work under Kuro AI. I'm sure you've heard of her. Naruto answered, his voice taking on a minor bite. Why, yes, we have. Get on with your patrol. I'll take care of her. Yes, ma'am, both women said as they carelessly dropped Koaro. Sorry to bother you. And with a salute they were gone. Naruto kept his eyes on them until they turned a corner, and when he was certain that they were alone he stooped down and helped Koaro to her feet. Koaro-san, you sure are a mess. Glass Eyes came back to the world as Koaro recognized him. Arise-san? Yeah, Naruto answered. Let's get you home and cleaned up. It wasn't easy. The woman had apparently made an enemy of walking straight, although she had become swell friends with a number of colorful words, the kindest of which couldn't be repeated within earshot of a drunken sailor. He also had to finagle the directions to her house out of her drunken slurs. No, that's not it, Koaro said. What do you mean that's not it? That's 467, Naruto replied. No, I said 476. No, you said 467. No, 476. Are you sure? Positive? Let's go. Naruto trudged down the hall, lush sack on his shoulder, to the, hopefully, correct door. Where's your key? Koaro dug into all her pockets, clumsily searching for it. When she came up empty, Naruto almost inseriously tossed her off his shoulder to leave her there. As soon as Naruto finished the thought, he paused. Had he really become so callous? No, Naruto thought as he adjusted his arm and hefted Koaro into a better position. No, he hadn't become that callous. But he had hardened. Found it! Naruto snatched the key before she could lose it again and opened the door. Where's your bedroom? Kira pointed at a door and Naruto opened it expecting a bedroom only to find a bathroom. I said bedroom. I know, were the only words Kira managed to slur out before she keeled over the toilet and painted the bowl with the contents of her stomach. Should have stayed in bed, Naruto thought as he pulled Koaru's hair up and massaged her back, and when she could finally get 2 inches from the lid Naruto fetched a cup of water. Drink this. The teary-eyed woman accepted the cup and, just as Naruto thought she might be fine by herself, Koaru attempted to guzzle down the whole thing. You're going to cough, 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 choke. Naruto sighed and patted Koaru's back vigorously. Naruto ran the shower once Koaru's throat had been cleared. The woman really did stink of alcohol and he couldn't leave her as she was. Koaru, have you sobered up a bit? Why yes, Koaru answered coughing the last of the water out. Thank you, Risei-san. It's fine, now let's get you into the shower. You need it, Naruto replied as he sat Koaru onto bathtub's lip and hastily tugged the dirty shirt over her head. Risei-san. Koaru cried as she covered her chest with her hands. What are you doing? Helping you with your clothes. Naruto stated casually, in your condition you're more likely to crack your head than take off your pants. I am fine, I can handle it. Don't be ridiculous, let me help you with your pants and socks, and you can take care of the rest, Naruto replied as he reached down and unbuttoned Koaru's pants. Risei-san. You didn't have to struggle so much, Naruto said. He and Koaru were now in her bedroom, the latter lay in bed while Naruto stood by her side. In the bathroom, Naruto had tried to leave Koaru to clean herself, but the woman, just as Naruto had previously guessed, almost split her head open. Seeing no other recourse, Naruto had forced Koaru to sit in the tub while he helped her wash. Sorry, Koaru replied from beneath her covers. There was no way she could face Risei after the woman had just washed her like some toddler. Do you feel better now? Yes, thank you, Kira replied. You know, Naruto started as he sat down on the bed. I saw you the first day I came to this village. You were drinking in a bar and raving like a lunatic. I don't mean to judge, but I think you've got a problem with alcohol. It's a problem I can live with at the moment, Koaru replied sternly, and it's actually the smallest of my problems. If you insist on living with it, then try to show some restraint, Naruto said in just as stern a voice. Koaru threw off the cover and glared at Risei. Just because you took care of me don't think that entitles you to put your nose into my life. How I handle things is my concern. This isn't coming from the person who just took care of you, Naruto spoke, completely unaffected by her outburst. This is coming from a person in the same exact situation as you. Koaru's eyes widened as she comprehended Risei's words. Did you really think that you were the only one who has Yagura's threats hanging over her head? Head shaking and chuckling, Naruto gazed down at Koaru. Understand that what I said was advice. Advice that you should follow unless you want Yagura to pay you a personal visit. All I want to do is help you. With his piece said, Naruto stood to leave, but as he walked away Koaru grasped his hand. Naruto turned back, but Koaru kept her head down. Risei-san, thank you. And then Koaru looked at him, a sincere smile upon her face, the first one he'd seen on it. I'm glad there are still kind people like you and Kiri. Neither said anything else as Naruto took his leave. He stood outside Koaru's door pondering on those parting words. Am I still a kind person? As Naruto asked himself that question, the past hour or so played through his head and he couldn't help but smile. Kiri hadn't changed him as much as he feared. Drip, drip, drip. Naruto's eyelids snapped wide open as his eyes took in familiar and dank surroundings. Here, again? Naruto thought as he sat up, unsurprised to find his clothing soaked by the muddy waters of the sewer. He was at least thankful that he hadn't ended up in the same room as the QB. That was the last thing he wanted to deal with. Splash! Naruto's ears perked up as he realized that he wasn't alone. Could it be the QB? No, the woman seemed incapable of leaving that cage of hers, otherwise he would have never escaped her clutches. Still, it never occurred to him that there might be other people here besides him and the QB. Maybe it'd just be a brink falling from the rundown ceiling. Splash! Naruto's head snapped towards the sound, and this time he clearly saw the outline of someone in the darkness. Naruto came to his feet and shouted, "Who's there?" The steady sound of sloshing steps loomed nearer and nearer to Naruto, and when the stranger stepped into the light, Naruto's breath caught in his throat. You. What's the matter, Naruto-san? You act like you've seen a ghost, said the boy now standing before Naruto. The boy was small, pale-skinned, and brown-haired, but the most outstanding thing about him was hospital gown soaked through with blood and pus at the stomach. Alright, Yoshida. So you remember my name? That's the least you owe me considering what you did to me. I didn't do that to you on purpose, Naruto replied, the explanation sounding weak to his own ears. Is that supposed to make me feel better? Arya asked, striding towards Naruto, causing the young man to step back. Or make you feel better? It's the truth. Naruto cried as he kept backing up. You weren't supposed to die. Nobody was. But I did, and you're the one who killed me. Arya screamed angrily. Naruto collapsed to his knees, tears welling in his eyes. I'm so sorry. I don't want your apologies. I want my life. Arya roared, now looming over Naruto. Naruto bowed his head, holding back the tears. I can't do that. You can't do that, Arya said, a deep glower on his face. He rested his foot on Naruto's head and forced his head closer to the water. You're useless through and through, aren't you? Naruto was about to reply, but gasped when the murky water began to take the shapes of people, familiar people. You can't even help them, can you? Arya continued with a mocking grin. The people in the water moaned and wailed, all crying out for his help and asking why they had to die, why they had to suffer, and why he got to live. Their gray hands covered in the much of the claw and clutched at him, attempting to drag him into the water. Naruto didn't answer their cries, overwhelmed by the grief his heart. His body was gradually drained its strength and slowing, sinking into the water alongside the people he let down. Let down? No, Naruto answered, life flowing back into his voice. I didn't let you down, not one of you. Maybe I failed to save you, but I did everything in my power to save you, to protect you. Naruto struggled to yank his hands out of the muck, shaking away the hands and Arya's foot. Arya replied in kind by crushing his foot against Naruto's head. Trying to convince yourself that you're the good guy? No, I don't have to convince myself of anything. I'll carry everything I've done carry with me for the rest of my life, and that includes you. If you all feel like I owe you something, then we can work that out when I'm dead, because I still have people counting on me. And just like all of you, I'm going to do everything in my power to not let them down. Naruto struggled rapidly against the muck and the vengeful hands. Now let me go. Never! Arya screamed as shoving Naruto deep into the water with inhuman power. Naruto hopelessly thrashed against the water as his head body went under. No! Naruto cried as his head sunk beneath the surface. No! No! Naruto! Naruto rasped as he sat up in bed. He panted and checked every corner of his room, searching for those dreadful ghosts, grateful to only find Miyuki. Dropping his head into his palm, Naruto grimaced at the wet, clammy feeling that struck him and immediately understood he had broken out in cold sweats because of his nightmare. You alright? Miyuki asked. Grateful that Miyuki had woken him when she did, Naruto replied, just a bad dream, I'm better now. Sure? Yeah. Good, because I just some big news from the rebels, Miyuki said, an honest-to-goodness smile breaking her usual scowl. They're ready to overthrow Yagura. How? Naruto asked in complete disbelief, wondering if his nightmare had just turned into a pleasant dream. A large-scale surprise attack on Kiri by all the rebel forces. All the rebel forces? But that's insane. If the attack fails, then it's over, Naruto exclaimed, wondering what could be running through Meiterumi's head. How are they even going to manage a surprise attack on Kiri of all places? That last information packet you risked your neck for allowed them to rout the Nanto stronghold and keep the enemy from alerting Kiri, Miyuki explained. They've been sneaking soldiers and supplies to prepare nearby Kiri in preparation for the attack. What, the patrols in that area? Naruto asked. Surely a Kiri patrol wouldn't have missed the amassed forces of the rebel army. They owe that to another spy. She managed to send them the rotation and routes for the patrols. The rebels took care of them, and since they aren't due to report and until the day after the attack is scheduled, Kiri doesn't have a clue. So, it's realty happening, Naruto said. He huffed, which turned into a chuckle and then full-blown laughter. Have you finally lost it? Miyuki asked. No, Naruto replied between laughs. I'm just so relieved I can't control myself. Moroku, and soon this place will be in the hands of its rightful owner, Miyuki happily thought. Sporting a giant smile of her own, she said, I can understand how you feel. Quieting his laughter, Naruto asked, what's our part in this, or are we just keeping our heads down until the fighting stops? Miyuki shook her head. Given that Mei is committing all her forces to this battle, she doesn't want to take any chances. Miyuki pulled out a map of the village and a box. Since you and I can move through most of the village with raising any eyebrow, we're going to be leaving these little surprises at the areas marked on the map. We'll throw these Kiri bastards into disorder by raising hell. What are these? Naruto asked, opening the box. Once he saw what lay inside, he scuttled away so fast a crab would be jealous. Paper bombs. Yup, Miyuki replied, a devious glint twinkling in her eye. I'm going to make sure to pay back these bitches tenfold. Whose chakra is key into the activation sequence? Naruto said, now outside the room. One of the generals, I think, Miyuki replied nonchalantly. Doesn't matter. What does matter is that we place these before the attack starts tomorrow at sunset. Naruto, against common sense, walked back into the room filled with explosives and took a look at the map. His inquisitive glance turned into a scowl as he noticed one of the designated areas. Why is the hospital marked here? Don't know, that's just a map they gave me. We aren't placing bombs anywhere near the hospital, Naruto stated resolutely. I have done a lot for the rebels, but I'm not going to blow up a hospital. No problem, Miyuki replied. Just means more bombs for some other place. You aren't going to argue? Naruto asked. Why would I? Miyuki said, meeting his eyes. In rare display of placidity, Miyuki took Naruto's hands in her own and spoke. You have done a lot for the rebels and for Kiri. I know a lot of it was unpleasant, and I know you hated and were disgusted by most of it. I'm sure that's the reason why you wake up at night shouting. But tomorrow the people of this country will be free of an insane dictator and the corruption and hatred she has bred. Tomorrow will mark a new day for Kirigakure, but more importantly, I know it's going to mean a better life for my family. Tears slowly poured from Miyuki's eyes. Naruto-san, thank you. Thank you for all the sacrifices you have made and hardships you've bored. I'm odd that you would go so far for people you barely know, for people who aren't your own. Miyuki wiped her tears and continued, I won't force you to do anymore. From here until the end of the war, leave the rest of it to me. Thanks, Miyuki, Naruto replied, gently parting his hands from Miyuki's and taking up the box. I won't harm the hospital, but don't worry, I plan on seeing this through to the end. Despite the assurance of his words, Naruto still felt a great turmoil rumbling inside himself. He knew what these bombs were for. He wasn't so naive to think that tomorrow wouldn't come without losses. But could he really do this knowing the consequences? Could he really bear it? Unfair laws, propaganda, hate speech, public lynching, whatever she could do to exterminate any and every bloodline user. No one knows why she went insane, but people rose up to fight her. I just wish there was some way to end this war faster. This village has been lucky enough to avoid any serious contact with the war, by leaving you saving many innocent lives. He shouldn't have had to give it up in the first place, damn it. That's right, I'm not the only one who is suffering, Naruto thought. Mei-chan and Yuri-chan have been fighting their own people. Noki-san has been watching her country fall apart, and not being able to help her husband must have made Miyuki feel so powerless. What a little more weight on his back. Tap! 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 Would you knock it off, Naruto? Sorry, Miyuki, Naruto apologized. He, Miyuki, and her husband, Tatsuya, were holding up in the secret meeting room, drinking from his teacup to ease his nerves, but it was impossible with the attack just half an hour away. He couldn't imagine that it would all be over so soon, and neither could his body. The tension in shoulders was getting to the point where he thought they might just snap, and no matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't seem to take an easy breath. Nerves or excitement, whatever it was eating at him. You two are amazing, being so calm right now. Are you stupid? Of course we're scared, Miyuki spat, her husband nodding in agreement. But all we can do is wait, so there's no point in freaking out and acting erratically when we can't do anything. Yeah, I guess you're right. Knock! Knock! What the hell? Miyuki looked at Tatsuya. I thought you locked the place up. I did. I even put out the closed sign. It's probably just some winos. Go shoo them off. Tatsuya quickly headed off to the door, and Miyuki huffed when he was out the door. Damn, I think my heart stopped for a few seconds. I can't wait for this to be over. Speaking of that, what are you going to when this is over? If everything works out, I'm going to cash the favor that Mei owes me and this place back to its rightful owner, Miyuki answered. I'm sure Tatsuya-san will be happy about that. Yeah, just a bit more and... Crash! Miyuki jumped to her feet and gaped at the open door. Tatsuya. When her call went unanswered, Miyuki called out again, Tatsuya. Is that his name? A voice called back. He went down so fast I didn't get to interrogate him. Naruto froze as the familiar voice hit him. Why is she here? Since we know you're up there, come out and save us the trouble. Fuck you! Get away from my husband and get the fuck out of my house. Miyuki snarled. I don't think you understand the gravity of your dilemma, the voice shouted back. Lucky for you, I think everyone deserves a second chance, so once more come out and save you's the trouble. Just as Miyuki was about to throw out more threats, Naruto clapped his hand over her mouth. We've got no choice but to do what she says. Miyuki, that's AI down there. The interrogator? Miyuki asked. Yeah, Naruto answered, and since she just knocked out your husband and forced her way, and that can only mean... Shit, the jig is up, Miyuki cursed, but we're not dead yet. We can't let them find out about the attack. All we have to do is buy time. Right, just a half hour, Naruto replied. Let's go down there. As they stepped out the door and stood at the head of the stairs, Naruto and Miyuki were met with a shocking sight. Ah, there's my little doctor. At the bottom of the stairs, waiting alongside AI and two subordinates, with a plastic smile, was Yagura. Or should I say my little spy? Naruto saw Miyuki's rage-fueled courage crumble and give rise to a wall of fear. He could empathize with her predicament because he was in the same boat. How long had she known about him? I thought it about time I come pay you a visit and thank you in person for all of your hard work. What? What does she mean by that? The questions just kept piling up in Naruto's head, and he felt something dire swelling in his gut. But then I come for a visit and I received this rude welcome, Yagura said as she easily lifted the muscular Tatsuya by the scruff of his shirt. Honestly, you should show better manners to guests. Tatsuya. Miyuki cried out. He's got nothing to do with this. Nothing to do with this? Yagura asked in a tone of fake disbelief. I think we all know that's not true. In fact, Yagura pulled out a kunai and slowly pressed it into Tatsuya's neck. I should probably just get rid of this cockroach. I have so many scurrying about. No! Wait, Miyuki shouted. By now Tatsuya had woken up and was desperately recoiling from the blade pressed into his neck. I've got something you want. Just, please, let my husband go. Something I want? Yagura asked, removing the blade and tapping her chin with it as she scanned the room. I doubt you have anything you want. I have information about the rebels. Naruto's head snapped to his comrade. Miyuki, you can't. Miyuki turned away, fists clenched. I'm sorry, Naruto, but none of this is worth it if Tatsuya dies. Resolve hardened, Miyuki turned back to the deadly dictator. Like I said, Yagura, I have valuable information you want, it then let go of my husband. Information I want? Naruto was panicking. What should he do? If Miyuki spilled the beans, then it was all over. Oh, you must be referring to those turncoats hiding out in my forest. No. How? A thunderbolt might as well have shot through Naruto and Miyuki. Both their brains sizzled as they attempted to comprehend that last string of words. Did you honestly think you could operate under my nose without me catching a whiff? Yagura chuckled at their pathetic faces, as if a bunch of weaklings could get one over a master Kunoichi. How long have you known? Naruto asked. 2 weeks into your employment under AI, Yagura replied, putting the blade away and dropping Tatsuya, much to Miyuki's relief. I'll give you credit for hiding as long you did. Followed all my orders to letter. Didn't take anything despite all the information I left lying about, and you even refused to help people begging for death. You're a bit more ruthless than I thought. That long, Naruto thought, falling to his knees, eyes wide, as he grasped Yagura's words. Then that means that all of this. Ah, so you understand now, my little doctor. A large, manic grin split Yagura's face. Everything you did, every scrap of information, it was all part of my plan. But why? Naruto was completely baffled as his bewildered gaze landed on Yagura. Everyone knows that Kiri would have won if things went the same. So why let me send out that information when it meant the death of so many of your own soldiers? Why? Yagura asked as if she was talking to a child. Because if I beat them that way, they'll just scamper into the woodwork and come out as soon as I turn back. Another crazed grin appeared on her face, joined by dark chuckle. But if I crush them with overwhelming power, if I show them how weak they are, how truly pathetic they are, I'll do something better than killing them. I'll break their spirits. Naruto's fists clenched in rage as he glared at Yagura. You're a monster. How could you sacrifice your own people like that? It's because they're my people that I can sacrifice them, Yagura answered. Each and every person in Kirigakure belongs to me, so I can use each and every one of them how I see fit because it's my right. If they're unhappy with it, then I'll be more than happy to take their heads. At that moment Yagura's eyes slid over to Miyuki. I almost forgot, didn't you promise me something in exchange for this man's life? Yagura mocked as she picked Tatsuya up by the neck without effort. Tatsuya struggled valiantly against Yagura's grip, but it was a futile fight. Too bad it doesn't seem like you have anything I want. No! Plea dash! Crack! Miyuki's world slowed to a crawl as Tatsuya fell to the floor. Disbelief was scrawled over her face and sorrowful tears poured from her eyes. Miyuki's world crumbled as Tatsuya hit the floor. Thump! Tatsuya! Miyuki feebly appealed, hoping that he would answer. Tatsuya. Miyuki's sorrow turned to rage, her body shaking as she clung to the only other emotion she could feel. Her snarling face twisted onto her husband's murderer, and she felt her teeth cracking at the sight of Yagura's flippant expression. Yagura! Miyuki's roar shook the room as she charged down the steps, blackjack in hand and vengeance in her heart. As soon as her toe touched the last step, Miyuki leapt at the Mizukage. Her ferocious swings were responded to with quick and expert weaving, and Yagura's passive demeanor drove Miyuki into a wilder frenzy. Now those murderous swings were thrown together with kicks, fists, and any other body part Miyuki could fling at the monster before her, but it meant nothing to the monster. No, it meant even less nothing to the monster because now it was bored. The little gnat before it gave another scream and again swung its cheap weapon pitifully. Another roar and another weak attack, followed by another roar and another weak attack, and more roaring and more flailing, and even more roaring and floundering, which only served to make the monster's ears ring. By the next roar the monster was annoyed, so naturally the noise just had to stop. Crack! The blackjack hit the floor, the hand holding it now clawing desperately at its owner's throat. If you scream and attack someone, they're going to defend themselves, so why the astounded face? Thump! Miyuki struggled against the pain to pull any puff of air into her screaming lungs, but it was futile. All she could manage was the spastic writhing and distressed whines of a dying animal as she crashed to the floor. Even in the throes of death, however, Miyuki continued to fight until her gaze landed on Tatsuya. Miyuki's hands reached for Tatsuya as all thoughts of survival flew from her mind, replaced by one new soul instinct. She inched forward, even as the darkness ate away at her sight and her body grew heavy. The dying wife kept crawling forward. I'm sorry, Tatsuya, Miyuki thought. I'm sorry that I couldn't save you, and I'm sorry I couldn't avenge you. I'm sorry that you loved such a useless woman, but I'm so happy that you did. Before she uttered her last thought, Miyuki wove her fingers around Tatsuya's, and I promise that I won't leave your side. Naruto collapsed, prodigiously shell-shocked as he witnessed Miyuki join her husband. Sadly, he was the lone mourner in the home and had little time to do so as their murderer turned her intent onto him. Yagura's legs clacked stridently across the floor and, in an act of utter disrespect, they shunted Miyuki's still warm body from her path as if she were refuse. Step by step Yagura approached Naruto, a disturbingly eager leer focused on him. I suppose it's your turn. Naruto's body jerked away from his soon-to-be executioner. Legs refused to follow to their marching order and his arms scoured the ground searching for a miracle. He fumbled efforts achieved less than nothing as Yagura hovered over him, easy pickings for his predator. I really should kill you, but you're quite the catch, Yagura stated, and in a split second Naruto was hoisted into the air, the scruff of his tunic seized by her weapon. And now that you're on my hook and you won't be going anywhere. That last terrible pun was all Naruto got to hear before Yagura turned the lights out. Wake up. The young doctor's eyes flickered back to life as the abductor cuffed his cheeks and found her lapdogs holding his arms up. I want you to see this. Yagura signaled her minions to release Naruto and he stepped next to her. Naruto took in the cloudy sky above and the enshrouded buildings below, and his thoughts shuffled to Yagura could possibly present from their perch. The answer revealed itself as the mist parted beneath him to show legions of mist Kunoichi like barnacles on a bough before the haze swallowed them again. I trust you recognize where we are? Yagura asked, sweeping her hand through the air. Past the Kunoichi stood a familiar wall, and the wall gravely faced Naruto as if communicating the tragedy about to unfold. Of course you do, Yagura said as she hugged Naruto from behind, chin resting on his shoulder to darkly utter, in just, 20 minutes your allies are going to break through that wall and I'm going to give them the best surprise in the world. The beaten expression Naruto wore drizzled sweet syrup into her veins. Yagura turned him round and ran her fingers through her soft, blonde hair before taking Naruto's face in her palms. That's it, that's the look I want on your face. You're going to watch them die. You won't be able to stop it, and you're going to hurt. You're going to hurt until you understand. Understand? Understand what? How much you hurt me, Yagura said softly. How did I hurt you? Naruto was truly bewildered, not just by the answer, but by the difference in Yagura's eyes. You betrayed me. Don't you realize how painful that was? Yagura appeared sincerely wounded. Naruto, on the other hand, was sincerely unnerved. From the moment I saw you I was enraptured. Every spare moment I watched you from afar, mesmerized by your beauty and then your skill. You took my heart without even trying and you were going to be mine. The air around them turned heavy as Yagura's released him and covered her eyes with a hand. Then you instigated that incident at the hospital. At first I thought it couldn't be, not my little doctor, but all the signs pointed to you. Yagura dropped her hand and locked eyes with him. I decided to test you because if it was a one-time slip, a moment of recklessness, I could forgive you. So I threw you in with AI and I pitted you in test after test. You never helped the prisoners, even when they begged for death, and you never stole any information, no matter how important. For 15 days I had my people watch you and finally you gained my trust back. I was going to tell you and pull you out of that horrible place, but then I received word that the rebels not only avoided a major ambush, but also destroyed the squad executing the attack. There was only one person who would have tipped of the rebels, and that person was inside a cell with a broken leg at the torture facility. Naruto's sadness was replaced by fear as Yagura confessed her tale of woe. She's fucking crazy. I can still feel the sting of that day. Yagura pressed a palm to her heart, and I almost ripped your heart out. Naruto audibly gulped. But I took a moment to kill the messenger, calm down, and realize that if I could use you like you used me then I could forgive your betrayal. Naruto had no words, literally no words. His mouth simply hung agape making noises. It's fine, my little doctor. There's no need to apologize, Yagura said, pressing a finger to his lips. Well, not that it would do you any good. Naruto slapped her hand away, finally too sick to hold back his bile. Get away from me, you psychopath. It's alright to be angry, Yagura said, clasping his hands between hers. But soon we'll be able to love each other again. I could never love someone like you. Naruto spat. I hate you. Hate? Yagura stumbled back as if he had struck her. The heartbroken expression she wore almost earned his pity. But then the air went dead. Naruto rapidly found it harder and harder to take a breath and nearly collapsed from the pressure she exuded. Naruto watched as the sick adoration vanished from her eyes only to be replaced with something much worse. Anger. You hate me. It was his turn to stumble back as the chill of her voice bit into him. You hate me. Yagura raised an open hand as she strode towards him, nothing but vicious intentions written on her face. I didn't want it to come to this, but you left me no choice. That villainous hand seized Naruto, and in that instant terror sunk deep into his core. But in the next he saw something outrageous. Yagura's fuming purple eyes changed. Gazing into his soul were now a pair of cruel red eyes, 3 tumults spinning wildly in each of them. What dash? Before the word could leave his mouth, Naruto felt something inside him snapped. Chakra burst from his pores. The green energy thrashed around his hands like it had a mind of his own. Like a reflex, Naruto's hands slammed into Yagura's head and his world exploded. NGH. Yagura growled as Naruto held on for dear life, because whatever he was doing to her he'd hate to see the response. Yagura's eyes flashed red and purple as waging a war between themselves. What the hell is going on? Naruto felt like he was pushing against iron wall in Yagura's brain and his strength was waning. Finally he broke and leapt away from Yagura. The woman fell to her knees, cradling her skull. Yagura's Kunoichi wasted no time in apprehending him. Yagura-sama, are you okay? The woman twitched and jerked, but said nothing for a minute. Then she slowly rose to her feet and raised her head to reveal confused purple eyes. Let him go. The guards did as they were told, and Naruto warily faced Yagura. Something was different about her. Thank you. Huh? Naruto didn't know what he was expecting, but it wasn't that. I've been uselessly fighting her control all these years, but NGH. Yagura clutched her temple once more. Damn it! What's wrong? Naruto wasn't entirely sure if this wasn't another one of Yagura's twisted games, but something was definitely different. She's still. My head. Naruto saw as her eyes flashed red and back to purple. No time. Have to stop fighting, warm rebels. This bitch put a gengesto on the Mizukage, said one Kunoichi. Get her. Before the Kunoichi could so much as lay a finger on him, Yagura lashed out and dropped them both. Struggling, Yagura fought against her body to reach inside her hip pouch, and drew an orb and held it out to him. Flashbang. How do I use it? Charge. Chakra. Throw. Yagura pointed up as she lost her voice. Naruto could tell Yagura's control over her body was slipping, but the proud leader battled on fiercely. Wasting no time, Naruto thrust chakra inside the small orb and flung it into the sky. He pleaded to any deity listening that the flashbang warned May and the rebels in time. Bang! Yes! Naruto cried out as light soared through the mist. Bang! 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 No! Naruto cried out as the wall came tumbling down. He watched with bated breath as cloud of dust rolled through the village and over the Kunoichi. What he didn't know, or rather didn't hear over the eruption of the wall, was one Terumi who was leading the charge and saw the flash in the sky. Bang! Stop! Bang! The attack! Bang! Bang! May's call, hidden by the explosion, froze the charging troops surrounding her in their tracks. The ones out of earshot mumbling in confusion before a hiss from their commanders silenced them. Up front, May tried peering through the dust covering their entrance into the village. When her eyes failed to pierce the veil meant to conceal, May turned to her second. Ao, can you see anything? Ao formed a quick hand seal, activating the Byakugan beneath her eye patch, and easily saw past the dust into the village. Holy shit. What? May asked. The entire Kirigakure army has to be waiting behind that wall, Ao answered, a bead of sweat moistening her brow. May cursed under her breath. Thankfully that warning shot had thrown off her plans for the better, but the current situation looked bleak. In a straight fight her army would be hard-pressed to overcome Kiri's numbers. They had been counting the element of surprise to tear down Kirigakure's more impressive numbers and dig into the village. Retreat to fight another day and lose the greatest opportunity to end the war, or fight and possibly lose the only force great enough to fight Yagura. Damn it, Ao, give the signal to attack! Attack! Naruto nearly jumped out of his skin as he spun around to find Yagura hunched over and growling at him. Those burning red eyes had finally won out, and Naruto knew that she had something foul in store for him. You! Red energy bubbled out of Yagura. Her features became feral, and her teeth seemed like fangs now. Are dead! The red energy grew and grew, taking a shape, and an ominous hissing noise filled his ears. It took a moment, but Naruto realized the noise was the sound of Yagura's skin burning. Soon it became hard to discern what was chakra and what was Yagura, but Naruto could tell the monster was still growing and not stopping anytime soon. He stepped back until one foot gave way and almost carried him over the roof's edge. He faced Yagura just in time to see her charging. Oh no! Retreat! May ordered before barking another order to AO. Order the second and third wave commanders to retreat. Hi, AO said and flew off like a bat out of hell. Kojuri-chan, ready yourself, May said as she leapt onto a treetop. Kojuri replied by fixing her glasses and unsheathing Hiramakiri. In a stout voice, May addressed her people. First wave battalion, we will be covering the escape of the second and third. Ready yourselves. The first wave, to their credit, didn't falter in the face of this morbid task. Instead, they let loose a united response that thundered through the forest. Hi! A scream tore through the sky, and the first wave watched as its gust hurtled past the wall into the tree behind Kojuri. The bark groaned and was soon joined in its lament by the man on the ground. Investigating, the pair found a familiar face twisted in a tapestry of agony. And Naruto-kun? Kojuri's cries were answered with his continued moans, and many of the Kunoichi gathered around. Kojuri quickly knelt and tried to tend to the battered body before them, May joining her, but the jerking response stilled the helping hands. Naruto-kun, you need help. Medic! May's call dragged forth a woman in blue with an armband bearing a white cross. Hurry! Be back broken. A sputtering cough and a splash of blood followed, bleeding. Kojuri-chan, give the woman room to work, May ordered. And no, a shuddering breath made it past his lips. Yagura, monster. What? May asked. Roar. Everyone's attention turned to the skyline of Kiri to see the massive shape of demonic turtle rise above her structures. It almost seemed to reach the clouds. Sanbai, the three-tailed bijou, it jagged and armored form, took no color, except an ominous red. Why on earth would she be using that now? May exclaimed. They watched as the great beast swung its mighty claw through the city. Is she dash? She's rampaging. Naruto-kun, what the hell? Dash, a violent cough cut her off. May-sama, what do we do? The rebel leader found a fear-stricken Kojuri looking to her for answers, her troops sharing the same look, and a chorus of panic shouts rose from beyond the wall. The leader gazed upon the broken young man beneath her and then the monster above her, weighing each outcome in mind once more and feeling just as uncertain. The beast roared and brought its tail crashing into the city below. The chorus escalated and May felt her resolve harden. We fight. May-sama, you can't be serious? I am. May turned to her troops knowing that they needed her now. Taking one deep breath, May spoke, Rebels, this is our chance. As Yagura butchers her own, we can take Kirigakure. May stood firm and faced the walls that had long forgotten about her and pointed at the raging monster. Frightening, destroying, killing, that monster is doing to Kiri now what it has been doing to us for years. Today it ends. Today we take back not only our village, but our country. The boom of the rebels' voices could have shaken the earth. One voice, however, did not join in the rumble. Kojuri was hovering by the medic's side. Naruto-kun, you're going to be alright. You have to be alright. Naruto managed a shake of the head. Too late. Rib, lung. By now a small pool of blood had formed under Naruto, and Kojuri helplessly watched the medic's glowing hands work on Naruto. And no, it's not too late, but the medic's hands, as if in contradiction, ceased their glow. What are you doing? She cried, grabbing the medic's hand and forcing them back onto Naruto's chest, him in her arms. If you stop, he'll... The medic shook her head and rose. I'm sorry. No, no, vainly Chijuri cradled Naruto's head in her arms, trying to shield him from the grasp of death. Naruto managed to coax a smile for his friend, but ended up breaking into a bloody coughing fit, smattering her chest. Thank you, Kojuri, for being here. Despite his seeming acceptance, desperation tried to summon his chakra, but the energy fizzled like smoke into the air. Now, as blood filled his lungs, Naruto couldn't help but feel a little spiteful that the chakra had been willing to save so many, except its own master. Tears of frustration fell freely. The warmth of his sticky blood made his hand ball into a fist. How pathetic was he? What kind of doctor couldn't heal his own broken back, punctured lung, and the other dozen things broken inside him? God, how much blood had he lost? Judging by the encroaching darkness, just a bit more than too much. No, Naruto thought, no, I don't want to go. You don't have, Naruto-kun, stay with me. Kojuri begged. I want to stay, Naruto thought. He bravely as the darkness finally consumed him. Too frantic to think, Kojuri shook him as if it would wake like a sleeping prince and smile for her. Uncaring of how she appeared or the tears falling to the ground, Kojuri continued to beg and plead with this lolling head. Kojuri-chan, a strong hand rested on Kojuri's shoulder, stopping the girl's pathetic pleas. He's gone. No, he can't be. Kojuri felt Mei's fingers turn her chin to face one another. Fixing her eyes upon the poor girl, Mei said, I promise we will come for him and we will warn him, but I need you. I can't. Yes, you can, you must, for him, Mei said, gently taking Kojuri's hands. He died for this chance to finally stop Yagura. Don't make his sacrifice worth nothing. Steadily, Mei separated Kojuri from Naruto and stood. Are you ready? Kojuri followed Mei's lead. She removed her glasses, cleaned the lenses, wiped her eyes, put them back, and drew Iramakiri. Yes. Mei turned to the medic. Find Ao. Tell her to call the retreat and start the assault. The medic took off and Mei leapt back into the tree and roused her soldiers one final time. Onward to Kirigakure. Drip, drip, drip. That familiar sight of worn bricks and cracked pipes filled his hazy eyes. Why am I back here? Naruto questioned. Bringing his knees under him, Naruto tried to stand but buckled and dropped into the water with a loud slosh. Bewilderment coursed through his mind and another attempt to stand shot a surge of fatigue through his body. It was a struggle, but Naruto succeeded in lifting himself from the water with the aid of wall. He trudged along the wall, steps carrying him to the one place he was accustomed to. The memory of his sorry state came to the forefront and Naruto wondered now more than ever what this place really was. He regarded the walls with new scrutiny. There's no way. The Kyuubi is here. But that doesn't mean that this place. How could I come here before if it is? I wasn't dead then, but I am now. The idea of sharing a home in the afterlife with the Kyuubi no Yoko, a demon and one locked behind a gate as punishment conveyed the one conclusion Naruto was trying to deny. His slow trudge turned into a frenzied gait as he headed towards the one person, demon actually, that could offer answers. I'm dead and in the same place where the Kyuubi is locked, so that mean, oh come on. It can mean that. I know I wasn't saint, but I don't belong here. I sacrificed myself to save a village. I had tried to free a country from a tyrannical, genocidal dictator. That has to count for something? Enough with the woe is me. A voice boomed nearby through the darkness. Just hurry in here, pretty boy. While he couldn't exactly manage hurry speed, Naruto did make it into the Kyuubi's chambers quicker than he thought possible. The fire-haired demon stood behind her cage with the usual teasing smirk, and Naruto wasted no time in asking, where am I? What is this place, really? Aha, Kyuubi chastised. Remember our deal? You want something, I get something. What do you want? Well, you still owe me from last time, but instead of chakra this time I'd like a favor. No, scratch that. For each question I want one favor. What are these favors? Oh, I haven't decided on that, but I'm sure I can think of something. So, what do you want to know? What is this place? That's one, Kyuubi said, lifting a delicate finger into the air. Now, this place, pretty boy, is a manifestation of your mind. And my mind? Naruto shook his head. No, that's not possible. It's very possible, Kyuubi responded dejectedly. Believe me, I wish it wasn't. Wait, then how are you here, or are you just messed up figment in my mind? And am I dead? Naruto asked. A demon that wants to hurt, and or sexually assault me, Naruto thought. Am I that screwed up? That's 2 and 3, Kyuubi said, adding another finger to the count. No, you're not dead, not for a lack of effort at least, and yes, I am the real Kyuubi no Yoko, not some apparition. Then why are you here in my mind? For, Kyuubi said, to make a long story short, I was sealed into your belly by Konoha's Hokage to stop my rampage. You were offered up as a sacrificial lamb to save everyone else. A deep, stunned, speechless exhalation dropped from Naruto as he himself plunked into the water. Well, that's a mixed bag that I opened up. So, this is my mind and you're really a demon and I'm not dead. Yet? Great. There's a way to save yourself. How? Naruto asked immediately. My chakra can knit that body of yours back together, Kyuubi said, and her mischievous smile broke out, although I doubt it'll be an enjoyable experience. What do you say? Naruto should have contemplated the ramifications of dealing with a demon, or at least treaded more carefully, but with death knocking on the door none of these thought occurred. Do it. That's 5. And with that Naruto's world erupted into crimson. Watch out for the tail! Mei shouted. She spat globs of molten lava at the beast, pulling its murderous attention back to her. The sandbite is in control, be wary. Ha! Kojuri brought down her gigantic sword, striking a crushing blow to the beast's skull. The sandbite simply shook her off like an annoying gnat. Are we even hurting it? Giving up already? Women in my time were much more persistent than this, Ao chided as she managed to nail the beast's unarmored hide with a dozen sunbon that soon exploded. The sandbai howled and blasted a torrent of water at Ao only to miss when the women dropped into a nearby alley. A number of rebels fired exploding kunai and the most devastating jutsu they could manage only to succeed in giving the beast deep scratches. The sandbai gave another swing of its tail, smashing a few unlucky buildings and even unluckier rebels. Intent on making it pay for her soldiers' lives, Mei fired a glob at the sandbai's one good eye. The attack missed, but the head was more than enough to cause the sandbai to howl in distress. The beast thrashed about and its great limbs and long tails demolished the village underfoot. "Keep away!" Mei ordered, attacking now would just cause unnecessary losses. As Mei and group of rebels took on the sandbai, the streets of Kirigakure turned into a war zone as rebels and Mist Kunoichi struggled to kill one another. Civilians were either fleeing from the fighting or getting caught in the crossfire. "Damn, at this rate there might not be a village to return to," Ao muttered next to Mei. "That bitch has almost stomped a third of the village flat. We can always rebuild. Right now our priority is to stop her," Mei replied. The beast had finally regained its senses, or the rampaging monster equivalent, and aimed a tail swipe at Mei. "Move!" Both women jumped off the building while simultaneously launching attacks. The beast shrugged of their assault and kept the heat on them. An unfortunate misstep on some loose rubble sent Mei careening to the ground. A vindictive snarl sounded her doom as the sandbai unleashed a high-pressure torrent upon her. "Mei-sama," Kojuri yelled, racing to save her leader. Too late, Mei was consumed by the devastating rush of water. Or she would have been, if not for the red blur that took her. Eyes turned to the blazing, crimson flame that burned before the sandbai. Mei beheld a man she thought dead. "Naruto-kun?" "Mei-chan," Naruto replied as he set her on her feet. "Glad I got here in time. How is that chakra?" Mei stepped back and confirmed her suspicions. "It is." "How are you doing this?" "Roar. We can talk about it later," Naruto shouted as he moved them out of harm's way. Ao leapt into action with a group of rebels and shifted the beast's focus onto them, giving Naruto and Mei a chance to breath. Land behind a pile of rubble, Naruto put Mei down again and was tackled by an overjoyed Kojuri. "Naruto-kun." "Yuri-chan." Naruto happily responded, wrapping his arms around her. "Ow!" Kojuri hissed as she stepped away from him. "Sorry, Yuri-chan," Naruto apologized. "I think this stuff is toxic." "Bijou chakra normally is," Mei interrupted. "That's what it is." "Bijou?" Kojuri quizzically glanced at Naruto. "Mei-sama, do you mean?" "Yes, our handsome little friend here is a Jinchuriki," Mei answered, "which explains how a man is using chakra. We'll discuss this later, Naruto-kun, but right now we have a more pressing matter to attend to." "I can help." Just as he spoke those words, the flaming cloak surrounding Naruto dispersed. The doctor observed his whole body before saying, "I could have helped." "Idiot, you should have ran instead." Leaping into the thick of it, Naruto's head whipped about, searching the owner of that voice. "Stop twitching like a spastic, I'm in your head." "What?" Naruto asked. "We didn't ask anything, Naruto-kun," Kojuri said, alarmed by his odd behavior. "Speak with your thought, idiot." "Like this?" "Yes, like that." Kyubi mocked. "Now get out of here." "But I can help, just lend me more of your chakra." "Any more and you'll lose control and start trying to kill everyone." "But I controlled it just fine." "That was just a small amount. Your body and mind aren't accustomed to it. It'll overwhelm you easily." "Damn it," Naruto muttered and turned to Mei and Kojuri. "I'm sorry, I've got nothing left." "Naruto-kun, you just saved my life," Mei said, giving him a chaste peck on the cheek. "That was more than enough." "Kojuri-chan, get him out of here and come back." "Hi, Mei-sama," Kojuri said, wrapping an arm around Naruto's shoulder. "Don't worry, Naruto-kun, I won't let you get hurt." Naruto kept silent, disappointed at once again being powerless, but didn't have much time to muse on these thoughts as a shadow loomed over them. "Move!" Naruto felt breathless as Kojuri pulled him into the sky away from Giant Tail. His eyes met the beast's and Naruto but back a curse as he saw the recognition zip through its soul eye. "Oh boy," Naruto heard the Kyubi mutter. "What?" "Looks like she's still upset about her eye," Kyubi answered. "You took her eye?" "Honestly, it was an accident," Kyubi explained. "Didn't she accept your apology?" "Apology?" Kyubi asked. "Oh, come on." Roar. 2 water bullets were fired from the monster's gullet at he and Kojuri, forcing them down behind a sturdy wall that had its top half sheared off by 1 water bullet. "You took her eye. How could you not apologize?" "Why should I apologize?" "It wasn't my fault she challenged me." "Oh, forget it," Naruto said as Kojuri pulled him to his feet only to lose his footing to the sudden trembling of the ground. "Whoa!" The ground shook more and more violently and Naruto had to hold onto the wall to stay upright. He peeked past the wall and nearly pissed himself as he saw the sandby charging straight towards them. We have dash. A massive claw came down. The force of its crash into the ground separated them, and Naruto found himself in a wide-open street with nary a hole or wall to hide behind. In its rage, the beast ignored all the attack, colliding with the hard shell of its body, and stalked towards Naruto, like a lion after wounded prey. Naruto scrambled to his feet, but the beast's tail was quicker. Just as it happened so many times before, a deep-rooted instinct took over and Naruto raised his hands, already covered in his chakra. "Naruto-kun!" Kojuri screamed. She looked away, awaiting the horrid sound, but when none came she dared to open her eyes. She, and the Kunoichi around her, were speechless, not only because Naruto wasn't a stain, but because the tail meant to kill him now had a hole in it. A hike which he was occupying. What just happened? No one answered her. No one could answer her because they were all just as in the dark as she. The sandby was less impressed and more angered by Naruto's survival and attempted to correct the mistake by bringing it paw down him. This attempt ended in the same manner as the first. The paw smashed everything but Naruto. The sandby raised and to reveal hole similar to the one in its tail. Realizing that a physical attack was out, the sandby began to gather the moisture from the air for another water bullet. Naruto, warned by the Kyuubi, began to scramble for cover, but, luckily, Mei nabbed him from the street before the sandby could get a shot off. "I think we're even now," Mei teased as she set Naruto down. "But how did you do that?" "How did I do that?" Naruto asked, wondering how many more questions were going to pop up today. "It seems that sandby isn't completely released," Kyuubi explained. "The chakra hasn't stabilized into a complete, living, breathing body. Normally, those attacks would have squashed you like a tomato, but it seems as if your chakra can dissolve the chakra construct this Yagura woman has embedded herself in." "My chakra," Naruto said, holding up his glowing hand. "It can dissolve the sandby's chakra body." Mei and Naruto watched as the other Kunoichi kept the sandby at bay. By now the tail had reformed and its paw was regenerating at a hurried pace. "Damn, our attacks are hurting it, but it'll just keep regenerating until it runs out of energy. We have to reach Yagura, and it seems like we have a way now," Mei said, pointedly looking at his palms. "Even if we reach Yagura, we still have another problem," Naruto said. "There's someone controlling her." "Controlling Yagura? Are you sure?" "Considering that Yagura told me warn you about the ambush before fighting herself, I'm fairly certain," Naruto replied. "Any ideas on how she's being controlled?" "No, but when she attacked me my chakra came out, and as soon as I touched her I disrupted whatever was controlling her. So, it looks like you're our new secret weapon," Mei said as they were joined by Kojuri and Ao. "Are you alright, Naruto-kun?" Kojuri asked, checking him over for what felt to Naruto like the 10th time today. "Honestly, Kojuri, in my day women could keep their feeling under control on the battlefield," Ao said. "Ao, shut up," Mei said, "and find out where Yagura is hiding inside that monster, before I kill you." "Hi, Mei-sama," Ao answered nervously as she activated her Byakugan. As the eye pierced the depths of the caustic chakra, Mei went over her plan with Naruto and Kojuri. "I'm what?" Naruto and Kojuri exclaimed. "Kojuri-chan, you're the strongest one here physically, so you're going to throw Naruto at the sandby. Naruto-kun, you're going to use your chakra to reach Yagura. Hopefully your chakra can disrupt whoever's controlling again and we can end this fight. Work in our hospital, infiltrate a village, bring down a giant monster. Are you ladies ever going to ask for anything easy?" Naruto-kun, if Kojuri began, but Naruto stopped her. "It's okay, Yuri-chan, I'm just blowing off some steam," Naruto said and then addressed Mei. "I'm ready. What about you, Kojuri-chan?" "If Naruto-kun is willing to do it, then so am I." "Good," Mei said. "Ao, have you found her?" "Yes, Mei-sama," Ao replied. "She's dead center in the forehead." "You hit her, Kojuri-chan," Mei said. "Make sure not to miss." "I won't, Mei-sama." Kojuri appeared so resolute that Mei couldn't help but think that the young girl had matured. "Ready, Naruto-kun?" "I don't think I'll be ready, so just throw me before I chicken out," Naruto answered. "Whoa!" Naruto exclaimed as Kojuri scooped him up onto the flat side of her sword. "What are you doing?" Naruto asked from his seated position on the sword. "I'm more comfortable with my sword," Kojuri said as she positioned her blade above her head like a tennis racket. "Well, I'm Dash." "Whoosh! Not!" Naruto screamed as he sailed across the sky in a beeline for the sandby's skull. The sandby was coming closer and closer. Adrenaline and fear coursed through his veins and panic entered his mind, but despite all that Naruto brought his hands forward, only to find the green light absent. "Oh, crap." Smack! Naruto groaned from the pancaking he just took, the friction sticking him to the bezel like a bird on a window. "Pretty boy, you're too scared, you need to focus." How could he not be scared? Who wouldn't be scared? Being tasked with taking down a creature so large that he was a flea by comparison, having the weight of an entire country on his shoulders, how in the hell was he supposed to focus? Kid, calm down. In that moment a memory came to Naruto. Keep your hands steady. I can't. Yes, you can. Help me. I'm going to kill him. No, you aren't. You've done this a dozen times. That was practice. And that's how I know you can do this. I know the pressure you're under. I've felt it 100 times before. How did you do? I focused on the one thing I had to do. Save a life? No, I had a problem to fix. That's all you're doing right now, kid. You're just fixing a problem. Now take a deep breath and fix the problem. Breath in. Fix the problem. Breath out. Green energy flowed smoothly from Naruto's hands, and he set to work. With the same care and precision he put into a scalpel, Naruto burrowed into the sand by his head. The roar of the great beast didn't distract his ears, the sizzle of his skin and clothes didn't break his focus, and the sight of unending red didn't force his eyes to turn. His hands were steady and his mind was sharp. Naruto was not a scared young man. He was Doctor fixing a problem. One final portion of chakra disappeared by Naruto's hand. Behind lay the unconscious visage of the Mizukichi, Yagura. The woman's eyes shot open, dominated by those vindictive red eyes. What are you doing? I think that's obvious. His tone lacked the fear of their first confrontation and stretched a glowing hand towards the unfortunate puppet. Stop. For whatever reason Naruto stilled. I'm still angry at you. That's obvious too. To think my heart was captured by a woman of your clan. I'm not part of any clan, so far as I can remember, Naruto said, adding, and I'm a man. A man! H dash. That's enough, Naruto interjected. I don't any more crazy Kunoichi in my life. Ah. Roar! Women fighting to the death in the streets of Kiri stopped, blades hung in the air, and finger paused in mid-seal. All eyes were on the sandbar riding in agony and breaking apart piece by piece. A green radiance burst from the malevolent red beast, banishing it from the world. As if it just granted someone's wish, and it might as well have, the emerald star fell to earth. If one inspected the star closely they would see two people contained within. Regrettably, no one did see these two people. Fortuitously they did hear the one individual screaming his mouth off. I can't fucking fly. Careening towards the ground, Naruto fought the struggling Yagura. Whoever was pulling the strings refused to relinquish her. Naruto held her close to his chest, determined to at least save the exploited leader from grasp of death. Swish! Thwip! 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 Boof! Naruto stared at solid ground a good 20 feet below, and craned his neck backward to see Kushima clinging to a building that had been spared and holding the wire that was currently wrapped around him and Yagura. Kushima-san, where did you come from? Oh? Kushima tilted her head. I think you meant to say Kushima-sama. Thank you for saving this poor man's life. Thank you, Kushima-san. Kushima-sama. I mean Kushima-sama. Naruto shouted. But it's not over yet. Set me down. The woman did as asked, and as soon as he was free Naruto was set upon by Mei, Kojuri, Ao, and Amuri Ringo, woman with red hair and two small swords in hand. Naruto-kun, get away Yagura. We'll deal with her, Kojuri ordered. I can't, Naruto struggled to say, and it was now that the woman noticed that he was channeling chakra into Yagura's body. I'm the only thing keeping her under control, but I don't know how much longer I can keep this up. The fuck's going on, Mei? Amuri spat. Ao, Mei ordered. Right, Ao activated her Byakugan. Without the blockage of Bija chakra, she could now see the thick, foreign energy coursing through Yagura's body and the green chakra attempting to push it out. She's under a Genjutsu. A powerfully one, the boy here is trying to dispel, but he can't. Then let's lend Naruto-kun a hand, Mei said as she placed a hand on Yagura's temple. One by one the other Kunoichi joined in. All together. Naruto up to this point had felt as if he was pushing a boulder up a hill. Then came the surge of strength from his allies and eased the weight of that boulder. Even with the assistance the boulder put up a challenge, but Naruto refused to give up. Cripes, this technique is no joke, Amuri spat. Just a little more, Mei encouraged. Naruto edged closer and closer to the finish line and abruptly, like a dam breaking, the invasive energy was expelled from the Mizukichi's body. Naruto's chakra covered the Mizukichi and then scattered away in a violent gust. Damn! Falling backwards, Naruto panted, deep gulps of air sucked greedily by his lungs and smile on his lips. Naruto-kun! Kojuri exclaimed and rushed to his side like a panicked lover. Are you hurt? I'm good, just really. His eyes rolled to the back of his head and Naruto took a much-needed trip to the realm of slumber. He's fine, Kojuri-chan, Mei said, resting her hand on her subordinate's shoulder. He just needs some rest. Oh? I don't think our hosts are going to offer us a bed, Kushima said, pointed her blade to mist Kunoichi around them and the rebels ready to fight them. Don't presume to know me, Kushima. All eyes turned on Yagura, who appeared refreshed and in peak condition. Yagura, I'm surprised you're able to stand, May murmured, taking her combat stance, her subordinates following suit. I have your doctor to thank for that. Am I going to need a kunai? Since my hook isn't in your gut, it's safe to assume the answer is no, Yagura replied, and then she leapt onto the same building Kushima had hung from. All Kunoichi of Kirigakure, lay down your arms. This war is over. No one made move, some out of disbelief and some out of defiance, but Yagura was not a woman to be ignored. Channeling a small amount of the Sanbai's chakra, Yagura's voice echoed through the village. This war is over. The malicious pressure squashed all thoughts of disobedience, and the Kunoichi of Kirigakure surrendered. Yagura appeared before Mei and handed over her hook staff. Terumi Mei, I surrender. Kiri is yours. All was silent, and then a soft rumble swept through the village before erupting into victorious cheers. Mei held the hook staff to her chest and held back her tears as she joined in her people's revelry. Her gaze flickered to Naruto, his head now on Kojuri's lap. My country is finally free. Thank you, Naruto-kun. ARH. Crash. Smash. Perhaps you should calm down, Tobi-sama, came the smooth dual tone of women concealed in a dark corner. Red eyes glowered at the darkness, and unspoken threat hovering in the air. Or, do whatever you want, said the woman as she sunk into the wall behind her and vanished. So, my little doctor is a man, and a senju no less, Tobi muttered, and then laughed as realization struck her. He used Bija chakra, that means, so Konoha's Jinchuriki still lives. Tobi raised her hand to spoke into her ring. Pain-chan, call a meeting. You have some important information for the Akatsuki. Zetsuna. Zetsuna crawled out from the safety of her wall. Go away. Come back. Please make up your mind. Swish. Chink. A baleful, yellow eye gazed at the kunai embedded in the wall next to it and then drifted back to the blade's owner. I'll remember to mind my tongue. Good. I only need your eyes after all, Tobi said. You know the details. Find him and watch him. Tobi didn't bother waiting for a reply. She simply picked up her orange mask, an odd thing designed with a spiral and one lone eye hole as the center, placed it back to its usual position. Uzumaki Naruto, to think you and my little doctor are one and the same. I can't wait to get my hands on you. Far away in water country, the young doctor, perhaps sensing the sword now hanging over his head, sprung awake. Wah! The question caught in Naruto's parched throat, throwing him into a coughing fit. Here, Naruto gratefully drank from the glass pressed to his lips. Gently pushing the glass away, Naruto turned to his helper, a little surprised, but more than happy to see that it was Kojuri. How are you feeling? Tired, Naruto replied as he laid back down. Just really tired. I am sure you're hungry, Kojuri said as grabbed an apple and began peeling it. How long have I been out? Naruto asked. 2 days. Mei-sama has been busy establishing control, but everyone has been worried about their hero, Kojuri answered. Hero? What else would they call the man that stopped Yagura? Kojuri replied as she finished peeling the apple and then sliced it into pieces. She held an apple slice to his mouth, and now say Yuri-chan, you don't have to. I can feed myself. Don't be ridiculous. As a doctor you should know how important rest is. Kojuri rebutted before her head sunk a little and she abashedly added, besides I want to do this for you. Oh, was Naruto's smart reply. Alright, Yuri-chan. Kojuri brightened as Naruto, not used to being the patient, quietly ate the fruit. As the two enjoyed their peaceful moment, Naruto's curiosity needed to be satisfied. How long have you been here? Naruto asked between bites. I haven't left, Kojuri answered. At Naruto's quirked brow, she elaborated, with the chaos of getting the village under control someone needed to watch over you, so I volunteered. Naruto could see the Kunoichi outside leaping across Kiri's skyline, and unexpectedly the last month came crashing down on him. With those memories rolling around in his head, the bed suddenly felt more comfortable. Actually, he didn't feel like even trying to get out of this bed for a long while. Who would after the slog he'd just gone through? It was enough to make him want to cry, but before it could come to that, Naruto gazed at the smiling face holding the apple slice. Suddenly he wanted to hop out of bed and help the Kunoichi outside. Kojuri, and everyone like her, was the reason he fought for Kiri, and the realization that he had succeeded made him feel like a fool for wanting to shed any amount of tears. He munched on the apple slice happily and asked between bites, so, have things been running smoothly since Mei-san and the rebels took over? What about Yagura? Is she? No. When she awoke, Yagura immediately announced the surrender of Kirigakure to the rebels and stepped down. After her announcement, various citizens and Kunoichi were charged with committing different crimes. People are stepping forward right now as witnesses, and Yagura has imprisoned herself along with many of the worst offenders and her own officers. That sounds like too much for 2 days, Naruto said as Kojuri fed him another slice. Mei-sama is still having trouble reigning in the village. Some of the more hateful and prejudiced groups are making trouble, but the most people in Kunoichi are quite happy to be under new management, Kojuri replied as she fed him the last apple slice. With something other than air in his gullet, Naruto finally took notice of Kojuri's haggard appearance. Naruto sat up with some trouble and twiddled a greasy cowlick between his fingers. Yuri-chan, have you not left my side the entire time? The poor, blushing girl tried to smooth down her hair, but to no avail. Sorry, I must look pretty bad. Honestly, with the adventure I had, you're the most beautiful thing I've seen in a long time, Naruto replied jovially, toying with the same unruly cowlick. His hand slowly came down to her cheek, his thumb caressing it gently as blue eyes met black. Thinking about you kept me going. I couldn't wait to. Their eyes came closer and closer together. To see you again. And Naruto-kun. Click! So, Kojuri-san, how is our hero today? The teens had scattered as soon as walked in. Their blushes, however, refused to be wiped away. Oh. Am I interrupting something? Kojuri replied with an embarrassed, and no, of course not. But that just made the doctor's grin grow caddish. Really, Kojuri-san? You're blushing like a tomato. This just made the girl burst into another round of flushed denial. Naruto, on the other hand, was completely nonplussed because a joyful and joking Dr. Koaru was standing before him. Koaru-san? Is that you? Rise-san, or is it Naruto-san now? It's a bit confusing to call you by a different name, but I suppose we'll cross that bridge eventually, Kaoru said cheerily. Sorry if it's rude, but where's your usual attitude? Naruto asked. Koaru laughed and gratefully replied, it's all thanks to you. Well, you and a night's sleep without nightmares of Yagura breaking the door down and murdering me. Good to hear, I guess. Since you're awake now, let's give you a checkup. Kira ran him through the usual, asking about this and that. Meanwhile, Naruto asked Kojuri, where's Mei-san right now? There are matters I need to discuss with her. I believe that she's in an important meeting right now. Kojuri replied, the village is at a crossroads right now. The village is coming together, but that unity could break easily, and a few of the strongholds are giving Mei-sama trouble. She also mentioned that they would be discussing an important factor pertaining to the Kiri's future. In a room within the Kirikage Tower sat a round table with 8 seats, 4 of which were currently occupied by Mei, Ao, Kushima, Amuri Ringo. We can't let him go, Kushima spoke calmly from her seat at the table. Even a blind man could see the advantages to having him around. I'm aware of that, Mei replied, but before we make our hero a prisoner, maybe we should ask Naruto-kun if he wants to remain here? Oh? And what if our little hero prefers to find another port? Kushimaru rebutted. What will you do then? Then I will do what I must as Kirikage of this village, Mei said as she adjusted the hat that sat upon her brow. What about those bitches in the strongholds? Amuri asked, twirling one of the kiba blades in her palm. We still haven't received their replies, Mei said, quashing her general's obvious question. The shark-toothed woman, however, refused to be ignored and snarled, Don't try and play stupid with me, Mei. You know exactly what I mean. The one who's being stupid is you. You know we can't afford to fight against the stronghold right now, Mei shot back, glaring at Amuri. Amuri refused to be cowed, and her obstinate glare was joined the inquiring gazes of the others. She does have a point, Kushima added. With Kiri in our hands, they no longer have access to their supply lines. What do we need their cooperation for? Besides that, I'm sure I'm not the only one itching to sink my teeth into them. Mei sighed, chin resting upon her steepled hands. I understand you're feeling, Kushima, better than anyone, but we can't afford to be short-sighted at such a crucial moment. For the most part, the civilians of Kiri are on our side, but we just had to imprison more than few Kunoichi, and who knows how many rats are hiding in the woodwork, waiting for their moment. So that's it? Amuri shouted, leaping out of her chair. We just forget the last few years and play nice. Yes. We just forget and play nice. Mei spat through grit teeth. If we act recklessly, we'll just incite a frenzy. Back in the hospital room, Koaru had finished examining Naruto, leaving the 2 teens alone once again. Kojuri turned to Naruto and asked, What exactly did you want to discuss with Mei-sama? Since Koaru-san just told me I'm cleared to leave, I need to see Mei-san about my departure. Naruto didn't miss Kojuri's downcast face, but forged on, and 2 people who looked after me were killed by Yagura. I need to know where they are. I can help you that, Kojuri replied. What happened to your friends? I mean, not the other one. With a hand over hers, Naruto said, Yuri-chan, I have to do this. I have to go. You don't have to explain anything to me, Kojuri replied meekly. Of course I do. You're important to me, Naruto said, squeezing her hand and continuing. Since I was kid it always felt like there was this hole in my head, and no matter how many new memories I make I can always feel that they're blank and empty. When I began my journey I started getting flashes of my childhood, and that hole doesn't feel so large anymore. I know it sounds odd, but I need to remember my past, so that I can move past it. I hope you understand. I do. I just wish that you... Kojuri literally swallowed her nerves. You would stay. It was probably the most hurtful thing he could do at the moment, but Naruto could help but chuckle. The flush of embarrassment and indignation blossomed across the girl's face, and she wrenched her hand from his. Realizing his mistake, the foolish boy clutched the fleeing girl's shirt. Yuri-chan, wait! Don't run off before I can explain. The girl sat back down but didn't face him. Sorry if I seemed mean, but I only laughed because you make it seem like I'm never coming back. Why, you're not? Kojuri asked, a tinge of hope fluttering in her voice. But what about Konoha? What about it? Naruto asked genuinely. It's your homeland. It's where your memories are. Won't you remain there once they come back? Naruto scratched his chin and looked up at the ceiling. Honestly, I don't think I will. I mean, my journey only began about 2 months ago, but it feels almost twice as long. I've seen things I could only imagine, met amazing people, and done even more amazing things. More than that, Naruto took Kojuri's hand once more. I've made connections that I wouldn't be able to forget. So even if I do gain my memories back in Konoha, I won't be staying there. Chijuri felt his soft gaze land on her as he continued. There's still plenty to see and plenty of people help. And plenty of people I'd like to see again. Kojuri replied with a smile and scolded herself for thinking that Naruto would just fly from her life. Now, Yuri-chan, can you find me some clothes? It's really cold in here. An hour of the day passed by the time Naruto, with the help of Kojuri, finally found out where Miyuki and Tatsuya ended up. He and she stood outside the mouth of a cave that rested on the outskirts of the village. Is this really where they are? Naruto asked. Positive. Kojuri, now cleaned up and looking refreshed, said, the village is a bit hectic, but taking care of the dead is a top priority. I feared what Mei-sama would do given the tensions between the rebels and loyalists, but it seems like everyone just wanted to put the dead to rest without a fuss. Come on, Naruto-kun. Naruto followed Kojuri closely. As they traveled deeper and deeper into the cave, a solemn silence fell over them. The torches lighting the path casted their shadows against the wall, making the two almost appear as a procession. Is there a massive cemetery beneath Kiri? Naruto asked, hoping to break the oppressive silence. Cemetery? Kojuri asked before the light bulb went off. Oh, of course you wouldn't know about it, Naruto-kun. No, there isn't a cemetery beneath Kiri. Here a sound caught Naruto's attention. The ancestors of the people of Kiri never believed in burying their dead like other countries because they believed that people originated from the ocean as spirits. The story is that one day the spirits wished to live on land and they begged their mother, the ocean, to make this so. Naruto's attention was taken for a moment as the sound grew louder, but it quickly snapped back to Kojuri. The ocean with her vast powers created bodies of flesh from seafloor and wrapped it around coral which turned to bone. Into these shells she poured the spirits which turned into our blood. Our ancestors believed that death was the Great Mother calling them home. Naruto saw the end of the tunnel, and as they approached it he finally realized what the sound was. Splash! 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 And alongside this sound another joined it. Sobbing. Surprise was the first to overcome Naruto as he found himself looking upon a small lake, its clear, shining, blue water dotted by dark shapes sinking into it. Sympathy and confusion came next as Naruto turned to observe a crowd of people standing on the shore. Some were openly sobbing, some were quieter in their obvious grief, and few shed no tears but looked on sadly and waved at the shapes floating in the lake. 2 men in blue robes drew his eyes as they pushed another dark shape into the water. Yuri-chan, what is this place? This is where we send our dead home, Lake Sayonara, Kojuri answered. Hitting the nail a bit too hard, Naruto thought, but said nothing. Come, hopefully your friends haven't been sent off. Kojuri continued, leading Naruto past the crowd towards the blue-robed monks. Who is in charge of the records here? One of the men pointed to a woman in similar blue robes. Hasha-san is in charge of that. Kojuri responded with a quick thank you and moved towards the woman, Naruto on her heels. Hasha-san, my friend Naruto-kun is looking for some friends. Many who come here, I'm afraid, Hasha responded peaceably. May I have their names? Miyuki and Tatsuya. Damn it, Naruto chuckled miserably to himself. I can't believe it. I never asked for their last names. It's fine. I know who you're speaking of. Follow me. Naruto and Kojuri did as asked. Hasha lead past row and row of green coffins. The hanging silence was unnerving, but Naruto's curiosity was provoked by a stink in the air. What are these things made of? Layers of thin, dark cloth glued together with pasted fish guts. Pasted fish guts? Naruto asked. Yes, the tropical waters of Kiri cause bodies to rise to the surface of the ocean. The guts attract scavengers and the cloth tears easily when soaked thoroughly. They allow the bodies to decay as quickly as possible, a method developed by our ancestors to ensure that the ocean was not riddled with corpses. How did they get out to the ocean? Naruto asked. Look closely, Hasha said, pointing out over the lake. Naruto watched and then he saw it. At a certain distance each coffin would be pulled under the surface of the lake. Underground caves are not uncommon to water country's islands, but this cave is one of only a handful. Beneath its surface is an underwater tunnel that leads out to the ocean. To the ocean? From here? That has to be at least 25 miles, Naruto exclaimed. Wait, the entrance to this cave leads right to Kirigakure. Why didn't the rebels use them? Because the current that drags the bodies out to the ocean runs at about 80 miles an hour. Last time we checked, Hasha answered. Even if the rebels had managed to crawl through the tunnel, I suspect they would have exhausted their bodies or their chakra reserves. Naruto said nothing else until they finally stopped in front of two bodies. Hasha checked the tags attached to their feet. This is them. I will leave you to your farewells, but please call for me if you need anything. Kojuri hung back as Naruto approached Miyuki and Tatsuya. He stood before them, the brave souls who refused to stand by, to remain apathetic, and to live as cowards with their heads bowed. Miyuki and Tatsuya heard the mournful cries of their village and answered in full. Hello you two. I've come to say goodbye, and thank you. I don't know if anyone else has come to visit you. I don't even know if you two have any family. What I do know is that I won't ever forget the two of you. I probably won't think about the two of you every day, but when I need a reminder of what courage is, I'm sure the two of you will be there. Kojuri saw Naruto's composure fall and his body slump in exhaustion. It isn't fair. It really isn't. You two should be here. You deserve to be here. I should have moved, should have done something, but I was too scared of being next. I'm sorry, but I promise I'll become a braver man and I won't stand by and watch as an injustice is carried out. Naruto placed a hand on both bodies. Goodbye, Tatsuya, Miyuki. I'll pray that Kiri's myth is true, so your spirits can find each other in the ocean. Naruto, joined by Kojuri, bowed their heads and, for lack of a prayer, simply asked any deity within earshot to grant his friends peace in the next life. Hasha-san. The monk appeared before Naruto. Is your business concluded? Yes, thank you for your help, Naruto said as he turned to his friend, and thank you too, Yuri-chan. I'm ready to go. If you would like, I can arrange for them to be submerged now. Our records show they have no family and I suspect you will be their only visitors, Hasha proposed. No, come on Yuri-chan, Naruto replied and walked past Hasha, then stopped. I know it seems disrespectful, but in the past few months I've had to say goodbye to a lot of people I knew. I don't feel like prolonging another goodbye. Thank you, again, Hasha-san. Kojuri guided Naruto to the quarters that would serve as his home for his duration in Kiri. Kojuri wondered were any words in the world capable of wiping away the wretched weight upon Naruto's shoulders. If there were, then she lacked them. The dark bags he sported suited the weariness in his eyes, and a frown had replaced the usual set of his smile. Age seemed to have swooped down upon him. Briefly, she wondered if her own body had undergone a similar transformation, but that thought flitted away when a ramen stand caught her attention. Naruto-kun, you must be hungry. Before the tired doctor had time to inquire, his companion dragged him over the ramen stand and forced him into a seat. A protest was on Naruto's tongue, but a griping stomach forced him to swallow the words and splutter an embarrassed order. A large miso ramen, please. I'll have the same, Kojuri said happily, glad to see some color in her friend's face. They made idle chatter, she making sure to stay away from any heavy topics, as they waited for their food. He dug in attempting to shotgun the noodle down to his gullet and Kojuri was thankful that at least his appetite appeared healthy. Content that he was eating, Kojuri joined him, a happy glint in her eye. I'd never imagined Mei-chan allowing herself to be caught in such a position, Naruto said with a chuckle as Kojuri opened the door to his quarters. I suppose I'd be under a mound of lava if Mei-sama didn't trust me so much, Kojuri replied, then waved her arm around the room. Well, these are your quarters, feel free to make yourself comfortable. I'm surprised I'd receive a room in the Kirikage Tower, Naruto said, taking a seat. Come over here, Yuri-chan. He patted the cushion next to him. Oh, okay. The swordswoman rested her blade against the wall and did as asked. Their jovial mood turned into a comfortable silence as both enjoyed their happy stomachs and the calming companionship. I'm sorry you had to spend most of your day cheering me up, Naruto said, stretching his arm across the couch's back, but thanks, I needed it. I was happy to help. Kojuri blushed as she attempted to will the outstretched arm to wrap itself around her shoulders. You don't have to thank me, but she mentally added that a reward would be appreciated, very much appreciated. Her will must have taken form as the arm came down around her shoulders and dragged their bodies closer together, and Naruto-kun? The first arm was joined by the second, and Kojuri briefly wondered how many pints of blood had to rush into the human head to cause fainting. Naruto smirked as he spotted the flush spread down her neck. Watching her squirm rattled something deep inside his body. Since he had awoken, Naruto had felt certain urges when around the fairer sex. The depression from his goodbye had drawn his focus away from it, but now that his emotions had been soothed, they had come roaring back. I like that about you, Yuri-chan. How generous you are. But it's healthy to be selfish once in a while. Naruto tilted her chin up, capturing her eyes. Tell me, is there anything I can give you? Why yes. The blood that had been rushing to her head was now careening towards other areas. Much more pleasant areas. CC can make words mouth. Kojuri screamed at her brain. This isn't hard, just say kiss me. Say kiss me. Why you? Say the fucking words. Knock! 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 Kojuri stood up so fast she could have jumped through the ceiling. I'll get that. She threw the door open, starting the redhead on the other side. Kojuri-chan? What's wrong? Oh, Mei-sama, I apologize, was the flustered reply. Can I help you? No. I came to see Naruto-kun, Mei replied, stepping past Kojuri into the room. She found her goal seated on the couch and approached him. Speak of the handsome devil, Mei offered her hand. Mei-chan, Naruto rose, nudged the hand aside and greeted the Kirikage with a hug. What can I do for you? Mei took a seat and signaled for Naruto to join her. I've actually come with a proposal. What kind of proposal? The people of Kirigakure are grateful for your help and the large role you played in taking back our home. As such, I am offering you permanent residence in our village. I'm sure you'd be more than happy to stay here. Here Mei looked at Kojuri, and quite a few people happy to have you here. Kojuri? Kojuri positively glowed as heard the offer, but Naruto wasn't as enthused. Mei-chan, thank you for your offer, but I plan on moving along very soon. Actually, I was going to talk to you. Since I've upheld my promise, I was wondering if you could get me passage out of water country. Naruto-kun, perhaps you should rethink your decision, Mei said. The shift in the air took Naruto by surprise. We could certainly use your help again, and quite a few people are praising you as a hero. I'm sure life in Kiri would be more accommodating than anywhere else. As I said before, Mei-chan, thank you, but I have my business to attend to, Naruto replied, feeling as if there was another conversation going on. But I'm sure I'll pass through Kiri again in the future. Are positive I can't convince you otherwise? Mei asked, the steel in her voice sending warning signals to the hairs on the back of his neck. Despite his apprehension, Naruto refused to budge on his position. I'm positive. I see. Mei snapped her fingers and 3 ANBU dropped from the ceiling. Then I apologize, Naruto-kun, but we have a problem. How much farther is it? Not much, Naruto-kun, Kojuri replied, keeping an eye out for shadows moving amongst the trees. It had been a week since they had left Kirigakure and a few since they had landed Nasuesto Island. Now they were nearing the western coast of the island looking for their ticket out of the country. Follow me closely. Mei-sama's map shows there are traps around here. Got it, Naruto replied, picking up the pace. A migraine brewing behind his eyes brought 2 fingers to pinch the bridge of his nose. Trying to catch a decent sleep was like fishing with your hands, slipped right between the fingers. Although really, what could he expect as a wanted man? I can't wait to get out of water country. No offense, but between the threat of imprisonment and almost drowning between on our trip from Buruaha to Nosusudo, I'm ready to leave. I can't say I blame you, Kojuri muttered as she stopped, but at least you can't say anything bad about Mei-sama. Women on all sides, 3 armed with blades and menacing masks, 1 who might still be a friend, and 1 who could melt his bones with a sigh. Honestly, things could be worse. He just couldn't imagine how at the moment because he was surrounded by Kunoichi, 3 armed with blades and menacing masks, 1 who might still be a friend, and 1 who could melt his bones with a sigh, which in all honesty, was pretty, damn, bad situation. What were his options? Run? Might make it to the door. Fight? He might get tossed through the door. Use the red chakra? Your body would explode all over the door. Pretty boy.so that was out. Plead for his freedom? That might work. So Naruto immediately dropped to his knees and shouted, please, don't imprison me. I don't want to be a fuck toy. Naruto-kun, haven't you been listening? Mei asked, a smile bubbling on her lips. The ANBU were cackling behind their masks and Kojuri's head looked like it was about to pop. Well, pretty evident that I wasn't, Naruto answered as he scratched his head and got off the floor. Clearing his throat, Naruto waved a hand at Mei. Go on. As I was saying, there is a plan to imprison you. But turning our hero into a prisoner isn't something I can abide, and I don't really want to begin my reign by enslaving anyone, Mei explained. Which is why. And so Mei revealed her master plan to Naruto and Kojuri. Kojuri would escort Naruto to a cove where a hidden dock was waiting for them. They would commandeer the ship and Kojuri would ferry Naruto back to the shores of Wave Country, then come back. On their journey to the cove, Maze would disseminate the story that she had sent 3 ANBU operatives led by Kojuri after Naruto. On their hunt, they would make as much ruckus as possible, so word would get back to Kiri. The coast should be just dashed. Kojuri passed through a bush. Here we are. Naruto followed her steps and found himself standing alongside Kojuri upon a wide, open beach. Even with the headache, Naruto couldn't help but crack a smile as he took in the scene. The sun was high above them, the sea breeze was refreshing, and the water looked welcoming. If only he wasn't in danger of becoming a breeding stud. So, where to? Kojuri pulled out a map. It seems like we came out of the forest a little early. The cove will be a mile north from here. Let's get going. The teens trekked through the sand, their silence only broken by their huffs, until they arrived at their destination. This is it. The ship wasn't nearly as big as he'd imagined it, but as long as it got them off this island, he wasn't complaining. Speaking of which, will it sail? She looks to be seaworthy, better than I thought she'd be, and it looks like it even has a motor. I'll have to check that before we ship off. But whoever this belonged to made sure she'd be able to sail, Kojuri replied as she set her sword down on the dock and hopped onto the ship. You should check the shack and see if there's anything useful that we can take. Right, I'll leave you to it, Naruto said, placing his staff and backpack on the floor. While Kojuri prepped the ship, Naruto rifled through the rundown hut and managed to find a few storage lockers. Unfortunately, they sported giant, thick, steel padlocks. Kojuri's massive sword came to mind as an alternative key, but another idea came to mind. Retrieving his staff from the dock, Naruto inspected the new metal braces courtesy of Kiri. This should be a good test. Raising the staff high, Naruto slammed it against the lock as violently as he could. To his surprise, he actually managed to dent it, and after a few more whacks it popped open. Naruto repeated this process on every locker, until he had them cracked wide open. That's a definite improvement. Now let's see what we've got. While it wasn't much in the way of a treasure trove, the lockers did have plenty of necessities. Rations, spare clothes, fuel for the motor, emergency supplies, repair kit for the ship, and a mysterious, metal briefcase. Naruto-kun, Kojuri called from outside. Maisama gave me some keys. Does anything in there have a lock? Naruto scoffed. The useless, smashed locks lying around the room now good for a laugh. Not dashed, then his eyes caught the briefcase's shiny lock. Yeah, I did find one. The expression Kojuri sported when the padlocks captured notice was a mix between befuddlement and a smirk. So just one, huh? One left, Naruto replied, staff pointing at the briefcase. I was going to use my key, but I thought better of it. She nodded towards the other lockers, and Naruto quickly rattled off the treasure trove left to them. Great. I was worried that rations were the only thing left on the ship. Now, let's see if this case has any other happy surprises for us. After an exhaustive and annoying search for the right key, they opened the case and gasped, whoa, talk about happy surprises. Their shock came from the fact his briefcase was loaded to the brim with cold, hard cash. How much do you think is in there, Yuri-chan? Don't know, but we're taking all of it, Kojuri said, shutting the case and smiling at him. You might need it. Besides, I think Kiri owes you something other than being a F-fuck toy. Naruto groaned. Really? I thought you of all people wouldn't bring that up. He made a note to never beg for his life until he was assured that it was actually in danger. I'm sorry, but no one is ever going to forget that. Kojuri laughed gently as she picked up the case. Now come on, we've been here long enough. Let's move all these supplies on board and set sail. The day after their escape from Kiri, May had to contend with her own set of problems. Why the hell are those freaking girls taking so long to catch one brat? Yuri shouted as she kicked her feet up on the desk. That brat has a name, and if you recall, Naruto-kun saved our hides not too long, May said, glaring at her comrade, and I trust that Kojuri-chan is doing her best to bring him back. Oh? Kushima spoke up, balancing the nuabari on the tip of her finger. I'm not too sure about that. In fact, for all we know, your little apprentice is out there having herself a ball with that little boy toy. Can't say I blame her. That boy's a tasty little snack, Yuri cackled. Enough. I won't have you attack Kojuri-chan when she isn't here to defend herself, May said, crossing her arms. And haven't you considered that perhaps it might be hard to capture a man who could take down a Jinchuriki? I'll give you that, Kushima replied as she allowed the nuabari to fall into her fingers. But we can save that discussion for another time. We've still got the village's financial situation to worry about. Freaking killjoy, Yuri muttered before addressing May. So how the hell are we supposed to make enough cash to cover the debt Yagura racked up? No way clients are gonna be knocking down our door after our little war. Oh? You might have a point, Kushima replied as she reached into her pockets and splayed a cluster of photographs across the table. But I think these might bring in some extra money. You can't be serious? May asked, picking up one of the pictures. Desperate times, boss lady, Yuri replied as she blushed from one of the photos, and I think Shaghead might actually be onto something da. So how long will it take to reach wave? Naruto asked as he gazed out at the ocean. If the winds hold up, a week and a half, 2 tops, Kojuri replied as she monitored the ship's instruments. You know, I never realized how big the ocean was, Naruto said as he made himself comfortable. I mean, I knew it was big, but I didn't realize how big was. I know what you mean, Kojuri said, looking up from the instruments to gaze out at the grand sight of the sea. It's been a long time since I was last able to sail without worry. So the course is set and we're good on supplies, Naruto said. Nothing else to do but enjoy the view, right? Pretty much, Kojuri replied and smiled, but it is an amazing view. They sailed, well, more like Kojuri sailed and Naruto took in the scenery, which ended up being pretty stale sight after the first 3 days. With nothing better to do, Naruto decided to broach a subject that had been eating him since its discovery. Say, Yuri-chan, do you think you could teach me how to control my chakra? You mean you don't how? Kojuri asked. Then how did you manage to stop Yagura? I was pretty much winging it, Naruto replied. I've got no clue how I survived her attack. Although he had a pretty good idea it had something to do with the Kyuubi, but he couldn't figure out the connection. Wait, you mean you don't know? Know what? Of course your amnesia, you must have forgotten, Kojuri deduced, though she couldn't know she was off the mark. Sorry, am I missing something? Naruto asked. Kojuri sighed as she wondered how to break the news, but there weren't exactly many avenues open to her except for the obvious. Naruto-kun, try to stay calm, but you're like Yagura-san. In what way? Kojuri took a deep breath. You're both Jinchuriki. She watched as his eyes widened and jaw dropped, and prepared herself for the worst. I have no clue what Jinchuki is. Kojuri's head dropped as she smacked herself. No, of course, you wouldn't. A Jinchuriki is a person who has had one of the legendary tailed beasts sealed inside of them. As soon as he processed her words, everything clicked into place. That was the reason the Kyuubi spoke to him and where the red energy came from. It was probably why he could use chakra too. Wait, how did this even happen? I can't answer that, but maybe you'll find the answers in Konoha, Kojuri replied. Guess I've got another reason to go there. Naruto shook his head and gazed out over the sea. Then slowly a chuckle bubbled out of him and traveled across the sunny sea. Kojuri nervously observed her companion. Are you alright? Naruto's laughter died down as he turned to his companion. I probably wouldn't be if the past few months hadn't happened. I mean, I just fled from a Kunoichi village, and escaped a country that I saved from Monster Woman, which I only ended up in because I exploded and drifted across the ocean. At this point a demon in my body is kind of expected, don't you think? I suppose so, Kojuri replied uncertainly. But really it's a surprise, a good surprise, to see you taking it so well. I know the past couple of days haven't been easy for you. I just want you to know that I'm here for you, if you need anything. Thanks, and actually before the whole demon thing came up, it would definitely take some time to completely come to terms with that. I was asking how I could learn to use my chakra? Kojuri smiled brightly. Yes, that's something I can absolutely do. First you have to locate your chakra. And so Kojuri made a clone to take the helm while she began her impromptu lesson. Naruto and Kojuri found training to be a great way to pass the hours, and for Naruto it was a superb distraction from the demon, a demon which coincidentally hadn't made any contact with him since the battle for Kiri. He thought he'd have to pay out those favors as soon as he awoke. Not that he was complaining, but her silence was suspicious, combined with the knowledge of where she was made it hard not to think of what the Kyuubi could be planning. As to the study of chakra, Kojuri had informed Naruto that he was progressing well for someone his age, and a man, having learned how to access his chakra quite quickly. Now he was on the bow attempting to hold a kunai to his palm with nothing but his energy. Clunk! Again. Kojuri ordered. Right, Naruto replied as he picked up the fallen weapon. He turned to Kojuri, who he found to be a shockingly hard taskmaster, wiped his sweaty brow and asked, When do you think we can take a break? Soon, Kojuri answered. I feel like you're close to breakthrough. Naruto nodded and got back to it. What he didn't know was Kojuri had found her own enjoyable way to pass the time. While he was working his tail off to learn, Kojuri had been sitting on hers learning some surprising aspects about herself. Mainly, that she enjoyed watching half-naked, the shirt had come off 20 minutes ago, handsome, young men work up a sweat. Unfortunately, her new, favorite pastime caused her to miss the mischievous clouds forming ahead of them until it was too late. So far we've gotten some requests from advertisers to use the pictures, Hanzo, the new Mizuki's assistant said, and Ao-san suggested making a calendar from the pictures. Well, we have plenty enough for that, Mei replied, and anything that brings in more money is definitely on the table. I will arrange the meetings and hire a team to make the calendar, Mei-sama. Thank you, Hanzo-san. Mei was grateful for his help. Things had been running much more smoothly with him around. Once Kojuri-san retrieves Naruto-san, we'll have many more options, Hanzo added. Yes, of course, Mei replied. It had been more than weeks, so Mei was confident they were riding the waves already. Still, she had a nagging feeling that they might be in danger. Whoa! I didn't know, shit. Naruto clung desperately to the ship's console beside Kojuri as it went nearly vertical on the rampaging sea. That waves got so big. Just hold on, Kojuri shouted as the ship buckled about. Her legs strained as she battled the sea, but the sea fought back, battering her body with gallon upon gallon of ice-cold water. Steady arms steered the bow of the ship through the angry storm, but Kojuri could feel the fingertips going numb. Naruto wasn't faring any better, although river country had made him no stranger to bad weather. The worst he'd ever contended with was heavy rain, but the punishing waves were more than he could handle. The treacherous floor wasn't doing him any favors either. Every time he thought his footing was sure it would give way and send him toppling. His only saving grace, the cold hadn't yet seeped past the skin. Yuri-chan, what's the plan here? Not capsizing. Kojuri shot back as another wave tried to do just that, but her deft control of the ship cut a path through the unwieldy beast. We have to find the way out of this storm. How? Look across the horizon. The sky will be whiter where the storm ends. Kojuri shouted. The boat cleared another wave, but the teen's stomachs nearly rocketed out as they found the ship soaring through the air. Oh, foo, CK. The jarring crash forced Kojuri to her knees, but she refused to yield the wheel. Naruto's wasn't so lucky, as the console slipped from his grasp and sent him tumbling towards the stern. Naruto-kun. Boof! Naruto hit the rail chest first, but he held enough sense to clutch it desperately for dear life. I'm okay. Naruto managed to yell in spite of his aching chest. As he checked for another violent surge, a dull shine in the distance caught his eye. Yuri-chan, over there. You're going to have to be more specific. On the left. Who's left? Even though the sea was Blender attempting to mulch them into paste, a light bulb managed to go off in his mind. The ship's left. Sailing terminology was definitely on the list of subjects to learn if he survived. I see it. The ship groaned in protest, but Kojuri refused to be deterred and managed to command the ship toward the light. She glanced back to see Naruto making his way back toward her. No. Stay! Before the words could get out, Naruto was slammed by the surf. Luckily, it sent him tumbling forward into the console. Okay, Naruto said, saddling up next to her. I'm back. How are we doing? We're going to make it. The confidence was knocked right out of her sails when the ship suddenly dipped and they came face to face with largest wave they'd encountered yet. Barburuaha. Not to be mean, Naruto started gripping the console as tightly as he could, but I feel like you jinxed it. If that wave lands on us, it'll tear the ship in half. I'm open to any ideas because I've got nothing. Kojuri's mind exhausted every sensible idea, so decided on a nonsensible one. Hands flashing as she stepped away from the wheel, Kojuri shouted, Water style, water clone jutsu. From thin air, a glob of water burst into Kojuri's form. Keep her steady and on course, the real Kojuri ordered as she made her way to the ship's bow, using her chakra to contend with the unsteady deck. On course? What do you mean on course? Naruto shouted. We need to build up speed. Speed? For what? Just trust me. Kojuri yelled back. Don't really have much of a choice, Naruto muttered, then turned to the clone as their ship rocked. You heard the lady. Keep her steady. Kojuri stood at the tip of the bow and pulled the Hiramakiri off her back. The wave bore down on top of them, howling with the fury of the sea, but the Kunoichi did not budge. She refused to quell under its awesome might. Instead, she formed a wide stance and held the massive, flounder-shaped blade above her shoulder. Hiramakiri, release. The bandages exploded off the blade as a brilliant blue fire lit the sea. Naruto watched in awe as the fire took shape to form longsword nearly twice as long as the ship. As the colossal current came roaring down on them, Kojuri hurled out a roar of her own and swung Hiramakiri. The wave and blade met with bombastic explosion, and Kojuri grit her teeth as the ferocious force threatened to consume her. But her arms held steady and the blade true. Water pummeled their vessel, the mast cracked and bent, and the windows around control room cracked. But Kojuri's strength was rewarded as their small schooner cut a swath through the terrible torrent. And just as quickly as the wave had appeared, it was gone. The ship sailed shakily to and fro, but she remained afloat. Kojuri, in a similar state as her ship, wobbled but remained standing, a great, gleeful smile on her face. Haha, we're alive. Naruto walked from behind her. Your AMA, oh, come on. Kojuri saw what had caused her friends a panic, another wave nearly as large as the last one. Damn, Kojuri muttered as she feebly hefted the blade above her shoulder. She drained all the chakra stored in her sword to split the last swell and even had to pour in a portion of her own, so it was doubtful she'd have repeat performance. Still, after everything they went through, she'd be damned if they died out here. The blue flame fizzled back to life around her sword. As Naruto watched, he realized that Kojuri didn't have enough strength to seal the deal and made a choice. He might not be a Kunoichi, but he'd certainly proven that his capability. So taking a page from her book, Naruto used chakra to stick to the deck. Testing and finding his foot secure, Naruto took another step, but slipped. Damn it! He tried again, but only managed to hold on with one foot. Knowing he wouldn't be able to learn this technique in time, Naruto dropped to all fours and started crawling. With one leg acting as anchor, Naruto crept across the deck like a mad-hopping frog, until he was literally at his friend's feet. Yuri-chan. Naruto-kun? Get back! Kojuri shouted. Too late for that. Naruto pointed towards oncoming water. Kojuri once more formed the long sword, but this one was barely half the ship's length. Kojuri squeezed out every spare, but the well was dry. Damn, it'll have to do. In the split second before Kojuri swung her blade, Naruto grasped her legs. He'd never attempted anything like this, but he remembered the day his chakra surfaced and saved the Kunoichi, the sensation of pushing the power into the woman. Reaching deep, Naruto forced every ounce of chakra out. This sea burst into green light as energy gushed out of every pore. He cursed as nothing happened, and desperately tried to will the chakra into Kojuri, but luck had jumped ship, and the surge devoured them. Hirankari, release. A glowing, green longsword ripped through the tidal wave. It towered above the storming sea and, without warning, it tore the wave asunder. Out of the parted sea rode the ship, battered and stalwart, its crew barely standing, but standing nonetheless, victorious and proud. The danger wasn't over as the landing jarred them once more, tossing the swordswoman forward. Yuri-chan. The girl in question thanked her lucky stars Naruto was still holding her ankles, and with serious effort on his part, Naruto managed to drag her back over the rail, grunting as they tumbled to the deck. Naruto rubbed his head, hoping he hadn't knocked anything important loose, only to find his attention captivated by the woman hovering over. Her rain-matted hair clung to her cheeks, which bloomed rosy red from the cold. Her crooked glasses covered a grateful pair of eyes. The whole picture left Naruto believing that some gray matter had been misplaced. Fortunately, the salty, foaming sea water fixed him right. Naruto coughed as the sour flavor dug into his taste buds. I officially hate the ocean. I'm not fond of it either right now, Kojuri said, cleaning her glasses as best she could. Her sight immediately turned seaward and was happy to see that while the ocean raged, no giant arms of water were swinging down on them. Happier still because the end of the storm was in sight. After she tugged Naruto to his feet, Kojuri headed back to console. Looks like that's MMPH. Naruto removed his hand. Don't jinx it. Right. The sea treated them unkindly, but their troubles remained in their long-gone trail, and soon the end was before them. The heavy, gray clouds slowly dissipated, the pounding rainstorm faded into a drizzle, and an orange ray of light created a welcoming path out of the malevolent maelstrom. The worn travelers gazed appreciatively at the horizon before them. The sky had gone ablaze with hues of red, orange, and purple. The sea had become a cluster of glittering candles. Almost feels like an apology, doesn't it? Kojuri asked. Yeah, Naruto replied, but it's going to take more than a scenic view to earn my forgiveness. Still, it's a pretty good start. He checked the ship over. What are we going to do about the mast? Can't do much except making sure it doesn't fall off. Go take of that. Kojuri ordered her clone. Now, we'll just have hope that we have enough fuel for the motor. And if we don't, we'll have to improvise. Sounds like a plan. Kojuri took the ship a bit further out. She wanted to make sure they were well away from the storm. Killing the motor once the sun had gone down, she headed towards stern and unfurled a large cloth. What is that? Naruto asked. Deep sea anchor, Kojuri answered as she threw it over the side. It'll keep us from drifting. Speaking of which, I should figure out where we are. Noticing his friend's verbal hiccup, Naruto examined her closely. She looked paler, her lips were blue, and she was shaking all over. How could he be so foolish? The cold, for whatever reason, hadn't gotten to him, but his friend hadn't been so lucky. No, Yuri-chan, we have to get you below deck. And no, I'm fine. No, you're not, Naruto stated, taking her by the arm. Crap, you're freezing. He dragged her below the deck to the V-berth they had been sharing. Strip, Naruto ordered as he pulled off his shirt. What? You have to get out of those clothes before you catch pneumonia, Naruto explained. Now, strip, we have to get you warm. All right, Chijuri said, following his lead, albeit nervously. Soon Naruto had stripped down to nothing, dried himself off as best he could and prepared the berth, making sure to grab extra blankets. Meanwhile, Kojuri was down to her underwear and seemed hesitant to go further. "Those two, Yuri-chan," Naruto said, unashamed about his present state, tossing her a towel. His friend on the other had managed to become a bit pink in the cheeks at the full view Naruto was offering. "Do you mind closing your eyes?" "Okay," Naruto answered, then hopped into the bed and closed his eyes. Not wasting another second, Kojuri tossed the freezing, offensive articles onto the floor with a flop, gave herself a quick dry with the towel, and followed him into the berth. Naruto tossed the blankets over them, but was annoyed to find Kojuri back to him and keeping her distance. "It doesn't work this way, Yuri-chan. You need the extra body heat." Not responding, she scooched barely towards him. Closer. She scooched a fraction closer. More than that. Once again, barely a centimeter was lost. "Oh, for the love of, come here." Kojuri squeaked as she found herself back to chest with Naruto, but her embarrassment didn't end there as Naruto started rubbing her up and down. "Hey. Sorry, but you're way too cold, and I refuse to let anything happen to you on my watch," Naruto said. "All business. I should have noticed earlier." Kojuri took his hand in hers and allowed it to soak up the heat. "It's not your fault, Naruto-kun." "No, it's not. Doesn't mean I'm not worried," Naruto said, making sure they got as much skin-to-skin contact as possible. "How are you feeling?" "A bit better. The feeling is starting to come back to my fingers," Kojuri answered, before yawning. She'd been going strong on adrenaline and stubbornness, but now the events of the day were catching up to her. Even the embarrassment from contact with his warm, naked body was draining away. She felt him stop, and before she could ask, Naruto wrapped her in his arms, the soothing warmth of his body lulling her to dreamland. Kojuri couldn't help but feel safe and comforted in his arms, and it brought a smile to her face. "Good night, Naruto-kun." Naruto wondered what his friend had just mumbled, but the thought floated away as sleep turned its notice towards him. He struggled against it, his concern for Kojuri keeping it at bay, but it was no use, and soon he joined Kojuri in her dreams. "I'm starting to see a pattern here," Naruto thought to himself as he desperately willed his body to calm down, but it was futile. How could young, red-blooded man not react to a pretty naked girl lying in his arms? Naruto groaned once again. Unfortunately, Kojuri was the kind of girl who moved in her sleep. "Is this the best or worst thing that's ever happened to me?" He was relieved that Kojuri hadn't caught anything, but in his obligation to take care of her, he'd forgotten about the possible awkward outcomes. Case in point, his unruly erection was currently nestled between two soft cheeks that were making it very hard to calm down. Unbeknownst to him, his bunkmate was in a similar position. "Is this the best or worst thing that's ever happened to me?" Kojuri asked herself as she tried not to wiggle around too much and give away that she was awake. No need to make an awkward situation worse, but it proved more difficult than she liked to admit, made more so by the quiet gasps he uttered every so often when they rubbed against one another. Naruto couldn't help contemplate how ridiculous it was that he, a doctor, was so nervous about basic biological reactions. Besides, Kojuri was still asleep. He should just do the smart thing and sneak out of bed. Actually, that was the first thing he thought of doing when he woke up, but he didn't for one reason. It felt really great, almost stupidly great, to lie with her in his arms. Apparently, waking up to a naked, beautiful girl in your arms was a really nice way to start the day. Who knew? The problem was that he wasn't in a romantic relationship with the woman. No, it was worse. They were in a clearly non-platonic friendship filled with enough maybe moments to piss off a priest. The last thing he wanted after their death match with the sea was another weird will she or will he fiasco. Not to mention they'd be splitting up soon, so it probably wasn't the best idea to get involved. So back to avoiding the entirety of this situation by sneaking away. Just had to move his hand and... Naruto-kun. And there goes the plan, right over the ship's edge, sinking desperately towards the bottom just to screw him over. Stupid plan. Kojuri-chan, didn't know you were awake. Yeah, it's kind of hard, difficult not to be, Kojuri replied. Yeah, sorry about that, Naruto apologized, scooting back a bit. No, it's fine, Kojuri said. It is? He asked skeptically. No, not at it. I meant our position, situation. Kojuri grumbled and buried her head under the covers, unintentionally brushing her ass against him. Sorry. Kojuri squeaked, popping out of the blankets, red-faced. What does a guy do in this situation? Scratch that. He knows what a guy does in this situation. He was just unsure how, or if, he wanted to pursue that finale. That being said, his real problem was the absence of anything to actually say. This is normal, it's not a big deal. But the thing of it was that it wasn't normal because it was them. Because even though they'd part ways soon, he did want this. It's okay, cause I didn't enjoy it. That would be an outright lie. I'm going to go. Where? Where the hell would he go? We're in bed naked because I'm doctor. That just sounded bad and kind of molester. Why? Sorry you woke up to my dick snuggling your ass. That was even worse. Oh, his kingdom for some smooth talking, or at least a cheesy porn line. And Naruto-kun? Kojuri asked, looking over her shoulder. Oh crap, how long had he been thinking? Had he just been lying here, silent for minutes like some sort of rube? Naruto sighed at his own stupidity, and realized the only way to solve their predicament was for him to just do something. But what was that? Oh, the hell with it. He knew what he wanted. Narua! Kojuri squeaked as Naruto clasped her shoulders and spun her around. Stunned by his actions, she forgot about her own bare state and gazed into the blue eyes so intently focused upon her. That gaze, it was a gaze she'd become familiar with, and with it came that intimate spark that sent shivers to the tip of her toes. As his hand traveled slowly upward, she became more aware of her heated cheeks and his proximity. The quick, banging beats of her heart hushed into whispers as the distance between them gradually closed. This was it, she thought to herself. Not another almost moment, no more interruptions, just her and him and the urgent heat rising amid their essences. Then the ship lurched to the side and smashed Kojuri's forehead into Naruto's nose. He yelped and clutched his stinging nose as she profusely apologized, only to abruptly halt and hastily cover her exposed form. In her rush, however, Kojuri also dragged the blankets away from her partner, which revealed his members standing unashamedly at attention. The sight of it then caused her to turn around and bonk her head on the curved walls of the ship. Now both sat there, clutching their respective aches like a sad perverted vaudeville routine. All right, that's it. Naruto shouted towards the heavens. Enough was enough. Come here, Yuri-chan. The question forming in Kojuri's mind was completely blown away. Naruto's lips crashed against hers. Her lips ached at first from his too aggressive approach, but soon that force gave way to softer passion. Her eyes closed as she sank deeper into the kiss and began to press back. They separated for only an instant, each seeking to gather their thoughts and feelings, but the sight of one another, of their heated gazes, their flushed skin, and soft, inviting mouths crumpled those plans. They crashed together in a tangle of impetuous hands and hungry lips. Enthusiasm made up for experience. The clumsy smooches smoothed out, tentative hands become more certain in their caresses. Naruto felt Kojuri's sweet, salacious tongue skim across his lips, eagerly asking access he was more than happy to grant. She moaned as Naruto lewdly sucked on her tongue before he carefully laid her down on the berth. Naruto's eyes keenly perused her form, taking in all the lovely contours hidden from him. Noticing his wandering eyes, Kojuri attempted to cover herself, but soon found Naruto on top of her, pinning her hands. Kind of late for that, don't you think? Considering last night and all? Right, she replied, relaxing. Naruto released her, but she caught him off guard by draping her arms around his neck, bringing them together for another searing kiss. But Naruto was thirsty for more. His hands caressed her sides, drawing small gasps from her. They worked down to grope her soft bum, receiving a breathy moan for his ministrations. Kojuri didn't remain passive for long. Her own hands traveled across the landscape of his body. Naruto moaned as she wrapped her fingers around his throbbing manhood. Until... Hey! Naruto gasped, jerking from her grasp. Sorry. Kojuri squeaked, dropping her hand. No, it's fine, just not so tight. All right, she replied, taking him in hand again. Naruto groaned, his hips twitching as Kojuri smoothly stroked him. Naruto responded in kind by caressing her breast, gently at first, then more confidently, palming her pert nipple before working up the nerve to lay his mouth on the other one. They kept up the pace, gaining more assurance as the minutes passed. As Naruto felt himself close to the edge, Kojuri suddenly stopped. What's the matter? Nothing, I just unable to get her message across vocally. Kojuri took his hand and guided it down. Understanding, Naruto massaged her hot center, roused unbelievably to find her moist and wanting. Overeagerly, he thrusted 2 fingers in, causing her breath to hitch. Wait. What? Naruto asked, immediately withdrawing himself. Did it hurt? No, just uncomfortable. Shit, sorry, Naruto sighed, dropping his head onto her shoulder. I'm a little lost here. It was sort of funny given the amount of experience he had with naked bodies. It's alright, Naruto-kun, Kojuri said, cupping his cheek. I'm a little lost too. Here. Taking his hand, she guided it back down. It was awkward at first, but Naruto quickly caught on that Kojuri enjoyed a little work up before the main event. Soon they worked back into their earlier rhythm, their sweaty bodies desperately working towards the end. Kojuri bit her bottom lip, too nervous to moan out loud. Then Naruto plunged his fingers in again, but this time the hitch in her breath wasn't from discomfort. Her hitch turned into a deep groan as Naruto did the unexpected and curled his fingers. Do that again. Naruto couldn't help but smirk, glad he hadn't stuck solely to medical journals when studying the human body. He did as requested and soon Kojuri was all a-quiver and unable to return the favor. And yet, Naruto wanted to see her quiver more. He wanted to hear more of those sweet, delicious moans. They grew louder as Naruto began teasing her nipples. Naruto-kun, Kojuri shuddered, her pussy clamping tightly around Naruto's fingers as she twitched and jerked uncontrollably. The sight of her wriggling body and her lewd, almost vulgar, expression drove him wild. He held her lightly to stem the wild bucking and was blissfully surprised when she wrapped herself around him and rode out her orgasm. When it passed and Kojuri came down, she couldn't help but start giggling. Well, that was fun. Naruto joined in her laughter as he pressed his forehead against hers. Sure looked like it. Come here. Kojuri, what? Naruto's question was cut off as he now found himself under the short-haired Betty. Before another question could arise, Kojuri pressed her lips against his, her previous anxiety now gone. Naruto was so drawn into the kiss he didn't notice where her fingers were headed until they enveloped his impatient cock. He groaned as Kojuri started stroking him, and as he tried to return the favor she pushed him back down. Relax, Kojuri ordered, and he complied, more than happy to enjoy her attention. She massaged his cock till he was ready, then she crouched over him and slowly sunk down, exhaling roughly as he filled her. Oh shit. Naruto grunted, dropping his head back, his hips jerking up instinctively, and Kojuri responded by grinding into him, adjusting to his size quickly. The lovers groaned as they gyrated against one another, absorbed entirely by the torrid lust driving their bodies further toward the depths of rapture. Naruto couldn't hold back any longer. Kojuri, I'm coming. What? Naruto gasped as he felt cock erupt inside of Kojuri. She groaned as he kept thrusting wildly into her until he was completely spent. Naruto relaxed on the bed, exhaling as he felt himself soften inside Kojuri. She moaned at the sensation, but stayed put. They remained like this for a few minutes, completely silent except for the small pants. Then Naruto's head slumped back. God, I feel really pathetic right now. And no, it's fine. It is your first time after all, Kojuri said, hoping it sounded comforting. I know, Naruto replied. Heck, I know that better than most people. Doesn't change how I feel at the moment. I did orga. Kojuri struggled with the too clinical word before settling on, earlier. Naruto smiled at her attempts to assuage his male ego. Well, that does make it better. I am sure we just need more practice. I mean, doesn't everyone say it, Kojuri whimpered as she felt him grow hard inside her, surprised to find him raring to go again. Naruto was in the same boat as her, but wasn't going to complain anytime soon. I like the sound of more practice. I can tell, Kojuri replied, then gasped as Naruto flipped him over. Naruto? Sorry about that, Naruto replied, scratching the back of his head, but I don't think I'll be happy until my pride is satisfied. Without waiting for a reply, Naruto thrusted deeply into her, and soon that sounds of their slapping flesh filled the small vessel. And as Naruto hoisted Kojuri into his arms, she decided that she also liked this more aggressive side of him. Oh man, Naruto huffed as he collapsed onto the bed. I'm so glad I'm young. Then he laughed as his partner collapsed alongside him. I guess you were too. HM, was the only reply. Naruto couldn't help the cocky smirk he butted, and why should he? After all, there was nothing wrong with taking pride in a job well done. Kojuri rolled into his side and snuggled against him, completely and blissfully content to lie there. Yuri-chan, come on, I'm all sweaty, Naruto said with a soft chuckle. Don't care, Kojuri replied bluntly as she wrapped an arm around him. Going to sleep. Shouldn't we check on the boat? Later. At least let me clean up, Naruto said as he attempted to sit up, only to be dragged back down. No, Kojuri whined as she held him tighter. Naruto couldn't help but laugh again. Where's this attitude coming from? She didn't answer. Instead, she opted to weave her legs with his and fall asleep. Naruto stared at her, completely taken aback by her actions. This wasn't like Kojuri at all. Reserved, polite, bashful, and self-conscious is who Kojuri was. Where did that go? Did I screw the shyness out of her? They awoke a few hours later, and after taking care of a few things, they headed above deck to survey their situation. At first, everything seemed better off than they had thought. The mast was cracked, one of the sails was torn, and the storm had taken some supplies, but nothing necessary, nothing that couldn't be patched or replaced when they reached a port. Kojuri checked the equipment while Naruto headed down to prepare their meal. What? What's wrong? Naruto shouted, popping his head out. This can't be right, Kojuri said as she double-checked everything. No. Yuri-chan, seriously, what's going on? We're completely off course, she replied, her eyes flittering as she tried to figure out what had gone wrong. Then her head shot up and she rushed towards the stern. Quickly, she began yanking on the chain that hung in the ocean. She violently dragged it onto the deck, her eyes praying to the sea that she was wrong. The last link came out of the water, and to her dismay, the anchor was no longer attached to it. Great. So, how bad is it? Naruto asked, staring out over the ocean. Bad, Kojuri said as she headed back to the controls. We drifted really far, too far to make it to the port and wave. Not to mention our anchor is gone. We might have spare, but if we don't, I'll have to man the ship at night. Back at the helm, Kojuri pulled out a map and checked it against her instruments. We drifted north, so the closest ports are located on the islands near Hot Spring Country and Lightning's Cumulus Isle. Hot Spring is closer to Fire Country, Naruto said. The less of a hike the better. Well, ideally that's where we'd land, but they're actually more distrustful than any of the shinobi villages put together. Why? They specialize in information gathering, Kojuri answered as she began to sketch out a path on the map, and they've acquired a lot of it over the years, so they don't allow any ninja within their borders without permission. And that keeps the Kunoichi out? Yes, Kojuri replied. No village wants their dirty laundry exposed. Can't you just hide your headband? That won't help. They keep meticulous records. If we're not on their list, they'll just open their cannons on us, Kojuri answered as she finished sketching their path. It was going to be a bit difficult with their mast broken, but they should have enough fuel to make it. So, that leaves Cumulus. But won't Lightning be just as kind if they find out you're from Kiri? No, the major villages worked out a treaty to assure that our borders remain peaceful, otherwise we'd be shedding blood all the time. The borders are ceasefire areas during peacetime, and Kunoichi are allowed to stay in these areas for a short while. We'll be able to land at Cumulus for a short while, and then I can take you to Wave, or even Fire. Great, I thought we were in real trouble for a moment. That was a definite relief. That last thing you wanted to do after being almost murdered by the ocean was to die on top of it. So can I do anything to help? Could you go see if we have that spare anchor? Kojuri asked, hoping that their luck would hold out, though as she turned her attention to the mast she realized that it had held out plenty. Though her recent morning activities brought a rosy hue to her cheeks, the mast really should have been her priority. Well, what's done is done. With that, Kojuri started working on the mast. Last thing they needed, the ship splitting in two. The mast was patched and their luck held because Naruto eventually came back up with another anchor. After testing the chain to prevent further mishaps, the crew of two set off on much kinder ocean, ready to face any troubles that came their way. As they sailed, Naruto progressed in his training, realizing more than ever the importance of chakra control. He had also made another stunning realization on this journey. Sex was great. Really great. Really great, like, so great he was wondering why he had waited so long. He knew what people said about it, but hearing about sex and experiencing it were two different things entirely. Although, he doubted it would have felt as great with some random girl. The connection he shared with Kojuri made it easy. After their first time, he didn't feel as pressured, and they were able to enjoy themselves without any worry. After the act, there was an awkwardness. Sometimes they talked and sometimes they didn't. They didn't have to force themselves to act. Their relationship may have skipped a few steps, but the open and honest behavior that came with sex brought them closer together in more than just a physical sense. She was able to act more naturally around him, and in turn he could act more like himself, instead of trying to navigate the tension between them. Yeah, this experience probably wasn't something he'd find with a random girl. However, life moves on and brings with it new problems. In his case, Naruto realized that he would have to part Kojuri, even sooner than she had expected. Their little detour had taken up too much time, and sailing towards Fire would endanger her. So, when Naruto spotted the coast of Cumulus Isle, he came to a decision. After obtaining permission from the harbor master, they docked and immediately set about resupplying and fixing the ship. The resupply was simple thanks to the cash they stumbled upon, but they had to hire someone to fix the mast. Fortunately, the damage wasn't as severe as it had seemed, and they were told it would take a little more than a day to repair. So they found an inn, a poor one since the higher-end places didn't want any of the trouble that came from hosting foreign Kunoichi. After a surprisingly decent meal, they headed up to their room, ignoring the knowing chuckles from the olden hostess. They honestly intended to get some rest after their long day, but teenage hormones have a way ignoring all exhaustion in the pursuit of one sole imperative. Which is why Naruto and Kojuri found themselves in bed, sweaty and naked, for what seemed like 100th consecutive day in a row. They really had been going at it like rabbits. You're definitely improving. Thanks. Is something wrong? Kojuri asked. Usually Naruto would try for some barely clever response. Naruto sat up. Now wasn't the best time for it, but it'd be better than springing it on her tomorrow. I decided I'll be making the rest of the journey alone. What are you talking about? Kojuri asked, wrapping the sheets around herself. Why? We've already taken up too much time and you need to get back to Kiri. We're just a hop and a skip from Fire Country. Just let me take you there. No, Naruto replied, clenching the sheets. It's too dangerous. No, it isn't. I might cut it a little close, but no one in Kiri will be the wiser. Are you listening to yourself? Naruto asked, turning completely towards her. I don't want you cutting anything close. I'm a Kunoichi. I do this sort of thing all the time. Kojuri argued back. I don't see a problem. It's a problem when you're risking your life for me. Naruto shot back. Why did she insist on being stubborn about this? I've already made up my mind. Tomorrow you're leaving without me. Kojuri clasped his hand. Why are you doing this? I told you, Naruto started as he gazed right at her. I won't let you get hurt, especially not on my account. Just let me do this for you. Kojuri cried. Please, just let me stay with you a little longer. Kojuri, I'm sorry. The last thing I want to is leave you, Naruto uttered softly as he cupped her cheek, but I wouldn't be able to bear it if you were hurt because of me. Please, understand. As Naruto tightly embraced Kojuri, he wondered if he should forget about this quest. Hadn't he already found a place to be happy, somewhere he could belong? This isn't goodbye. Not by a long shot, Naruto replied. With those parting words, Kojuri climbed aboard and set sail, back to her homeland. There was no need for tearful goodbyes or passionate farewells. They had said everything they needed to last night. Naruto stayed on that dock watching Kojuri's ship as it turned into a dot on the horizon before finally disappearing. The ocean breeze washed over him and the sun shined spectacularly up above. If only the beautiful day had a happy story to go along with it. No use moping about it now, Naruto muttered as he turned to the busy dock and headed in search of someone who could take him to Fire Country. Hope this doesn't take too long. Why do I do this to myself? Naruto thought as he held his side and wheezed. Nyoki-chan. Naruto turned back to see a young man helping a noticeably pregnant woman up the trail. Oh right, I'm a nice guy. Then he watched as the woman struggled up the incline and couldn't help but wonder why the hell she was even here. Seriously, why did you let her come? She's very strong-willed. I'm right here, assholes, the woman interrupted, and I wasn't going to entrust my mother's life to Moro. Hey, Nyoki, come on, Moro replied weakly. It's your fault we're in this situation anyway. I was only trying to help. Enough. Naruto stated as he stepped between them. Stress isn't good for the child. Now both of you calm down. Alright, Nyoki replied. Sorry, let's get going, it's not much farther from here. Great, 'cause honestly I think I'm about pass out, Naruto said, taking a deep breath. He nearly fell over when Moro smacked him on the back. Come on, this is just a Sunday stroll. For you maybe, Naruto muttered. He knew that this country had more than its fair share of mountains, but he hadn't realized how goddamn steep a mountain could be. What shocked him even more was finding out that he was climbing one of the easier mountains. He resisted looking over the edge, knowing that with his luck the thin air would knock him out just as leaned over. That being said, luck wasn't really shining on him at the moment. The trek up the mountain had seemed like it would be no problem. Go with the pregnant woman and her brother up the mountain to help the little old lady, easy as pie. Well, apparently he'd underestimated the difficulty of baking a pie because it was nearly a week since he'd landed on Cumulus Isle and he'd already managed to throw himself into another troublesome situation. Now on the mainland of Lightning he had no choice but to see this task through to the end before he could head back to the Isle and chart a boat to Fire Country. Wait a minute, Moro-san, how much is not much farther? Another mile or two. How is that even remotely close? How is climbing a mountain this hard? He's a fit, young, healthy male, so why does he currently find himself hunched, lungs burning for that sweet, sweet oxygen? Finally recovering, Naruto took in his surroundings. The trail had tapered off and gone slightly into the mountain, so now they stood under an overhang, a series of homes carved into the rock face. So it really was your first time climbing a mountain, Moro said, coming up behind Naruto. Well, don't feel too bad. Foreigners usually can't handle the thin air and inclines. Glad to know, Naruto replied, regaining his breath. So I guess your mother is in one of those buildings? Yes, hurry up and come with me, Nyoki said, shouldering past him. Well, isn't she in a good mood? Naruto muttered. Please, forgive my sister. The situation has her very tense, Moro said. All the more reason you shouldn't have brought her along, Naruto chided. Honestly, what possible reason could have made you give in to her foolish request? That was the last thing he remembered before everything went black. Of course, Naruto muttered. He agrees to help someone and now he finds himself held hostage, caged, and dealing with incredulous circumstances. Why couldn't he just care less? He didn't have to be a dick, but it seems like his life would definitely benefit if he turned down some of the distressed masses. But no, He just had to be the good guy, which is why he had been sitting in a cage for the past 20 minutes or so. We're really sorry about this, Naruto-san, Moro said from behind the bars of Naruto's cage. Oh, well, that makes it alright. I mean you're sorry, so problem solved, Naruto spat. We didn't have a choice, Nyoki said, standing next to her brother. Yes you did. You could have chosen not to lure me here, Naruto replied, kicking the bars. Wherever the hell here is because you refuse to tell me anything. Just keep quiet and you'll make it out of this, Nyoki said. I'd like to believe you, but... Clink! Clink! That's why I'm here in the first place. Naruto would have continued to spout his complaints if the clunk of the door hadn't interrupted him. In came a petite woman, her stern gaze nearly as dark as her skin, and her short hair matching her militaristic gait. We're ready for you, doctor, she spoke, opening the cell. Follow me. Listen, this isn't my first time being held against my will, so I'm guessing that if I refuse to follow you, you'll make some extremely frightening threat, right? I would smash your toes, slowly. Right, but if I cooperate, would you mind telling me why I'm here? Yes. Great. Naruto stood, dusted himself off, and followed her out. They walked through a stone hall, the echoing click and clack of their steps the only sound. Click, clack, that steady rhythm kept up until Naruto figured he had waited long enough, so, that explanation. You will be given a patient history. You will not ask who the patient is. You will be performing a lung transplant. You will complete the operation, and if the patient dies, your life is forfeit. Wait, if you brought me here to do my job, why knock me out? Why not keep the lie going? Their plan seemed really half-baked at the moment. That fabrication was none of my business. Moro and Yori were ordered to retrieve a doctor by any means possible. And why were they ordered to do that? I've told you all you need to know. Keep quiet and keep his toes, understood. Still, she had told him plenty. First, the patient must be a very important and, given their methods, someone dangerous, probably a criminal. He also noticed that she made no mention of freeing him after the operation, so they probably wanted something else or they were going to kill him. Next, going so far as to send 2 people, one a pregnant woman, screamed of desperation, which meant they were in pinch. The size and seclusion of this village indicated it was probably their base, which meant they should already have someone to handle this kind of situation. Of course, he was taking some guesses on that last part. Here, they stopped and she opened a door. Inside, Naruto found a sink and set of old scrubs and gloves. Next to that was a small desk with the aforementioned patient files. We've prepared an operating room for you. Prepare yourself quickly, doctor. I'm sure you know how easily an organ rot. The black-haired woman took a seat by the door, her gaze locked onto him. Getting the hint, Naruto seated himself and studied the folder thoroughly, scanning for any issues that would lead to a later complication. After an hour, he set the folder down. I'm ready. The lung is waiting for me, right? It is. I'll need scrolls and ink, Naruto said. For what purpose? For medical jutsu. You can use chakra? She asked, obviously intrigued. No, Naruto replied evenly. The sealing arts don't require the exertion of chakra. Male doctors have pioneered this field in order to make up for our shortcomings. Did you not know this? No. Not surprising, it's a very hard skill set to obtain. Very well, I will send for it, she replied. She headed out of the room, but came back almost immediately. He paid it no mind and continued to study. Almost half an hour went by before Naruto rose from the chair and headed for the sink. He popped a few kinks and limbered before going through the usual sterilizing procedure, having deduced that his patient waited for him behind the only other door to the room. All right, I'm ready, Naruto said, donning his own gloves and mask, which he really shouldn't be doing. But who was going to help? Lady Toebreaker? He walked into the makeshift theater and approached the table. There was a woman in scrubs with a monitor, for drip, and a bevy of other medical tools and supplies. Those confirmed his suspicion about this being their base, given how expensive those objects were. Finally, he observed his patient. What little he could as her entire body, except for the patch needed to operate, had been covered. Her age and blood type had also been left out of the file. Each clue pointed toward a very infamous outlaw and organization, or a very paranoid person. The situation was appearing worse, but those fears had to be placed aside for now. Are you my assistant? Yes. Are you going to vomit or faint when I start digging through this woman? No. All right. Have you ever assisted on a surgery? No. Great. Well, here's a crash course. Don't drop anything in the patient. Monitor their vitals. Hand me the tools when I ask for them. And if I tell you to put your hand into this woman, you do it. Got it? Yes. Here, Naruto handed her a short stack of seal tags. These will completely sterilize the room. Place one on each wall. When that was taken care of, Naruto readied the rib spreader and grabbed a scalpel. All right, let's save a life. The assistant observed with rapt attention as the young doctor carved into his patient, his speed, skill, and steady hands unaffected by the gore oozing from their patient. The only problem Naruto faced was his assistant's lack of medical knowledge. Not that one, the one next to it. Naruto sighed as she handed him the correct tool. Good thing we're almost done. There were some close calls, and more than once his assistant's incompetence put him in a pinch, but Naruto would not let his patient die. His nerves felt worked over, his body felt like it had been running for the last hour, and sweat poured from his brow. But he did not falter. No, in fact, Naruto thrived. His eyes honed in on every detail, every problem solved before it became an issue, and the lung was slipped in like a puzzle piece. Now this is where I really need you to focus. I'm going to take a small sample of the lung and some blood and dash. For what purpose? Let me finish. I'm going to use these for a seal tag that will ensure the lung is not rejected. While I'm drawing up the seal, you need to monitor everything. If anything changes in even the slightest way, tell me. Understand? Yes. Naruto didn't bother with a reply and immediately set about his task. Taking the blood first, Naruto poured it into the ink pot, then drew the seal with confident strokes. The lung sample was placed on the tag, which emitted a soft glow as he activated the first function. Status. Everything is the same, doctor. Good. After I apply this, we just have to close her up. You do good work, doctor. I know, Naruto replied as he ate. He was back in the cell, although his captors had been kind enough to provide him a meal. Can I go now? No, you will oversee that recovery process. What? That could take more than 2 weeks, Naruto exclaimed. I fulfilled my end. Let me go. I don't recall your freedom as a condition of our deal, she replied. I'll leave you to your meal. Wait, what do I call you? She raised a brow, to which Naruto shrugged. Well, I can't say bring me the black-haired woman in case of an emergency. Address me as Lel. With that she left, leaving her guards to watch over him. Naruto sighed as he sat back. He had fully expected this, of course, but still hoped for the better outcome. Though he had obtained the answers to a few questions, and he knew they wouldn't do anything to him for the foreseeable future. That being said, this was a situation he could definitely work with. Naruto oversaw the patient's recovery. He managed the physical therapy, the antibiotics, and diet, anything and everything to get her back into tip-top shape as quickly as possible. In the spare moments of his round-the-clock care, he gleaned as much information as he could. Number of people, a layout, who they were, and what they were after. Except for the last one, he'd managed to learn quite a bit about his captors. The week of effort paid off, and Naruto soon stood in front of his completely recovered and masked patient. The room was large, probably some sort of gathering chamber. Lel, Moro, and Yoki were there as well. His patient's position affirmed his suspicion that she was probably the leader. Well, doctor. Well, I'm happy, I guess, to say your friend has clean bill of health. The lung has completely adjusted, no signs of rejection or infection, and she's in great physical condition. You do good work, his patient said. I thank you for saving my life. Great. Am I free? My gratitude doesn't extend that far, I'm afraid. Of course it doesn't. I mean, what have I really done for you? You know, except for giving you the precious gift of life. I understand your frustration, doctor. I don't think you do, cause if you did I'd already be walking out of here, Naruto replied. Be that as it may, I need your assistance. She gestured for Nyoki to step forward. I'm sure you two are familiar with one another. The lying bitch and I have met, yes. I take it her lie has ruffled your feathers, she stated. Not the way I'd describe it, but yeah. Then perhaps this shouldn't be too big of a surprise. Nyoki, the leader, snapped her finger and Nyoki lifted her shirt. Whoa, I don't what weird sh. Nyoki wasn't pregnant, far from it, because what he had taken for a child was large ball covered in seal tags. It appeared to be partially melted into her stomach, by what disgusting process he didn't know, but he discerned a set of seals applied around her stomach. What the hell? Hideous, isn't it? The leader said as she rose from her chair and approached him. The results of sloppy work, I'm afraid. What does this have to do with me? The man who did this died not too long ago. He was doctor as well skilled in the sealing arts. She began. My colleague, the one that assisted you, informed me that you are similarly skilled. So, you want me to remove this thing? No, the man who did this did so on my orders. I would like you to continue his work. Ah, aha. The room suddenly filled with Naruto's roaring laughter. It slowly died down as he saw the serious expressions on their faces. You're not joking? What the hell makes you think that I would ever consider carrying on this abomination? Abomination? Don't play stupid, Naruto growled as he pointed at Nyoki's stomach. I can recognize the seal formation for an explosive, and whatever the others do can't be much better. I see, she smirked beneath her mask. You are even more talented than our previous doctor. The man who did this was not a doctor. Naruto shouted. It disgusts me to even think that anyone who could do this would call themselves a doctor. So you can take your vile experiment and burn with it because I will never help you. You will, doctor, the leader stated calmly. She snapped her fingers and Lel drew a blade, or you will die. I won't be the only one, Naruto shot back, rolling up his left sleeve to reveal a menacing seal. What is that? This is a trigger. To what? An ominous tension began to creep into the captors' stomachs. To the explosive in your lung, and it's just begging to be pulled, Naruto snarled. The shocked and surprised faces made him chuckle. If you're going to ask someone to root around in your chest, you should be nice to them. The leader retained some composure and spoke, and what if I kill you before you can activate it? See, that's the beauty about seals. They can be set to go off for any reason you can think of, Naruto answered, a vicious smirk stretching across his lips. Understanding the threat he posed, the leader asked, what do you want? I want my things back, my staff, my supplies, and the money, and then I want to get back to Cumulus Isle, book a ship out of this country, and forget I ever met you fucking people. What assurance do I have that you won't reveal our location? I don't want to get involved in some crazy scheme concocted by insane Kunoichi. I've had enough of that. They didn't appear to convince by his promise. Fine, send someone with me if you want. Have them watch me board the ship and leave. It's a win-win for both of us. How do I know you won't kill me as soon as you leave? You don't, actually. Once he left the mountain he would be out of range of the seal, but they didn't need to know that. The leader thought long and hard about it, but realized that he held all the cards at the moment. Lel get his things. Are you sure? Just go. They had made good on their word, and Naruto had never been happier to climb down a mountain. They were 2 miles from the compound. The trees were starting to come back, and his mood improved with every step. The company, however, was problem. He looked over his shoulder to see Lel staring right back at him. His thoughts drifted back to the compound and the horrible things being created there. Those people were definitely up to planning something big. No one uses an explosive note as a party trick. People were going to be hurt. Well, that clinches it. Time to things the stupid way and be a hero. I have to piss, Naruto said. He pointed to a few large rocks by the trail, no peeking. Lel said nothing, simply crossed her arms and watched as he went behind the rock. Okay, one shot at this, Naruto whispered. Fuck! Lel started as Naruto ran from out the rock and behind her. There's a huge fucking snake back there. So? We'll go around it. No way am I getting anywhere near that thing. Kill it! Coward. Just to remind you, if I die your boss dies. Lel sighed and approached the boulder. Fine. Naruto carefully followed Lel, pulling out his staff. As soon as she reached the large boulder, Naruto swung. Lel ducked, dodging the swing, turned around and planted her knee in Naruto's stomach. He doubled over using his staff as a crutch, but Lel wasn't done. She clutched his hair and slammed him into the boulder. Ah! Lel smirked as she watched him slowly slide down the boulder, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. Did you honestly think that would work? Course not, Naruto spat before rolling behind the boulder. What are you, Dash? Hiss! Lel's muscles tensed like coils and she moved on instinct, but it was too late. A flash of white filled sight and searing heat enveloped her. Boom! Her body was flung against the mountain, skidding like a rag doll before landing on the trail in a burnt, smoking heap. Okay. Naruto coughed as dust fell on him. Next time, just drop it and run. Once he wiped the dust from his body and cleared his throat, Naruto cautiously approached Lel's body. He jabbed it a few times with his staff before giving it one good hard whack. When she didn't leap up a kill him, Naruto gave a sigh of relief. Good. Now I just have to find whoever counts as the authorities and turn those bastards in. Tap! 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 Naruto spun around as 4 women landed behind him. He brandished his staff ready for the worst until a sharp glint caught his eye. The sun was pinging off the best sight Naruto could hope for, headbands. Thank God, Naruto said, lowering his staff. You must the Kunoichi of Kumogakure. The first Naruto observed was a girl about his age, dark skin contrasting against the vibrant, wild, red hair hidden beneath her headband and stark, yellow eyes. She wore what appeared to be a jacket like those worn by Kiri Kunoichi, except her only had one shoulder strap. Underneath that she wore a long olive shirt with shaggy edges and black pants. The sword on her back worried Naruto a bit. The woman next to her appeared to be the same age, same dark skin, but she had short, spiky, white hair held back her own headband, and chocolate, brown eyes. Her armor was the same as her comrades', but beneath it she wore a black hoodie and gray pants. And just like her counterpart, she held swords strapped to her back. The third member and second tallest of the group seemed the odd man out next to her comrades given her light complexion. She had straight blonde hair and a bob and cold, blue eyes. Her attire consisted of a short, black skirt, red wrappings around her wrists, and short-sleeve, long, gray shirt that exposed quite a bit of cleavage which was covered only by a mesh shirt. Around her stomach was, for lack of a better word, a white corset made of the same material as her teammates' armor and a short blade strapped behind her waist. The final member was older and taller than him. She wore the same armor along with red wristbands and black pants. A pair of small shades rested upon her nose and a white headband rested on her head. Her hair hung down to her shoulder and was done in a style that made it appear like Rose. What really stuck out about her, aside from everything else, were the 7 swords strapped to her back. Great, I have to oof. Naruto dropped to the floor, his vision swimming and a searing pain blossoming from his nose. As things started to go dark, one last thought passed through his head. This shit is getting real old. Okay, this is going to stop, cause next time I'm just going to attack any stranger I run into. Naruto sat and rubbed his aching head. Wait a minute. Naruto glanced down to see he wasn't tied up or chained up and looked around to see he wasn't in a cage or under guard. His eyes landed on the campfire and the 4 women sitting around it, not paying a lick of attention to him. Well, this is a nice change of pace, although I wish my stuff wasn't taken again. You're up. About time, the redhead said. Don't you think you're being a bit crude, Karui? The white-haired woman next to her added. You did knock him out after all. Shut it, Omoi. He should have announced himself anyway. Pretty uncool. Not you too, Samui, Karui muttered, dropping her head. So Red then knocked me out. He ignored her glare and asked, but why? Well, little Red conked your head 'cause you made that lady dead, Shades answered. Naruto raised a brow at her eccentric mannerisms. I see. Guy next to a dead body you attack first, so why aren't I tied up? After my comrade here neutralized you, we checked the body, Samui explained. She is one of the people we are searching for. We felt that leaving you untied would make you more ready and willing to tell us how you wound up next to the dead body of a very deadly Kunoichi. It's a good start, but I'd be more amenable with a full stomach, Naruto said, nodding towards the spit-roasted rabbit hanging over the fire, and introductions. We could help with that, Samui replied, waving him over. Naruto joined them around the fire, pointedly sitting across from Karui, stuck between Omoi and Shades. Noticing who his gaze rested on, Samui said, That's Karabi, our sensei and leader. The one who knocked you out is Karui, the other is Omoi, and I'm Samui. Everyone calls me Queen because I'm the best they've seen, Karabi exclaimed, sidling up next to him. You know you're a cute little thing, how about being my king? Pretty forward, aren't you? Naruto joked, used to this kind of behavior. Why don't we put a pin in that until we get this mess sorted out? I'm Naruto, by the way. Karabi hummed vaguely and sat back. With that cleared up, Naruto dug into the rabbit, happy to have something other than that schlock his kidnappers called food. Naruto observed his surroundings, a skill he was putting to more and more use. They were camped in a clearing of few sparse trees and a mountainside provided cover. So care to fill us in? Samui asked. Well, I guess the best place to start would be. And so Naruto told them the story. How he ran into, who he thought, were a pair of siblings asking for help. How he took pity on them and agreed to see their ailing grandmother. About his subsequent kidnapping and the surgery he performed on their leader. See her face, or hear her name? Karui asked. No, I figured she was hiding her identity for a reason, but they had eyes and ears on me every time she met with me, Naruto answered. But you do have their location, Samui said, and we have the element of surprise. The journey from here to the Cumulus Port and back is 5 days. Cut it down to 3 if your escort was the type to rush back. What do you think, Sensei? Should send a call for someone to cover our back, but they won't make it in time for the attack, Karabi replied. So reconnaissance, Omoi, Karui, you're up, Samui barked as she unfurled a map. Naruto-san would mind telling us the location of the base? We're right here and we found you here. Naruto traced the path back to the hideout, pointed out where they'd be directly visible to the base, and the overhang in the hopes that they could use it to their advantage. He also gave them a partial layout of the base, which wasn't much considering his schedule and route were pretty much the same every day. Oh, and one more thing, the leader ordered me to continue work on their project. Project? Yes, from what I could grasp they were forcing some type of explosive into live humans. You mean they were sealing explosives? No, I've studied Cecil. The one they were using was different from a storage seal, almost as if they were trying to store the bombs in the physical body and not the seals themselves. Samui shared a look with Karabi. Hopefully we can figure out their endgame. Did you two get all that? Yes. Then move out. The team took off in a blur, leaving the rest of the team to figure out their next move while Naruto finished dinner. After he tossed the bones off into wilderness, Naruto cleaned his hands and went back to his tree searching for his back. Hey, did you guys pick up the gray backpack and green utility belt I had on me? Of course. Samui unrolled a scroll and with flare of smoke his gear appeared before him. Here you go. Thanks, it'll be good to sleep under the stars instead of a cage, Naruto replied. He took his packs over to a clear area and started to set up the tent. As he nailed the stakes and Queen walked over, a swagger in her step. It gets pretty cold up here this time of year. The snow's moving down here. Might be covered in it by morning. Queen bent over as she addressed him, stealing Naruto's attention because his eyes refused to listen to the right head. How about I keep you warm? I'm good, Naruto replied, reaching into his pack. Got an extra blanket. Queen shrugged and adjusted her shades as she headed back to the fire. Don't know what you're missing, that. Naruto snickered quietly and crawled into his tent, spreading himself as comfortably as possible. When he finally found a position that didn't make him toss and turn, the fatigue dropped on him like a hammer. A heavy hand fell on his brow, tiredly rubbing at his eyes. He sighed as it trembled when he pulled it away. It wasn't just exhaustion that was getting to him. He honestly didn't know how many more kidnappings, murders, and life-or-death situations he'd be able to handle before a straitjacket was required. He seemed to be stepping in it wherever he went, first Wave, then Kiri, and now here. One more and he might have to get Target tattooed on his back. Naruto decided to set those thoughts aside for a peaceful day, one where he hadn't been knocked out and dragged through the mountains. He easily drifted off to sleep after that, his conscious and subconscious swirling and coalescing into one another. Images of people and places he didn't recognize, but that felt familiar, appeared alongside those he had left behind in Kiri and Wave, turning everything fuzzy. The fuzz turned to colors and shapes. A pair of red eyes shifted into dull, black ones. The slideshow of images and colors kept him from a restful sleep. In the morning he'd have only one thought on his mind. I should have checked for a concussion. What do you mean I can't leave? I believe it's self-explanatory. Naruto took a deep, nasal breath and replied, let me reiterate then. Why can't I leave? You may be a threat to my squad, Samui answered. Do your threats usually walk around with their hands free? Naruto barked. And do they usually give you information on dangerous criminals? 'Cause if they don't, then I think you're using the wrong word. You could be working for the enemy. If I was working for those sickos, why did you send those two off? Did a trap not occur to you? It did, to me and them, so I'm confident that they'll make it back if it is, Samui answered, stepping towards him with each word. Then there's the chance you aren't an enemy, and we have to consider what the enemy wanted you for. That could make you an asset if things don't go as planned. You know, wherever I turn, women seem to be screwing me over, Naruto muttered as he plopped onto the floor and regretted it immediately as snow soaked through his pants. Next place I hit, all my friends are going to be guys. We might even make a club with big "No Girls Allowed" sign right outside. Sounds manly, Samui added with a teasing smirk. Glad I can at least keep my captors entertained. If you're being dishonest, entertaining us would be the last of your worries, Samui stated as she approached Naruto. She crouched in front of him and placed a hand on his knee. And if you are being honest, I will apologize and personally see to it that you make it to your destination a free man after we're done here. Then I hope you're really great at apologies. And that I end up somewhere warm. Naruto went back to what he dubbed as his spot, pulled out his tools and a small book. If he was going to be here, he was going to make the most of it, and seeing as he'd never been to Lightning Country, this might be the perfect opportunity to study its rarities. He flipped through the book, searching for the section on cumuliflora, its mountain regions, though scarce on vegetation, did manage to produce some interesting plants. Hopefully he'd be able to find some here. And if he didn't, then there was plenty of time to think up contingency plans. These have to be the 2 longest days in my life, was the thought circling around in Naruto's head until another alarmed him. What if they got caught? Oh, I hope they didn't get caught. That would be just my luck. His luck over the past 2 days included harassment from Queen, or Karabi, or whatever the hell she went by. The cold shoulder from Samui every time he asked or requested anything besides a bathroom break, and restriction to the campsite. All of which put a real damper on his studies, seeing as every piece of vegetation within eyesight was either wet brush or covered in snow. Nothing like shitting in the snow for 2 days to make you appreciate toilets, Naruto groused as he continued to study his book. It was an old text given to him by his grandfather detailing the seals used by doctors. After failing to find anything of interest to study, he had nothing but time to think and ponder. With the pondering came the realization of how badly his escape could have played out because of the saliva trigger seal he used. Kunoichi kept their sealing formulas secret, and with men's inability to use it, none had ever bothered to learn them. Fortunately, his grandfather had managed to create his own formula for an explosive seal and passed that knowledge down to him. Now, alongside his chakra control, Naruto was determined to expand his knowledge of the sealing arts. However, his only reference was the old book in his hands, though with it he had managed to make a crude chakra trigger formula, a mix between the formula used to charge seal and the bodily fluids trigger. Downside was he hadn't reached the testing stage yet, and given his current predicament he wouldn't be able to for a while. Speaking of which, When are your teammates supposed to be back? In about an hour. You know you never specified what kind of trouble I'm going to be in if they don't come back. Obviously imprisonment, Sammy answered as she stoked the fire. Beyond that, interrogation for whatever you might know. But I've already told you everything I know. Then you'll just have to convince the interrogator of that. As Naruto began to wonder how he would go about doing that, Omoi and Karui dropped down in front of him. Whoa! They were covered head to toe in dirt and grime, sweat literally soaking their brows as they gasped for breath. Girls? Karui held up a finger as they kept catching their breath, then stood straight as their little episode passed. All good? They nodded, then report. We found the base and observed it for a day. After getting a general picture of the guards' patrol pattern, we went. Everything went smoothly and we managed to get a layout no problem. Karui answered before shooting her partner a quick glare. Then this one starts freaking out just as we're leaving, one of her usual panicky fits. Samui sighed. Omoi. Sorry, Samui, Omoi apologized, scratching her head sheepishly. Did you cover your tracks? Yeah, we even doubled back to make sure no one was on our tails, Karui answered. Problem is they know we're onto them, so they'll either come for us, fortify their position, or abandon the base. Do you have an idea of their numbers? 4-1, roughly, Karui answered. Even with Queen anyway you cut it, it doesn't look like we'll be able to capture their leader, especially if they have an escape route. Then it appears we must move to the backup plan, Samui said. Karabi-sensei. Woohoo! Been waiting the whole day for me and ate to play. Queen sung as she leapt into the mountains. Naruto did his best not to laugh at the eccentric woman as more terrible rhymes echoed through the mountains. Get packed and ready to head back to Kumo, Samui ordered. Both Kunoichi gave tired confirmations and moved about the campsite slowly but efficiently. Well, it was nice working with you gals, Naruto stated, gaining their attention. Good luck and get home safe. Where are you going? Samui asked. Back to the port, Naruto said with a quizzical look. I mean, your friends are here and Queen is doing whatever the backup plan entails. I figured I'd clear the area and let you guys do your thing. I'm sorry, but our plans have fallen through, making you our only asset from this mission. You'll have to come with us back to our village. What? Why? Since we can't capture the leader of this cell, you are the only person with any idea of what their plans are. We'll need to take you to Kumogakure and debrief you, Samui stated. No, Naruto shot back. I did my part and warned you about those nut jobs. I don't owe you anything else. In fact, if we're keeping count, you owe me for the concussion Spitfire over there gave me. This is not up for discussion. You right, Naruto replied, pulling out his staff. It's not. I'm going back to the port whether you like it or not. Karui scoffed. I took you down in 2 seconds. Do you honestly think you can take 3 of us? Naruto didn't say a word. He lit thumb and slid it against the seal concealed beneath his arm sleeve. Karui smirked. What was that supposed to be? It was supposed to activate these, Samui answered, supplying a stack of torn seal tags from her hip pouch. Pretty uncool to place these around the camp. Shit! Naruto tightened his grip, realizing his contingency plan had just been tossed out the window. Karui was right. There was no way he could take 3 Kunoichi, but he refused to be dragged into another ninja shit show. 2, 3 counting his recent escape, near-death experiences were more than enough. He wasn't dealing with anymore. Not again. I'm not going with you. Karui shook her head and sighed. Just remember, I gave you a chance. Naruto stepped back, dodging Karui's opening strike, and launched one of his own. In a flash, Karui brought up her sheathed sword to clash. She pushed against the staff, forcing him back. Stop before I hurt you. Naruto's response was to deliver a violent headbutt straight to her nose. The throbbing in his forehead was definitely worth the sight of Karui dropping to her ass, dazed and completely unamused. He savored the moment for exactly 1 second before tearing into the mountains like a madman. The shouts of, "Get him," and "Come back," only quickened his pace. Gotta get the hell out of here. Gotta get the hell out of here. Gotta get the hell out of here. Naruto rounded a bend, slapping a tag against the wall for insurance before sliding down a short slope to a lower path. He stumbled as he touched down, but quickly regained his footing and broke into another mad dash. A burst of smoke erupted behind him. The angry yells and coughing fits gave him no small sense of satisfaction. His cocky smirk vanished as he saw the long straight road ahead of him. There's no way I'm outrunning them on that. But fortune seemed to be sort of on his side as he heard the swashing of a river below him. Naruto looked over the edge. Okay, so maybe this isn't good lick. Naruto glanced back then frantically between the river and the path. I'm definitely caught if I run, but I might die in the river. Then again, I've got a good track record with rivers. Never outran a Kunoichi before. I see him. River it is. Naruto took a few steps, then ran headlong towards the edge and leapt. His breath thrummed against his ear as the river slowly came closer. He didn't hear the deadly predator approaching him at frightening speed, but he did feel the pair of sharp talons seize his arms in their crushing grip. Then the river was gone in a blur, replaced by the view of the mountainside he'd just leapt off. What the hell? Caw! Naruto peered up into the feathery hide of what could only be a giant bird. You've got to be kidding me. Naruto jabbed his stick impotently at the bird, trying to take out an eye. What country has giant, freaking birds? At least go the other way, idiot. Roar! Naruto's head snapped towards the horizon and found himself equal parts confused and scared to see a giant, inky, black mass rising towards the heavens. He became completely scared when the beast opened its maw and began to gather energy. Oh, come on, isn't the giant fucking bird enough? Boom! The skyline turned burning white and the vicious, yet life-saving, grip of the talons disappeared. To his credit and short-lived delight, Naruto managed to hit the bird once before begin his plummet towards his now hated enemy, the mountain. As the ground sped at him, Naruto closed his eyes, praying that his brain went first so that he would never understand how an egg felt. Umph! Gotcha! Naruto groaned, both from the arm digging into his chest and familiarity with that voice. Any and all smart-ass comments were prevented by his drop to the dirt and the knee in his back. No more running. Naruto was disarmed, bound, gagged, and divested of every bag and backpack on his person. Karui shoved him, now walked. Of course a giant bird would catch me, it's the only thing that would make sense given what a freaking circus my adventure has been so far, Naruto thought sardonically. He and his captor were soon joined by Samui and Omoi, and after another 30 minutes Karabi joined the group. Is the extermination complete, sensei? Bet the house on it, baby. Cool, let's get back to the village and make our report. And that is what happened. Reikage-sama, Samui finished her report and stepped back into line. The Reikage, in Naruto's opinion, was certainly different from the other Kunoichi he had met. As she'd been introduced, was quite muscular. The white open short-sleeve robe she wore revealed sculpted abs and well-defined arms. The muscle definitely did not detract from her physical figure. Her pleasantly dark-skinned and curvy figure, covered only by a black sports bra, a loose pair of black pants, and a large belt held by an equally large gold buckle bearing the image of a boar. Her short blonde, nearly white, hair was slicked back, accentuating her high cheekbones, sharp brows, and fierce black eyes. Thank you, Samui. Do you have anything to add to the report? Naruto thought very long and very hard before he opened his mouth. I just wanted on the record that I definitely would have escaped if a giant bird hadn't grabbed me. And that's all I know, Naruto told the interrogator. Is that really all you know? What reason would I have to lie? Naruto replied. The interrogation so far had been pretty easy. The woman had started off by warning him that he would eventually talk, so he should just make it easy on himself. So he started spilling his guts about everything that had happened to him in the past few days. Sorry, I just have to be sure. It's fine, Naruto replied with a smile. You're actually the nicest woman I've met these last few weeks. Oh, I'm flattered, she replied as she closed the folder containing her report, and I believe that you have been forthcoming with all the details. I'll send the report to the Reikage and you'll be free to go in a day or two tops. Wait, that's it? Naruto asked. I just sit in my cell for a couple hours and then I get to go? Not exactly. Of course there would be a hitch. You'll be moved from your cell to a guest room and a Kunoichi will be assigned to watch you. That's it? That's it. Guess I really shouldn't have tried to run. I told you. Naruto looked up to see the seemingly ever calm and collected Samui enter the room. By the lack of trust is uncool. Can you blame me with the way you said everything? It sounded like a threat. I thought I was going to be tossed into a dungeon. Sorry, I've been told I'm not much of a people person, Samui replied as she held the door open. Her manner of speech left him wondering about her sincerity. The monotone question of, he's done, correct, addressed towards her comrade told him he wouldn't understand her anytime soon. Yes, the interrogator replied, not bothered by Samui's tone. You're the Kunoichi watching me? Naruto asked a bit nervously. They certainly hadn't left that bridge in the best condition, and the possibility of another misunderstanding seemed very real to him. Why not one of the others? You've met my teammates, haven't you? Samui replied, Oh, right, you assaulted one of them. Naruto broke into uneasy laughter as he stood, but abruptly stopped as he noted her expression. That was a joke, right? What else would it be? Samui responded in the same tone and expression. Right, Naruto responded half-heartedly, unsure if she was annoyed or not. Being led around the village as a semi-free man and not as a prisoner, Naruto was able to take in the unique aspects of the village. Like Kiri, Kumo had its own flavor. Given the time he visited, it was no surprise that the Kiri people had been tense, but he noticed that they were naturally curt and straightforward with one another. Living on an island constrained the size of the village, so it came as no surprise that most people tended to get irritated with one another in their confined living space. The people of Kumo seemed to be their exact opposite. Some lazed around while others seemed laid back as they went through their day-to-day chores. Even the workers appeared to be going about their tasks in an easygoing manner. Though another curious matter was their physique. You people are quite at ease. In fact, I don't think I've seen such a relaxed village, or such a burly one. Are we really that different from other villages? Samui asked. Different from the ones I've visited. But I guess it just has its own personality like the other villages, Naruto replied. But back to your village. Any particular reason everyone seems so laid back and beefy? Samui hummed as she thought before replying. It's probably due to the location of our village. What do you mean? I'm sure you noticed the thick cloud bank hanging around the village. Wait, these are clouds? Of course, our village name isn't simply for show, Samui answered as she turned to him. Noticing his sad expression, Samui asked, What is wrong? Oh, nothing, Naruto replied, shaking off his disappointment. I always thought clouds would be fluffier. There goes one childhood dream down the drain. Thanks, Kumo. Anyway, you were saying? Naruto gestured for her to continue. Right, Samui replied as she resumed to lead him. Given the location of our village, there is always a danger of tripping over something hidden in the cloud bank, becoming stuck in a crevice, or falling off the mountain altogether. Geez, why wouldn't you just leave? As such, the first rule taught to the children is that they mind their step. I suppose that by the time we become older and have most of the village mapped out, we're so used to taking our time we don't bother to pick up the pace. Rushing around is so uncool after all. And to answer the other part of your question, mountain life isn't easy, simple as that. I guess that makes sense. Either way, it's nice to run into people who aren't so high-strung, Naruto said as he waved a hand through the cloud bank. Disappointed that the clouds didn't fluff up, he took another look around and spotted a large mountain spire in the center of the village. Is that a monument? What? Samui glanced in the direction he looked to. You mean the Reikage Tower? That's a building? Naruto asked, shocked at the used the landscape. Size aside, it must have taken careful planning to hollow it without bringing the entire spire down. Yes, you were there yesterday. What? I was? Naruto asked, finding it hard to comprehend how he could forget that. I think I would have remembered being in that building. Don't be so sure. The clouds are always covering a portion of the building at most of the day, Samui replied, turning down the street. Watch your step. As Naruto pondered what she could be referring to, Naruto stepped onto nothing. He shouted and fell to the ground, grasping at the dirt around him, trying to grab hold of anything. What are you doing? Samui asked calmly as she crouched in front of him. What does it look like? Naruto's gazed down to find that he was completely safe and only his leg had sunken into the small crack. You weren't lying about taking it slow. Why would I? Samui asked as he held out her hand. Here. Thanks, Naruto said, taking the offered hand. Once he had his balance back, Naruto squeezed her hand. Sorry to ask, but mind if I hold onto you until we get there? The clouds have gotten thicker and I don't feel like playing the guessing game with the ground. It's cool, we're almost there anyway. They were able to reach the hotel without further commotion, but were met by it at the hotel entrance in the form of Karui and Omoi. Karui waved them over. We've been waiting for too slow. Hey, what's the deal? What the matter, Karui? Samui nonchalantly asked. Why are you two holding hands? Karui asked back, eyeballing them both. Oh, it's a bit embarrassing, but I asked if we could hold hands, Naruto replied, scratching the back of his head. And Samui led you? The incredulity in Karui's eyes spoke of the rarity of this event, a sentiment reflected by Omoi's eyebrows. Yeah, it's not a big deal, Naruto replied, confused by their antics, but chose to pay it no mind as he remembered these two were unusually excitable. Karui huddled next to her friend and obviously whispered into Omoi's ear. Hey Karui, do you think Samui likes the assertive type? The assertive type? Omoi whispered back before her eyes bugged out. Oh my god, what if his demands go beyond hand-holding? What? He'll go straight to second base. Second base? Then he'll steal third and slide into home. Omoi said, her cheeks becoming flushed. Slide in. Karui stuttered as her cheeks joined Omoi's. We should go, Samui said, purposely looking away from her team. They'll be at it for a while. Their passions will run so wild they'll forget the condom. Omoi shouted, covering her face and gaining every bystander's attention. Don't shout, idiot! Karui shouted back, nervously glancing left and right. When she noticed all eyes on them, Karui tried to cover her face and distance herself from Omoi. Her retreat was routed when Omoi clutched her shoulders. Samui's too young to be a mother. Omoi cried, shaking Karui so vigorously she almost looked like a bobblehead. Knock it off, dumbass! Karui roared as she slapped the back of Omoi's head. Samui, Give me a hand here, she Samui. Karui searched her friend, but came up empty. Where'd she go? Oh, no! I must have given them ideas, Omoi wailed. They've gone up their room for hanky-panky. Nobody calls it that anymore. Kamui shouted as Naruto and Samui stared safely from behind a hotel window. Naruto couldn't help but cock a brow. They sure are lively, aren't they? That's their thing. Kind of bugs me sometimes, Samui replied as she turned away from her team, though sometimes it's good for a laugh. I can see that, though it kind of leaves you the odd man out, Naruto replied as he followed her. What do you mean? Well, BS are rapping and those two make quite the comedy duo. But, no offense, I don't see you putting on a performance of any kind, Naruto said as they grabbed the key from the front desk. I used to do impressions, Samui replied. Really? Naruto asked, stopping them in the lobby. Would you mind doing one right now? No. Come on. No. Please. No. Just one. Fine. Here's Omoi, Samui said as she took a deep breath. Oh God, the fog outside is blinding everyone. Everyone's going to fall off the mountain and die. Mommy! The family passing by glared at them as their little girl bawled her eyes out and clutched her mother's skirt. Sorry folks, she's practicing for a show, Naruto apologized. The parents muttered angrily as they took their daughter away as Naruto turned back to Samui. You were pretty terrifying. I see, so it was a good impression? Oh no. No, Naruto replied. You were just scary. That kid cried and I'm kind of scared too. I'd try and get a bit more practice in or find another talent. I'm sure you can find your way to your room from here, Samui said as she immediately turned around and stalked away. Are you mad? Naruto called out. No, Samui replied curtly. He didn't say anything, but watched as she shouldered past a bellhop and nearly knocked the doorman on his ass on the way out. Yeah, she's mad, Naruto muttered as he clicked his tongue. Well, tomorrow we can deal with that. With that he headed upstairs to take so today him could relax, process the day, and probably order room service. Wait, isn't she supposed to watch me? One person was seated outside the Reikage Tower, patiently waiting for his appointment despite the ungodly, early hour it had been set. Naruto yawned loudly as he brushed the gunk out of his eyes. He was irritated, not just because of the hour, but because he couldn't get a restful sleep. It felt like someone was staring at him the whole night. Where the hell is she? As he waited, Naruto couldn't help but wonder what the Reikage had in store for him. He was sure it wasn't going to be anything like his time in Kiri, but he hoped he could get something for his trouble. Achoo! Although he'd probably freeze to death to first, son of bitch I'm going to freeze to death. He rubbed his chill fingers as he looked up and down the street hoping to catch sight of a blonde mop of hair, before the chill started nibbling at his happy parts. A billowing wind stole the little heat he gathered, but gave him the appointment he'd be waiting for. Naruto, I hope I haven't kept you waiting? Waiting? If I had to stay here any longer I'd turn into a popsicle, Naruto muttered as he warmed his hands. What took you so long anyway? Long? I'm a few minutes early, Samui replied. Naruto cocked a brow at her, the beginnings of a frown on his lips. What time did you say the meeting was? 7 a.m. 7 o'clock? No, you said 6 a.m. Did I? My apologies. I must have been doing an impression of the secretary, Samui explained as she entered the building. Okay, I see. Naruto nodded and followed her into the building. I'm sorry for what I said yesterday. I don't know what you're referring to. Her statement would have been convincing if she wasn't intensely staring at him as she spoke each and every word. Of course you don't, but if I said anything that may have hurt your feelings yesterday, I apologize, Naruto replied earnestly. He decided it was best to hide his frustration and get through the meeting. By the way, his head perked up as Samui addressed. If you were so cold, why didn't you wait inside? I could have gone inside. Isn't there some rule against that? No. Naruto swallowed his curse and opted to sigh his frustration away. Let's just get this over with. The walk to the office was uneventful, but getting past the secretary proved to be a challenge. You're late. Naruto swore he could feel his blood pressure rising. We're not late, it's 8:03. 3 minutes is still late, she tersely replied. Technically, you're right, but 3-minute dash. So you agree? I'm glad you see reason, she said adjusting her glasses. Good, I'll reschedule, but her schedule is full. Looks like I can fit you in sometime next month. You're joking. Please tell me you're joking, Naruto begged. There was no way he was going to waste a month in this village sitting on his laurels waiting for a meeting. There is no way anyone is this strict about time. Sorry, move along, she said as she started to look through a folder. Please don't do this to me, Naruto implored. Have a heart, it's Christmas. No, it isn't. Then let's pretend it is. Naruto shouted. I won't, but you can pretend you're in the meeting, she replied. I'm sure there's a closet around here you can use. Now you're just being mean, Naruto muttered. Samui, give me a what's so funny? While Naruto had been busy arguing, or something akin to it, Samui's quiet amusement grew and grew until she could no longer contain her smile or her chortles. Would you stop laughing and help me here? Apologies, but I think he's had enough, Mabui, Samui said to her friend. If you believe so, Samui. Naruto stared at Mabui and then gawked at Samui. I froze my ass off and then shouted like maniac, and you made me do all that because I didn't like your impression? Yes. Wow, not even a hint of shame, huh? Well, even though I already said it, I'm sorry about yesterday, Naruto said as leaned against the desk in relief. So this was just to get back to me and the Reikage is waiting in there for me? This is last one, right? I'm not going to walk in there and find like a mannequin or something? Yes. Great. So I'm going to in there before I say anything else to tick you off because I want to wake up in my bed tomorrow. With nothing else in it. Without further ado, Naruto walked into the office, the sound of their laughter following him inside. He did his best to let it go, so he could show the appropriate amount of intimidation in the face of a stern expression and the arm pumping a dumbbell the size of a small child. What's all the commotion out there? She asked casually, as if she weren't lifting an iron weight. Nothing, Lady Reikage, just some harmless fun, Naruto replied, although certain parts of his body felt differently on the matter. He pushed that aside so he could conclude his adventure in this village as soon as possible. But to the matter at hand, what's my verdict? The Reikage put down her weight and leaned back in her chair. After looking through the interrogation and field reports, it's clear that you were attempting to aid our village and, aside from assaulting one of my Kunoichi, you were completely cooperative. As such, you are free to go with a small portion of the bounty we placed on those criminals. Naruto huffed in surprise. I was sure I'd be going free from what everyone told, but I didn't expect a reward. That's nice of you. Nothing nice about it. Your actions were deserving of a reward, replied as pulled a file off her desk and held it out to him. Give this to my secretary and she'll point you to the disbursement office. Alright, Naruto stood to take the paper, but then he sat back down. He had been struck by a thought last night. He got kidnapped a lot, like an unusual, cartoony amount. And he always kidnapped by Kunoichi. He never got away, well except for that one time with Haku, but that might not count as kidnapping. Who could blame him? A doctor and Kunoichi weren't remotely on the same battlefield. Well, why couldn't he? Why couldn't he stand on equal footing with the Kunoichi? He knew how to fight, he had skills, he just needed some way to even things up. That's when it came to him. Sealing. Sealing was a skill both women and men could employ. He had skill and persistence to spare, but he lacked the knowledge. An issue he might be able to correct now. Is something the matter? Yes, I mean no. Naruto corrected. I appreciate the reward, but yesterday I realized despite my skills as a doctor there's still plenty of room for improvement. You're probably aware of this, but the field of sealing is a place where men are making great strides. I am, but please get to the point, I'm a busy woman. Right, Naruto said, becoming a bit flush. I've been taught different seals to use for medical and surgical use, a few which are original creations of my teacher. However, this is all I have. I need more knowledge on seals to push further into the field. Knowledge that we have, Ace concluded. Though I'm sure you realize that knowledge is much more valuable than money. Naruto clicked his teeth as he realized it wouldn't simply allow him to rifle through whatever piqued his interest. Undeterred, an idea began to form. How about a trade? A quirked an eyebrow, explained. I'll give you knowledge about the seals I know and train your people on how to use, and you allow me access to sealing scrolls. Nothing forbidden or important, of course, but knowledge not open to the public. Plus, any discoveries I make will be handed over to you, Naruto elaborated. Seeing that it was still struggling to make a decision, he decided to give her the kicker. Also, I hate to say this, but Kumo's medical prowess falls severely behind her military might. I'm aware of that. His comment seemed to leave a bad taste in her mouth, if the vein in forehead was anything to go by. He tried his best to not sweat loudly as she quietly contemplated his proposal. That sat in silence for a minute or two, though it felt like 10 since her unnerving, yellow eyes stayed glued to him. You have a deal, but one more condition. Which is? You'll also teach and work at our hospital, A replied. Oh, well I'd like to, Naruto stuttered, though honestly he really wouldn't. Not that he didn't enjoy teaching, it's just he'd rather research than grade a corpse. I think I show dash. I cut him off. After all, you're the one that pointed out our deficiency. Right I was. He really needed to learn the value of closing his damn mouth. So of course I'd be happy to teach. Good, I said as relaxed into her chair. I'll get Mabui started on the paperwork and you'll visit the hospital and library tomorrow. For now, you're free to go. Great, Naruto thought to himself. I'll have to be careful, but this might be just what I need to get an edge out here. Thank you, Lady Rakic. I'll do my best. I want results, not your best, I said with a bit of bite in her tone. Understood. Understood, Naruto answered as he walked out. Okay, I'll have to be really, really careful. This echo is getting really annoying, Naruto muttered as he jotted down more notes. Do you guys read in the shadows too? Sometimes if we're bored, Samui replied in her usual, dry fashion. A reply to which Naruto had no clue how to respond to because he can't if she's joking or not. Ha ha ha. Why are you laughing? Swing and miss, Naruto thought to himself as he returned to his notes. Why were you laughing? What? Naruto asked. Why do you care? Instead of answering his question, she invaded his personal space and asked once again, why were you laughing? You are way too close to me right now, Naruto said as he leaned away, which only made her lean closer, which only made him lean further away. This went on until Naruto was virtually horizontal to the chair. Samui, the hell is your problem? You were laughing, Samui answered. Stupefied, Naruto could manage a lame, what? Before it finally clicked, that's your reasoning? You know, for the stoic type you're really petty. Naruto realized the comment would probably tick her off, but he didn't really care since she was being so damn obstinate over nothing. Samui, still stoic as ever, placed a finger on his forehead. I suppose I am, and this she pushed. Thump. Whoosh. Naruto could sigh as he watched the blonde vanish into whatever dark corner she enjoyed. Honestly, he expected more over-the-top retribution from the capricious woman. For some reason she always picked on him whenever he screwed up. Still, her antics today had been more annoying than harmful, so he decided to drop it and get back to work. Work? He had just started his research, but he could tell that he had an arduous road ahead of him. He had been hoping that Kumo's hospitals would need some sort of reform, so he could weasel his way into just offering improvements while studying their books. Unfortunately, the hospitals here were solid. They had problems, sure, but nothing he could improve upon with his medical knowledge. Now he had to seriously think of some way to help with new sealing techniques alongside those he'd already offered. He gazed at the two ideas scribbled out on his notes, sanitation and defibrillators. These two were serious problems for most hospitals in the elemental nations. Sanitizing a room for surgeries was extremely important considering how high it raised the percentage of survival for patients. Now, for most civilian hospitals, sanitizing rooms for the next surgery wasn't much of a problem, unless there was an emergency. But for ninja villages, emergencies were common affairs. He's read the journals and seen the statistics for Kunoichi villages, and after investigating at Kumo's hospital, he had found that lack of sanitation was serious concern all the doctors shared. The second problem was the lack of defibrillators. Now most probably thought because of Kumo's natural affinity for lightning-style techniques, a lack of defibrillators would be a non-issue, but this was a misconception. Sure, they had techniques to simulate a defibrillator, but only a handful of people could actually use the technique in such a stressful situation. Without well-tuned chakra control, a person could easily fry the heart instead of restarting it. With the knowledge gathered from his research, he was now on the development stage of the sealing process. For the sanitation problem, he first thought of using heat, but scrapped that immediately because it ran the risk of frying any medical equipment in the room. Wondering what else could clean a room, Naruto remembered a device he had read about, a hermetically sealed chamber. The theory behind the technology was an environment drained of its oxygen could kill bacteria. Running with that idea, he began to construct a seal that could drain the oxygen from a room. Seal were regularly used to, well, seal things, but he had never heard of one being used on oxygen, so he had to start from scratch. He was a bit nervous about getting to the testing phase, considering what it would do, but he'd cross that bridge when he got there. The seal for the defibrillators was coming much further along. If he could get this thing to work, the village would have portable, easy-to-use defibrillators operable by anyone. He had already identified the components to use in the formula, but he was running into a few problems. For one, the seal needed to control duration and voltage released without the need for some complicated routine. In an emergency, the simpler the better. It also had to turn off automatically because a manual switch would be too dangerous. He also had to figure out how to integrate the charging and battery formula with the chakra converter, so they didn't release the stored energy in one go or explode. These problems all boiled down to the trigger was the problem. Turning it on was easy, but turning it off without touching, and figuring out how to start the conversion of raw chakra to electricity once the trigger was hit. Maybe he could type power into the trigger, but then the user would need some way to set the power on the seal, like a slider of some sort. But if such a formula existed, he didn't know it. It could be in the library. He would have to search for it later, but if it didn't exist, he would need to have a backup method. Maybe 2 triggers? Wait, no, more triggers. He could tie the battery to multiply triggers which have preset amp settings. It could work, but he still had to figure out the on-off situation. It seems like no one ever thought there would be a need for an automatic switch, at least no one in Kumo, so he started to take the trigger formula apart to see if he could engineer the automatic function into. Creating a new formula, however, was proving to be a major pain. In the past week he studied the parts that handled off and on so thoroughly he could draw them blindfolded, but he hadn't figured out how to make it do what he wanted. It's just cause and effect, I just need a way to trigger it. I am a fucking idiot. A secondary trigger formula with a different set of parameters within the initial formula could, potentially, solve the problem. The question was what to tie it to. The only option he could think of was the charge in the battery seal. No, that wouldn't work because he'd have to drain the whole battery. Then there wouldn't be a point to the seal. Maybe, more batteries with a smaller charge? No, then the whole thing would become too messy. Wait, what am I thinking? I should just use a time delay. Paper bombs had time delays to activate. What's to say he couldn't just use it in reverse, right? Then adjust voltage into the trigger parameters. Each one would be a different voltage and they'd all be tied to the one main battery. The conversion process should happen while the battery charges, so there is no delay. Yeah, this could work, but there would have to be a back and front to the seal to direct the flow of energy. And an indicator, so no gets dash. R dash. Wah! Naruto yelped as he fell out of his seat. You hungry? Damn it, Samui, stop sneaking up on me. Naruto exclaimed as his heart tried to beat its way out. I called you twice before you screamed, Samui replied. I yelled. I didn't scream, Naruto replied as he finally managed to calm down. Standing, he checked the floor for any notes he might have knocked over. So what did you ask me? Are you hungry? Kind of early for me to be taking a break from work, isn't it? You have been in here for hours, Samui replied. Didn't you notice? Hours. Naruto looked through the small windows of the library to see more than a few stars in the sky. Whoa, talk about time flying. After acknowledging the time, he finally noticed the painful emptiness of his stomach. You know what? I'll take you up on that offer. Let me just grab my things and we can go. He gathered up his belongings and picked up the books. Each one needed to be taken back to the librarian and placed under lock and key. He didn't need a team of Kunoichi kicking down his door in the middle of the night. Again, his ass still kind of tickled from last time. Naruto asked where they were going to eat as they trotted to the front desk. Samui, instead of offering a name, gave him a bevy of restaurants which catered to plenty of different and exotic tastes, some only found in Kumo. Goat? You guys eat goat meat up here? Naruto asked. Goat cheese and milk didn't seem like far-out concepts to him, but goat meat struck him, unexplainably, as unusual. They're one of the few animals that can be raised as livestock this far up, Samui answered. Plus, they're very tasty. Well, if you vouch for it, I'll give it a try, Naruto said as they made it to the gate that separated the special books section from the rest of the library. As per the terms of his agreement, Naruto handed over the books and his notes. What they didn't know was that he would draw notes and formulas that interested him from memory into a journal that was currently stored and sealed drawn on the back of his head. Thankfully for him, most people didn't think to shave a person when searching him, which was precisely the next step and in the terms of their agreement. Naruto handed over his bag, removed his brown jacket, and turned out all of his pockets. Samui stepped back as the librarian walked around her desk. Spread 'em. I really wish you'd stop saying that, Naruto muttered as he stretched his arms and legs out. And why do you whisper it like that? The pat-down proceeded with no funny business, so Naruto decided to continue his conversation with Samui. So where's this goat place of yours? Samui? Naruto asked again. The woman said nothing, she just kept staring at him. Samui? Samui? Yes, what? Samui asked, somewhat startled. Maybe, Naruto couldn't tell. Are you okay? Yes, Samui replied, before addressing her colleague. I believe he has been thoroughly searched. Hey, she's right. This is the third time you've been up my leg, Naruto said before a grin broke out on his face. Am I going to have to start charging? They left without further incident, and Naruto had gotten so used to the abnormal ritual involved in leaving the library that he didn't mutter any complaints. Thanks for that. For what? Helping me out back there. Those two can get a bit handsy, and I appreciate you nudging them along for me, Naruto said. Who says I did it for you? If not me, then why? But Samui didn't respond. Instead, she guided him through the Kumo's slowly rising nightlife. A mysterious glint in her eye. This is a pretty stupid idea, was the thought that should have been running through Naruto's head at the moment. Instead, all he could wonder about were the really nice things Samui's tongue was doing in his mouth. It was a month since she had taken him out for some genuine Kumo cuisine, and he had decided that goats were surprisingly savory with some salt. In that month he and Samui had inched ever closer to one another until they had wound up where they were at this very moment. His back pressed up against a bookcase, hands on her ass as she ravaged her tongue. Now that was all well and good for Naruto because he was completely lost in the moment, so he wasn't considering why this was in fact a very dumb idea. Among the few blatant reasons, the one that stood out the most was the fact that Samui was in charge of watching his every movement and dictating where he could and couldn't go. Normally he would think about these things, but he was much too excited to care. Excitement not only caused by the way she ripped his shirt off, but because after a month of hard work he had finally made the last breakthrough for his new seal to work. In his excitement, Naruto had kissed Samui and she responded by pinning him to bookcase, which had led to their current position. Said position was currently on the ground with her on top, hiking up her skirt as he fished a hard erection out of his pants. If he had been thinking straight, Naruto would have pushed Samui away and explained why they shouldn't run in the library like animals. Unfortunately, like many men before him and plenty that would come after, Naruto wasn't thinking with the right head. It was only after, as he laid in a hot, sweaty mess curled around a content Samui, that he realized the potential clusterfuck he had just stepped into. You are a fucking idiot. You remember what I said yesterday? Forget that because now you're just plain unlucky. You aren't helping, Naruto said as he gently massaged the Reikich's stomach. This particular addition to his schedule had started about 2 weeks ago when he had noticed her rubbing her neck after she set her dumbbell down. When he inquired, she said her shoulder stung a bit, but it turned she pulled a muscle. He knew it was physically tough, but he didn't think someone like her would be dumb enough to overexercise. After informing Kamui about her master's foolishness, he advised that they stop exercising for a while and to have someone look at her shoulder. That someone should have been a trusted physical therapist thoroughly vetted by the Reikichi organization. Instead, Naruto found himself visiting the Reikichi at her personal residence, checking her body and giving her massages. Normally no man would complain much about being asked to massage a beautiful woman. However, this wasn't just any woman. This was a woman who was in charge of 100 other women, innumerable resources, and jurisdiction over an entire country. Needless to say, he was on eggshells around that tickles, I said with a throaty chuckle which caused certain assets to move about. That was another problem he had found out about. She was incredibly prideful of her body and never wasted an opportunity to flaunt it. Their first session hadn't been so bad, she only ever covered up with a small towel, but they only stuck to her back. He was dropped into a minefield during their third session when she had complained of abdominal pain. Apologies, Naruto said as his hands softly glided against her sculpted abs while he did his best not to look up. You know, I've started feeling some pain here, I said, rubbing the area around her left shoulder. Oh, really? Naruto nearly wheezed as he just watched. Old naked ladies, old naked ladies, old naked ladies, old naked ladies. Take a look at, will you? Of course, Naruto said as the old naked ladies did the trick. He took his time finishing up her stomach, so he could calm things down. I'm going to move your arm like this, just relax. Naruto dug into the shoulder, making sure to keep his eyes and fingers off the more tantalizing parts of his body. It's a little lower, I said. Alright, Naruto responded as he moved his hand a fraction lower. A little lower, she said, and Naruto responded in kind. There it is. Oh. Naruto took one long, slow breath as he ignored the noises coming from it. Thankfully, his constant battle to keep things professional and above board ended shortly without incident. I think I got, Naruto said as he began to remove his hand. Wait, doctor, I said as she grasped his hand. I do have another ache for you to look at. Really, where is it? Naruto asked, trying to not notice how warm and soft her hand was. Here, I said, taking his hand in hers. It's quite tender, but I think you can take care of it. Naruto's breath caught in his throat as she slowly his hand to her breast. I think this falls outside my job description. Really? I said as she sat up and gently pulled him closer. Isn't a doctor supposed to care for his patients? Naruto really didn't know how to reply. It would be incredibly stupid to involve himself with a military dictator he was serving, but it might also be stupid not to do what the dictator wanted. You know, I've had my eye on you for quite a while, I said as she gently brushed his cheek. I know you've been sneaking peek, but it's okay, you're just my type, so how about we stop dancing around each other? Lady AI dash. Slam. Lady Reikichi. We've had a break, and Naruto and they were frozen solid on the spot as they stared at their equally shocked intruder. Oh, come on, Naruto thought as he stared into the increasingly cold eyes of Samui. Actually, let's just go back to fucking idiot. The end.